Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Quirk Deku Was Immortal? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku knew his quirk when he turned 4, at least a part of it. He first saw the threads that connected people, all different colors for different meanings. Then it was the faceless white-haired man in the corner. The man scared him, probably because the only defining feature looks like his own. Mama, there's a faceless man in the corner. Izuku pointed to the man with no skin on his face and blood staining every inch of his body. Izuku could barely tell what color the man's clothes were, the only thing that stuck out was the snow-white hair he had. Inko looked to where her son was pointing and saw nothing. This couldn't be a quirk. She knew that her little boy was quirkless. They had the test done to prove it. She crouched down to her son's eye level, staring into the same color eyes of her own, if only brighter. Honey, it's not okay to lie. I know you were hoping for a quirk, sweetie, but lying won't get you anywhere in life. And you have it hard enough as it is. He supposed Mama was right, he was quirkless after all, but Izuku knew better. The skeleton with a deer skull with flora intertwined with their bone-white antlers along with an eyeless raven on its shoulder. The deer skeleton man was always there, just standing there in the corner of Izuku's view. Ignore the raven ever did anything, they were just there. The worst day of his life was when Mama's thread started to fray and turn a blood red. He knew what that meant. Mama hated him just like his classmates. He supposes it's better than brown. He preferred hate over disgust any day. Izuku was 5 when that happened. Izuku woke up to an All Might-themed room, and the sun shone through the blinds. He rolled out of bed, nearly face-planting. Taking a quick shower and changing, he made his way into the rest of the dead-silent apartment. Inko was already at work by this time. Izuku moved to the fridge, hoping that his guardian went grocery shopping, but once again there was nothing to eat in the fridge. Looks like that's another thing I need to pick up after school. The words were loud against the silence of the apartment. Even when Izuku spoke softly, every little sound was amplified by the silence. Izuku moved throughout the apartment, grabbing what he would need for the school day, weaving around every spirit, even if very few of his constant companions could be called such. He knew better than to bring his savings with him to school. It would be stolen like everything else he owned. Zipping up his bag and throwing it over his shoulder, he made his way out of the of the living anyways, apartment. Sir Nunnos and Munin, who he named after the Celtic god of the forest and wildlife and one of Odin's ravens. Finding names that the pair seemed to fit them well was hard to find, mostly due to them being non-Japanese. It didn't take long for the usual abuse, and he wishes his eyes never opened to that truth, to start. Bakugou, no longer Kaken, not after he opened his eyes. Deku! One of Bakugou's lackeys grabs his bag as soon as he enters the gates. The crimson thread connecting him, the other lackeys, and Bakugou and Izuku. His elongated fingers hook onto the strap that wasn't supported by a shoulder and tugged his old, dirty yellow backpack off his back. The second one with a smokescreen type quirk, blinds him. The final one kicks his leg out from underneath him and proceeds to drag him into the blind spot of the cameras. He doesn't remember much. All he knows is that the bell shrieked and woke him. Checking over the time on his phone, the screen cracked to all hell once again. It's nearly lunchtime, so at least he now knows what the bell was for. At least they left my bag. His voice is hoarse and scratchy, but his bag's in arm's reach and looking in need of serious repairs, along with his uniform. Grabbing his bag without moving too much as to not aggravate his unknown wounds is a challenge, but not an unfamiliar one. Grabbing the burn cream, gauze, and some needles and thread, Izuku finally checks himself over. He has at least 10 new burn scars, some in the form of handprints, others the familiar starburst shape that litter his skin. There are a few gouges from the lackey with the elongated finger quirk. Couple of bruises make his skin a mismatch of colors, standing out against his copper-colored skin. His ribs might be bruised. Seems that the group didn't have enough time to break them this time, but Izuku knows they'll make up for it as soon as school's out. Finishing patching himself and stripping to the black undershirt he wore underneath his uniform top, he shoves the damaged top into his bag and makes his way to his next class. Only 10 more months and then he's out of this shithole. Inko isn't home when he gets back from shopping. The TV's static as Hina crawls out, her greasy bright blue hair a tangled mess that always covers her eyes. She crawls over to the couch where he sat to get his homework done, for the classes he went to anyways. His longest friend, that's human anyway even if she's dead. Sir Nunno stands in the space that leads from the living room to the small kitchen. Sir Nunno's antlers scratch at the ceiling. Mun-in is roosting on the bookshelf full of random books Inko and his father had collected over the years, along with some movies they used to watch when he was a kid, back when things were okay. Hina sits on the couch next to him, the soft cushion molding to her see-through shape. She leans over his shoulder, long hair brushing his shoulder with a chill. Izuku moves the sheet of work in between them so his friend can see what he's working on. It's English, he explains. Hina's arm stretches out, going through his own with a chill. She points to the sentences and titles her head. Yeah, I'm guessing you don't know English like most of my classmates. I probably wouldn't know it if it wasn't for my dad. The dead girl hums. It reverberates throughout the apartment, seeming to set into the walls. She runs cold fingers through his hair, her sharp nails dragging along his scalp as he finishes up the worksheet before moving on to the next. The pair keep this rhythm going until Hina taps him and points to the time. Izuku cleans up his homework, shoving it into his bag for tomorrow. Thanks, Hina. You want to stick around for dinner? The white-haired boy asks, even though she can't eat anything he enjoys her company. He enjoys all the ghosts' company, well at least everyone but the white-haired man and the bride. He's gotten lucky with not seeing them too often. He picked up a few instant ramens and onigiri that should last the week or so, from the 7-Eleven down the street. Grabbing one, a random, beef-flavored one he notices. Making the quick meal doesn't take long at all. So he sits on the couch and watches the news as he repairs his uniform, along with noting down any information on the heroes and their quirks, along with the villains he can gather from the news story. Hina sits next to him, a cold, comforting presence in the quiet and low-lit apartment. He throws his empty ramen in the trash and heads to bed, Sir Nunno's and Mun-in following like loyal steeds. Hina already crawled back into the TV and the ghost out in the hallway hasn't started to scream yet. He might be able to get a couple of hours of sleep. He shouldn't have jinxed himself. Only 3 hours passed before Haruto Sato, the neighbor who used to live in apartment 5D, 2 doors down. He was killed long before Izuku moved in. Tanaka-san told him once she realized Izuku could see her, about how Haruto was killed by a scorned lover. Izuku's the only one who hears his screams and pleas. Well, the only living one who can hear. Pushing himself out of bed, he moves to his computer and searches about any new debuting heroes and writes everything he can find about them down. He does this for a couple of hours, given how much time passes on the computer's clock. Closing the notebook and reshelving it, the young teen grabs his languages notebook and studies until the morning dawn starts to leak through his blinds. He cleans up from his late-night studying, changes out of his clothes into his now-repaired uniform. Inko is leaving as he enters the kitchen. The thread connecting them has been fraying over the years, only a few fibers even linking them now. It's better if it just snapped already, not as it would hurt much. Hina was sitting on the couch. He ignores the white-haired man and the bride in the corner of the living room. If he doesn't acknowledge them, he'll get left alone. Only if that worked with his classmates. Izuku spaces out for most of the day, only taking down notes when needed and not doing much else. He's almost done, now nothing needs to go wrong and he can get back to the apartment. Well, I know you all want to be heroes. The teacher shouts, causing his classmates to fire off their quirks. Don't lump me in with these extras, teach. I'm the best one out of this entire school. And there's Bakugou. Oh, Midoriya, aren't you applying to U.A? Sheet. How did the teacher find out? He kept that a secret. He made sure. Bakugou shoves him against the wall, popping off explosions close enough to let the sparks burn Izuku's face. At least Bakugou isn't letting off a strong explosion on his face again. Those face scars are hard to cover up. Shitty Deku. You can't apply to U.A, you're quirkless. All I was going to do was try, there's no harm in it. You shouldn't try at all. I'm the only one from this shitty school who's getting into you. Alright, boys, enough roughhousing, you're still in class. The teacher finally steps in and roughhousing? Please, Izuku hasn't roughhoused with Bakugou since the day he was assumed quirkless. He makes his way to the roof after school. Not many people come up here. It's the only space Izuku has at the school, and of course, Bakugou had to ruin it. You know, there's a way you could become a hero, Deku. Just pray for a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof. He hated how appealing that sounded. He cuts under the overpass to get home quicker. Gods forbid Inko gets home before him. His music was blaring, blocking out his brother-turned-bully's words, and what he did. He wishes he hadn't had his earbuds in. Sorry kid, I need a skin suit. As soon as those words are uttered, his throat and lungs are filled with slime. They burn. Everything burns, to be honest. He can't breathe. He's not going to last long. Maybe 5 more seconds. Everything goes black. Young man, are you all right? Someone's talking in a booming voice. Why do they have to be so loud? I'm all right, sir. Izuku opened his eyes, slowing, letting the light filter through. The first thing he did was find his even constant trio of companions, and once he located them, Velis won his left and Cernunos and Mun-In on the man's right. Speaking of the man, that was All Might. The #1 hero. He could still be a hero. He was never quirkless, but he still feels like it. I must be going, young man. Villains wait for no one. All Might was about to take off, so Izuku lunged and grabbed. Young man, this is excessive. You need to let go. All Might tried shaking him off, but he held on tighter. If I let go, I'll die. All Might lands soon after that, and Izuku shoots his shot. A woman standing behind and left of All Might. She was nearly as tall as the blonde man, with black hair and gray eyes. Her stomach had a large hole in it that Izuku could see through. Can someone without a quirk be a hero? He didn't expect the #1 hero to be replaced by a small skeleton man that looked strikingly like All Might, who sneers at him and stares at the scars that cover his face and skin. Kid, you look like you can barely protect yourself, let alone someone else. I mean, you'd probably die on your debut. If you even get that far. I'm the #1 hero and I've almost died. How do you think you'll survive if even the #1 hero has trouble? All Might lifts his shirt to show over a crated side. You're a fool, Yagi. You were once quirkless. Your literal catchphrase is that anyone can be a hero, you hypocrite. And All Might does get going, simply leaving a traumatized boy in need of medical care on a roof, alone with no way down. All Might was quirkless? But he was the #1 hero, and had super strength. When did he get the injury? Is that why he was seen less over the past 5 years? But Toxic Chainsaw couldn't have done that much damage. Nothing adds up. Izuku waited until night, simply people watching and trying to guess what quirks they had to pass the time. He did not need to write it down as he wasn't going to be around much longer. As soon as the stars were in the sky, Izuku took his clunky red shoes off, wrote a quick note, and fell. At least he'd be at peace now. The first thing he heard was a voice, but he's supposed to be dead, so how can he hear a voice? Opening his eyes, he found that he was in an endless void-like space. A 9-tailed fox woman was sitting next to him, lifting his head. The kitsune smiles at him. Hello, little fox. I was hoping you'd enter the void through other means. But you're here now and there's not much any of us can do to change that. I'm Velis. I wish we were meeting under better circumstances. What? What are you talking about? How am I not dead? Velis brushes some of his hair out of his eyes before speaking again. The void is a place where your quirks are stored. And yes, you have more than one. You got the quirk that allows you to see the dead, spirits, and other horrors of the world from your great-grandmother on your mother's side. While the immortality quirk had evolved from a longevity quirk your mother's father had. You also inherited your mother's quirk. The 4th and currently final quirk was passed down from your father. One was the quirk your mother knew and that was on record, fire breathing. While the 4th is his true quirk, known as All for One, a quirk that can take and give other quirks. Izuku swears his brain blue-screened when Velis finished her explanation. But then how was I diagnosed quirkless? He sits up, with Velis' help, and faces Velis, his limbs still bent every which way and blood pouring out of his head sluggishly. He can't see out of his left eye, and can't feel his legs. Velis' golden eyes look sad but hold no pity, which is a surprise to Izuku. The testing the doctor used was severely outdated, little fox. What that man should have done were blood tests, as they were more reliable than a simple X-ray. I am truly sorry for you having to go through such things. And I know getting used to having a quirk, let alone multiple, will take time. Which is what the void and its inhabitants are here for. But even when I just had my first quirk, I still felt quirkless. Is that ever going to go away? I'm going to guess that it won't. One simply cannot leave behind 11 years of abuse just because they now fit the new standard of society. I'm guessing I won't have to die every time to get here given your earlier statement. And does time move here? How many spirits or entities live here? Is the space actually infinite or just nearly? Velis laughs at his fast-paced questions. Her laughs sound like bells chiming, much better than the harsh jeers he's used to hearing. Breathe, little fox. And no, you may come here whenever you wish. You can also be pulled if the situations are dire enough. And there isn't a solid number for us, I suppose everything you can think of and more. You may never meet them, but they are here. Yes, the space is infinite. It'd be hard to house multiple eldritch horrors like Cthulhu if it wasn't. And no, you cannot meet him. Izuku slumps. But why not? His voice is high-pitched as he whines. Velis taps him on the back of the head, not like Bakugou's harsh hits, softer like a mother chastising her child with a soft love tap. He hates that he still flinches, even when it doesn't hurt. Because he will drive you insane and you're not allowed to be completely unhinged until you're 20. Izuku looked down at his bloodied hands. So, how do I go back, and will I look like I just dropped 10 stories onto concrete? Velis points to a doorway, made of stone and around 10 feet tall. It seems based on Greek architecture, which is surprising as Izuku lived his entire life in Japan, although he always wanted to travel. Walk through there until you get a better grasp on how the void works. And no, your injuries will be healed, without scaring. And any scars you didn't gain through death won't be healed, sadly. That's the best he could get, he supposed. It's better than being covered in more scars before you, without a way to explain them. Stepping through the archway, his body corrects itself by snapping every broken bone into place, drawing the split blood back into the body for the heart to pump once again, then nothing. Izuku wakes on the sidewalk outside of the building Aldo left him on. As much as he wants to rip apart the posters of the man, he knows even the most basic of merch will sell for a good amount. And if he kept around the collector's items until the butt retires? Well, he might not have to work for a couple of years. If he could even get a job. His entire body's sore and his socks are wet and make a disgusting sound when he moves. Izuku, where have you been? As soon as he steps through the door and his shoes are off, Inko's shouting and using her quirk on him. He wishes he wasn't so light. Inko slams him into the wall a few times, denting the sheetrock in the process. He can feel his bruised ribs start to break along with his burns and cuts getting aggravated with the harsh movements. His cuts start to bleed again, staining the wall crimson. He feels his heart being pulled. He hates that she's a nurse. She knows every trick in the book to toe the line between keeping alive and killing him. He's still useful after all. She won't get the extra cash from the government or child support if he's dead. He knows it's the only reason she hadn't just ripped his heart out when he was misdiagnosed. I got caught up in a villain attack, Mom. It doesn't matter if he tells the truth or not, every word that is out of his mouth is a lie when you're quirkless. A quirk doesn't change 11 years of abuse after all. The slap that reverberates off the pale cream walls doesn't surprise him. It doesn't even sting. Stop trying to get attention, you little sheet. You're not worth anything by a check. Katsuki got seriously hurt and you just lied to my face about getting caught up in a villain attack? You'd be dead and I'm not that lucky. Inko lets go of her quirk and he drops onto the hardwood floor. There's a new bruise. He doesn't know how long he sat there for. All he knows is that Inko left soon after. It's been a near month since Inko left. He's still lucky to be living in the apartment, better than the street, even if he's awoken by screams every night on the exact hour Haruto died. He'd just like one day of peaceful sleep. He might as well watch the stars if he doesn't get that. He makes his way to the roof in record time. Now for some peace. Hey kid. Izuku whips around, ready to throw a shitty punch and book, but The guy in front of him has a half-skull mask. He notes it's a human skull along with a black jacket with golden embroidery of wings on the back. The guy's half turned to him, along with a golden scythe on the shoulder and other bits of embroidery he can't see well. The guy's also artist gloves, which cover the ring finger, a 5-finger quirk then? But what is it? You alright? You really shouldn't be so close to the edge. No. I'm fine. I was just watching the stars. The guy snorts and lowers his hood. He has bluish-gray hair and red eyes like Bakugou. Sir Nunnos was towering over the vigilante guy, because what else would he be? Munin moved to Izuku's shoulder for the first time. It was hard to school his face into an expression of aloofness. Velis was on the other side of the vigilante, who takes a seat next to him on the ledge. Yeah, the stars are pretty tonight. You got a name, kid? Can't keep calling you kid. He seems trustworthy, little fox. Velis spoke from behind the guy, Sir Nunnos standing silent beside her. Izuku Midoriya, you have one? The guy snorts. His laugh is dry yet filled with warmth somehow. Yeah, call me Thanatos. You want me to walk you home? It's pretty late. Izuku stands, brushing his pants off. Nah, you need to finish patrol, right? I'll be alright, I know this area like the back of my hand. Thanatos shrugs. Do I want to know how you know about that? Nope. Izuku's tone is way too cheery for that question, and he knows it. Alright Izuku, when will I see you next? When I think it's important. And your name fits pretty well, you know. With those last words, he jumps over the edge and grabs the fire escape halfway down before slipping into his open window and researching whatever interests his brain tonight. It's coding and by proxy hacking. Sir Nunnos had been watching the bean sprout ever since his birth. Always there, a silent companion during some of his chosen's darkest days. He's surprised the little one hadn't broken under the pressure yet. The poor excuse for his sprout's mother finally left, meaning the void's inhabitants could step up. At least until Hisashi gets his head on straight and realizes his child needs help. Thanatos should be able to help with that. Well, guess I'm alone now. Izuku finally spoke after a far too long stretch of silence. Sir Nunnos snorts. Seems like we aren't much to you, are we, Sprout? Said Sprout turns around so quickly that the deer god briefly worries he'll get whiplash. You can talk. Yes, I simply thought it would be better to wait and simply observe than step in when needed. And before you ask, yes, I was going to speak to you after your impromptu trip to the void, but the vigilante beat me to it. Oh, but why take so long? The Celtic deer god sighs. You hadn't shattered yet, sapling. And yes, none of us planned it to get this far. But there were slight requirements, you know. To make sure the universe, along with all of time and space shattering when a child discovers he's unable to die, can take and give quirks along with having multiple quirks. This would have happened much sooner if Inko took her position as a mother seriously, but there's not much we can do to change that. I mean, that's fair. You may be a Celtic god and all, which I wish I knew when I named you, because that feels kinda stupid, but oh well. I do find it funny that you named Munin after one of Odin's ravens when she's eyeless. Why do you think I did it? Izuku's response was with the straightest face and most deadpan voice he could manage when trying not to laugh. It's things like this that makes me fear that you could take over the world just because you're bored. Is that a challenge, Cern? Sir Nunnos felt fear, one of the very few times he has in fact. Gods, this child is going to be a fun one to watch. No, Velis would behead me and mount it onto the mantle if I let you take it as one. Well, that's no fun. I'm gonna head to bed to try and get a couple of hours of sleep before Haruto starts screaming bloody murder. You can do whatever, just don't make a mess. The usual routine of waking up, showering, changing, pulling up his braids into a bun so they couldn't get pulled on, ignore the white-haired man and bride. Make sure Cern and Munin don't try and kill Bakugou anytime the blonde teen bullies him. He's still able to become a hero, just needs an attitude check. Teach Hina anything she wanted to learn, keep his head down and try not to get expelled for still being legally quirkless. Along with visits to the nearby cat cafe for a break, being held up in the apartment isn't going to do much good in the long run. Hello, can I have an extra large coffee with 4 espresso shots and a red bean mochi, please? You sure you can handle that much caffeine? The cashier was a short girl with a brown bob. She was too cheery for working in the fast food industry. Yeah, I'm sure. Just give him his DMN coffee and pastry. All he wants to do is pet some cats. Moving out of the line swiftly and picking up his order, the copper-colored teen moves to one of the corners of the cafe that faces the rest of the shop. Can never be too careful with who's coming and going after all. The only person who seemed interesting in the entire cafe was a man with long back hair tied up in a bun, much like his own, who had a calico cat claiming him as a suitable napping space. The guy dressed pretty similar to Izuku himself, wearing a black sweater and gray sweats. He could relate to how tired the guy looked. This went on for a few months, with meeting up with Thanatos when the nights were slow, along with seeing the cat guy at least twice a week, Monday and Wednesday. Around 3 months after Inko left, and only 7.5 months until the entrance exam, Haruto woke Izuku up at 2 in the morning on the having studied everything he could at the moment and wanting to get out of the apartment. Izuku grabbed a pair of black cargo pants, combat boots that he five-fingered, custom-made would be too much money, along with a dark purple hoodie, made his way into the kitchen, and stuffed 2 water bottles along with some snacks into his backpack, hefting it over his shoulder and locking up the apartment. Finally seeing what Haruto looked like was a slight shock. His screaming neighbor was covered in his blood, most on his face pouring out of his head wound, while his guts were strewn about the floor. Blue eyes stared into the teen's soul, bright red hair darkened by dried blood, making it look brown. Weaving his way around the hysteric spirit, Izuku let the man, knowing he couldn't do much for him at the time. Making his way up to the roof of the shop next door and decided if he was going to wander, might as well get some parkour training out of it. Stopping for a break on top of a small poetry shop, Izuku ate an granola bar and had some water. He didn't need to pass out mid-jump. He didn't need to have Velis set at him for snapping his neck due to exhaustion. Might need to start jogging to school for endurance. Maybe do an obstacle course on Takoba Municipal Beach. Might be able to find some good supplies for the support course exam. Plus, it'd be good strength training even if I'm on the more lean side and can just punch my way through things like most heroes do. A small amount of muscle would still do some good. Sir Nunnos and Munin always went out with him on his nighttime wandering, just to make sure he'd be alright. And the company was always nice. Sir Nunnos was laughing at him. It sounded like a mix between bird calls and rolling thunder. You think planning this out is funny, huh? I'm sorry that I don't want my butt kicked as soon as the sports festival comes around because I only started training once I got in. It's better to have a rhythm and be used to the workout, even if I'm only going to be in support or general ed. I don't think it's funny at all how far you're willing to plan sapling. I simply find your mumbling amusing. Oh, most people hate it, so I got muzzled for it in school. It's why I hate the quiet, mundane cause, bringing the pair's attention to Eraserhead. He was easily recognizable once you knew what to look for. You alright, kid? You keep talking to thin air. Oh shit. He's not used to people noticing. How does he explain this? You can tell the truth, simply give a fake name if he asks for one, sapling. Thanks for having the brain cell, Sir Nunnos. Saved his butt there. Yeah. I'm fine, it's just my quirk. It's called sight. Eraserhead sits on the ledge next to him, humming. That still hasn't answered my question, kid. I may be able to help, voiding. Munin's voice cuts through all the half-formed plans flying in his brain. We can talk in my head? Yes, we all thought you would have figured it out by now, but I suppose you've had other things taking your focus. Are you just going to be a D-dash or help out? Don't make me withhold the seed ball, Mun. Instead of answering the boy's question and threat, the eyeless raven simply forms out of the shadows themselves and makes herself known, pointing to said raven who has made a nest out of his hair. I was talking to her. She's a friend and part of my quirk. Smooth one, voiding, smooth. All right, kid, just stay out of the dangerous parts of the city after dark, okay? And with those simple words, the underground hero was gone once again. Izuku scoffed. I'm not afraid of the dark, or what waits in it, Eraser. Haven't been for a long time. He made his way to Takoba Municipal Beach, or as the locals know it, the dump. Izuku had been cleaning it bit by bit, mostly leaving the closest mountains of trash closest to the stairs untouched, except for a few supported tunnels that lead through the maze of trash to the large clearing he made. He didn't want other people using his space when they hadn't cared for it themselves. The beach is his and his alone, or it was until May showed up. The pink-haired mad scientist showed up during Izuku's second week of cleaning up a haven for himself and any other outcasts that might drift by. She was interesting company, and still is for the matter. It just took a while to get used to talking to another living person, one his age for the matter, after 5 months with only those who were dead or older than him to talk to regularly. He was pleasantly surprised and confused when May didn't up and left, like Inko and Dad did, when she found out his quirk status. The change of pace was nice but made him tense in waiting for the novelty of a quirkless kid in this generation and the other shoe to drop. He knows it will, even if he wants to the better of May. What babies are we making today, Zoo? I still need to work on the jetpack for the exam. May was already covered with dirt and grease, overalls questionably stained. Izuku moved to sit beside her, grabbing what he would need to work on Thanatos' new gloves. They were able to retract at the finger pads so he wouldn't waste precious seconds in a fight trying to take gloves off. A simple button press would do it for him now. He didn't want to lose the only decent adult figure he's had since his dad. I'm going to put the finishing touches on Nant's gloves. I want to get them to him as soon as possible. The prototype only works for so long. Alright, we heading back to your place for dinner or mine? Your place, your mom's ordering Thai tonight, right? He moved a few of the gears and rewired a couple of things, making sure to keep an eye on the spacing. Up. She's going to make you spend the night, ya? No. I had a feeling. Putting the finishing touches on the gloves and cleaning up his station didn't take long. Izuku did a few runs through the obstacle course, bringing his time down to 5 seconds. He could find a speed quirk to copy over sure, but he wanted to practice without, so he wasn't simply relying on the quirk. Dinner at May's was always chaotic. It was everyone for themselves, good luck at trying to be civilized. The only rule for dinner was that showers had to be taken. Haru, you little sheet. Give me the red curry. Akina threw a pillow at Haru, trying to grab her dish of curry. Ayako grabbed the dish before Haru face-planted, handing it to her twin. You think this was the first time Akina had red curry? Boten commented, dishing himself a portion. Says the but who had all the pad thai. Akina activated her quirk, scare, which makes those who make eye contact fear her. Keep that up and I'll trash your painting. And once again, Akina had struck the fear of God into someone. Boten gasped. You wouldn't dare. Wanna bet beach? As funny as it was, Izuku knew he should put a stop to it before the table got flipped. Again. Okay, enough you two. If you want to kill each other, don't do it in sight of Dai. The white-haired teen pointed to the youngest of the Hadasum clan, Dai, who was 3.5. The two warring siblings moved from the table and deeper into the house, most likely going to the gym to beat the ever-loving shit out of each other. Collecting the dishes and grabbing Dai from her high chair, Izuku moved into the kitchen proper and placed the stack of dishes in the sink. Let's find Pops and get you a bath, Missy. He tickled the toddler's stomach, making her giggle. Said toddler was covered in bits of her dinner, clothes stained with sauce. One of his favorite things about the Hadasum family was the house. For one, it was large enough to fit everyone and their needs comfortably, but still cozy. And it was never quiet, but the best? There were no spirits, meaning. He got to enjoy the living for once. Knocking on Fudo's workshop door, Izuku entered with light steps. The patriarch of the family, but not the head, that went to his wife, Jin. The pink-haired man put down the pair of bracers he was working on and turned his full attention to the boy he considered a son. Hey kiddo. I'm guessing it's bath time? Izuku hummed. Yeah. I'm going to check on Akina and Boten and make sure there's no hospital run tonight. The older man laughed. It was deep and rang like a hammer on steel. It fit him well. He took Dai from Izuku, and the toddler slapped a messy hand onto her father's cheek. Alright, go do some damage control. Fudo probably didn't mean damage control, as, I'm giving you free rein to beat the shit out of my kids. He really should have been more clear, to be honest. Akina had a busted nose, at least a bruised rib, along a broken finger. The most Boten gave her was a few bruises. Boten was worse off. He had 3 broken fingers, a couple of bite marks from where he didn't dodge quick enough, and a bruise on his head where Izuku slammed it into the mat. Akina, what have we learned today? The younger girl, by only a few months, sheepishly rubs the back of her neck. I'm not supposed to bite during spars, only the real-world application. What else? Don't piss us off the green bean, Botan adds, earning a smack across the back of the head. Not the point, but that works. Now go get cleaned up for bed. I'm gonna check on Mei then head out. Izuku makes his way to the garage, avoiding explosions as he goes. Hey Mei, I'ma head out. Check on Thanatos and all that. Take some of the leftovers home if you're not sticking around, Zoo. Izuku hums, making his way out and grabbing whatever is left from the hellspawn. Where do you think you're going, Izuku? Jin had caught him. Sheet. Home, I don't want to overstay my welcome. And I have leftovers, I'm good for a while until I need to cook. The cream-haired woman had a hand on her hip and a look that said she might drag him back into the house and a bed if she didn't like his reason. Jin knew what a losing battle looked like. She had 10 creative, chaos-making kids. You learn a thing or two. Alright, but I'm going to send Mei and Dai to check in by Thursday. They both knew what she meant. The teen gives a 2-finger salute. I hear you loud and clear, Jin. The older woman ruffles his hair. He's proud of himself for holding back a flinch. He knows neither Jin nor Fundo wants to hurt him, but some habits are hard to break when they've kept you alive. Izuku doesn't want to break his survival habits. It means he'll end up dead, even if it's only for a little while. Izuku made his way home in record time. Passing Tanaka-san on the way up, he waves to the old landlady. She was one of the few dead residents of the building who didn't die in a gruesome way. She just simply passed away in her sleep. Have a nice time out, dear? Yeah, I got a free dinner out of it, so I'd say it went pretty well. The elder hums. Kano's expecting rent on the 1st of next month, dear. Thanks for the warning, Tanaka-san. Have a nice night. He makes his way into the apartment quickly, not even sparing Haruto a glance. Locking up behind him is second nature at this point, slipping his shoes off as he does so. I'm home. Hey, Hina, sorry I was gone most of the day. He smiles at the younger girl. She was only 9 when she died. Izuku's glad the BSTRD's in jail. Even if he's her father. And puts away the leftovers. There's a knock at the door. Which strikes Izuku as odd. His neighbors don't care for the quirkless kid. Most think Inko's on a business trip anyways. And it's too late for Kano to come for the rent. It's not even the 1st of the month yet. Grabbing a serrated knife that he made, it was the first thing Mei showed him to make after finding him bleeding in an alley due to bullies. Opening the door large enough to slip the knife through, Izuku finally sees who's knocking on his demon door at 9 at night. It's a kid, a bloodied eyeless kid, but still a kid. Mister, can you help me? Izuku kneels to the kid's level. Him being eyeless has to be on the bottom of his list of scary sheet, if it even makes it. What do you need help with, little man? I can't find my mommy. Can you help? Yeah, just let me grab my coat. Izuku reaches out and ruffles the boy's hair. His hand comes back bloody. Odd, if his spirit is still bleeding, that means he died recently, at most a week ago. There might still be a body, and it's never a good idea to show a fresh spirit their corpse. They need to come to terms with their death on their terms. It'll happen, always does. Izuku grabbed the only thing he had left of his father, a long brown trench coat that smelled like smoke and cinnamon. It was the only thing that was left in the apartment after he left. Inko had thrown everything else out and would have done the same to the coat if Izuku hadn't shoved it into the back of his closet. He had no photos of the man. All he knew was that they shared the color and texture of his hair. Okay, little man, let's find your mommy. The teen links a hand with the child. The skin is still warm, like fading embers of a fire. It's a new experience for sure. Izuku's only used to meet the dead when they already know they're dead, so leading a freshly dead is something new, uncertain. He doesn't know how an adult would react. His first experience with this is a child. Most children can't wrap their heads around the concept of others being dead, let alone themselves. Do you know what your mommy was doing before you lost her? The boy nods, a few strands of blonde hair falling into his sockets. She wanted to see Acria at the hospital. He's super sick. The one place he never wants to go is the hospital. For one, he hasn't been treated in one since he was 4, and with being able to see the dead going to a place of mass death, and with the causes varying from spirit to spirit, it's just never a good idea. Taking a breath, Izuku prays to whatever gods may listen. He prays the hardest to Thanatos, Hades, and Anubis, that he doesn't have to get anywhere in at least a mile radius of the hospital. It doesn't take too long to get to the death site, maybe 15 minutes with a quick train ride. It's closer to the hospital than he would like, but maybe he won't have to go in. Izuku kneels, meeting Aichi's height. He notes that the name means wisdom and that this boy had a future ahead of him, possibly a bright one. Izuku notes the car, smashed in the windshield with a tree branch going into the back of the car on the passenger side. He hates that his brain already linked the dots, now he just needs to confirm. Making his way around, having Sir Nunnos keep an eye on Aichi, the kid doesn't need to see his corpse, or possibly his mother's. He goes to the passenger side first, and he was right. Aichi's was thrown across the back seat, the branch spearing through the boy's eyes. Now he knows why the ghost has no eyes. His mother is nowhere to be found, which means she's still alive and was brought to the hospital. As he gets closer to the God's Forsaken building, the number of ghosts, and the gruesomeness of injuries, both the lethal and non. He hates how they reach and salivate at him like a piece of meat, and they're starving animals, he supposes they are in a sense. Izuku grips Aichi's hand tighter. He cannot lose the boy. The entire reason he's even getting within a foot of the place is to help the boy. He will not fail, not like he did others. Izuku, why are they staring? The kid's terrified just like him, but Izuku can't show fear. He cannot fail again. They aren't used to being seen, little man. Ignore them, they won't hurt you. They're after me, not a freshly made ghost. Go unspoken, as if he speaks it aloud, it will become truth. Izuku wants the comfort of lies tonight. Entering the hospital in full, the first thing to hit is the bitter, acrid smell of antiseptic. The fluorescent lights burn his eyes and make him look ashen. The smell of rot is mixed in. It brings a small comfort to the teen. He knows a third of the waiting room is dying tonight, or within the week to 2. The pair move with more grace than one would expect from a teen and his invisible package. The receptionist looks up from her nails, her red hair casting a shadow on her face, nearly hiding the disinterest on her face. Yes. He hates her voice. He grates on his ears like nails on a chalkboard. I would like to know where my aunt is. The woman stares daggers at him. Name, kid? Shoji Ami. Mama's name is Shoji Ami. Aichi adds when he notices Izuku can't fill in the blank. Shoji Ami, ma'am. Room 752, 5th floor. Nodding and giving a short bow, Izuku speeds away towards the elevator. Multiple ghosts reach for him, arms gray and bloodied. One is missing his left arm altogether. A couple of brush against him, and unlike the nice comforting breeze which one could compare to a chill summer breeze, these touches strike pain wherever contact is made. He needs to get out of this mass of dead and arms. He needs to complete this request. He can't fail Nari again. Nari's dead, you fool. You already failed her 6 years ago. He can't even smell the bitter antiseptic that burns his nose anymore. All he can smell, taste, and feel is rot. He's relieved Aichi's already dead as he knows the grip he has the younger boy in would bruise. Yanking them both into the elevator as soon as it opened enough to fit his body through. The momentum and force Izuku carried bumped him into a boy his age, with 6 arms and taller than him, most people are, with gray hair and eyes, wearing a blue face mask that covered down to his neck. He looks like Aichi. Big brother Mizo. That's my brother Izuku. Oh, seems that he failed another child in their family. He can't do anything right, can he? Guess he is a Deku after all. Moving past Mizo, he mumbles an apology and presses the button for the 5th floor. The ICU is the entire reason Izuku hates hospitals. It's where many go to die after all. Izuku leads the younger boy to his mother's room as soon as the elevator opens. With one last ruffle of blonde hair, Izuku turns and leaves Aichi to watch over his mother. Okay, little man. This is your stop if you need to hang out anytime, just come on by. He didn't fail this time and it fills him with hope. The first thing Izuku did when he got home was to toe off his shoes, take off his coat, and collapse into the couch cushions. He needs to sleep for a week. Shoyuda was out of good coffee, and in turn in a bad mood. He hates the shitty police station coffee. It's too DMN watery. Tsukachi was about to bang his head against the desk if his face was anything to go by. That white-haired kid is still stuck in his head. It's illogical to care this much about one kid. He reminds him of Oboro. What are you stuck on? The detective sighed. You know that new vigilante Thanatos? They've been running circles around us, and there's a kid that's around once or twice. They seem to know each other. The kid has white hair and green eyes and looks about 12 or so. He's always hanging around rooftops, around Thanatos patrol route. Well shit, guess he found the kid. I know the kid. Not his name, but he frequents a cat cafe Monday and Wednesdays. It's called Whipped Cream and Whiskers. He orders an extra-large coffee with 4 espresso shots and some type of pastry every time he comes in. He's there for most of the day on Wednesdays, only 3 hours give or take on Mondays. Tsukachi PPS a brow. You memorized a random kid's order and schedule? Habits of being an underground hero, Tsukachi. Tsukachi hums. Alright, can you talk with the kid at any point? Yeah, as soon as I leave here. He should be hanging around that poetry shop I found him at the first time. I'll ask him his name this time around. Izuku was hanging out on top of the poetry shop again. Thanatos had been dealing with the police and Eraserhead more recently. Seems like they finally caught onto his friend's escapades. Speaking of heroes. Hey, Eraserhead. Still having trouble catching Thanatos? How the hell you know that kid? The older underground hero sat next to him. He hadn't been at Whipped Cream and Whiskers in a while. That's a good friend. Helps out those the heroes don't care about. Well, except for underground. You guys care for us, scum. Sheet, he just has to open his big mouth, huh? Scum? Kid, you're not scum. Izuku scoffed, as the 3 shadows he'd gotten used to did the same and kept an eye on the older male, surprised. Izuku always seemed to find those who would do him some good, even if he didn't know it. Bullshit, this entire society views those with weak quirks, villainous quirks, mutant quirks, or gods forbid no quirks as those less than, or don't matter at all. Eraserhead hummed. You're not wrong, but still, kid, you're a good kid. Quirks are just a tool. Izuku shrugged. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but most of society is still headstrong on flashy quirks are. The only good ones. So how did you meet Thanatos? Oh, I was stargazing on my roof. He thought I was a jumper, which I'm not. Izuku made sure to reassure the older male. He hadn't wanted to jump in a while. You all right at home, kid? Oh yeah, my mom just works a lot. I've got friends that come over, or I got over there once or twice a week. Shoyuta noted that the kid was a pretty good liar. He probably would have believed it if he wasn't trained by Nizu. He knows better than to bring it up right now. The kid's opening up, no need for him to lock down again. Ichim, you're aiming for you, right? Up. I plan on possibly doing a triple course in Gen Ed, support, and business. I want to cover all my bases if I plan on helping those in the underground. This kid should never meet Nizu without someone, most likely Shoyuta, as he can keep up with Nizu, to chaperone. There was no way in hell these two are meeting alone for as long as Shoyuta can help it. Are you trying to end up dead before your first semesters are over? Heh, as if death would stop Izuku. Don't you dare, voidling. Munin spoke. Sheet. Guess he can't do that without parameters. At all would be better, you know. Eraserhead chimed in. Looks like he mumbled again. You're not my dad, nor my teacher as you teach class 1A, so you can't do shit about it. Also, my name's Drogo Alaster, since you look like you've been wanting to ask this entire time. And with that bombshell, Izuku jumped over the side, grabbed the fire escape, and vanished into the shadows. Holy shit, Drogo's a problem child and isn't even in his class, let alone aiming for it. He fears for Hayazahai, Power Loader, and Midnight if Midoriya goes through with his triple course plan. There's no question in Shuta's mind if the kid will get in, he'd eat his capture scarf if the kid didn't. His patrol was already finished, so he would just drop off what he knows and try to talk to Nizu about this genius that's somehow swept under the radar. Shoyuta has an idea as to why but doesn't want to entertain that thought. Shoyuta made his way home in record time. Hiyashi was laying on the couch with BSD on his stomach. Hey Sho, how was patrol? Shoyuta picked up his husband's legs and sat down before letting go. Alright, didn't catch Thanatos, but I did finally meet the kid from the roof again. Name's Drogo Alaster, he's trying for you, hey, in 3 months. Hizashi sat up, waking BSRD, who ran off to their bedroom. Really? What is the little listener trying for? Every course but heroics. He wants to go for a triple course, which no one's done before. The kid might even strike fear into the rat, who knows? Really? Shoyuta glares at his husband, quirk activated, bringing Zashi's volume down back to normal. Yeah, seems that the kid wants to challenge himself. He also knows Thanatos pretty well, which caught me off guard. Originally thought they just met in passing once, seems like those two meet up regularly. Could he be a vigilante? No, the kid seems the more of the behind-the-screen type. The two men lapsed in comfortable silence, with the T-V being the only noise. Izuku knew he couldn't go under his real name. He told Eraserhead a fake name that Uncle Jiren helped him make papers for. Making his way through the alleys and rooftops to get to his uncle's business, it'd be utterly stupid to sleep in the same place you make deals with those who could kill you without thought after all. It was laughably easy to close to his uncle's place without any of his clients noticing. Making his way down the side of the building, Izuku opened the window and bent his body in a way he probably shouldn't be and crawled just outside his uncle's office. Pulling his leg back and grabbed one of his knives, serrated and hooked so when someone pulls it out, it'd be worse than going in. And kicked the door down, throwing his knife as soon as he had an opening. Hey UNC, I need some papers. His uncle's client ducked and the knife hit the wall behind him, making another gouge in the wall. The client has white hair and is textured like Izuku's own, yet instead of Viking braids, it's in a simple braided bun. His eyes remind Izuku of Thanatos, the blood-red most pre-quirk people would associate with a vampire. Sorry UNC. Didn't realize you had a client. I'll wait outside. The client turned fully to Izuku. He was about 6 feet 8 inches, also the tallest non-quirk-based person he's seen, and was wearing all black with gold accents. Izuku. OF-, how does one of UNC's clients know his name? UNC's careful with personal sheet show how in the F-? He's your father, sapling. Cernus's voice cut through Izuku's panicked confusion. He knows the inhabitants would never lie, they would die before that. He just wants to make sure. Who the hell is he UNC? Jiren sighs, taking a long drag from his cigar. Your father, Brett. I'm guessing Inko never told ya? Izuku scoffed. Please, she hasn't been home much for a couple of years. She finally left a couple of months ago. She left. His father's voice is cold and he swears he can see embers of a flame flutter out of his mouth. Yeah, I was misdiagnosed as quirkless and still am legally, so I mean, it was just a waiting game of when she left, to be honest. So, you're my dad? Where the hell you been? The older male rubs the back of his neck. I've been trying to tear down the commission and reform society-biased views, and by trying to do so, the commission had put a bounty on my head. I had to leave. I would have taken you with me if I knew how Inko would turn out when you were misdiagnosed. Jiren smiled and ruffled his nephew's hair. Alright Brett, what you mean about needing papers? I might have told underground hero Eraserhead that I'm doing a triple course at UA under the fake name Drogo Alaster. So, I need some good fake papers. Possibly might have to put down Jin and Fundo as emergency contacts. It's odd to have none. The gray-haired man grunts, gesturing at the younger with his cigar. Yeah, and what'll you do about that hair? It's distinct. Plans to dye all but the roots and do Viking braids. It's been a while since I've had Viking braids. Jiren takes a draw from his cigar. Alright, I'ma let you know that a triple course load is insane, but then again here you are at 4 in the morning, talking to me. And that vigilante you are always hanging out with was here not too long ago getting papers for the same thing. Your uncle's right, a triple course load is going to be harder than most would be up for, but given you want to go for it, I'm going to. Guess you'd like the challenge. It'd be nice to be challenged for once, given Aldra had been lowering my grades for years. The quirkless can't outdo the quirked kids after all. And no Dad, you can't just burn down the school, go the legal route. Fine, but you're coming home with me. You need to get a bit more meat on your bones, being that skinny isn't healthy. Plus you need to meet your brother. The reason I took him was that Inko despised his quirk, and he had a hard time controlling it. He's gotten able to pinpoint how much he decays over the years. You may know him as Thanatos. Holy Mother FNG sheet, his brother is Thanatos? As in the super cool vigilante with the decay quirk? I'm guessing Inko didn't like his quirk due to it not being hero material? I remember her ranting when she got drunk about how she was glad that I didn't get a quirk as, no quirk is better than villains. I was pretty confused about why she would be happy about me being quirkless. She hated it any other time. Inko's a heartless beach. Now that got a giggle out of Izuku. His father has left after that, giving privacy for the uncle and nephew to finish up their exchange. I'll get those papers to ya by the end of the week, brat. Now go spend some time with Hisashi and Tamura. You need more family than just the Hatsums, you know. Izuku hummed, a light tune. Yeah, me and Tamura going under the same last name? Makes it easier on me, kid, so yes whether you like it or not. With the exchange finished and the promise of papers and family, Izuku left his uncle's office and stepped in time with his dad. Holy shit, he had a dad now. He didn't have to remember him by a coat anymore. Who had moved off the wall he was leaning on as soon as Izuku stepped out. So, any plans on what you'll do for the partial section of the support exam? Yeah, for support I made Tamura a pair of gloves that have the finger pads retract back into the glove itself at the touch of a button. If he's going for the hero course, he can't waste precious seconds taking off his gloves. People will end up dead. I was wondering how made Tomu's gloves. I'm impressed by how well made they are. What? Someone was impressed with him? No one was ever impressed with Izuku before. The Hatsums don't count. May already gushed about him before he even met her family. Oh, thanks. Why are you impressed? All I did was help my brother. Izuku, you didn't know he was your brother at the time. You simply saved someone trying to save the people society doesn't care for. And you made those gloves without expecting anything for them. You helped simply out of your own heart and knowledge of how those viewed less by society are viewed. That's admirable, kiddo. Izuku didn't know how to respond. This whole thing was new to him, so he just nods. Hisashi claps his hands, Izuku flinching at the noise. A minute. Keep that up and you be left alone again. Like you should be, Deku. Hisashi notices but doesn't call attention to it. He knows better than to. Maybe he could recommend his boys go see Hound Dog? Hisashi knows Hound Dog would never hurt children, even though society labels villains. He helps them and builds them better instead. Time to steer the conversation to an easier topic. The father and son duo got into the black car Hayashi owned and started home. What would you like for dinner, Izuku? Oh, sweet potato curry sounds good. I haven't been able to make it in a while. Alright, so I know you were misdiagnosed. So what quirk do you have? I currently have 5. I inherited both your quirks, and yes, I know about One for All and the story behind it. Velis told me once I finally broke her down from pestering her so much. I also got a quirk I named Void from Inko's grandmother, which allows me to see the dead, spirits, and just general horrors of the world. The other 3 are an evolved longevity quirk into an immortality one. Found that out in a roundabout way. That's for sure an Inko's quirk along with your fire breathing. Hisashi was silent for a few minutes. Oh shit, did Izuku just break his dad after meeting him like 10 minutes ago? I never knew All for One could be inherited given that I still have it, but then again it's common for parents and children to share quirks or those close. And don't think I didn't notice that you tested your immortality quirk, Izuku. I would like to talk about that at some point, but only when you're ready. I wonder how it evolved, possibly the boost from AFO? That might need to be tested at a later date. I'd imagine that you got Inko's quirk along with fire breathing just by the time you spent around us. And the doctor you went to used the double joint test. I had a feeling you would want to talk about that, and that's my best guess. But yeah, Dr. Tsubasa used the double-jointed test when he should have done blood testing. But I guess it worked out in the end. Hisashi sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Not the point, kiddo. You shouldn't have gone through that. Doesn't matter, it happened and it's going to stay that way as I can't change my legal status given that the whole, I'm a late bloomer, thing stopped working once I turned 11. Alright, we're here. I'll get started on dinner and you can go up and play video games with Tamura. He knows you're coming. I wouldn't throw a knife at his head though. You might kill him. Noted. The house is 2 floors and looks to fit about 4 bedrooms. Making his way inside, Izuku subconsciously catalogued all the exits, even those that most wouldn't consider one. Climbing the stairs, Izuku followed the yelling of his older brother. Seems like he was losing whatever game he was playing. Knocking before entering the room, Izuku was met with a low-lit large room. A futon was in the corner with 4 monitors set up to the right of it and against the right wall. On the left was every console known to man, even some Izuku didn't know about. Bookshelves lined the walls full of game cases and a plethora of manga that changed genre on a whim based on how they were organized. "Hey, Izuku. Good to see you again." Tamura paused the game he was playing, Mario Kart 7, and turned to the younger of the brothers. Izuku waved shyly. "Hey, do you like the gloves for your costume?" "Yeah, I'm going to use them for my official costume once I pass the heroics course." Tamura's hands went clear of gloves. Seems that he only wears them in public as to not scare people? That's something to look into. And his nails were painted a shimmery blue color with the thumb painted gold. His hair was damp, must have gotten out of the shower recently. "Really? I mean, the first version of them is made out of junk parts, so I'll remake them once I have used quality materials. I'm guessing underground, given the whole vigilante thing." Tamura chuckles. It reminds Izuku of crunching leaves in autumn. "Ding, I knew you were a smart kid. Had to be to make the gloves, but able to figure I was plucking underground just based on being a vigilante? No wonder you want to do a triple course." Izuku waved him off and picked up one of the controllers strewn about. "Yeah, Dad's making dinner right now and I want to kick your butt in Mario Kart." Tamura scoffed. "You're on Zoo." Izuku could get used to having people looking out for him again. Dinner was pleasant, not as chaotic as it was at the Hatsums, but he supposes 3 people can't make as much chaos at dinner as 13 people. At least not at dinner. "So, you boys have a month until the entrance exams. Izuku, even though you're not gearing for the hero course, exercising would be a good thing to start up." Wiping his mouth on a napkin, Izuku hummed. "I'm already doing training. Mostly stealth, speed, agility, and flexibility with a decent amount of strength training. Just enough to throw a good punch or kick. Once the sports festival comes around, I might try and get into the hero course and do all 4 courses. I've got all the time in the world anyways." Tamura started coughing, taking a drink of water when he could. "You're going for all 4 courses by the sports festival? People rarely do 2 courses, let alone 4 zoo. I know you want the challenge and have all the time anyone could ask for, but you need to pace yourself. If you go at the speed you're implying, you'll be down with everything up to 2nd years at the minimum by the end of the 1st year." "I'm taking that as a challenge, Tomo." "Please don't," Tamura and Hisashi begged. "Too late, I'm doing all 4 courses." Tamura dropped his head against the table with a thunk. "We've created a monster dad." Hisashi chuckled. It reminded Izuku of curling up near a warm fire with a cup of cocoa. "We didn't create him, Tomo. We simply released his knowledge to the world." "That makes it worse, somehow. Can we stop talking like I'm going to take over the world by next Tuesday? If anything, I'd go slow with it so it looks like nothing's changing." "I spoke too soon." Izuku stood and collected the plates before dropping them in the sink. Tamura moved upstairs as soon as his dishes were collected. "Don't even think about it, young man. Go have fun." "I can do the dishes, Dad." "I'm not saying you can't, Izuku. But you don't need to do everything anymore. A family shares the burden of the chores." Izuku shrugged, terribly confused. He knew that's how other people's families worked, but he and Inko hadn't been like that for years, so this was new and uncharted territory. Might as well go along with it and learn the rules before trying to be himself again. Time to wear the Aldra mask again. Nodding, Izuku moved around his father and up the stairs to his room. Locking the door behind him and shoving the desk chair underneath the doorknob and laid on the bed. Most of his stuff is still in the apartment, meaning he'd have to convince Hisashi to get his stuff. He hopes it's still there, someone new might have moved in. He knew the landlord at the apartment complex disliked him. He took up an apartment he could give to a quirked family after all. He knew he had to get his stuff. Problem was that Hisashi didn't want to deal with him. Why else send him to his room? Getting off his bed, Izuku opened the window and looked out. Yeah, he could make that jump to the tree. Climbing out with his backpack and phone, Izuku made his way down and started the trek back to the apartment. It took longer than Izuku would have liked, but at least he had all his stuff now packed away in a couple of duffel bags. You should have told Hisashi where you were going, Sprout. He cares. Sir Nunnos chimed in. He doesn't care. He just wants to look like a saint for taking in a quirkless CERN. Little Fox, I understand this is new, but he truly does care. Both of them do. Instead of responding, Izuku entered the train which would take him back to his new prison. Home, you fool. It's home. The train ride was a blur. Izuku only knew he was back at Hayashi's when he walked through the front door and was scooped up in a hug. Kiddo, where the hell did you go? I wanted to grab my stuff. I didn't know if the apartment was going to be cleared out or not. Hisashi sighed, a few embers flying out with the exhaled breath. Izuku, you could have asked me and I would have brought you and we could have gotten your things. You scared me and Tamura just vanishing like that. Oh, Inko never cared if he just up and left. It's why he was able to venture out at night without a care in the world. This was new. It wasn't like the suffocating care Inko started with when he was first told of the diagnosis, nor was it the harsh hate. This reminded him of the Hatsums and how while yes they're chaotic, they cared for each other without thought. Was this what family was like? Caring without conditions? Oh kiddo. Just give me a warning next time you want to get out and a general time you'll be back around. Yeah, Dad doesn't need to destroy all of Japan looking for Yuzu. Izuku giggled, he was crying so it wasn't the best sound in the world. It was better than blood-soaked socks, that's for sure. Alright, I think it's time all of us curl up on the couch and watch a movie, yeah? Hitoshi hated how biased the exam was. His quirk couldn't do anything against robots. He was so happy that he learned self-defense and was able to grab that busted stop sign the explosive Pomeranian busted. He barely scraped by, with only 5 villain points but 35 rescue points. You passed, Toshi. I'm super proud of you. His mama Shinso Rai commented. His mom, Seiki, hugged him tightly. Mom, I can't breathe. Oh, sorry, Toshi. His mom had light blue hair, like the summer sky with amber eyes. She was 6 feet 1 inch and her quirk, called Seer, allowed her to dream walk. Rai on the other hand was only 5 feet 5 inches and had black hair and violet eyes, with black wolf ears and tail. Her quirk called Leakin gave her the traits of a wolf. It's alright, Mom. I'm just surprised I got in. At least I won't have to go the sports festival route now. Rai hummed, dishing out some miso soup and pork dumplings. Did you meet anyone during the exam? Oh, did Toshi make friends? Hitoshi rubbed the back of his neck. I helped a guy. Didn't catch his name, all I know is that he has a decay quirk. Well, let's just hope he gets in. Then you'll know someone in the course. Seiki commented. Dinner was a quick affair. His mama worked the night shift at the museum as security. So she was mostly around during the day and after school, while his mom was around at night. Hitoshi knew Mei was trying for the support course. She'd get in without even trying. He'd be more terrified if she didn't get in. Mei would make a pretty scary villain, most of her family would. The pink-haired girl had mentioned a green bean once or twice. Supposedly he was a kid that cleaned that trash beach. The kid's probably got a strength quirk or something. He should try and get some sleep. Mom would kill him if he ran off of coffee for a week again. Tamura sighed, why robots? Yeah, he could take them down just fine, but still. Most people can't just decay a robot and move on. He's glad Izuku was going the sports festival route. Gives him more time to analyze the hero course kids. Go! As soon as the words left Present Mic's mouth, Tamura was off. He knew better than to wait for speech that the test was starting now. In the field, you had to be ready to go at the drop of the hat. Not when the teacher says ready. Tamura had a decent heading and already racked up 4 points just from 1-pointers alone. The teen knew not to take out every robot in sight. He didn't need his fellow testers turning on him for wiping the board of points. And he only needed 40 total to pass anyways. That bit of information took Izuku nearly a week to gain as he didn't want to get on Nizu's radar before even getting in the door of Yudere, or at all for that matter. Bakugou had no care in the world for the other testers, he simply wanted to rack up points. He even shoved a purple-haired kid down. Tamura moved over and offered a hand. Hey, you've got a pretty good idea with the stop sign. I'm guessing a mental quirk. The down boy took his hand, and Tamura pulled him up with ease. Yeah. Thanks for the help. Looks like the kid wasn't used to being helped. Probably had to do with his quirk. Dismissing the thought for now, Tamura got back into the fray of robots and ashes. He had racked up 50 points in total when the 0-pointer came out. A girl with a short brown bob was stuck under some rubble. He couldn't decay the 0-pointer, might be able to do the rubble. It doesn't matter what he does as long as he does something. Pulling a move that would have him grounded from the upcoming convention, Tamura decayed the rubble and grabbed the girl, tugged her out of the 0-pointer's path. Thank you so much. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Oh god, this girl was way too cheery. Tamura picked at his fingers, decaying the skin slightly. Drogo Kenji, pleasure. With a smile that held too much emotion, Uraraka got whisked away by Recovery Girl. You need healing, Sonny? No, it's just some cuts and scraps. I need to catch up with my brother anyways. Alright then. Tamura Kenji left the testing area and made his way to the support building. Izuku had already taken his Gen Ed and business exam the week before. He still had to wait for his results given he was also gearing for support, but the wait would be worth it. Hey Ken. Izuku, well Tamura supposes it's Alaster now, waved him over. He was with Mei. Hey, you two, how'd the practical go? Oh, power loader like the gloves. He said they could be modified for other 5-finger activated quirks and mutations. Tamura ruffled Izuku Alaster's hair, which was dyed green except for the roots and styled in Viking braids. Mei was covered in grease and by the looks of it gasoline. Did you make the jetpack, Mei? The young mechanic nodded enthusiastically. Up. And it only exploded once. Tamura snorted. Alright, come on you gremlins. Dad wanted me to feed you before we went home, said we all deserved ice cream for trying the exams. Oh, can I get cookie dough? I want a sundae. Tamura waved his hands. Yeah, you can get whatever you want as long as you don't make my wallet cry. With cheers of happiness, the Chaos Gremlins Tamura called younger siblings ran off, speeding away like they both had speed-based quirks. Shaking his head fondly, Tamura jogged to catch up. I'm not going to buy you ice cream if you run off, gremlins, he shouted after them. Mei looked over her shoulder and stuck her tongue out at him. I'd like to see you try, dry lips. Oh, it's on. The 3 hopefuls came home with dopey grins and grass stains. Hisashi laughed at them when they walked through the door. I see you 3 had a game of tag, yeah? The gremlins started it. Did not. You're the one who said not to run off. Mei squabbled. And you're the one who stuck their tongue out at me. Then how did Izuku get his shirt wet? He threw ice cream at me, so I threw him in the pond. Hisashi sighed and pinched his nose. Alright, get washed up and changed. I'll throw those in the laundry. Want takeout for dinner? Yeah. Can we get pad thai? Sure, and don't try and bring the house down, Mei. It took a week for the letters to get there. The family of 3, living anyway, were at the Hatsums and Tamura opened his first. The disc fell onto the table and activated, showing All Might in all his shitty glory. Hello Drogo Kenji. You scored 35 villain points and 20 rescue points, making your total score for the practical exam 55 points. Now, for the written portion, you scored a 78%, which places you in 5th. This is your Hero Academia, Young Drogo. A scoreboard popped up showing the scores of the exam. Bakugou Katsuki was in first with 80 villain point and 0 rescue. Ida Tenya was in second with 68 villain and 10 rescue. Ashido Mina was in third with 50 villain and 5 rescue. The list went on longer, but Tamura couldn't care to scroll through the board. He'll just figure out who were decent people the day off. Oh god, I hate his voice. Tamura recoiled at the volume of All Might's voice and tone. It was like nails on a chalkboard. Well, I placed first in all the written portions and first in the practical for support. Izuku commented. I placed second. Hayashi lifted his son onto his shoulders at his comment. My sons are Udata students. This calls for a celebration. The Hadasum clan cheered with the patriarch of the Midoriya family. A party was in full swing not even half an hour later. Jin had ordered every takeout imaginable and all of it was gone by the end of the night. The Hadisums knew how to party, that's for sure. Monday was the first official day of classes. The orientation was something Izuku nor Mei wanted to do ever again. The week before they moved into the dorms, which didn't take as long as Izuku Alaster thought it would. He had a room in each of his course's dorms, meaning he can rotate once a month. Hey, you have homeroom with Power Loader Sensei today, right? Mei asked, poking his cheek. Yup, then I have management and mathematics, then coding and English today, which is more of a free PRD than anything, meaning I could work on Ken's gear. Didn't Ken say that he had heroics today? Alaster scowled. Yeah, and Aldi teaches it. Eraserhead would be a better teacher by far. You're not wrong. From what you told me, he'd teach them how to fight quirkless, which is good no matter what type of hero you want to be. The pair took seats in the far left corner, Mei on the outside and Alaster on the inside. Mei made sure no one would touch her brother. Most of their class hadn't shown up yet, so Mei took out a fidget cube to keep her hands busy without trying to break into the lab behind them. Alaster had hacked into the cameras just outside the room, tapping Mei on the shoulders 6 times in quick succession when he saw Power Loader come into view. Sensei in 5. He whispered, getting 3 quick taps and 2 slow taps in response. Oh, I didn't realize I would have students come in so early. Mind telling me your names? Hadisum Mei and Drogo Alaster, Sensei. Mei spoke for both of them, Alaster watching the cameras and door for their classmates. Power Loader sighed. Right, the 2 kids who got first and second. Hey, Drogo, how are the other renditions of the gloves coming along? Alaster hummed, tapping 3 times on his desk. He means good, Sensei. He's not really in the mood to talk today. That's alright, everyone on staff knows JSL due to present mics, so there'll be no trouble communicating. The bell rang with a shriek, spooking Alaster. Luckily he didn't jump, just a flinch. Mei grabbed his hand and squeezed it 4 times. He squeezed back once. He'll be alright as long as there are no explosions today. The rest of the class coming through the door was a loud affair. Alaster noted any obvious quirks, then tried breaking down the rest of them. The one thing that throws him for a loop is a girl with blocky blood-red high tops and a red 5-pointed star, just like his own. He'd be able to know the basics of his classmates' quirks by the end of homeroom. Power Loader clapped his hands, drawing the attention of his rowdy classmates. Alright, all of you already have your schedules and know where you're going if you need to change classrooms at all. So let me get through roll call and then you can get started on any projects you have. Alaster knew better than to block out the roll call. He needed to be able to put names to quirks after all, and there was no way he was asking them. He doesn't trust any of them, but Mei and Kikuchi both know what it's like to have a weak quirk, or none at all. As soon as Sensei had finished the roll call, Kikuchi had moved over to the desk in front of the pair. I like your shoes. I'm glad to see a fellow quirkless. Glad you like them. Same to you. Both of their voices were quiet, loud enough to carry between the 3 of them but no farther. Kikuchi glanced at Mei's 5-pointed blue star on the silver chain around her neck. Call me Mana, we're Reds after all. Alaster nodded. Alaster and Mei then. You want to hang out this weekend? Are you going to the funeral? Wouldn't miss it. He hated the funerals at first, he thought they were to mourn. But in reality, a quirkless funeral is one where you celebrated the life your comrade had, telling stories and getting to know them by visiting places they cherished. Most funerals took a few days. That was one of the few advantages of being quirkless. No one cared if you just fell off the face of the earth for a few days. The bell signaled the end of homeroom, and Alaster swung his bag over his shoulder and made his way to management and mathematics, which were taught by ectoplasm. Are you sure you should be here, kid? This is business course. A kid with black hair asked, getting too close for anyone's comfort. Sir Nunnos stood between the older student and Alaster, Velis curled tightly around her little fox's body, fur raised. Why can't he feel anything? Is he breathing? Did he do something wrong? He looks like a first year. This is a second-year course. Stop crowding the kid. You're gonna give him a panic attack, Kino. The sea of ghosts and limbs finally broke, and there stood ectoplasm. Sir Nunnos and Velis growled at the teacher, who took a step back when he noticed he was too close. Ectoplasm moved to take his coat off and Alastor flinched. He f'd up. Ectoplasm's going to yell at him because he can't hit him with so many witnesses. Hey Squirt. I'm going to wrap you up in my coat and bring you to Recovery Girl. All right. Don't touch, you can't touch me. I'm bad, can't be touched. You'll lose. Alastor tapered off near the end, making it too quiet for Ectoplasm to hear. Laying the coat over the kid's shoulder, Ectoplasm scooped up the kid and made a clone to watch the class. Don't think we aren't going to talk about this later. Ectoplasm spoke to the entire class on that threat. He swears these kids have no tact. The pair, really a quintet since there was now a sky blue-haired ghost following them along with the ever-present Velis and Sir Nunnos. It didn't take long for the group to get to Recovery Girl's office. Chio, I have a student here who was being harassed by my third and second year business kids for being a first year in a traditionally second year and above course. His name's Drogo Alastor. Yes. I have his older brother here due to Bakugou Katsuki taking it too far in the hero versus villains lesson All Might decided to give today. Isn't that meant to be later in the year, at least the quirk use portion? Yeah, it is. I already yelled at All Might for it. Aizawa added from where he was sitting near Drogo Kenji's bed. Ectoplasm chuckled as he placed down the younger of the two Drogos. I'm surprised you stuck around once Kenji got here, Shoyuta. Kid was badly injured due to a teacher's, if All Might can even be called that, negligence. Now, you said Alastor had a panic attack? Yeah, and he kept saying he couldn't be touched, that he was bad? He said I'd lose something, but I didn't hear the rest of it. Why are you talking about my brother? Kenji questioned as he pushed himself into a sitting position. Your brother had a panic attack when his classmates crowded him asking him why he was there. He mentioned that I couldn't touch him a few times? Kenji scoffed. AL's quirkless. There's the myth of if you touch a quirkless you'd lose your quirk or whatever. I was more scared of decaying the poor gremlin than losing my quirk when I touched him, so it never mattered to me. Plus, he's had some bad experiences with school in general. Kids barely spoken above a whisper all day. And according to May, he's been using Morse code to talk to her. I haven't seen him that deeply regressed since Dad got custody of him a couple of months ago. That poor kid's been through the ringer, Chio commented. Why is he going for a triple course, Drogo? Aizawa questioned, keeping his volume low. Wants a challenge. His old teachers lowered his grades, and before you ask, my dad's handling it. And to make it worse, the little sheet's been bored. How does that make it worse? Alastor learned 7 languages within a week because he had nothing better to do, which brought his language count to him being fluent in 20 languages. Oh, at least that explains why he's in a second and third year course. He has plans to finish the entire year by the end of the first semester. And to get into the hero course at the sports festival. That's more my fault given that I dared him, he couldn't do it, and this is the consequence of that. This kid's going to be the bane of the entire staff's existence. Aizawa groaned. I'm scared to ask what languages he knows now. Ectoplasm added. It should be on file. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not listing everything this kid speaks, because the number I gave you was the last time he ever updated me on what he knows. Knowing him, it's bigger now. Why hasn't the kid taken over the world yet? Aizawa asked. Kenji shrugged. Dad said he couldn't put any plans into motion until graduation. It's another reason he was to speedrun the coursework. He needed to put a cap on it or Al would have done it already, albeit slower than most would. Stop telling my plans to the staff, Ken. The language Alastor spoke was one none of the adults in the room knew. Sheet. I didn't know you were gonna respawn so soon, Al. Kenji replied in Greek. Alastor raised a brow. I'm going to kick your butt for telling them that. I'm still woozy from Recovery Girl, I can't help it. Okay, can you two speak in a language everyone in the room knows? Aizawa grumbled. Sorry, sensei. Both brothers replied, glaring at each other. Alright, Kenji, you're good enough to go back to class. Alastor, would you like to go back yourself? Recovery Girl said, softly. I should be fine, miss, as long as I'm not crowded again. Wow, those business kids did a number on you, Squirt. Izuku looked out of the corner of his eye to see a lean, tall sky blue-haired teen in the uniform with blue eyes who was leaning on a quarterstaff. Hey, this whole being seemed things new for me. Name's Oboro. He's not surprised. But hey, at least Oboro looks like a person. He needed more ghosts to take looked like humans instead of saw levels of body horror. It was lunch when Izuku finally got the chance to talk to the older boy. So, I'm guessing you died during your work studies given that would be one of the few times you could. Oboro laughed. It reminded Izuku of birds soaring across the sky. Spot on, Squirt. So I take it you're not quirkless? Legally, yes, as I missed the late bloomer stage, but in practice nope. Huh, and that Kenji guy? My actual brother, Cloud Boy. Couldn't fake that without years of practice. So, you're a support, gen ed and business kid? Demon, talk about being a nerd. I can and will stop talking to you and ignore your entire existence. He hates what that nickname digs up. Oboro put his hands up. Okay, won't call you a nerd then. Izuku ate his meal of miso soup and steak in peace. Tamura and Mei had decided to eat in the cafeteria and Izuku wanted as much peace as he could get, so eating on the roof would have to do. Why do we keep meeting on rooftops, kid? Why do you keep finding me on them, Oboro snorted. Holy shit, Squirt. I haven't seen anyone talk back to Sho in a while. You've got some sass if you're brave enough to talk back to Sho, though. Kid, we need to talk about why you jumped off a roof right in front of me. We were done talking, so I went home. Simple as that. Aizawa sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. A lot of the teachers seem to be doing that now. Problem child, you want to get into the hero course by winning the sports festival, right? Whatever training you and Kenji are doing now isn't going to cut it. You've gotten used to fighting each other. By that logic, I could help you. Alastair flinched at the moniker. He wasn't even Aizawa's student and the man had already labeled him as a problem child? That was never a good thing. Only if you help Ken. He's got plans to go underground, and you're the only underground teacher here. Alright, meet me in Gym Gamma at 2:30 sharp. If you're not there, the offer's gone. And with those words, Aizawa left the pair of living and dead in peace. Izuku waved Mei on. Go to the dorms, I'll be alright, Mei. His sister in all but blood gave him a tight hug. Alright, I had plans to work on Styx anyways. Styx was one of the babies they had made together. It was a challenge to cut it down to the size of a smartphone. It nearly took them a month because they didn't have the right parts. Alastair made his way inside to the commons rooms of the Class 1A dorms, spotting his brother grouped with a boy with a bird head and sentient quirk by the name of Dark Shadow. If the quiet scold was anything to go by. Kenji smiled at him and waved him over. Get over here, Al. I want to introduce you to some of my classmates. Izuku made his way around the boy he saw at the hospital, named Shoji Mizo if he remembers right. Keeping his gaze far from Bakugou, he knows that the teachers didn't look any deeper into his file. Why would they? Bakugou had the perfect quirks for heroics after all. I didn't know you had a brother, Drogo. A robotic-looking boy commented with an arm chop. Izuku knew who he was immediately due to the engines on his calves. Only one family had engine-based quirks. The Ida family made this Ida Tenya, the youngest son of the Ida family. Kenji rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah. Al doesn't like attention much. He's more of the type of guy who would kick your butt just by his smarts alone, right, Al? Tamura had a smirk on his face. He knew what he was doing. Alastair chuckled. Like I did when I placed first in all my exams? Wait, you're the student who's doing the triple course. I was wondering who decided to try it. And to hear you passed, well, that makes you a history. A tall, lightly tan girl with a black ponytail said, excited. Yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you, Drogo Alastair. Al stuck his hand out to the girl, who blushed. Oh, I'm Yayoro Momo, the president of Class 1A. Izuku checked his watch, noting the time. Yo, K, we gotta head out if we want to get to Gym Gamma by 2:30. Sheet. Tamura fell off his chair in the scramble to grab his bag. Why did you strike a deal with the demon known as my homeroom teacher? The younger of the two shrugged. You're the one who wants to go underground. And you want to get into the hero course at the sports festival. If anything, you're crazier than I am. Nope, Mei's first, then me then you. Tamura sputtered and dragged Izuku by his collar out of the dorm. Not the point. Well, they seem energetic, Shoji said, breaking the quiet. I'm just surprised he was able to get Eraser-sensei to train them, Tokoyami added. Well, Drogo-kun did say his younger brother was trying to get in through the sports festival. Uraraka said, humming. Who gives a shit what some Gen Ed kid, or whatever he's doing cares? The Demon Extra probably doesn't have a good quirk anyways. Bakugou shouted. It's rude to comment on a fellow student without knowing them, Bakugou. Ida reprimanded. I recognize him a bit. The way he styles his hair and eyes remind me of a kid I saw go near my mom's room at the ICU. I never asked why he was there, just assumed he was visiting someone. I didn't know he had a brother, though, so maybe he was visiting him. Shoji spoke, his voice even. I wonder what his quirk is. I mean, he seems super smart if he's doing a triple course, so maybe an intelligence quirk. That seems like a good idea, Mina. Kaminari said, throwing an arm around his best friend. The pair of brothers got to Gym Gamma with 5 minutes to spare, both already dressed in loose enough clothes to train in. Good, you're early and already changed. Alright, what do you two know already? Aizawa commented, looking unimpressed with the pair. I'm good with speed, agility, and flexibility. I didn't focus much on strength given I have a more lean build. Kenji's the same way, just a bit more strength training so his kicks would be more powerful. Kicks? I thought you would rely heavily on your quirk, Drogo. Nah, Al yelled at me for that, said I needed more balance and some training quirkless so I didn't end up like most daylight heroes. You two aren't completely hopeless then. Alright, I want you two to rush me and I won't go easy on you. No quirks. Izuku scoffed. I'd yell at you if you did. I know my opponents at the sports festival won't. Aizawa tried to grab him with the capture scarf. Izuku sidestepped the oncoming garment. Because your opponents aren't going to tell you when they are about to attack. With that, the brothers rushed the pro hero. Tamura went left, starting with a leg sweep which was easily dodged. Izuku himself stepped right, then quickly pivoted to catch Eraser's fist, and judo flipping the older man. Tamura backed off slightly, just enough to give Izuku some space. Before Aizawa hit the ground, Alastair let go of a kick, slamming the teacher into the wall with a loud thud. Oboro was laughing his butt off watching this. He knew the kid must have been good to get on Shuta's radar, but demon. The squirt just wiped the floor with show. Holy shit, Squirt. You'd be amazing with a quarterstaff. Or any weapon for that matter. Maybe a few throwing axes, since they don't require much muscle. Knives definitely. Snipe could probably hook you and Kenji up with guns. A ranged weapon is always a must for kids with close combat quirks, or in your case, none at all, Squirt. I could teach you how to hunt, Sapling. It could double as stealth training. Sunanos added, oh, I can teach you how to fight with fans. Or even make up for disguises. And sewing. Velis chimed in. I can cover parkour training, voiding, Munian added. You're passable now, but you could still grow. The Raven continued. Alastair nodded, he had his work cut out for him. Aizawa pushed himself off the ground. You two work well together, problem child. I'd imagine you also want to go underground at some point? Scaling down a flinch was hard at that moniker, but Izuku nodded. Yes, sir. If I win the sports festival, that is. Aizawa waved them off. Alright, go back to your dorms now. Ken tossed an arm over Izuku's shoulder. You want to hang around my dorm till curfew? The group chat I was manhandled into has been blowing up for the past hour. Alastair snorted. Yeah. Let me just text May so she doesn't tear apart the campus looking for me. He pulled out his phone and sent a quick text May's way, knowing it may take her a while to reply if she was deep into making a new baby. Tamura led him back to his dorm, and the pair was immediately crowded by most of his class. So why did Aizawa train you? The girl with the brown bob asked. Why are you doing a triple course? You've got to be super smart to do that, dude. A blonde with a black lightning bolt in his hair shouted in Alastair's face. Kenji whistled. Alright, we'll answer your questions. Just back the F off. He shouted, quickly blocking his class from Izuku's view with his back. Cupping his younger brother's cheeks, he pressed their foreheads together. Hey, can you tell me 5 things you see? Why, the TV, the carpet, the sky, and Yayorozu. Okay, good. Now 4 things you can feel. Your hands, burning my clothes and blood. Okay, just 2 more, okay? You're doing amazing, little man. Now tell me 2 things you can taste. Blood, my soda from lunch. Tamura nods. Alright, 1 thing you can hear, buddy? You and I hear ringing, like a phone. Tamura swings his bag off his shoulder and pulls out a medkit. Okay, give me your hands. Izuku holds his hands out flat. They're shaking worse than normal. He didn't even register the pain from his hands, something to tell Dad then. Kenji doesn't say a word as he disinfects his little brother's hands and wraps them. He holds out a water bottle. Go to the bathroom and wash your mouth out. It doors down on the left. Izuku nods mutely before making his way down the hall. Kenji turns on his classmates, the harshest glare he can manage. What the F dash dot? He's seething now. They couldn't just wait and ask one at a time, could they? Is Alaster going to be all right, Drogo-san? Jiro questions, an earjack rubbing against her neck. Kenji lets out a deep breath. I don't know. He was already having a bad day today. So just go easy on him and keep your voices lower than normal. And yes, that was aimed at you, Bakugou. Don't think I didn't hear the comment you made. We didn't mean to scare him, Kenji. Koji signs, a bluebird resting on his shoulder. Tamura gives the shy boy a small smile. I know you didn't, Koji. I just wasn't expecting you all to hound us right when we got back. Thought I was going to be able to get him to eat something first. Eat something? Did he not mention lunch? Best. Kenji laughed. To him, nothing counts as lunch if he's busy with something. And by the looks of things, he might have had just had a soda and onigiri today. Which is one of the better days, even if I hate to admit it. I had miso soup today too, Al admitted quietly, which meant most of the class but those with enhanced hearing, Jiro and Shoji, or those who were used to it, like Tamura, jumped. Kenji sighed. That's the best lunch you've had in the past 2 weeks, bub. Izuku stuck his tongue out and scrunched his nose in distaste. I'm not hungry most days, plus I'm busy working on babies with May, or hacking into Dad's company. You've been messing with Dad again? The last time he caught you, you got grounded for any nighttime wandering. Who said I was gonna get caught again? And who said he was the one who caught me instead of me being obvious? Tamura sighed, face-palming. I'm done with this conversation. You want to stick around for dinner or does your class prez got that covered? Izuku hummed, fingers flying across his phone's keyboard. Mayumi's got that covered, said Kin wanted to make spaghetti tonight. I need to handle dinner tomorrow. I suppose you're staying in the support dorms tonight? Yup, I've got plans to sleep in Gen Ed next week. May's coming with me. And with that, Izuku made his way back to the support dorms. He can move dorms? Yes. Yup, little man's got a room in support, Gen Ed, and business dorms. Moves around once or twice a month. Lets him get to know his classmates outside of classes. Oh, Kenji, what's your brother's quirk? Ashido asks, voice cheerful. Yeah man. He's got to have an intelligence FIC to be able to pull off a triple course load. Kaminari pushed. I will admit that it does spark my curiosity of what his quirk could be, Ida added. Yeah. I mean if he wants to transfer into the hero course, he's gotta have a cool quirk. Uraraka said. Sheet, how does Kenji explain this? It's none of their business sure, but if he doesn't tell them they'll keep pushing, and if he does he doesn't know how they'll react. Sheet. Why do you all care so much? A quirk's just a tool. Jiro said. Thank you for Jiro, she just saved his butt? What do you mean quirks are just tools? They've pushed science farther than most thought it would ever go. Ida argued. Yeah. Glass has got a point. Quirks aren't just tools ears. They're how we live now. They mean everything. Bakugou added, well more like screamed. I will admit quirks are nice. Yes, but they don't determine someone's worth. Tokoyami spoke, dark shadows curled around his shoulders. Yeah, people with weak quirks or none are still people. There's a nice quirkless girl in Gen Ed, and she gave me this 5-pointed blue star. Koji signed, the last part more focused on Kenji, as he also had a 5-pointed blue star on a necklace just like Koji and Mei did. Koji was too kind for this world. Tamura would raise hell if anyone hurt him. He was so glad Izuku wasn't here for this. He's already had a bad enough day, doesn't need to hear the hero hopefuls argue over quirks. Looking over to Jiro and Koji, he points down the hall to his dorm. Getting nods in return, the trio leaves their classmates to it. Tamura's room is simple in color, a light gray with a bed pushed into the far right wall. The main feature of his room though is the wall full of game consoles, the large flat-screen TV, and the triple monitors set up on his desk, along with 2 floor-to-ceiling bookshelves full of games. The room is also soundproof. Holy shit. Think you got enough games, Drogo? What's with the soundproofing? Jiro snarked. Never enough, and Al ripped me a new one when he found out I had 2 classmates with heightened hearing. He and Mei, another support kid, screamed at me until I put up quirk-proof soundproofing. I tend to yell when I play games if I get said enough. So I know quirks are important to most people, but I thought Yurei would be different, Koji spoke, his voice quiet and soft. Jiro's eyes went wide. I thought you were mute Koda. But yeah, they're bad-mouthing a kid who we don't even know because you won't tell us his quirk. That's stupid, and they're all assholes. And no, I just don't like speaking much. Tamura sighed, texting Izuku quick to make sure he was okay with telling them what was on his file and if he got to the dorms all right. A knock at the door interrupted them. Jiro got up to answer, and on the other side were Shoji, Shinso, Kaminari, Tokoyami, and Kirishima. We don't agree with them, Shoji spoke for all of the guys present. Jiro looked over her shoulder at Kenji. Your room. Kenji looked up at them through his hair, which had fallen in front of them. Get in, shut the door and lock it. His voice was cold. What he was going to tell them put his brother's life in jeopardy. There was no way he was going to let someone overhear. Other than Nizu, because there wasn't much he could do against him without revealing his hand. Before I say another word, I want your views on quirkless people. The entire truth. You try and lie and I'll decay your buttes. Understood, Drogo-kun. I treat them like they are human beings, Tokoyami said, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Tamura was on his bed, Koji sitting below him on the floor. Jiro took his desk chair and the rest were strewn about on the floor. Say man. It's not manly to treat people like dirt just because they don't have a quirk. Kirishima spoke next. I know what it's like to feel worthless, due to shut-down mode of my quirk, Kaminari said, running a hand through his hair. My little brother was quirkless before he died in a car crash. So I know how they're treated, Shoji chimed in next. Fidgeting with a 5-pointed blue star. You already know mine and Koda's stance on this. They're people like us, Jiro said, kicking her feet up against one of the beanbags. I have a quirk most people consider villainous. I pretended to be quirkless at one school and it was so much worse. I know what it's like to be treated worse than the dirt under someone's shoes. Shinso said, his knuckles white as he gripped his pants. Mei and another girl with blonde hair and golden eyes tried to kick in the door but it was locked, so Dark Shadow unlocked it and in stumbled Mei, the blonde girl, and most importantly, Izuku, who looked like he just had a meltdown based on the mess that was his braids and the grip he had on both girls. Tamura scooped up his brother, tending to any immediate wounds he could see. Mei knew right away to start explaining. He overheard the conversation that your classmates had and started having a meltdown once we got to the dorms. He tried stabbing himself with a screwdriver. I and Mana had to pin him down. He wasn't speaking Japanese either. The only way I knew what he was saying is because he taught me English. He kept saying something about talking a swan dive, and then he started screaming and trying to tear his clothes off. That last bit might have something to do with Inko if I remember his sleep-deprived rambles right. Sheet. Call my dad and your parents. Turning to the rest of the room, he gestured towards the door with his head. I'll finish this another time, once I know my brother's all right. The group of 7 nodded and left the 4 in peace. I'm guessing you're in the same boat as Al, at least legally. Mana nods. Legally? Al was born with a quirk. Problem is, the double joint test got used instead of blood tests, so he was misdiagnosed and Dad didn't know that, plus he had left right before Al turned 4 to get me out of the house due to Inko hating my quirk. And Inko smothered him then started abusing him, meaning she would never have brought him to get his quirk status changed. And since the cutoff for late bloomers is 10, a 14-year-old coming and saying he developed a quirk would have been laughed at, so that's everything pretty much. I knew I had it better than most, having parents who gave a shit and treated me like a person, but dimmin'. That's rough. No wonder that type of conversation would cause him to have a meltdown. Mana said, Uncle Sashi's been called along with Mom and Pops. Said we should make our way to Nizu's office and ask him to pull all our teachers in for a meeting. Kenji snorted. Let's hope Dad doesn't try and lawsuit these kids. He doesn't need the hassle. Picking up his brother, who wrapped around him like a cola, was easy. Mei opened the door for them and they were off. I tried stopping them, Drogo-kun, but Mei had bit me. Ida spoke with an arm chop, then showed off the bite mark Mei left, which was bandaged. Mei made him bleed. Good. You made him bleed, Mei. Good job, was all he said on the matter, causing the only decent people in the class to try and hide their laughs. He knew not to trust any of the teachers, he just made it seem like he did. It kept them from putting their noses into shit it didn't belong. The group got to Principal Nizu's office within 15 minutes or so, and by the looks of things, everyone else was already there. The only reason Kenji requested the teachers was that he preferred to them himself than have Nizu go behind his back. The stoat was alright so far, he didn't need to be added to the sheet list. Ken, give me Al, was the first thing Hisashi said, opening his arms to take his youngest. Tamura handed him over with little fuss. Shouldn't young Drogo be healed by Recovery Girl? He forgot all she taught here. I would like to heal him, Drogo-san. Recovery Girl added, her voice held pity, and Tamura hated it. He doesn't have enough energy for that. Mei chimed in. Mana nodded. Yeah, he used it all up during the meltdown. The shorter blonde girl grabbed Mei's greased hand and squeezed. Nizu clapped his paws together. Now that everyone needed is here, I would like Hadasum and Kikuchi to explain what happened. Well, Al was going back from the Class 1A dorms, and Ashido, Kaminari, Uraraka, and Ida were pressing him and Kenji to know what Al's quirk was. Al had a panic attack which Ken had to bring him down from, and he wasn't having a good day, to begin with, so that didn't help. Then Bakugou commented that he probably didn't have one after Al left. He was still close by to hear it, and that's what pushed him farther. The entire reason he kept it in for so long was that he didn't want to be a Deku in front of his peers. This was his fresh start, and he didn't want it ruined, so he held it back, and that made it worse. When he got back to the 1H dorms, he almost drove a screwdriver into his heart. And Mana had to pin him down. He was repeating, take a swan dive off a roof, the entire time, but after we pinned him he started screaming and tried to tear his clothes off. That last bit must have been something his mother Inko had done to him before Uncle Sashi got him. The entire room was quiet. Present Mike looked ready to be sick while Power Loader was horrified. Aizawa was seething if his quirk being activated was anything to go by. Midnight seemed upset, she looked near tears. Hound Dog was growling, yet trying to keep it low. Nizu's fur was raised. Ectoplasm looks said. He and Aizawa knew a small amount of what Izuku went through before Dad found him. Dad had gripped the chair's arm and had a few embers filter out of his mouth. Aunt Jin and Uncle Fudo looked ready to kill someone. They could, and no one would be wiser. Alright, Aizawa, I want you to teach a class about how the quirkless community are treated by society. I know it won't change much, especially for those steadfast in their beliefs, but putting the information out there is all we can do without having to deal with multiple lawsuits unprepared. Are you saying you won't go to court for my nephew? Uncle Fudo's voice was harsh. Nizu smiled at the handsome patriarch. Not at all, Fudo. I'm simply saying that I wish to be more prepared before having to go to court for one of my students. Planning for the future is good and all, but we can't get there if we don't start now. So what are you planning to do to help my son, Nizu? Dad's voice was cold, like when he was talking to his company's board when they were being idiots. Well, for one, I would like to take him on as a personal student. The coursework would be more streamlined. He'll still be doing a triple course but at his level instead of at his peers. I would also like to make a meeting with Hound Dog, our school's counselor, mandatory. Only one. Drogo-kun can do the rest if he wishes. I don't want to push him into something which would make him uncomfortable. Thank you, Nizu. You are the first authority figure I've seen care for a laster. Thank you to all of you for believing my son was more than his lack of quirk. And I would leave that decision up to Al once he wakes up. If you wouldn't mind giving me the name of your son's previous schools? My ex-wife had him go through the Aldra school district. Do with that information what you would like, Principal. Both men sported a similar grin. Oh God, it's going to get worse once Izuku joins. So much worse. Now, I think that was everything. If you'd like to take your children home for the rest of the week, you may. Kikuchi, would you like for me to call your parents so you may go home? Mana shook her head. No, thank you, sir. I would like to stay here and update my class on the current situation. All of us care deeply for Al. I'll also tell the Gen Ed kids. I know Arai-kun will worry if one of his classmates doesn't show up for the week. I need to talk with Goro about some gadgets I wanted him to test. With a quick bow, Mana left the room. Isashi stood, carrying Izuku in a bridal carry. Jin and Fudo followed suit, boxing in the white-haired man. Mei was the first out, then the adults and Izuku. Tamura turned to the principal. I'll know if you don't stick to your promise. Those are the good ones. Tamura handed Aizawa a slip of paper before leaving to catch up with his family. Aizawa sighed. That could have gone better. I already have plans for that lesson, Nizu. I'm guessing this paper Drogo gave me has the names of my students who treat the quirkless like they should be. I'm not surprised about this, and I know the Drogo family isn't either. Aizawa stood and left the room, present Mike following close behind. Aizawa looked ready for a nap after all this. I can get a laster in by Monday next week, Nizu. That was all Hound Dog said before leaving himself. I'm going to make sure I don't have any issues with my class. Midnight was still trying to hold back tears as she left. Ectoplasm, you said that the business students had pushed a laster into a panic attack today, yes? Yeah, Arakino and Uyeda Kyeko had crowded the little guy and kept asking why he was there without letting him get a word in. You already know what happened after. Ichim, I suppose you already scolded them, yes? Ectoplasm nodded. Yeah, all of them had to write up a report on panic attacks and what could cause them. Izuku woke up on the couch back at home, which was odd. He should be back in the dorms. Hey, little man. How are you feeling? Tamura was sitting on the couch with Izuku's legs over his lap. He had paused Animal Crossing. Alright, I think. Why are my arms covered in bandages? You tried to stab yourself with a screwdriver. Mei and Mana had to pin you down. Izuku stared at his bandaged hands. Oh, he was back in the Inko mindset, as Mei had coined it. He thought he was getting better. Wasn't he? He flinched when a pair of arms wrapped around him. Oh, that was Toma hugging him. Was he crying? Booba, healing isn't linear. Trust me, I wish it was. You'll have your ups and downs, good days and bad. Getting better takes time, and yet it's because one day you can be feeling great, and then next to you curled up in bed with no energy. Healing is, but it's worth it. Inko coddled me after you and Dad left. More once I was misdiagnosed. Through that PRD she tried killing me 5 times. Twice through poison, another through trying to rip my heart out while I slept. She almost got me there. Then one was when she slammed me too hard into the wall, another was when she tried killing me with too much sodium intake, and the final one was cracking my skull. Mind you, she brought me to the hospital after all these, and not one of the doctors thought it was abuse cause I was quirkless. Those were over 2 years, by the way. Thought that was important to mention. I'm guessing it got worse over the years. Tamura asked, grateful he got out when he did. Yup, she tried starving me until I was 6 or so. She saw I was catching on, so she stopped. Once the same year she almost killed me through insulin, which dropped my sugar levels too low. She started to perfect her methods over the years. It helped that she was a nurse. Izuku started, taking a breath. This was the easier stuff to talk about, wasn't that funny? Her methods evolved pretty quick. She started trying to strangle me when I was 7, then by the time I was going on 8 she tried to suffocate me. Those 2 are why I have the neck scars, plus Bakugou burning anything he could touch. When I was right, she deemed me old enough to start using her quirk. She'd used it in small ways before, but that's when she would pin me to the wall with knives and then drive anything sharp enough into me. And to make it worse, she said she loved me while doing it. She had been emotionally manipulating me since you and Dad left, saying that I had no brother, no dad. It was just me and her, and she would protect me from my quirked peers as I wasn't strong enough to play with them, even though it was fine before I was misdiagnosed. We need to get you checked out by Dr. Kano Miki. She's the doctor Dad's been taking me to. Her wife, Dr. Kano SE, is a quirk specialist. Plus you should have a meeting with Hound Dog once you get back. Alright, but she tried to drown me when I was 9 once. She also broke my fingers and hands a lot. It's why they're all bent weird and I have issues with grip and using them. So that's why Mei puts grips on everything. It might help to wear padded fingerless gloves. Tamura explained, cupping Izuku's hand. Yeah, she noticed when we first met, then gave me my first knife with a grip. She didn't even bring it up, just made accommodations. And the teachers back at Aldro would muzzle me if I mumbled too much, so pretty much any time I opened my mouth. And then if I still wasn't too loud, the teacher allowed Bakugou and his lackeys to shove me into the closet in the back of the room. I wouldn't be let out until a janitor who was quirkless, let me out. But one of Bakugou's lackeys had a lightning quirk. Not as strong as Kaminari from what you told me, but she would use it on me 'cause no one cared, and I think she fried some of my nerves. I can't feel things some days. Plus I now have Lichtenberg scars which are pretty. But that's everything. Izuku added once he paused to give Tomu some time to think things over. Okay buddy, come on, we're gonna play Animal Crossing until Monday. And we're feasting on Indian food and ice cream. I don't give a shit what Dad says. The week Izuku spent home was one of the best weeks he ever had. He and Tamura pigged out on a feast of takeout and home-cooked food Dad made when he got home from work. The pair played video games most of the time, trying to be 100% them or just goofing off. The time they weren't playing video games was spent hanging out around the small group Tamura craved for himself, consisting of Jiro, Koda, Shoji, Tokoyami, and Dark Shadow, along with Kaminari and Kirishima. Izuku brought along Mei and Mana whenever they went out somewhere. Dad, Tamura, Mei went along with Izuku and Mana to the funeral of a young boy named Xianjin, who had been beaten by a group of people who used the quirkless forums against its user to either convince themselves to commit, or if that didn't work they would kill them themselves. Jian was one of the unlucky few, although everyone who crossed paths with this group was unlucky, to be murdered by being shoved onto the train tracks. The weekend was spent telling stories and accomplishments of the deceased. It was also spent moving throughout the city to any hotspots or other funerals anyone caught wind of. Al, how many times have you done this before? Tamura asked. Ever since I was able. No one cares if a quirkless goes missing for a few days. He fidgeted with his red star. He felt like an outlier, but knew in his heart he would still be accepted, misdiagnosed or not. You can change being labeled quirkless, no matter how hard you try. The weekend trip opened his family's eyes. He had brought Mei on a few before. She knew what these were like. Yes, they mourned, but they did that by celebrating the person the deceased was, not by focusing on their death. When he got back to you, the first thing Alastair did was check in with his dorm mates, even the business kids, who apologized profusely. It would take longer for Izuku to try and build a relationship farther than Peeps with any of them. As Tomu said, healing took time. He spent most of that first day before his appointment with Hound Dog chilling out in a puppy pile with Mei and Mana in his room, just enjoying their company. Izuku wasn't nervous about his meeting. The entire reason he told Tamura first was so this meeting would be easier. Entering the office felt odd. He was expecting a sterile white office, but what he got was an office painted in lilac with bean bags and a couch, along with plushies strewn about. Izuku even saw a few bins full of fidget toys and a mini fridge. Hello, Drogo-kun. How are you today? Hound Dog was dressed in a simple pair of jeans and a graphic t-shirt with a dog pun on it, something Izuku himself probably would wear when he would lounge around the dorms. Taking a seat in a deep green bean bag, Alastair picked up a tiger plushie from the floor. I'm good, Hound Dog. What would you like to talk about today? The counselor shook his head. It isn't about what I would like to talk about, pup. You start this conversation, and anything you tell me to bar you want to harm yourself or others will stay between us under doctor-patient confidentiality. Izuku was taken aback. This was new. He never started the conversation between himself and a person in power. No, he listened, never speaking a word unless required. I'm doing good. I didn't like last Monday much. It's not how I would have wanted to start my week at UA. I wish the business kids didn't crowd me. I was in the right spot. My schedule says so. You can check my file if you want. I passed the business exam, I passed all my exams. I'm supposed to be here. Hound Dog raised his hands in a calming gesture. I know you're meant to be here, pup. No one thought you cheated, not me, not Nizu. If I had to pick anyone out of the student body who deserved to be here the most, it'd be you, Alastair. You earned your spot at UA in all the courses you tried for. Okay, I'm sorry for yelling. Hound Dog smiled gently, or well as gently as a man with a dog's head could. It's all right. This is a safe space for you to vent your emotions. What else is there to talk about? I and Kenji are 100% uncharted for this weekend. It was fun. I also hung out with May and Mana. Sounds like you had a fun time off. Now I heard from a friend of mine that you went to a funeral this weekend. Hound Dog said, carefully, his voice quiet as he pulled out a blue star. Hound Dog was a blue. You're a blue? I mean, it makes sense given your profession, but who gave you your star? He had gotten too comfortable, aboard. His panic must have shown, for Hound Dog smiled again. Why does he keep doing that? Izuku's no reason to smile. My sister was a red. She took me with her to our first outing. An older gentleman gave me my star. He's passed on now, but it's something I will always cherish. He opened my eyes to the struggles my sister and her community, her second family, had to go through daily without fail. It's why I became a counselor, to try and help those no one else would. I'm a pro-hero second, never first. Oh, thank you for having me, Hound Dog. Izuku stood and placed the plushie back onto the bean bag, gave a quick bow, and left. He needed Toma right now, and some May cuddles. Meeting up with May outside of his brother's room was easy. Ida hadn't bothered them since May bit him last week. And none of the others were bold enough. Hey, you two, where's Mana? She's hanging out with Kin. They're gonna pick us up for lunch. Kin's got a new recipe he wants to show off. Hey, how are you doing, man? Kaminari was cheerful, but Izuku was wary of the other teen. He had a similar quirk to one of Bakugou's lackeys. He can still feel the frying of his skin and nerves. Good. His response was clipped, something both May and Tamura picked up on. The pair of support students sat on Tamura's bed, Izuku's legs over his brother's shoulders. May was leaning against the wall Tamura set his bed against. Koda was sitting on the windowsill, Jiro at Kenji's desk, and Shoji, Tokoyami, Kaminari, and Kirishima took up any floor space left. Dark Shadow was quick to brush up against Izuku's cheek. Hello. You're the fledgling Tamura's been talking about. She seemed happy to meet him, so Izuku scratched underneath her chin like he would a cat and got a purr from the sentient quirk. I'm sorry for Dark Shadow's forwardness, Drogo-kun. Izuku giggled, a sound similar to bells chiming. It's all right. Do you mind if I write stuff about her down? Or all your quirks in general? The last question was from the others in the room. Hell yeah. From was Kenbro has been saying, you're good with analysis, right? Yeah. It's more of a hobby. May shoved his shoulder, causing him to fall into Kenji's lap. Stop selling yourself short, though. You're a mastermind at analysis. I mean, you broke down my entire family's quirks within 30 minutes of meeting them. Let alone what I've seen you do with less information. I wouldn't mind you doing me, Drogo-kun. It'd be useful information to know. Shoji added, speaking out of a mouth he created on his hand. I would like mine done too. Anything to make me a better hero. Koda was quick to sign his agreement. I and Denki are in man. If Kenji says you're good, you gotta be. Kirishima said, slinging a shoulder of Kaminari's shoulder. Jiro shrugged. Seems cool. Can't hurt, right? Okay. Thank you for allowing me to do this. I'll have to observe you using your quirks in a more combat-type setting, but we should be able to do that after school tomorrow in Gym Gamma. Speaking of Gym Gamma, why'd you two go there? And why was Aizawa-sensei there? We're training under him. Me because I want to go underground, and Al over here cause he wants to kick your butts in the sports festival to get that open seat in the class we have. Little man's going for all four courses by the halfway point in the year. Kenji ruffled Izuku's dyed braids and the undercut he had with them. Alastor smacked his brother's hand away. Stop messing with my braids. I'll tell Auntie Jin. Kenji put his hands up quick. Alright. Please don't tell Auntie Jin. I don't need my butt kicked by an angry mama bear today. Auntie Jin? Jiro asked with a smirk. My mom, we've been hanging around since middle school, Mei said, tackling Izuku in a bear hug. So how'd you two meet? Kaminari asked with a grin. I was getting my butt kicked and she tossed them. Izuku spoke with the most deadpan face he could muster. I thought Dad got rid of that demon thing, Kenji said, looking at the chaos gremlins with a brow raised. He did. He just didn't get the blueprints. I'm not touching that, nope. I need my sanity. So, what were you gonna tell us last week, Kenji? Alastor stiffened. Kenji tapped his thigh twice, then 3 times. He had this covered. He had to. Tamura wouldn't just drop that bomb on them without knowing first. So, you all know how I asked your views on quirkless people? That's because AL's quirkless. Oh shit. Now it makes sense why the conversation most of the class was having sent you spiraling. Sheet man, I'm sorry that most of my classmates are assholes. I know how it feels to be useless due to shutdown mode. Kaminari spoke clearly. What shocked Izuku most is that there was no pity in any of Kenji's classmates' eyes. Holy motherfucking shit. He had people, who were quirk no less, who weren't family, that didn't see him as less than dirt. I understand your pain, Drogo-kun. You have a strong will to burden that unnecessary weight. Tokoyami spoke second, voice filled with emotions Izuku didn't want to pick apart right away. Yaman, you're a person no matter your quirk status. I would find it hypocritical if I was quirkist. Shoji added. Yeah. You're a great guy, Drogo-kun. Why should it matter that you have no quirk? Koda smiled at him, and gods it felt amazing seeing someone smile at him with no hidden malice. I'm in the same boat as Shoji. My family is mostly mutant quirks, so it'd be shitty of me to be based on quirk status, Jiro said with a shrug. You're super manly from what Kenji's told us so far, dude. Quirkless or not, you could probably wipe the floor with most of us, even when we used our quirks. Kirishima added. See, call me Alastor. You guys are amazing, thank you. Izuku hated how his voice broke. Is this what his relationship with Bakugou was supposed to be like? Denki, man. Denki's fingers had small sparks coming off them. That couldn't be good for the blonde. Tamura shoved one of Izuku's multiple-word vomit notebooks as his brother took to calling them into his hands, and Izuku immediately had nearly 2 pages alone on how Denki could work on his quirk. Jiro, it's only fair, Al. Kyoka, what music do you like? Anything. Depends on the mood I'm in. Call me Mizo if we're friends. Mizo's voice was calm, but his eyes seemed to light up with happiness. He was in the same boat as Izuku, wasn't he? Koji, you could help all of us with our quirks, right? I just need to see them in action and stuff. It's not creepy, right? Fumikage, it's only proper if we're to be companions. And no, it is a great skill to have. Fumikage was the last of the group to speak. Dark shadow curled around Izuku and Mei like a soft blanket. Tamura clapped his hand lightly. Get your buttes on the bed. We're watching a movie, enough feels tonight, folks. The group of newly befriended teens climbed onto Tamura's bed, arranging themselves in a tangle of limbs and blankets. Tamura popped in a pre-quirk movie called The Avengers. Mei had run to get snacks. Why something pre-quirk? Jiro asked, catching the bag of chips Mei threw at him. They're better than current stuff. Plus, it's nice to see some stuff from before our entire society shifted gears. We used to have a space program, but it was dropped once quirks came around. Izuku explained, still writing anything he could think of. I should have waited before handing you that Dimon notebook. Izuku knew Tamura was joking. His brother knew to not cross the lines Izuku drew in the sand. Denki and surprisingly Mizo passed out halfway through the movie. Mei went next, which surprised neither brother. Both she and Izuku ran on mostly energy drinks and spite. Jiro went next, then Kyoka. Fumikage left around 9 o'clock or so and said they wanted to have some alone time before slipping into Hypnos' grasp. I'm surprised you're still up, Koji. Thought you would have been asleep by now. No. I have trouble sleeping some nights. The mute boy's voice was soft and reminded Izuku of freshly fallen snow. Alright, Imma, try and move these guys back to their dorms. I'll just crash here tonight. Ken, mind lifting Mizo? Tamir picked Mizo up with a grunt. Izuku swears his brother is a dumbass some days. Yeah, the kid with 6 arms is gonna be heavy. It's why Izuku didn't do it himself. Picking up Denki was easy, the blonde was light as sheet. Even enough for Alastair to grab Kyoka, slinging Denki over his shoulder like a sack of flour. What the hell are you two doing, problem children? Sheet. Aizawa spot them. Izuku doesn't think about having to hold back a flinch, or dropping into a fighting stance and dropping his friends. We watched a movie in Ken's room. Most of them fell asleep, didn't want to wake them, so here we are. Aizawa sighed. Please tell me Power Loader knows you spending the night? Yup, texted Mana. I'm good till morning. Alright, I don't care what you do as long as you don't die. Well, that's hard to do when you can't stay dead for more than a couple of minutes. He'd known since he tried, but oh well. Denki's room was the closest, 2 doors down from Tamira's and 3 from Mizo's. Koji had already gone to his room, which was right next to Kenji's. Luckily the doors were unlocked. Denki's room had light-up plastic stars on the ceiling along with science books lining his bookshelves, most on electricity and how it worked with other components and what you could do with it. A few posters of hawks were near his desk area, which was a right mess. The walls were painted a soft buttery yellow, and his bedsheets were a light gray. Altogether the room was very nice. Izuku tucked the blonde in, shifting Kyoka to a bridal carry. Mizo's room was painted blue and his bed was on the left side of the room, pushed against a wall under a window. There was a rock-climbing wall on the right side, with weights and a pull-up bar. His desk was neatly organized and bookshelves were small but filled with photos, knickknacks, and surprisingly romance novels. Not something he expected, but if he liked them, who was Izuku to judge? Tamira placed the 6-armed boy onto his bed, pulling the covers over him, and with a quick brush of Mizo's hair, the pair were making their last stop of the night. On the 3rd floor, where Kyoka's room was. It was painted purple with band posters covering most walls, some even pre-Quirk. The room was soundproofed much like Tamira's and Alastair's own. She had an electric guitar and a record player, and her bed were in the center of the room. A desk was pushed on the south wall, a dresser making it into a right angle. The purple-haired girl had a pansexual flag hanging on her ceiling. Izuku knew better than to bring that up until his friend was ready. Placing the girl into her bed the same way he did for Ijiro and Denki, the brothers left quickly. They didn't need the other girls thinking they were perverts. Making their way downstairs and back into Kenji's room was easy. The pair had changed into sleep clothes, a large old shirt for Izuku and just his boxers. Tamira wore an old pair of basketball shorts with a wife beater. The 2 brothers curled around each other much like they would do when one had a nightmare or just wanted some cuddles, and slept. Izuku still woke up at 2 a.m., even without Haruto's screams. He woke up like clockwork. Cernunos and Munnin were relaxing in the corner, Velis and Hina nowhere to be seen. Giving a quick wave to the pair, Izuku rolled out of bed. Might as well do something. He had to deal with the business kids again today, so at least 2 pots of coffee were required for that. Plus, Power Loader requested he work on support gear and costumes of the big 3, whoever they were, probably hero students and powerful ones at that. Well, might as well figure out costumes and start his day early. He got enough sleep. Grabbing his bag before moving into the kitchen, Izuku starts up the coffee pot and places his bag on the kitchen table. Papers and books get strewn about. Izuku noticed the shift in the floorboards. Whoever was up was trying to be quiet. And they were good at it, but Izuku's used to never being alone. Nothing can get the jump on him anymore. Oh, I didn't realize someone else was up. Yeah, most people have decent sleep schedules. You're Shinso Hitoshi, right? The kid with the cool brainwashing quirk. Needs a better name. You're a hero in training, not a villain. Izuku swears he could feel Shinso's worldview just shatter. He broke another kid. Dad's gonna be said he needs to pay for someone else's therapy again. What? Izuku turned around and was met with gravity-defying purple hair, a possible mutation, or an evolved telekinesis quirk. He'll figure it out later, with eye bags that could rival his own. Shinso's taller than him by a couple of inches. He needs that growth spurt soon, damn it. And just staring. You're a hero in training. Only bigoted fools would call your quirk villainous because it's mental. Hagikyure's quirk is currently only good for spy work, yet you don't hear anyone badmouthing her quirk. Focus on your end goal. Shinso's not the mindless chatter of those around you. You want to be a hero, so be one. I'm going to go back to bed. It's too early for this. Izuku disregarded the boy whose worldview he just broke and went to grab a mug and fill it with coffee and bring the pot with him. It'll take too much time to move to refill it every time. When Tamura walked into the kitchen at 5:30, Izuku had finished reworking the Big Three's entire costumes. Why the hell did Togata not have a costume made out of his DNA? Matter of fact, why didn't Hakagure? Plus, Amajiki would need some support gear for his quirk given that it was based entirely on what the teen ate. So Izuku created containers, basically military-grade bento boxes, but the food was in tablet form, along with a dispenser that would connect to a mouthpiece so Amajiki didn't have to waste precious time grabbing and eating a tablet. How long have you been up and how many pots of coffee? 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 45 seconds along with 3 weight make that 4 pots of coffee. What class is today, little man? Homeroom with midnight, then half the day with power loader, then the other with ectoplasm. They want me to go over the Big Three. I already got support gear and costumes fixed, then they also need help planning out how to get an agency off the ground right out of high school. I also need to hand in a packet of German homework to present Mike. Since I'm already fluent in English, he wants to test other languages. God, you better eat something today and take a nap once you get back to the Gen Ed dorms. I texted Jean, who knows. To do anything in his power, including using his quirk to get me to nap for a couple of hours. Kenji shrugged. Best you can do. You want fried rice for breakfast. Emchim. Why are you still here, Drogo-kun? Ida was so loud. As everyone in his family like that? Or was he the only one with a stick so far up his but it touched his brain? I spent the night in Kenji's room? It was too late for me to make my way across campus. Ida chopped an arm down and almost split Izuku's coffee over his notes. Okay, that's it. This motherfucker just moved to the top 20 on his sheet list. Please move your arms away from my coffee. I spent the past 3 hours writing those notes, and if you stain them, I give you shitty support gear. That is unheroic. You cannot give a hero faulty support gear. Izuku scoffed, collecting his things. Good thing you ain't a hero, Ida. You'd be a sheet one anyways. Welp, time to go before he kills Ida. Tamura ruffles his unbraided hair, made as it most mornings if Tomu or Dad can't, trying to hold back laughter, as are the rest of Izuku's friends, and isn't that weird? The quirkless has friends. Making his way across campus to the support labs is easy due to the skateboard he and Mei made last year. Grabbing the board with a kick, Izuku makes his way into the support labs. Mei's not there, so she must have been dragged out by Mana at some point. Hello, Drogo. You're early today. Yeah, I wanted to work on Amajiki's support gear. The pro hero was surprised. You already have the blueprints made up? Yeah, for all 3 of them along with costumes. I want to redo Mirio's entire costumes, along with Hakagure's in Class 1A, as both should have costumes made up from their DNA. Not whatever they currently have. Well, Hakagure just has gloves and boots right now. Izuku dropped the blueprints he was holding with a loud thud. Turning sharply to his sensei and giving the best glare he could, Izuku stared into the man's soul. I'm sorry, did you just say she had gloves and boots? I understand she's invisible, but that doesn't mean unbreakable. You should know this. You run the support course, yet you let this pass? You know what, give me all of Class 1 as costumes and any support gear they might have. I might not like most of them, but that doesn't mean they don't get a fighting chance. Oh. What ya doing? There's Mei. Redesigning costumes of our year mates and some third years, as they had shitty FING costumes that were all flair and no practicality. Plus Bakugou has support items he shouldn't have until he's gone through therapy and anger management, along with restraint training. He almost killed Kenji the first time he used them. Who the hell made functional grenades for a first year? I thought Go made them for aesthetics. But to make them functional? Was he trying to kill someone? May was said, which was fair. Don't know, but I'm gonna find out today. Alright, what do you want me to work on? May asked as she fished out 2 monsters from her bag. Izuku pushed Hado Nijire's blueprints towards May. Her suit should be less skin-tight. She needs recovery girl-like gummies for her quirk. Even with her improved stamina, you can never be too careful. She also needs to cut her FING hair. It's a hazard that'll get her killed. She's a hero student, a 3rd year at that. If one of her teachers hadn't brought it up, why would she listen to 2 first years? Because if she doesn't, I'll shave her FNG head, that's why. May laughed. Passive-aggressive much, Al? Alastair shoved the girl with his shoulder. Says the girl who made a flamethrower because Uncle Fudo said no. That was different and you know it. Izuku checked the time, noting he should get going soon. Thumbs up. Thumbs down. Instead of saying, good luck, as with Izuku that never ended well, the family said thumbs up then thumbs down, as a way of conveying it without jinxing it. Collecting all his papers and prototypes of Amajiki's gear, Izuku was off to the Gen Ed building for homeroom. Hey, Midnight Sensei. Hello, Drogo. I see you spent some time in the labs this morning. She had a smirk on her face, noting the heavily stained overalls. Yeah, I'm sorry I lost track of time. Undoing the zipper for the top, Alastair tied the arms around his waist, showing off his uniform shirt underneath. Moving to his seat next to Cho, he smiled at them. How are you doing today, Cho? Beat June at poker yet? Nope, still losing. Izuku grimaced. Ouch, what dare? Need to chug a bottle of Gatorade mixed with peaches. Oh shit. Good luck with that. Cho hummed, slumping in their chair. You'll be fine, Cho. It's better than Quinn having to prank the 2nd years. Alright, let's get roll call done then you can hang out. I forgot we have to do a history assignment today. Kira groaned. You'll be fine, you can choose an easy topic. Izuku replies. Says the guy who wrote a 10-page essay on World War II for the first history assignment. Quinn commented, she was wearing a pink bracelet today, so it was a femme day. It's not my fault Cementos didn't restrict us. Still, L, that was overkill, and you know it, oh added Ami, humming in response. Who got 100 on their paper and who got a 75? Not the point. I'm utter shit at history. Argued Beck. Girls, you're both pretty now cutting out. I'm trying to sleep. Chesa cut in. The other 2 of the Kato triplets bickered like an old married couple. Chesa had to cut in before punches were thrown. Sorry, Chi, the other 2 replied, sticking their tongues out at each other. Getting a text from May was odd. Seems like the big 3 got there early. Grabbing everything and tucking his skateboard, aptly named Sharon, under his arm, Izuku made his way to the front of the class. You can head out, Drogo. Power Loader already informed me about it. Getting the go-ahead, Izuku jogged out of the room, taking a sharp left and out a side door, throwing down Sharon and booking it to the support labs. Why are you 3 early? You're not supposed to be here for another hour. Damn it, Izuku hated schedule changes. Did they feel entitled due to being 3rd years? All Might said we could go ahead. Who the hell are you? The blonde, Mirio Togata, Izuku notes. Of FE course all F was involved, and he chose an entitled prick to be his successor. The girl had malice in her eyes. They knew he was quirkless then, probably thought he was bitter and jealous enough to give them shitty gear. The only one who looked halfway decent was Amajiki. Tamaki. His quirk relied on food like momos, kins, and his father fat gum. Yet instead of energy stockpiling, it was offensive at first look anyways. It could be a wild card, both in quirk and style. The guy who's doing your gear and getting your agency off the FING ground, so start treating me like a FNG person. Alright, let's all calm down, Kat. Alastair, respect is a 2-way street. Power Loader cut in. Sure, when you have a quirk. Wait. Wasn't that woman with All Might before? So why was she following around Mirio? Wait. All Might was quirkless, then showed up with a strength quirk out of high school. The cutoff for late bloomers was 11, so there's no way. Plus, Izuku tracked that back as far as he could, and every other person who had a strength quirk labeled it as their quirks evolving, which was possible, he was proof, but he had AFO to kick it off. So then how did their quirks get the jumpstart? Holy motherfucking shit, All Might's quirk was transferable. Oh if dash, that's bad. But the more concerning thing, how could something be worse than the truth of All Might's quirk? For words, the white-haired man. But it wasn't him. He looked too much like Dad. The WHM had no face and was a boogeyman, not a smaller version of Dad. Plus there were 6 others. A tall bald guy, with golden eyes who looks like he could fold Izuku like a deck of cards. He was wearing a biker jacket, blue jeans and combat boots. His ears were covered in piercings and from what he could see his arms were covered in tattoos. The guy next to him was a short guy with spiky black hair and gauntlets on his arms. Like Bakugou's, he was wearing an overcoat with a navy blue shirt underneath and black cargo pants with combat boots. His eyes were a striking blue. The third spirit was another man with his hair pulled into a high ponytail. His eyes were a storm gray color. He was wearing an old duster coat with a black shirt underneath. He was also wearing combat boots. Izuku can respect combat boots, but gods, so many pairs. The fourth was another male with a scar running down the left side of his face. His hair was a deep navy blue, possible ancestor to the Ida family. His eyes were light green and he was dressed in casual clothing consisting of a jacket and jeans. The fifth was the woman. She hadn't changed from the last time she saw her. She was wearing a purple jumpsuit, hero costume. Her eyes reminded Izuku of Inko. The last was blonde man wearing a high-collar jacket that covered the bottom half of his face. His eyes were brown and he seemed to hold unknown knowledge, something Izuku craved with his entire being, something he doesn't knows. Hello again. I'm sorry for scaring you when you were younger, Izuku. I never meant to. The WHM's voice was soft. Why? He was meant to terrify them, so why was he being soft? Why did he look like Dad? He had so many questions and no answers that it felt like he was drowning. Ah shit, I think the little guy needs a break, Yoichi. The blad guy piped up. It didn't matter right now. Focus on the support gear, and the prick who needs it. Okay, so first thing. Mirio, your costumes need to be made of your DNA. Power loader, there seems to be something off in Mirio's file. Can you explain what that is? That's classified information, kid. You don't need to know that. Izuku glared at the third year. If you want good support gear and costume, then I need to know everything that is on your file. He's right, Tagata. He should know if he's supplying you with gear. My quirk changed somehow. There's a strength buff now. So you need bracers and it needs to be reinforced. Possibly heavier boots if you plan on using kicks, along with brass knuckles. Vibranium, but it needs to be mixed with his DNA, or the entire costume falls apart. Also needs to call for Yaoyoro's Momo. She had a creation-based quirk. She just needs the chemical makeup and we're good to go. Sorry, didn't mean to mumble. So, you'll be wearing fingerless gloves to grip things better, plus we can slip the knuckles between your hand and the fabric. For the strength part of your quirk, you can't have any loose fabric or skin tight either that would constrict your movements, so a compressive tank top would work well. That same goes for permeation. I also need hair or blood, whichever you can give a fuckton of. Izuku explained. Hopefully he was half understood. Okay, Amajiki. Your costumes weigh too much free-flowing fabric. I would make a bodysuit, then give you an overcoat with a fuckton of pockets, possibly made out of vibranium and Kevlar mix. I made you a prototype mask. It has a mouthpiece so you can eat whatever food you need without wasting time. And speaking of food, I made tablets. They're all color-coded. Red is your offensive, blue defensive, green is meant to buff, purple is mid-range, and yellow is in long range while white is close range. Don't worry, this'll be drilled into your head, along with you needing training of being unable to choose what you eat. You can only choose what color it correlates to. Each tablet has a color tag box, which will show up on your HUD and not on the boxes themselves, as villains can pick up on the pattern if the fight goes on for too long. But, depending on what code word you say, which the villains won't be able to hear, made sure of that, will determine what pill you get. Each code word is based on the corresponding color. Don't worry about forgetting anything. I wasn't joking about it being drilled into your head. Hato, first things first. Cut your iffy hair before it kills you. Excuse me? You heard me. What happened when it gets caught? Or worse, a villain grabs it? Simple, your hero career ends due to you wanting to look pretty. You cut it, or IFING buzz it. Aile's not lying. He buzzed one of my parents' clients' hair and it saved her life. May chimed in. He swears his sister was a lifesaver some days, mostly when dealing with fools. Okay, your suit itself is good due to you being aerial in most fights. But you need other ways to keep your stamina up, so I present gauntlets that store your energy, along with a version of Recovery Girls gummies, and the only thing I'd add to your suit is a cooling system so you're not wasting energy by sweating. Okay, these should be done by next week at the maximum. Togata, my boy, it's time for training. He's taking that break early. He walks out, slamming the door behind him. He needs Jean to use his quirk on him right now. He can't deal with this. It was supposed to be good day. Tamura knows it's a bad day when Izuku's curled up around Dark Shadow on the common room floor of the 1A dorms. He's not dealing with that now though. He's going to cuddle his brother and binge pre-quirk pop culture. He's going to decay whoever ruined Izuku's good day. It was the first. Yes, there'll be more, but you can never get the first back. Why must everything Izuku enjoys be ruined? Tamura said he would have a good day. So why have none come? It's just been a bad day after a bad day with barely any breathing room. Ida yelled at him when he entered the dorm. He wanted to cuddle with Fumi. He and Dark Shadow gave some of the best cuddles after Mizo. Why does the fates him? He wasn't a hero or demigod. He was simply an undying boy. Hey, you alright, Al? Mizo asked, resting his head on Alastair's shoulder. No, I was helping the third years with their costumes. But All Might showed up and I left. One of them is training under him, right? And from what I've seen, All Might's a sheet teacher. They're not gonna get far. Izuku giggled, gently shoving the gentle giant. I'm rubbing off on you. Can't be a hero now according to Ida. Ida's a JRK to you, man. Denki yelled as he barged in. Izuku flinched. Both of his friends caught it. So, what's the plan for today? I need help with some English, Al? Alastair rolled out of Mizo's bed, humming. Gimme, Denver. Denki passes the packet over. The other boys leaning in, their packets in hand. Let's start simple. How would you phrase, Mary should have ducked, with conjunctions? Mary should have ducked? Denki was unsure. That was clear as day. Yeah. Wanna try the next one? Izuku placed the packet between them, pointing out errors Denki had without solving them for him. How are you so good at this, Star? Fumikage asked, tilting his head. My dad came from America. I and Kenji were raised learning both English and Japanese, but Star? That's new. And I feel that it fits. You are shrouded in darkness yet shine bright when needed. Izuku shrugged. Alright, I have a new nickname now. The groups of boys, and Dark Shadow, managed to finish the English homework with ease. Denki needed a few things broken down than most teachers Izuku knew, from experience, would do, but hey. People learned differently, some need more help than others in certain subjects. A knock at the door was a surprise. The rest of the group would just walk in. Izuku got up and opened the door enough to see who it was. It was Aizawa, well better than Ida, that's for sure. I need to talk to you. Izuku nodded. Mizo passed him his bag. So, what am I needed for? The Hero Corps students have a field trip coming up to the USJ, and someone broke in. Thought that was just the press? Aizawa shook his head, opening the door to the principal's office. Shoyuta, I see you were able to get Drogo. Good, have a seat you too. Demand it. Nizu planned this, didn't he? Alastair looked around, noting all the teachers were present. He took the chair closest to the door. Better to be careful when dealing with Nizu. Why is a non-Hero Corps student here, Nizu? Ah, that's to do with Drogo being the analyst for our first years. An outside perspective would be good to point out flaws. Did you go over the costume? Those DMN things ain't FING costumes. Yaoyorozu's costume fits a SDRPR better than a hero in training. A melon's window? And what the hell is it with costumes and capes? They serve no purpose but to get the wearer killed. I understand Yaoyorozu's quirk needs her to have skin access, but holy F-. You could have given an opening on the back, stomach, thighs, and called it a FING day. Plus, she needs protection. Shorts would be good, and why in the ever-loving F do none of Class 1A costumes have FNG utility belts? That should be FNG required. Now young Drogo, the costume your peers chose were fine. Must All Might open his mouth? Fine. You gave Ijiro no FING shirt. Yeah, I get he's got a harding quirk, but F dash. A quirk can't stop a FING bullet. Also, what in the ever-loving F is it with all the free-flowing fabric? It'll just slow them down. Practicality should come before FE flair. Heroics is about saving people, not being number one. Also, who had no brain cells to give an untrained, volatile kid support gear that compounded his explosions. Hero students don't get support gear until the second semester minimum. Another thing. Why in the ever-loving hell do so many hero students think capes are a good idea? It'll get them killed. Finally, most of the students' requests went FING ignored. That's not how you build rapport with heroes. Aizawa was smirking, as was Power Loader. Well, his was more like a smile. The man doesn't smirk. Okay, Drogo. How about we discuss the costumes more later? Nizu chimed in. Izuku blushed, rubbing the back of his neck. Sorry, sir. But, am I allowed to bring my gear to the USJ? Given that someone stole plans, it's only logical there's going to be an attack at the USJ, as that's the next big event. The sports festival is too far away to start making a statement, plus it's not isolated. Everyone in the world watches the festival, won't make sense to debut then. I'm guessing Aizawa told you about the break-in then? And yes, you may bring gear. Any restrictions? Nizu smiled, he was a predator. Izuku knew that, but Nizu didn't know Izuku himself was one. He'd learn soon enough. No, it's better to not need something than need it. Oh, poor Nizu doesn't know what he just did. So, that's everything, right? 'Cause I need to finish Yaoyorozu's AI. You can go back to the labs now. Thanks, sir. Al booked but put off the office, kicking off on Sharon as soon as he was able to. May. I can bring gear to the USJ. I need Cerberus, Nyx, Nemesis, and Anubis. I'm sorry, but what are those? Oh, he didn't realize Yaoyorozu was here. Oh, Cerberus is a capture weapon much like Aizawa-sensei's own. Then Nyx is knives that when used can blind someone, given her namesake. Nemesis is a sniper rifle that I have training for. Anubis is a chained scythe that can be used in an AoE type of attack. Might wanna add Kratos to the mix, along with Loki and Atreus. Yes, since I can split him into two and throw him. Loki's a jack of all trades mask. They're a gas mask, voice modulator, projection, and a full-on face mask. Atreus bow and arrows. Yaoyorozu had a horrified look on her face. Remind me not to underestimate support students. But why a god theme? Oh, we just like mythology. Oh, more than me. May replied, throwing Kratos his way. Izuku caught the axe with ease, leaning it against the table his gear had taken over. Might need produce. No point in bringing weapons if you don't get your suit. Fair. But Yaoyorozu, your costume's finished. I just need to finish up Athena and you're good to go. Athena? Your AI for all the chemical compounds you may need. Better than wasting time opening a big butt book. Yaoyorozu blushed at Izuku's choice of words. Thank you, Drogo. Would you like me to tell the rest of my class that their costumes would be ready soon? Please, saves us the time of trying to wrangle them. Now shoo. We have work to do. May shooed the other girl out of the lab. Okay, so Ashido's costume is alright. We can use it as a base. The colors need to be toned down. She needs a utility belt and fingerless gloves that can act like hose heads so she has better control. Her clothes should be resistant to any level of acid. And her boots should have a skate option, so she can skate on her acid easier. What about Ajui's? Hair needs to get cut, don't care if she beaches, she can't be dead and beach. Give her an insulated suit so she doesn't hibernate, webbed fingerless gloves with extra padding like mine have. Keep it slick, water-resistant, and skin-tight, can't have her sink when she's trying to swim. Get rid of the goggles, keep the aprons, but make it her whole torso. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. So we have Azui, Ashido's, and Yayarose's blueprints. Who's next, boss? Aoyama. He needs to get rid of the FING cape. Plus the armor does nothing but weigh him down. And the belt sheet, we could make a system to spread the beam to other parts of his body like his hands and feet. Gives him an easier time using and us less time tearing our hair out over hero course stupidity. Mei snorted, spraying herself with her energy drink. Dimin, you want me to take Idas? Please, I'm not dealing with him willingly. And if I do, I'm not me. Got it? Temitsu Kin, a fellow support student, and Fat Gum's son, kicked down the door. I know for a fact that you two haven't eaten yet. The ginger-haired kid spoke, holding 3 trays piled with food. Izuku's had katsudon, pad thai, miso soup, and sushi. Mei's had pad thai, dumplings, and soba noodles. Both trays had kimchi and 3 bottles of water. Kin's plate had 2 bowls of curry and a bottle of water. Thanks, Kin. How are your pops doing? Kin nodded as he spooned curry into his mouth. Pops is doing good, Nana's been doing better. How's the food? Izuku scoffed. Food's always good, Kin. You never make bad food, you can't with your quirk. You and Lunch Rush always make the best lunches. Mei added. Once the trio finished lunch, Kin collected their trays, leaving behind a bento for each of the workaholics he called friends, knowing they would forget food existed. Especially trying to fix the mess that was Class 1 as costumes. It took 2 more hours to blueprint out the rest of the costumes. This was going to be an all-nighter. If Alastair's theory was right, his brother's class needed good costumes and gear if they wanted to see the next sunrise. The next morning at 5 on the dot exactly, Izuku and Mei climbed to the rooftop and waited for the sunrise. Next week's gonna be dangerous. We both know your theories are normally right. And Izuku, don't die too much, K? I need my brother around to help make babies, you know. Mei said, eating the bento Kin dropped off yesterday. Izuku scoffed. Yeah, I don't plan on leaving you to conquer the support world alone. That's the move. Mei shoved him lightly with her shoulder. Better not. The pair spent the early morning on the roof, going back into the labs and working on the actual building of the gear. If any of the girls' costumes have heels, get rid of them. No hero should be doing work in heels. Uraraka's should be semi-skin tight, given her quirk and how it can be used. Size down her gauntlets and add protection to the suit. She needs the protection from a high fall if she ever overuses her quirk and drops it while in the air. Okay, next on the list is Ojiro Mashireo. His costume's just a GI. Extra padding, reinforced boots for harder kicks, no flowing fabric. Denki's costume's okay. I give him headgear for signals, and rods to keep any overcurrent away from his brain. Already did Ijiro's. Koji's needs longer pants, muted colors and longer sleeves, maybe a redone mask with an amplifier for the sound waves. Mei nodded, poking Izuku with a pencil. Yeah, those sound good. Denki's clothes should have rubber insulted to redirect current. Sato needs a stretchy material for his quirk. And more pockets on his belt and pants cut the headpiece of the suit off. A hood would be better. Also, the same tablet system Amajiki has, along with the mouthpiece. Extra padding and brass knuckles. His close combat style needs them. The base was surprisingly good. At least a small amount of the class has common sense. Alastair hummed, taking a sip of his water. Mizo's costume is pretty good. The only change I would make is the routine one, and making the shirt has retractable sleeves. Kyoka could use directional speakers like Present Mike has, and then just the routine changes. Zero could use Spider-Man-based support gear, so he doesn't always need to bend his elbows. Treat them like web shooters. Along with the routine changes. Hey you two. How are the costumes going along? I brought lunch, same thing as last time. Kin said, pushing the door open with his foot. Fake it. They're going well. You gonna join us? Kin shook his head. Nah, Heya wants to hang out. How much longer till you finished with them? Day or 2 maybe. If we don't run into issues. Kin places the trays on the table behind the pair, leaving with a quick goodbye. The two grabbed their trays and continued work, better get it done sooner than later. Fumi's costume could use an overcoat instead of a cape, less flowing fabric. And he needs knives. Give him gloves with retractable talons and a reinforced vest. And you know the rest. Oh, can I make the knives? I want to make a set. May was bouncing up and down. I scoffed. Sure, don't go too overboard. Izuku took a bite of his lunch, polishing off the kimchi. You're effing shitting me. May was said. She found another horrendous costume. Then, HM? Bad costume? Bad costume? It's a effing hunk of fabric half encased in ice. Izuku dropped his chopsticks, turning to May slowly. Name now. Oh hell no. He already dealt with enough half-butted costumes yesterday. Todoroki Shoto. He's got a half-ice half-fire quirk. No temperature regulation, nothing. Izuku pushed away his tray, grabbing the file from May. That's it. Class 1A is in English right now, yeah? Blueprint that out while I got to scream at Todoroki for his lack of brain cells. All of them must have frozen when he got his quirk. Making his way to present mixed classroom was easy, and the door was closed. Good, he can kick it in then. Kicking the door open with a slam louder than most of Bakugou's explosions, Izuku storms into the room. Todoroki, get up right now before I drag you two-tone but out by your itty hair. What is the ever-loving F were you thinking when you requested that costume, if you were thinking at all? Hoo boy, he's seething. Alright, tone it down before you deck the brat. Tamura was trying not to laugh. Denki had no shame laughing at the absurdity of his friend busting down a classroom door. Mizo and Kyoka were in the same boat as Kenji. Ijiro was covering his head on his desk, shaking. Koji just started at Izuku wide-eyed. Todoroki was confused. He didn't know this green and white-haired boy who was yelling at him. I'm sorry, but who are you, and why are you talking about my costume? Support course, among others, Drogo Alaster. The crazy BSTRD that thought it was a good idea to redesign all of your classmates' costumes in 2 days. Please tell me Kin's been feeding you too, Tamura begged. Yeah, hasn't gotten us to sleep much. But back on topic. The only costume I didn't have to change a single thing on was Kenji's, and that's because he knows I would have killed him if he came to me with a shitty costume. Now, I'm going to go back to the labs and fix your effed up costume, Todoroki. And I don't give a shit about that entire bit about you not using half of your quirk. You'll die once you hit the real world if you keep being a little beach. He turned to present Mike, giving a quick nod. Sorry about interrupting your lesson, sensei. Present Mike gave a nod and Izuku left, rushing back to the labs. I already fixed it. That costume would have killed you. Bakugou needs the gauntlets gone. The headpiece isn't useful. Give him a compression shirt like Hato to store sweat. And the routine changes. I'll pack up the rest of their costumes while you work on Bakugou's, then it's about DMN time we sleep. May nodded. Sure thing, boss, sure thing. Today was the day. Izuku hopes he's wrong, he rarely is. He and May watched the sunrise with bated breath. The sky was red, and it wasn't the pretty kind either. It was the calm before the storm kind. He also knew no matter how hard he wanted to keep his promise to May, he knew better. They both did. Izuku went over his gear for the day. Cerberus, Nyx, Nemesis, and Anubis were givens. As were Loki, Atreus, Kratos, and Proteus, who was a suit made of any terrain along with the routine changes. Then there were the reinforced boots and fingerless gloves. The suit was unbreakable given it was made out of vibranium. Ares, a cleaver sword, and the twin pistols Artemis and Apollo. You want to add anything else? Yeah, pack in 3 sets of both 8 and a sheet ton of lighters. Never know when you're going to need marble-sized explosives. Poseidon might be a good idea for another ranged weapon. The USJ has multiple water-based rescue areas. You hacked into the U.A servers again? Better to have a basic idea of what you're facing than you in blind, you know that. Point. I'm going to drop off the costumes now. Don't blow up the lab too bad. Izuku strapped enough knives to his person to make someone a pincushion, along with Artemis strapped to his thigh, Apollo's holster on his right shoulder. You're leaving with 2 guns? Really? The safety's on, it'll be fine. Before May could yell at him for walking around campus with 2 loaded guns and knives on his person, Izuku could care less. Today wasn't a day to follow the rules. Collecting the costumes and stacking them on 2 carts, he made his way toward the Class 1A homeroom. He could hear the yelling of Bakugou and Ida, the laughter of Denki and Kenji. Pushing the door open with his foot, Alastair nodded to the sentient sleeping bag that was Aizawa and made his way in front of his desk and sat on it. Giving off a sharp whistle, the class quieted. "I got your improved costumes. Come and get them." Ida was up first, noting the twin guns Izuku had. "You shouldn't have live weapons on campus. They go against the school rules," says the kid who could kill a man with a single kick. "You all have quirks that could be considered deadly weapons. I simply went the traditional route." Ida chopped an arm in Izuku's face. "Aizawa-sensei, please tell Drogo that live weapons aren't allowed on campus." Aizawa groaned, sitting up and unzipping his sleeping bag. "The kid has a license to carry. Nizu also permitted him to carry around weapons for today. I need to get that changed. Better to just have them all the time." Bakugou scoffed. "You must have a pretty weak quirk then." "Hey man, Dal's one of the smartest guys I know. Weak quirk or not." Denki defended him. "Hey Denkach." Izuku grabbed Denki's case and tossed it to him, the blonde catching it with a small fumble. The teen placed his case on the nearest desk and opened it. "Holy shit. You weren't kidding when you said you redesigned them. What's it made out of?" "A rubber," insulted Kevlar, "to help redirect current away from your brain and into the ground. The rods serve the same purpose. Another measure to ensure you don't go into shutdown mode is an external storage drive that stores any extra and used current. The headset has a built-in distress signal that gets sent to Nizu and Mei in case you need backup. There's also comms embedded into that. All of your costumes have vibranium comm sets for ease of communication. They're also terrain resistant. Anything you can I think of I covered. And before any of you ask, yes, I redid the costumes for the USJ, so you better wear them." "Where the F are my gauntlets extra?" "Oh shit." Bakugou found out he wasn't allowed his toys anymore. "You shouldn't have had M in the first place. You're an untrained first year who doesn't know the definition of the word control. Whoever made those for you is losing their hands. Problem child, don't maim your classmates. Even if they're idiots." Izuku bent backward, making eye contact with Aizawa. "Stop taking away my fun, old man." Alastair's phone pinged. He was wondering when Nizu was going to find his number. Jumping off the desk, Izuku pushed the 2 carts out of the room. "I gotta go, but Yayarozu. If you're worried about the fabric, don't, it's self-healing." Izuku got back to the labs in record time. Mei was setting up her monstrosity of a computer setup. "Hey, I'm going to change real quick. Nizu texted me and said we leave in 5. "Alright, I'm all set up. Kick soba K." Izuku was dressed and kicked out within a minute. Grabbing Sharon on his way out, Izuku got to the bus just as Class 1A got there. Grabbing the board and shrinking it down to the size of a Rubik's Cube with the touch of a button, Izuku made his way over to his friends. Tamura slung an arm around Al, rough filing his hair. "Hey little man. Ready for some rescue training?" Kenji tapped his hand 5 times. "Ready to fight for our lives?" "Yeah, it'll be good practice." Izuku tapped back 3 times. "Have to be." They got onto the bus. Denki and Ijiro sat together. Koji and Kyoka together with Fumikage and Mizo together. Tamura and Izuku sat near Aizawa, the rest of their group sitting clustered behind them. "Problem child. What weapons do you bring?" Aizawa looked more tired than usual. "I brought Nemesis, Nyx, Anubis, Kratos, Atreus, Ares, Apollo and Artemis, Ates, and finally Poseidon. Nem's the sniper rifle on my back. Nyx is knives that can blind among other things and stash anywhere I can fit a knife. Anubis is the chain wrapped around my right forearm. The scythe itself is on my right hip. Atreus hangs off my left shoulder, his quiver on my right thigh. Apollo's is holstered on my right shoulder while Artemis is on my left thigh and Ares is the cleaver sword strapped to my waist on the left side. Poseidon's in pen form right now, then I've got Icarus attached embedded into my suit for ease of travel. Finally, Kratos rests on my lower back, full-sized." Denki whistled. "Holy shit man. You're prepped huh?" Izuku shrugged. Might as well see what I can use in rescue training, you know? Izuku pulled out the map of the USJ and spent the rest of the bus trip committing it to memory. No point in going in blind. The outside of the USJ was a big glass dome. Izuku knew the place like the back of his hand thanks to the map and May filling his head with anything he could know about the place as they redid the costumes. He blocked out 13th speech. No point in taking in information that won't matter. Aizawa, incoming. Izuku knew that feeling in his bones, the itch that warned him of the possibility of upcoming death. Hopefully, May won't be too sad if he dies a few times. Equipping Apollo in one hand and one of Nyx in the other, Izuku lunged at the opening purple warp portal. Sheet. Did one of Dad's commanders go rouge? Uncle Geary knew about the trip today. Izuku shot the first low-level thug through the shoulder as soon as the shark-headed woman stepped through. Dad never wanted to go against you today. He knew Nizu was against the commission, so why in the F was there an attack today? It doesn't matter, figure it out once they're all dead. Dancing around a portal, Izuku stabbed the shark-headed woman through the brain. 1 down, 20 more to go. Lunging at the next thug, ready to blow their brains out. Izuku never made contact. He landed on his feet next to Azui and Denki in the flood zone. Not Dad then. He'd make sure Azui went to the volcanic zone if he was leading this attack. Placing Nyx back into its sheath, Izuku uncapped Poseidon, the trident expanding with a flourish. At least 20 thugs were swimming their way. Denki, release a charge into the water, only 120 volts. I'll take care of the rest. Turning on his comms, Izuku heard the chaos of his peers fighting for their lives. Good, they were all online. Kenji, who's with you right now? I've got Yaoyorozu and Mizo. You. Azui and Denki. We're in the flood zone. I already took out a threat. He could hear a shot ring out. Mine's 5. Aizawa was left in the plaza by himself against Rogers and 10 others last I knew. All right. Throwing Poseidon just as Denki released a charge, the count of thugs went from 20 to none. We gotta move. Azui head to the Strum zone, Denki go to mountain. Keep your comms on. They go offline, I'm assuming you're dead. Tell that to anyone you come across. The pair nodded, Denki looking a little green. Where are you going, Karo? Azui asked. I'm going to circle back to the plaza if I can and kill anyone who tries and stops me. Ethics be demanded. Izuku tied Icarus around the of Poseidon before the trio split off. Izuku jumped over the railing and before landing throwing Poseidon into the wall and rocketing towards it, feet out to stop the collision after flicking on the cleats. Landing with a light thud, he recapped Poseidon, swapping the trident out for Atrus. No one looks above after all. Wall running and taking out any thugs on the way was the easy part. Noticing that Bakugou and Koji were having some trouble, Izuku let loose a barrage of arrows before landing next to Koji with a throw of Poseidon. Hey Koji, you alright? Yeah, thanks for your help with the villains. Izuku nodded, smiling at his friend. No problem. Moving on quickly, Izuku checked in with Tamura again. Yo, round up the class. Keep them together and out of the plaza. I'm on cleanup duty. Count. 35 you? 39. Wait, nope, 40 I think. One's just a blood stain. Save some for the rest of will you? Izuku dropped the call and climbed back up the wall. Vantage points are important when dealing with groups. Humming a song to himself, Izuku enters the plaza, taking a catalog of everything. Aizawa was about to get decked by a Nomo, odd. They were sentient enough to disregard orders, so why weren't they? Doctor must have F'd with their brains somehow. Rogers was smiling and monologuing about how he was going to topple Hero Society. Izuku was all for reworking society, but DMN dude, there are other ways to go about it than whipping out the human race and rebuilding from square one. DMN, time to disappoint May. Swapping Atrus to Nemesis and lining up and shooting to go through the Nomu's hand was the easy part. The hard part? Keeping them entertained long enough and not staying dead for long enough for them to get bored and go back to Aizawa. Quickly taking around the 15 other thugs he could see with Nemesis, Izuku threw Poseidon into the Nomu's shoulder and let the momentum carry him. He kicks the jaw with his reinforced boots, stabbing Nyx into their neck, taking out one of their main senses. Quickly dispatching them with a gunshot to the exposed brain, Izuku didn't account for the Nomu falling backward. Sheet, jumping off the falling creature, a shot for a gun that wasn't Izuku rings out. A bullet going through his heart. Well, Sheet. At least he can just get back up again without issue. Standing up with a grunt, Izuku makes eye contact with Rogers, giving him a grin. Well, now that's just rude, man. What the F are you? The ginger-haired man was horrified. The people he's killed stayed down. Human, I think. Haven't had the time to figure that out yet. Rogers raised his gun again. Maybe it just grazed. A headshot should kill the kid, and it did. Izuku was fine with being killed once. It's an honest mistake. But twice, by the same guy no less? Rushing the guy and getting 2 more shots in his head. Well, one went through his eye, but that's more a technicality than anything. Grabbing Rogers' dominant hand and crushing it was laughably easy. Did the guy not drink milk or something? The gun dropped with a clatter. Izuku kicked it Aizawa's way, who was about to join the fray. Stay where you are and patch yourself up. I'll take care of this pig. Grabbing onto the guy's shoulder, Izuku kicked his legs out from under him, breaking his left leg. Buddy, what the F were you thinking? You're a support kid. You're not supposed to be here. Izuku shrugged. I got a day pass. Another thug, probably Roger's right hand, tackled Izuku, punching him twice in the face. You motherfucker. I'll kill you. He was screaming in his face. Demon, couldn't the guy tone it down? He was right there. Shoving his hand into the guy's mouth, Izuku curled his fingers around the back of the guy's bottom teeth and pulled as hard as he could. The jaw came off. Oops, too much then. Well, time to just end it then. A single shot rang out and Izuku's was showered in blood. Looking through the peephole, Izuku saw Velis and Cernunos eating FE popcorn. Tossing the corpse aside, Izuku stands now covered in the guy's blood and spit. Shaking his head like a dog, blood sprayed everywhere. Damn, he needs a shower. Making his way over the Rogers prone form, Izuku grabs his head by the scalp and tears it right off. Of course, that's when Class 1A and the heroes get there. Turning to Aizawa, who looked sick at whatever state Izuku was in. Can I take any nap? I haven't slept for nearly 3 days now. Aizawa must have blue-screened for a minute until he nodded. Sure, kid. Just do it away from the corpses. Izuku hummed and made his way to Tamura, holding his arms out. Tamura scooped him up with ease, and Izuku rested his head on the other boy's shoulder. Take a nap, little man. You did well. Tamura looked at his classmates. Did he just fall asleep, covered in blood? Ishido asked. Yeah, hasn't slept in almost 3 days now. Blood or not, the kid's body said it was nap time. What the F dash? He ripped a guy's head clean off. Rikido looked sick. Momo made a bucket for him to puke in. The eternity of Class 1A and even the heroes looked like they were going to be sick. But hey, everyone in the class was alive with minimal injury, so Kenji would call that a success. The kid was shot in the chest, Drogo. He might still have the bullet in there. Tamura nodded, waking up Alaster. Give me the bullet and you can go back to your nap, K? Al grumbled before sticking 2 fingers in the hole where his heart should be, pulling out the bullet and handing it to Tamura, who gave it to a random police officer, before picking up Al again and letting him go back to sleep. Should we be concerned about the kid? The same officer asked. Nah, he just needs a nap. Any injuries he got are already patched up. Al's good with field medicine. The police force had collected all the bodies and lined them up in the plaza. Before you ask, I only got 35 of them. The other 70 are ALs. I'm sorry. You're saying a child took out 70 villains by himself? All Might asked. Yeah, none of us got to the plaza until you did. I was rounding up the class and tending to any serious wounds. Alaster did all this himself. Drogo's not wrong. Problem Child did it all himself, even took care of the Nomu. The kid's good with the weapons he has. I'm sorry, you let a child use weapons? The same officer who Kenji gave the bullet asked. Quirks are tools just like weapons are. Problem Child was just leveling the playing field. Aizawa commented, glaring at the woman. Okay, let's let the kids get cleaned up, then we can figure out what to do with all this. Izuku woke up in a hospital room. He needs to get out. Why the hell is he in the hospital? He's fine. Trying to sit up is futile given that Izuku's been strapped down to the bed and cuffed. Calm down, young Drogo. You're alright, you're in the hospital? That was All Might. Why was All Might watching over him? I'm fine, but I need to get out. I can't be in here. They're gonna find me, I need to get out. My boy, you took a bullet to the heart and got back up? You're not fine. And if you're worried about someone hurting you, they can't. I'm not being abused. My family cares for me. I just want out. I did nothing wrong but defend myself. He could hear the shuffling of feet, the illness of those who died in pain. The screams for someone to help. He can feel the cold touch of the dead. A woman's holding his ankle in a death grip. He can't move. She's reaching for his face with a skinless hand, trying to grab him for whatever reason. Get the straps and cuffs off now. I want my brother. All Might looked angry at the plea for Tamura. My boy, your brother, is currently being asked questions about why he let a child fight for him and his classmates' lives. He wasn't even with me until the end of the fight. He couldn't have told me to do anything. I made the choice myself. All Might sighed. My boy, I called your mother and she's going to talk you home, alright? You're free from your father, now. All Might released Izuku's straps, but the cuffs stayed on before getting up and opening the door for Inko. The short green-haired woman rushed forward and hugged him tightly, using her quirk to pull on his now scarred heart. Oh, Izuku. Baby, you're okay now. Those two can't hurt you anymore. I was so worried when you went missing. Inko's the one who hurt him, never Dad or Tomu. Missing? Was everything a lie? He thought Inko left, not him. I'm okay, but where's my stuff? Inko smiled at Izuku sadly. Oh, honey, you don't need all those weapons. They're too dangerous. Your friend May came and collected them. At least they weren't destroyed. A doctor came in, smiling at Izuku. Ah, Midoriya. It's good to see you awake. You should be able to leave by tomorrow afternoon. One of your teachers and Aizawa wanted to see how you were doing. Would you like your mother to come with you? Before Izuku could get a word in, Inko spoke for him. I would love to meet my son's teacher. Shoyuta was in the hospital, Hisashi in the chair next to the bed. I wonder how the little listener's doing. Hello, Aizawa-sensei, Mike-sensei. I'm all right. The problem child entered with a woman that had a striking resemblance to him, a mother? Drogo had no mother listed as a contact, only his father, uncle, and aunt. Hello, I'm Midoriya Inko, Izuku's mother. The man that claimed to be his father had taken him 10 months ago, along with another boy. Shoyuta had to admit that she was a good liar, but Shoyuta was trained to catch them. By the look Izuku was giving him, he needed to play along. It's nice to meet the boy who saved my life's mother. I'm guessing you're the one who taught him how to fight. Inko looked horrified at that. Oh no, my Izuku's quirkless. That monster's the one who trained him to be a soldier. By the way, Izuku curled into himself slightly. It was obvious the kid was a soldier beforehand. Most quirkless people are if they don't desert. He knows to keep his opinion to himself. It'll only make it worse for Izuku in the end. Izuku was back in the apartment. Inko wanted to take him out of today, but given that he wasn't in the hero house, he was able to stay. But he had to come home twice a month on the weekend to make sure nothing like that monster happened again. He can't run yet, he'll wait until the heat calms down. Tamura and Dad are under investigation and can't be seen around him. Hopefully, it doesn't take long. Inko's been coddling him ever since he got back. He knows it's a bad thing to admit, but he liked her back when she tried to kill him, or just didn't give a shit. Texting May quickly to update her on this clusterfuck, then rolling off the bed and getting under the covers. He needed a nap. Getting to UA the next day was a pain. The press had crowed the gates trying to get UA to spill anything about the USJ. Izuku went around them, thankfully wearing a hoodie over his uniform, and hopped the wall just as he turned the corner. He rushed to Class 1A. He needed his brother right now. Kenji! He shouted as soon as he opened the door, rushing over to his brother. Hey, little man. Tamura was playing with Izuku's hair as he sat on his lap. What's got else so emotional? Uraraka asked. Izuku glared at her. Off. I'm not in the mood to deal with fools. Alright, enough chatting. Drogo, Shouldn't you be in business right now? I'm not moving, and if you try and move me you'll lose your eyes. Aizawa nodded, unfazed. I'll tell Ectoplasm you're sticking with Kenji today. Izuku moved to the desk next to his brother, which placed him on the left of Bakugou. I find it funny that you're so much of a wimp you need your big brother to calm you down extra. He wasn't dealing with this today. Stabbing one of Kenji's knives between Bakugou's pointer and middle finger, he glared at the blonde through his braids. Keep it up and you'll lose your hands, Bakugou. And we both know you're useless if you have no hands. Stop threatening your peers, Drogo. This isn't a life or death situation. Speaking of that, Sensei, why was a support student at the USJ? You never really explained it. Being a hero isn't all about just punching the villains. It's about analyzing them to understand how to take them down with the least casualties. Like both Drogos did before fighting anyone. Problem child, Nizu wants to see you. Kenji gave him a head pat as he hands Izuku his bag. Izuku knocked on the principal's door, opened it, and walked into the room with Nizu, All Might, Mirio, and another man present. Possibly Sir Knight, given that Mirio was mentored by him before All Might gave him OFS. Take a seat, Alastair. Now, I'd like to go over the USJ given that you had killed 70 villains there. Izuku took the only one seat between Mirio and All Might. So, this is the boy who's killed 70 villains and a Nomu singled-handed? Isn't he quirkless Nizu? Sir Knight, I asked. It's always about quirks. Mirai Sasaki, formerly known as Pro-Hero Sir Knight I. Aside from his quirk, Knight I's abilities lay in his intellect. He acted as the brains for All Might during their partnership. Knight I uses his intelligence to come up with strategies to tackle situations and make sure the best outcome could be achieved. Sir Knighty's quirk allowed him to see another person's future from a third person's point of view. His quirk activates only with skin contact than eye contact with them. This quirk stayed active for 1 hour and has a 24-hour resting PRD before it could be activated again. While his quirk was active, he could see as far as years into a person's future. Your quirks for the rest of the 20 hours of the day, yet you see to be basing my worth solely on that I have no quirk. What are you trying to prove here, boy? I'm trying to prove that being quirkless doesn't mean we're useless. Mirio was glaring at him for talking back to his mentor. Izuku could care less, he just wanted cuddles from his friends right now. Snap. I'm going to play the footage. Wait for questions until after. Izuku wanted to block it out but knew better than to drift with threats in the room. It took 45 minutes for the footage to be finished. Mei had edited out the parts where Izuku died and made it look like he was just heavily injured. He needed to take her out for ice cream after this. You seemed too prepared about the attack. Did you know about it? I had a super vague idea due to the break-in and what Nizu told me, so I came extra prepared. It's just common sense. My boy, why did you use excessive violence when dealing with the villains? All Might pressed. This wasn't some big show for the press. It was life or death. There are no ethics in surviving. I and my brother survived. An outsider's opinion on that doesn't matter. The dead don't care after all. That's not heroics, my boy. All Might scoffed. Even if I had plans to become a hero, which I do, I'd be a better one than you ever could be. Izuku grabbed his bag and stormed out, going to Gym Gamma to break some sheet. What the hell happened here, problem? Child. Izuku turns, currently shirtless and sweating buckets. Oh, I got sick with All Might's sheet. Knight, I thought I was helping the villains. His sensei's eyes flashed red. I'm sorry? They thought you, the kid you killed 70 people and saved my life, was a traitor. I'm used to that though. I'm quirkless, a second-class citizen. The white-haired man, or as the bald guy said, Yoichi, seemed to understand what Izuku was saying. He knew the story of Dad and his little brother, of how the brother was sickly, as was Yoichi, or at least sickly-looking, so that was Dad's little brother making Yoichi his uncle. Well, sheet, kid's quicker on the pickup than most. Name's Daigoro. The now-dubbed Daigoro smiled at him. Kid, quirk or not, you're still a person. Izuku hums, putting his shirt back on and cleaning up the broken punching bags. Aizawa left once he realized he wasn't going to get much out of the kid. So you're my dad's brother, right? Izuku asked. I am. Hisashi told you about the story of all for one and one for all then. Yeah, so why are you all following me around and not Mirio? The guy with a spiky ponytail scoffed. Yagi chose wrong. You'd be a better ninth than that brat. Izuku blushed, rubbing the back of his neck. I plan on going into underground heroics. Have OFA would force me to go spotlight. I just want to save people, not climb the ranks. The spirit hummed. Name's Shimoda-ko. I was the third user of One for All. Yoichi was first and Daigoro was fifth. Hikage Shinomori, the guy with the scar going through his left eye, was the fourth. The guy with the gauntlets is Anno Yutaka. En's the sixth user, he's the silent grouch. Then there's Nana, she was Yagi's mentor. Why am I being told this? I know you said Mirio's AD, but that can't be the only reason. Shimoda chuckled. Dim, you are your nephew's a FING genius. But you're right. That's not the only reason. Due to you having AFO, you can give and take quirks, and due to that I want to give you mine. But I could use your quirks for villainous reasons. Izuku, the only reason you or Tamura would become villains is due to there being nothing left for you. After all, soon enough, if the only thing you've been told your entire life is that you're worth nothing or a villain, who would blame you for listening? Yoichi explained with an air of sadness. His uncle knew personally, after all, that people are cruel when they don't understand something. Izuku stood silent for a moment before nodding to himself. All right, I'll take your quirk. But how does this affect Mirio? Daigoro sighed. We've all been pulling away slowly, which is why the brat's having such a hard time with his quirk and OFA, but we don't pull away fully until we move on to someone else. In this case, giving our quirks to you. And to be honest, Mirio deserves it. He's going to end up like Endeavor in the end. My quirk's called FA Gene. It allows you to build up and store kinetic energy as you move. This energy can then be released as an explosive burst of speed and power. You can rename it if you want. Yagi and Mirio don't know about the use of being able to give our quirks though, so it's not going to expose you if you don't rename it. Izuku nodded, focusing on the second user's core. Once he found the light blue wisp that was FA Gene, Izuku pulled gently. He knew Shimoda was dead, but losing your quirk hurts both the dead and living. The group waited a moment until Izuku smiled at them. There we go, I'll need to find a way to test this out. Might have to go to Maze later. Mirio felt odd, like something was missing. One for All felt weaker. Didn't Yagi-sensei say that it only got stronger as it was passed on? How could it get weaker? Don't you live with Hisashi? Yoichi asked, confused. I did. All Might pulled some strings or some sheet and Inko spun this tale of me being kidnapped by Dad, so I'm back living with her. Yoichi was said. She tried to kill you for years. Why the hell would anyone let you near her? Izuku shrugged. All Might's the #1 hero. People don't care what goes on behind closed doors if it doesn't affect them. Izuku grabbed his bag, going to the Gen Ed dorms. Sato Akira greeted him with a hug. Hey man, you doing any better? They asked, ready to use their quirk at Izuku's say-so. As good as I can be. Who's doing dinner tonight? Akira sighed. You's got dinner covered, bro. You should take a nap, man. I'll wake you up in time for dinner. Izuku hummed, not processing what Akira said. Getting to his room isn't a challenge. His dorm mates know each other's tics. Izuku face-planted onto his bed and slept for whoever knows how long. The only people keeping him company right now were the vestiges and the trio. Izuku came back to the land of the living with a cold touch on his forehead. Opening his eyes, Izuku saw Velis sitting on the end of his bed. Hey, how long did I sleep? A few hours. You made a pork stew tonight. Your portion's still in the oven to keep it warm. Izuku swung his legs over the side, standing with a stretch. He made his way to the kitchen and grabbed his bowl of stew, sitting on one of the couches in the common room. Jean was still up, probably wanting to make sure Izuku ate something. Hey Jean, you can head to bed now. I've got dinner, I'm all good. The class president looks at the green-haired boy with a raised eyebrow. Alright, go back to bed after you finish eating. Izuku could feel the effect of Jin's quirk orders slipping over him. He nodded, tapping his knee twice to show he's under the effect of order. The next day was a mess. He was woken up by Oboro flicking his forehead. Smacking away the Cloud Boy's hand, Izuku changed into a fresh uniform. He's gotten used to the invisible eyes on him. He could care less if they saw him naked. Hey Squirt. You've got business today. Hopefully, ectoplasm moves your seat away from those three assholes. Popping his back, Izuku tied his tie with quick fingers, looking in the mirror at the now stark white hair. Inko made his wash the dye out. He had his business classes today. Damn it Oboro, why couldn't he let Izuku have some peace? Great, he's gotta deal with those quirkest Fs. Izuku groans. He should meet with Nizu soon to see if the stout still wants to go through with the plan of Izuku becoming his personal student. Velis held up the set of ropes and clothes he was working on. You've gotten good. Do you still have that stash of money? We could use it for a sewing machine so you're not using your hands all the time. Thanks, and yeah, I should have enough. Munin nipped at his ear. We should start the parkour training tonight. You should hang around parks during the day since we can't exactly venture into the woods with Inko around. Izuku hummed, looking over at Oboro. Anything you want to add, Cloud Boy? The older teen laughed. Nah, you kicked butt at the USJ. Me teaching you can wait, the trio has more important things. I'd also tell Sho about the whole quirkless issue. He can help with FA Gene. The heat needs to die down, Obio. Too many bombshells dropped this close together is just asking for trouble. Izuku made his way to the kitchen, taking a cup of coffee from Junko, dancing around the other boy. Izuku notes the blue bracelet on his wrist, and grabbing the bagel hero holds out to him along with a bento he stored in his bag. Thank you too, see you in English? Junko hums, handing out more coffee to the rest of the dorm, Jean using his quirk, order on Fumiko before she can create a sleep-induced illusion. Yeah, now sit your crazy butt down before I have Etsu tie you to a chair with her ribbons. Izuku flinches, he doesn't want to be tied down again. He can't be. He needs to get out. Sorry but I promised May I would walk with her to the labs. Izuku leaves, rushing to get to class. Hey, watch where you're going. Kono Lee shouted at him. She was a second-year business student. Sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you, Kono-san. Alastair tried to move past the older girl so he could get to his seat, but one of her friends, Uno Ren, another second year, grabbed him. I'm surprised you're still trying this. Thought you would have quit by now. Nulls aren't known to be anything other than the dirt under our shoes, you know. Alastair flinched, trying to get his arm free. He knew most people didn't like him, he heard the whispers after all, but for someone to call him a slur to his face? He thought Yurare was different. Uno let go once the bell rang. Izuku rushed to his seat, taking the one in the back corner. Alright. If you haven't finished any reports, I'm giving you a free PRD to work on them. Izuku pulled out a report on how villainous quirks could be used for heroics among other things. It took him around 20 minutes to finish the report, turning it into ectoplasm before heading back to his seat to work on the math packet he had. The bell rang 10 minutes later. Izuku was already out the door. Hey, Drogo! Hearing someone shout his name was odd. Most people didn't bother with him. It was Siro from 1A. Making his way over, Izuku saw Bakugou leaning against the wall. What's up? Dude, you kicked butt at the USJ. You gotta tell us your quirk. Izuku paled. I don't use my quirk all that much. Bakugou went pale at that. He kept staring at Izuku's blood-red high tops. Sheet. He needs to get out before Bakugou links sheet together. The blonde grabbed his wrist, pulling Izuku closer. Deku, what the F are you doing here? OF dash. Hey Bakugou. I enrolled here. He should have expected Bakugou to get angry, said even. That was Bakugou's default after all. Bakugou threw a right hook and the only reason Izuku was able to dodge was due to Bakugou being that predictable. Bringing his left leg up, Izuku kicked Bakugou in the side, jumping back before his tormentor even hit the ground. Something wrapped around Alastair's middle and still high on the adrenaline Izuku trashed, trying to get out of the binds. Let him go. Calm down, problem child. Siro, bring Bakugou to recovery girl then get to your next class. Aizawa moved back into the 1A classroom, sitting behind his desk and releasing Izuku from his capture weapon into a seat directly in front of him. You're not one to attack unprovoked. Izuku gulped, steeling himself before speaking. You can trust Sho. He went through similar things when he was a kid. Oboro chimed in from where he leaned against the door frame. Bakugou and I were childhood friends. He got his quirk, I didn't. Izawa hummed. Anything else you want to add? Izuku clenched his fists, his knuckles going white. I'm quirkless, he's not. What else is there to add? Collecting his bag, Izuku ran out of the room, making his way to the roof. Shinso was hanging out on the roof. Izuku hopes he doesn't have to talk the boy down. Hey, Shinso. His voice was quiet. Talking just had to be a struggle today, huh? The other teen turned, nodding. Yeah, and you're Kenji's little brother. You're quirkless, right? Yeah, and you have the cool brainwashing quirk. I would change the name. Mindful could be a good name. Alludes to your quirk without saying it outright. Alastair moved over to the bench Shinso was sitting on and opened his bento. Sounds nice. Shinso stands, packs up his bento and leaves the roof. Luckily he didn't take a quick way down. He's a nice kid. Shimoda comments. Yeah. Velis, want to start training tonight? Could we do it in the void? Velis brightened at the suggestion. Oh. Yeah, you should be able to enter the void and change the terrain up for training so we don't have to risk everything. The second user, Ano Yutaka grunted. You need to eat better, kid. You'll drop one of these days. Nana hummed. I can teach you recipes if you want. I already know how to cook you too. I've just been busy, but I'll make my lunch for tomorrow tonight. Ano scowled. All right, kid. Bakugou grumbled. I'm telling you that Deku's name is Midoriya Izuku, not whatever sheet you've got on file. And how do you know that, Bakugou? The blonde scoffed. I knew the wimp since we were kids. Auntie said that he went missing a while back, and then this Drogo guy pops up with the same hair and same dim red shoes as Deku. Niza sighed. If you think this is true, I'll call in Drogo and we'll figure it out. Now head back to class. Bakugou stood with a huff, shoulder-checking Izawa when he entered the office. What was that about? Izawa asked, sitting down on the couch. Drogo Alastair and Drogo Kenji aren't who they say they are. Their true names are Midoriya Izuku and Midoriya Tamura. But I already knew that. Why didn't you deny their application then? Niza smiled. Because it seemed that both boys were running from something. And it seems that I was right. After all Might had pulled some strings after the USJ with the commission to get Midoriya back under his mother's care. Which from what we already know isn't a good thing. It's why I haven't been able to do anything. The entire staff is under scrutiny from the commission, and if I tried to help, they could just end up as commission weapons, much like Hawks is. So that's why you accepted Yagi onto the staff. The commission pushed for it. You'll need to push back the lesson on the quirkless community, which is a shame if what I've seen from some of our business students is true. But please keep a close eye on the brothers, maybe plan another training session. We need them to trust us if we even were to think about helping them and their father. Is it possible that the younger Midoriya isn't quirkless? There are outdated tests. Nizu tapped his chin. It's possible, but that's something we can investigate once they're safe. Izuku walked into English, giving a smile to present Mike. Izuku treated English as a free PRD to work on analysis or any other languages that interested him. Taking out number 17 of his notebooks, Izuku continued on the analysis of Kyoka and Denki being a good tag team, along with any weaknesses for them as a team and solo. Noting present Mike checking on other students in Izuku's row, he swapped to his current language notebook, number 23. Oh. Whatcha working on, little listener? Trying to figure out if I can learn Dutch, sensei. Izuku signs, keeping his gaze locked on his shoes. Looks like today's going to be a nonverbal day. Mike smiles. It reminds Izuku of a sunny summer day. All right, little listener. And with those 3 words signed, present Mike moves on to helpo with his worksheet. Izuku pulled out number 17 again, splitting his attention between the 2 notebooks. Hey, little listener, you're being called down to Nizu's office. Present Mike tapped on his desk as he spoke. Izuku collected his things and made the trek to the Stoat's office, humming a tune Dad would sing when he cleaned around the house. Knocking on the door before opening it, Izuku nodded to both Nizu and Izawa before sitting down in the last remaining chair, It's in the center of the room. Why was it in the center of the room? Hello, Drogo, or would you prefer Midoriya? Izuku froze. How the did he find out? Did he know from the start and just lead them on? Slipping one of Nick's into his hands, Izuku stood, stabbing the blade into a stack of paper. It wasn't paperwork, thankfully. How the do you know that? You been leading us on, Udaman Stoat. Nisa smiles. Well, you're one of the first to guess what I am correctly, but I haven't been leading you on. I knew from the start, yes, but I could tell you and Tamura were running from something. Midoriya Inko perhaps. Izuku snarled. Yeah, you gonna say the same shit All Might did about how she was only worried because her son went missing and is quirkless. I know for a fact your hands ain't tied. You're right, Midoriya. My hands aren't tied. I was simply waiting for the heat to die down, but it seems that I was mistaken to do so. Now, would you like our help? Izuku almost snapped. Like your help? You egotistical little sheet. Why the F? Do you think I even got on your radar in the first place if I wasn't going to use it? Gods and people think you're smart. Izuku snorts. I must be a genius then. Izuku pulls Nyx out of the stack of papers, and the desk, and glares at the other two men. Get your sheet together before you make a move. I don't want to have to put down two good dogs. The pair sat in silence for a few minutes. I think we were just scolded, Shoyuda. The next hurdle for Izuku was the sports festival. He took to training in the void with his mentors. Velis had been hunting his but with fans and ribbons, Munin and the vestiges alongside her. The only reason Izuku had even the smallest leg up was due to Fa Jean and Pull, his mother's quirk. The name she gave was too long. Pull was simple enough to allude to what the quirk was without giving anything away. Using Pull, Izuku threw a chunk of wreckage at his hunters, knocking Nana down. Grabbing a broken piece of rebar and using it to vault himself over the broken skyscraper. Daigoro tried to grab Izuku using Black Whip, but Izuku jumped away from the tendrils. Making his way down the side of the building using the fire escape, Izuku knew to keep his mentors on their toes. They might fall into somewhat of a pattern, but Izuku knows better than to be predictable. Equipping a steel and vibranium fan, along with a Nyx, the immortal teen faced off with Velis, someone he considered a mother figure. The pair danced around each other, only getting superficial hits in, nothing that would end the match and neither gaining the upper hand. Out of the vestiges, Ko and Yutaka were the hardest to fight. They both were underground and fought dirty. Izuku couldn't blame them for that. Fighting dirty keeps you alive. Yutaka had a speed-based quirk he called Flash based on a pre-quirk era comic. His mentors won that round, but Izuku had to admit, he held up well against them. Setting out of the void was like stepping out of a pool of water. It rippled and the feeling tickled Izuku's skin. Making his way to the cafeteria, well, Izuku tried to, but there was a giant crowding around the classroom of 1A. Damn it. The rumor mill must have got going about the USJ, and with the sports festival coming up, this wasn't just a social call. Slipping into the void and steeping out of people's shadows. Shadows were smaller and quicker gateways, no matter what they were tied to. Izuku slipped out of Tamura's shadow. Izuku made sure no one would see him before stepping out. What's going on? Alastair asked. He had the basic sure anyone could pick up on that if they had a functioning brain. One BS making a scene. Something about how this blonde kid named Monoma thinks we're all egotistical. It's a mask, the kid wears it well sure, but it's starting to crack. Hums. Let me guess? The USJ and my spree. Denki slung an arm over Izuku's shoulder. His thread was a healthy forest green, liked, strong bond. It was still something to get used to seeing so many strong green threads. He needs to stop blocking the threads out. Ine isn't as bad as Aldria. Yet. Yeah man. He's been ranting about a declaration of war or something. Izuku groaned, ducking under Denki's arm and pushing his way to meet with this Monoma. Oh, if it isn't one of the famous USJ participants. Who are you exactly? Monoma's thread was white and of average strength, completely neutral bond. He had a smug grin on his face. Drogo Alastair. The triple-core student who killed 70 people at the USJ to keep me and my brother's classmates and sensei alive. Monoma left. You sure you are just trying to boost your ego? I thought all 1A did was wait for the pro to get there. Motherfucker did not just say that. Tamura had noticed the shift and swore in English, pushing through the crowd to get to Izuku. Gripping his brother's shoulder and squeezing, he knew the pain wouldn't register. Don't, you're already on thin ice, Sal. You might want to listen to your brother there, Drogo. Taking a deep breath, Izuku shrugged off Kenji's hand and lifted his shirt, letting the bullet wound and the other old scars he got before his first death show. He stared into Monoma's soul. The blonde boy was looking a little green. The villains didn't wait, so why should I? Izuku let his shirt drop back down, grabbed Tamura's wrist in a grip that would most likely break someone else's bones, and marched to the roof. FING assholes. Tamura, Izuku, Kyoka, Mizo, Denki, Koji, Ijiro, and Fumikage sat surrounding Izuku, not close enough to be suffocating. Izuku just lays down and stares up at the sky. It reminds him of the hero hopeful that died too soon, someone who's learned to care for the useless demon kid, the Deku. He lifts an arm, reaching for something he'll never be able to grasp without the life digging its claws in again. Hearing the roof access door open, the hinges squeaked if opened with a little too much force. There was Bakugou Katsuki in all his glory. Small pops were coming from Bakugou's clenched hands. He looked off. Can I talk to you alone? Bakugou looked awkward. He was never awkward. Tamura stood before Izuku, Mizo grabbing the younger Drogo and letting him lean against the multi-armed teen. Al? You wanna, or no energy? This is important. Alaster stood with help from Denki and Mizo. The group of three moved to the stairwell, far enough wavy from the roof there would be no one listening in. The first thing Bakugou does is give a bow. If it gets any weirder, Izuku going to get the hell out. I'm sorry, Izuku. I thought that it was normal. Back to what was going on in Aldra. It wasn't. I'm so sorry it took this long, but Auntie said that you went missing. I looked up anything I could on the quirkless community and God, I'm so sorry for all the shit I and the others fuckers at Aldra put you through. Izuku nods, sitting on the floor and hugging Bakugou as the older boy cries. I know. I was never mad. Just hurt, which is worse. I knew you thought it was normal. You've been told for years that you had an amazing quirk and I would just bring you down. But I never went missing, Inko left. Then my dad, Hisashi, found me. I've been better off with Dad and Kenji than I ever was with Inko. Tamura stood behind the pair. Sighing, he runs a hand through his hair. Alright, if Zu accepts then I do too. But you better be genuine. If this is a prank I'll decay your hands. It's not. I already talked to Hobo about a fallback plan. I'll be swapped to Gen Ed, if it isn't too bad, and go through anger management. Zuku will go to 1A if I even make a single fuck up. If I fuck up real bad, I'm expelled and blacklisted from ever becoming a hero. And don't even think about trying to get me out of this, Zuku. I asked for these conditions. Izuku brushes Katsuki's hair out of his face, smiling at him. It's a shaky one, but they both know the younger one means it. If you had the thought to make a fallback plan you won't fuck up again, Kat. But enough of that. Wanna eat lunch with us? Katsuki nods. Sure, doll. Tamura snorts at the nickname. Doll? Let me guess, 'cause he's cute. Yeah, now if doll's got a fake name, you got one. If I'm going to hang around I ain't calling you Ikenji when we aren't here. Midoriya Tamura, nice to see some change in you, Kat. Tamura was smug with the nickname. A few small pops. Katsuki saw how Izuku flinched. He knew better than to be loud around his oldest friend. Go off in Katsuki's hands. Only doll calls me Kat. Try that and you lose your hands, Tomu. The group of 9, 15 if you counted the ghosts and Dark Shadow, spent their lunch break chatting and getting to know Katsuki, who kept handing Izuku snacks even after he finished half his lunch. The group split off with quick waves, or hugs in Tamura's case, and a bag of chips in Katsuki's, to go to their classes. Izuku had a free PRD so he just went back to the Gen Ed dorms. Izuku pulled number 17 of the analysis notebooks off his shelf and opened up the most recent video on a spotlight hero named Cerberus. She was one of the few who Izuku liked that were spotlight. She put saving people first. A knock startled Izuku out of his fervorous writing. Pushing his chair back, Izuku moves over to the door, opening it enough to see who's outside but not enough to let them in. It's Katsuki. He has his backpack and a tote bag. The blonde PPS and eyebrow. You gonna let me in, doll? Or should I just stand out here with dinner? Dinner? It was around 2-ish when I got back to the dorms. Izuku opened the door further. Katsuki moved past the white-haired teen and placed the tote bag on his desk. It's 6:30 Zu. You spent 4 hours taking analysis notes if the stack of notebooks is anything to go by. I brought katsudon, tendon, and some kimchi. Katsuki was sitting on Izuku's bed and handed him a bowl of katsudon and a sweet tea. What notebook did you start on? Looks like you went through 6 in 4 FING hours. That's gotta be a new record. Started on number 17, and I'm up to 23 now. At least that isn't just word vomit. Those are near the hundreds, I think. Katsuki whistled. Ding, you know you can take a break, right? Says the guy who's training every day after school. Katsuki shoved Izuku with his shoulder. Yeah, and hey, you're coming home with me for the weekend. The hag and old man want to see me, and there's no way in hell I'm letting you go back to Inko from what you told me. Alright, I've been wanting to see Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Maso. How have they been doing, by the way? Inko never really let me out of the apartment much once she got home. Katsuki scoffed. The hag and old man are doing fine. Hag's been arguing with Inko a lot, but given that she met her through Uncle Sashi, it's not that hard on her to cut Inko out. Izuku placed his dishes onto his desk and laid down on his bed, Katsuki moving around him to collect the dishes and pack them away. I've gotta get heading out. You wanna run tomorrow, Zu? The younger boy hummed. Yeah, if I don't stay up super late. You need sleep, don't think I didn't notice those eye bags. The sports festival was getting closer. Izuku upped the lessons with Aizawa and even trained with his friends, and won most of the spars. All Might was a shitty teacher. How can you keep kicking our buttes and not break a sweat? Kyoka asked, drinking from her water bottle. I knew I would have to push myself farther to get even near the leg up your quirks give you. But the reason I'm having you guys use my training scheduled is that All Might's terrible at his job, if you can call it one. Mizo laughed. Yeah, I prefer Aizawa-sensei, and he's not even as scary as you are with this training Al. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry. Just want you guys not to end up dead as soon as you debut due to half-butted teaching from someone who doesn't even have a teaching license. Katsuki charged from Izuku's left, trying to catch the teen off guard but ending up flipped over his shoulder with a knife to his throat instead. Izuku's eyes were cold, Tamura recognized the look, and waved off everyone else before even thinking of moving in. He circled the pair, hands out and open to show he had no weapons, making sure every move he made was seen by his younger brother. Hey little man. What's the date? It's April 5th, 2056. Tamura nodded, moving to the left so he was directly in Izuku's line of sight. Alright, mind telling me your full name? And where we are right now? Midoriya Ouroboros Izuku, we're at the USJ. Tamura cursed internally, this was a problem. Alright, can you tell me who's pinned under you? Izuku's eyes moved around the room, cataloging everything. Some random goon that almost killed Koji. The knife was dug a little further into Katsuki's throat, drawing a small amount of blood. Kyoka, get hound dog. No one else, anyone else enters this room and we might lose both of them. Mizo, stand guard outside the door, no one in or out. The two moved, following Tamura's slow movements from earlier. Izuku reached for another knife. As soon as the pair were out of the room, Izuku's eyes were back onto Tamura, who was sitting cross-legged on the mat and his hands away from his body and palms facing outwards. That's Bakugou Katsuki, Izuku. You were hanging out with him yesterday. He brought you dinner 'cause I asked him to make sure you ate something. But follow my breathing, alright? Count in for 1, hold for 5, out for 4. Okay. Izuku could hear the gunshots and the screams of his brother's classmates and his friends. He could feel the bullets going through his heart, brain, and eye. He could see Aizawa almost getting crushed by the Nomu, who could be able to disregard orders. Why didn't he disregard the order? Izuku, Bubba. You gotta breathe, okay? Izuku nodded, his hands shaking. Breathing in for 1 count, holding for 5, and out for 4. Tamura must have grabbed Nyx at some point given that it wasn't in his hands anymore. Pushing himself off of Katsuki, he almost killed Kat. And tucking his knees into his chest, Izuku gripped his hair. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. A set of arms hugged Izuku gently. He fights it. He can't be restrained again. He doesn't want to see Inko. It's alright, pup. No one blames you for having a flashback, alright? Do you want to go back to my office for lunch? I can put on a comfort show and you can relax. Hound Dog's voice was calm. Bakugou had moved over to Shoji, who was going to carry him to Recovery Girl. Let go, I don't want to be restrained again. Oh, this poor pup, he's been through more than most pro heroes, let alone anyone his age. As soon as Izuku mumbled those words, Hound Dog let go. Did someone restrain this kid in the past due to flashbacks? No wonder he was so hesitant about their first meeting. Kenji, I imagine you'll explain why Alastair said a different name than what's on record? He asked the teen, getting a nod in response. Yeah, just help my little brother first. Studio Ghibli movies and some D&D streams should help. Critical Role, Campaign 1 specifically. Stay away from the Briarwood arc, that'll just set the flashback off again. Stick with Studio Ghibli until he gives the go-ahead for Critical Role, and strip him of every weapon. Make it a trade, a weapon for something soft or something that'll keep his hands or even something for him to chew on that isn't his hands. He'll bite them until they bleed if he starts to slip again. Food-wise, Katsudon would be good along with some red Gatorade. Tamura's voice had an edge to it when he explained how to help Izuku. Hound Dog wasn't surprised the older boy was well-versed in what would help his brother after a flashback or episode. He and his father must have dealt with a few before Izuku came to UA. Izuku sat across from Hound Dog, my neighbor Totoro playing on the TV. Izuku had to trade all of one of his sets of nicks in, but he got a big soft plush of fat gum along with a chewable silicone dagger. Lunch Rush had brought a tray of food, dropping it off at the door. Hound Dog placed the tray in front of the young boy he considered one of his own. Most of the staff that met the boy were of a similar mind when it came to caring for the Drogo Midoriya boys. Izuku ate half of the bowl of katsudon, not feeling very hungry. My neighbor Totoro finished a while ago and Spirited Away was playing. Izuku was still a little out of it. He couldn't feel his fingers along with his ears still ringing. How are you doing, pup? Izuku stares out the window. His thoughts are scattered and hazy. I can't feel my hands. My ears keep ringing and I feel kind of floaty. Oh, this poor kid. Ryo wants to hug the boy. Can I hug you, Izuku? The pup nodded weakly, and Ryo wraps an arm around the boy, making sure not to squeeze tight and to keep one arm by his side so the pup doesn't feel trapped. The boy smells like the earth, flowers, and a nice summer breeze, but also gunpowder, soot, and oil. Such a complex smell to fit such a complex child. Tamura was being stared down at every angle. His friends could wait for the more in-depth answer. Teachers needed to be quelled first. So, you know why we changed our names. Inko's a surprisingly hard woman to get away from, even when she doesn't use her quirk. But that can get explained another time. But Izuku's had flashbacks before. That's an Inko thing. But yeah, even though Izuku's got what we've taken to calling soldier mode, what he does still affects him, even if it's a delayed response. And would you explain this Inko thing once you two get back under your father's care and become wards of U.A? Tamura glared at the stoat. Why do we need to become wards of U.A? Dad's a good parent. Nizu's paws went up. I didn't mean to imply that. It's just extra protection given what your brother had to go through due to the commission. Now, what's soldier mode? Tamura rubbed the back of his neck, decaying some skin off. That's a bit hard to explain. But Izuku split himself into different modes based on what type of situation he was in. One of bullying or scorn would be Aldra mode or Inko mode depending on what age the offender is. Up here it's Aldra mode. An authority figure kicks in Inko mode. Soldier is more complicated, that can mix for lack of a better word with any of the other masks, and crops up during flashback or event times where someone, or rarely Izuku himself, is in danger. I say rarely due to the other mode. Those are more common when it comes to peers and known adults. This isn't the first time I've seen soldier mode being worn due to the mistake or misaction of someone else. I and Dad have set off soldier before and paid pretty heavily for it. It'd be on file, but Izuku's quirkless so no one will give him the time of day. Most would just throw him into a padded cell. The modes are more of a trauma response than anything. He needed them to make sure he saw his next sunrise. Tamura took a sip of water before continuing. Speaking of sunrises, Izuku needs to see the sunrise every morning. It was one of the few ways he convinced himself he was still breathing and not just bleeding out in bed, hallucinating. Same with the stars. Keeps him from a complete shutdown. Those are where he reverts fully back to a mix of all three modes. I heard about it from Dad and it didn't end well, and Dad caught it when it was just starting. Hound Dog and Aizawa would be best, and given their schedules, Hound Dog would do sunrises and Aizawa stars. May and I might join from time to time, but it's more a time for Izuku to build a rapport with trusted adults. It's a new thing for both of us, him more than me. But, are you guys okay with the whole fake name thing? We lied outright to you. Tamura was waiting for the backlash and yelling, but all he got was a flick to the back of the head. Turning, Tamura saw Katsuki glaring at him. Doll's mental well-being is more important than something stupid like a fake name, dry lips. Inko tried to kill Izuku for at least 100 times minimum in a decade. Can we see Izuku soon? Denki had sparks going off between his fingers. Sorry, Denver. You might set him off again. One of his old bullies had an electricity quirk and used it on him. That's why he flinched the one time I came into your dorm? Oh, he made me a pair of rubber gloves, right? To wear to help me control the output. Yeah, as May for them. She'll hand them over pretty quick. The blonde hummed, leaving Recovery Girl's office to pick up the gloves. Will Izuku be alright though? From the sound of it, a complete shutdown, even the start of one is a terrible thing. Tamura shrugged. I trust Hound Dog, he should have gotten Izuku somewhat present. It can take a little while depending on how deep he's gone. Koji, can you, Fumikage, and Mizo stop by? You're the quietest three in the group right now, and talking might be hard, so JSL would probably be better. Of course. Fumikage nodded, dark shadow curling around his neck. We don't mind checking on the star. Mizo shrugged. I'll bring some snacks down. Izuku fell asleep at some point, possibly around 1:15, Ryo noted. He was cleaning up the dishes and plushies Izuku had collected when there was a knock at the door. Come in, although be quiet about it, please. I have a student sleeping. 3 of Izuku's friends entered, Koda, Shoji, and Tokyoyami, along with Dark Shadow. Shoji was holding a few boxes of snacks, must have grabbed them from lunch rush. We didn't realize Izuku was sleeping. We'll drop the snacks off and leave him be. He needs some sleep. Koda signed, so Tamura must have explained a few things to his friends then. It was a good thing to see they stuck around. Ryo collected the snacks and smiled at the boys, ushering them out quickly. Izuku woke with a thud. Oh, why was I sleeping on a couch? You needed a break after a flashback, Izuku. You fell asleep, you looked like you needed the rest. Hound Dog said, holding out a hand. Taking the hand, Izuku stood on wobbly legs. Giving a small smile to Hound Dog in thanks, he sat back onto the couch, pulling a blanket over his lap. So, you were there when Tamura was asking his questions? Who else knows? Yes, Nizu knows. Along with your friends and your teachers, and only your teachers. I would have specified if Nizu told the entire staff. But how are you feeling? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Pretty good. I feel like I'm here again, so that's progress. Do I have to go back with Inko? Hound Dog's eyes widened at the last question. No, your father has custody again along with you, Tamura, and Katsuki being wards of U.A, as extra protection, so nothing like you going back to an abuser happens again. Nizu is simply another legal guardian for you 3, nothing more. No one on the staff is trying to replace your father. Izuku nodded, collecting his things and leaving. He made his way to the Gen Ed dorms and slept after Kin forced a bowl of soup into his hands and made sure he ate half of it. He hated this. The entire idea of this festival was an excuse to let kids beat the ever-loving shit out of each other. Izuku scoffed like he was one to talk. He was kit to all hell with the same gear as the USJ. This better not turn out the same way. It can't. He's going against his peers, not people trying to kill him. Taking a breath, Izuku finishes up with his gear. Today's his only shot. He can't have Nizu pull strings, he needs to do it. Hey, you've got this, sis. Denki slung an arm over Izuku's shoulders. He took to wearing the rubber gloves. Izuku was glad that his friends seemed to be doing all right with them. He knows Denki wants to better control his output. Less time in shutdown will be better for his health in the long run. Yeah, I know, Den, just worried. The last big event we had was like a clusterfuck and Dumpster Fire had a baby on steroids. Izuku responded, tying his hair back into a bun. His usual braids would be too easy to grab. The pair moved over to their respective classes, Mei grabbing onto Izuku's left hand. You'll kick their buttes and get our advertising. The sky wasn't red this morning. No bone-deep feelings. Nothing yet doesn't mean it. Can't go to hell real effing quick. Mei nods. But it hasn't yet. And if it does, our friends know what to do, and you'll lead us like normal. Izuku sighed. Hope it doesn't come to that. Katsuki gave Izuku a quick high five as he passed, slipping a granola bar that Yaoyorozu would use to recharge after using her quirk for a long time. Munching on the bar, Izuku slipped past Mana, Kin, and Nori. The first event was an obstacle course. Of course, this being Yuta, it was on steroids. Izuku gripped a Nyx in one hand and Anubis in the other. Icarus was ready to be activated as soon as the horn sounded. Anubis' chain was wrapped around Izuku's right forearm, the scythe itself in hand. As soon as the horn sounded, Izuku jumped. Todoroki, if the hair was anything to go by, had iced the floor of the tunnel and skated across. Izuku threw Anubis, catching onto a lamppost, and pressed the button for the chain to reconnect with the staff of the scythe. The cleats in Proteus boots were released as soon as Izuku was airborne. With a crouch of his knees to brace for the impact, Izuku was attached to the tunnel wall and able to avoid the ice. Tamura took the route of taking his boots off and decaying the ice with his feet. Well, look at that. Drogo Alaster, a triple core student, has thought outside the box and is using the walls to combat Todoroki's ice. What do you have to say about this, Shota? Mick's voice was loud, louder than normal anyway. Izawa sighed. It's a smart move. Both of the Drogo brothers are smarter than most would take them for, that's for sure. Izawa sounded more tired than normal. Something might be wrong with his patrols then. Shaking off the thought, Izuku kept pace with the middle of the pack. He knew better than to try and outpace Todoroki so soon. Can't have a target on his back this early, or at all, preferably. Hitoshi had taken to asking Mizo to carry him as the other boy hung from the ceiling with a pair of arms. Nodding to the pair, Izuku detached from the wall, using Ares, a large as F cleaver sword, to pierce the concrete and pole vaulting Izuku when he pulled it out of the ground as he flipped over Tamura and a pink-colored girl, Ashido. Sheathing the sword quickly, he weaved between his peers, slashing any non-lethally who got too close. He could hear the commentary, noting anything that seemed to be useful and not just showmanship. Todoroki's quirk was half hot, half cold, yet he only used ice. Was his theory about Endeavor being as shitty behind closed doors as he was on camera right? It wasn't hard to put together, common sense really, but still. Then again, look at All Might. Sliding across the finish line, Izuku placed third. Katsuki got second, Todoroki first. Making his way over to the explosive, he was quiet on the bad days, blonde. Izuku smiled at his oldest living friend. Middle school, you would have killed Todoroki by now. Katsuki shrugged, drinking some water. Not at Aldra no more. Plus, he looks like he'll die if he doesn't win this. Probably trying to prove a point. What do you think, doll? Izuku hummed, fixing his hair. Yeah, there's no reason for him to restrain himself like that. The brat's got a FING amazing quirk and he's not using half of it due to being a child. Like, I can understand why, but no. Todoroki was handed a golden platter of life. Yeah, there's most likely abuse, but DM in. I'd take that any day over what I've got. He keeps this tantrum going, he's going to get someone killed. Someone who's going to get stuck in the crossfire. Kat scoffed. And with him only using half of his quirk, it's like he's saying none of us are worth 100%. Which is bullshit, not even from a competitive standpoint. If we have to team up with him when we're heroes, we might end up dead if he doesn't go 100% against the opponent. Tamura walked over with a few of the others. What are you two ranting about? Izuku sighed. Todoroki and how this stunt of his is going to get someone killed if he doesn't get his head out of his butt? Mizo nodded. Come on. We've got an hour until the next event. We need some rest and a plan. The group spent the hour planning for every event they could think of. If it's a group event, we'd need good matchups that balance skill levels. If it's a brawl, well then, it'd be easier if you could choose your opponent, but it's more likely for it to be a drawing of sorts, so planning on the fly would be best. There's going to be something like the entrance exam, there's gotta be. This is the most viewed sports event since the Olympics. They would be fools not to rehash something that made them famous in the first place, plus it's a good show. There's no point in broadcasting this, Izuku's not going to show off. Izuku muttered up a storm. Luckily his friends were used to this by now, even though only Tamura could understand him. What the hell are you talking about, dude? Ajiro asked. Oh, I was planning for future events. I've taken to muttering in other languages given that anyone overhearing could get someone killed depending on what I'm saying. Turns out it wouldn't have mattered as it was robots. Izuku, you have a plan? Kyoka asked. Oh yeah, I've been wanting to use Kratos anyway. Kyoka nodded. The group knew to stay far away from their feral. On a good day, Izuku was much worse on a bad one. Friend if the grin was anything to go by. The horn sounded and Izuku rushed the biggest bots he could. Next was a wall, so spinning Kratos with a flourish, Izuku stuck the sharp, pickaxe-like head into the rock and started his climb. Reaching the top was easy. The next portion? Not so much, it was a big but trench. Equipping Anubis, Izuku twirled the chain and released it as soon as enough momentum was built, the scythe latching onto the farther edge of the trench. Checking to see if his friends would be alright, Izuku pressed the button that would winch the chain back to the scythe blade. Having to flip so he wouldn't fall down the chasm wasn't in the plan, but hey, he's adaptable. The minefield had to be some of the most fun Izuku's had in a while. Collecting an armful, he taped them to the bottom of his boots and looked at Mizo. Throw me. Mizo nodded, understanding it was better to go along with whatever his smaller friend has planned than question it. Grabbing Izuku by his ankle, Mizo reeled his arms back and threw, Izuku taking care of the rest by setting off the mines he had. The crowd went wild, it was nearly deafening. Landing with a roll, so the impact didn't kill his legs. Izuku crossed the finish line fifth, as he had let Tamura and Katsuki pass him. Izuku collapsed onto the couch of the Gen Ed waiting area, his friends taking up the space around him. You keep placing later than you should, why man? Ijiro asked, running a hand through sweat-soaked hair. It'll paint a target on my back if a quirkless student does better than the quirked. The crowd and my fellow contestants might not know now, but they will by the end if I place anywhere in the top 3. Better to play smart and herd the sheep to a wolf's den. Izuku closed his eyes. He had an hour that would be long enough for a nap. Tamura and the others would keep an eye on the clock. He hopes this fairy tale doesn't slip through his fingers while he sleeps. Being woken up by Koji was pleasant. The other boys simply shook Izuku, unlike Kat who would have shoved him off the couch, stretching so he didn't pull anything too bad. Midnight Sensei cracked her whip, playing up her persona for the crowd. Alright folks, this is the last event. 1v1 battles. The pairs will be drawn from a hat, and up first we have Todoroki Shoto versus Drogo Alaster. Both boys are powerhouses in their respective fields, so this match will be an interesting kickoff. Welp, Izuku supposes this is what he gets for badmouthing, even if well-deserved, the kid. Given his quirk and lack of use, Izuku could go in with Ares and Cerberus as his mains, with Nyx and Kratos as secondary weapons. Giving himself one last check-over, he nods to Midnight. Predictably, Todoroki tries to end this quickly by icing Izuku. Problem is, he never accounts for Izuku to use his brain. Throwing Cerberus, which he modeled after Aizawa's capture weapon up, so the Nyx he tied to the end can pierce the ice. Climbing the glacier before Todoroki can melt it, Izuku slides directly toward the dual-haired boy. Pole vaulting to gain some air with Ares, a well-aimed kick to Todoroki's head knocks the boy out and wins Izuku the match. The crowd's roars are deafening. For a non-hero core student to take one of the top 3 ranked members of 1A without using his quirk? Unheard of. Izuku can hear as the cheers twist, he can't have a flashback right now. That'll take him out of the running. Twisting Nyx with quick fingers, he stabs the blade into the meatiest part of his thigh, all the way to the hilt. Tamura stares, wide-eyed before rushing over, jumping the banister with ease. What the F dash? You won the match. Why the hell you stab yourself? Izuku pants, bracing his hands onto his knees. Pain keeps me present, Ken. Can't get out of the running to do not being here. Tamura sighs, helping Izuku to a bench and elevating his leg. Taking Nyx out and replacing the pressure with a well-placed towel while Kat brings a medkit over. Recovery girl's busy with Todoroki, and even if she wasn't Izuku, doesn't want her pity anywhere near him. Midnight moves over to the group, worry in her eyes. Drogo, are you alright? Yeah, I made sure not to nick anything important. I'll be able to continue, just get me some of Recovery girl's gummies and I'm golden. Midnight sighed. Alright, but if you feel any pain, tell me and I'll grab Recovery girl to look you over, okay? Izuku hummed, letting Mizo scoop him up and carry him back to one, as waiting area. Katsuki and Tamura were boxing in Mizo and Izuku, Kyoka and Denki taking the lead while Fumikage and Hitoshi covered the group's backs. Dark Shadow was curled up with Izuku. What happened out there? I thought Drogo won without issue. Ida demanded with an arm chop. He did. Idiot thought it was a good idea to stab himself to clear his head. Katsuki wasn't mad at him, even though his tone may suggest it. Izuku knew better. Katsuki was mad at himself for not catching that Izuku was slipping. Katsuki hated himself. He beat up and suicide-baited one of his oldest friends due to thinking it was alright. It wasn't. No one cared enough for the legally quirkless kid. He hates that he went along with it. He wishes he saw what was going on with Inko. Maybe Izuku could have gotten out sooner, maybe he would have had his real family sooner. He might not be as traumatized as he is if Katsuki just saw what was going on. He knows Izuku forgave him, they were both victims of the system, but that doesn't mean it's all in the past. Izuku still needs to heal from all the shit he and his peers did. And Katsuki himself needs to get better, and for once that's hard because he can't just train until he's better. It's a long, ugly process, according to his therapist anyways. The next match was Denki vs. Tamura. Both were good at using their quirk outside of the box. Tamura more than Denki, but then again most people saw him as a battery and nothing more. Denki could win if he overloaded as soon as the match began, but that would take him out of the running, and the entire festival is so heroes can scout out potential interns. Tamura was more skilled at close combat, given his run as a vigilante and the hell training Izuku put him through. Denki immediately got close and seemed to be using his hands as tasers, which was smart given his rubber gloves were fingerless. But Tamura keeps Denki moving, trying to wear him out. The blonde can't keep his quirk going and move quickly enough to not get hit at the same time. One of them has to give. Denki was smart to drop using his quirk, making the match now a quirkless one. Something the crowd wasn't pleased with if the booing was anything to go by. Why isn't Kaminari not using his quirk against Drogo? He should have won by now if he would just overload, Ishido commented. Izuku scoffed. No, Denki's being smart about this. The festival is used to scout for interns, and if he just overloaded it would show he had no control over his quirk, which is bullshit. Plus, Denki's been wanting to get better at hand-to-hand, along with longer fights, and this is a good time to do it. That makes no sense. Drogo has a weaker quirk compared to Kaminari. I mean, he barely uses it. Wajiro added. Izuku stood, rolling his eyes. Whatever, I'm done with your guys' shit about this. They can play the match however they want to. It's not your quirks, it's theirs, and if they want to play this match without using their quirks, then they can do that. It doesn't matter how they do it, they're having fun with it. You two just want to be DS. Cat, you want a soda? I was going to grab a snack. Cat stood, cracking his neck before laying an arm over Izuku's shoulder. Yeah, doll. How's Mad Science doing? She's been advertising. Pretty good. May's doing fine. I'm more worried about how Power Loader's doing. He has enough gray hair as it is. Katsuki laughed, pulling him into the hall. Yeah, I feel sorry for the guy having to deal with you two gremlins. But your match was pretty quick. I'm not surprised. You could kick all of our buttes at once if you wanted to. Izuku hummed, grabbing his pretzel and soda. I mean, yeah, Todoroki was easy, but that was more due to him thinking I was a waste of time. Next time, if there is one, won't be as easy. But what should we do if we win our next matches and end up facing each other? I don't want to fight you, school event or not. I've already done enough damage. Izuku nodded, humming as he took a bite from his pretzel. We could just not fight, or even better, we can F the entire thing over by doing a thumb war? Katsuki laughed, spitting his drink out. We gotta, that's effing hilarious. Why did the universe hate them? Of course, they won their matches and now had to face each other. The thumb war idea was meant to be a joke, mostly. But no point in going back on their word. All right. Next up is our very own Sunshine Boy that is taking 3 courses at once, as well as the beast of 1A. Give it up for Dorgo Alaster and Bakugou Katsuki. Mike yelled overhead. All right boys, you know the rules? Midnight asks as she cracks her whip. A nod on both ends, neither looking at her. All right then, start. Katsuki starts forward, and Izuku runs to meet him. The entire arena seems to hold its breath. Only for them to clasp hands, thumbs at the ready. Loser forfeits, got it? Izuku grins. You're on. Katsuki yells. 1, 2, 3. I declare a thumb war. Both boys shouted, trying to hold back laughter. There were murmurs of confusion in the crowd, not like the two of them cared. They were too focused to care. Both wanted a peaceful resolution to the situation. Izuku prevailed. Looking to Midnight, who was confused as to what was going on. Katsuki says, I forfeit. The arena breaks out in yells, as Mike tries to bring order back to the proceedings. That your dash, Midnight takes a deep breath, before continuing. That is not supposed to be how this works. You two are supposed to fight each other. I will not accept this. I forfeit. The rules state that if I forfeit, get pulled outside of the boundaries, or cannot move, then I lose. Therefore I lost. Katsuki yells, losing his cool. Kat, why don't we dash? Izuku starts, slowly slipping into Inko mode, but Katsuki cut him off before he could finish. I lost. I forfeit. Do I have to walk out of the ring too? The blonde was yelling at the top of his lungs now, rage fueling his explosions. Bakugou, Dorgo, the 1v1 battles are for fighting each other, not silly little games. Now please return to your spots so we can begin the match again. At this, Izuku turns his head toward Midnight. Why won't you accept the fact that he forfeits? I won. Please return to your spots dash. Katsuki turns around and walks out of the ring. Midnight looks scandalized, she sighs, ripping off a part of her hero costume. Izuku knew what was going to happen, but he still breathes in the gas anyway. Waking up is always disorientating if you fall asleep standing up. There was something cold around Izuku's mouth, hands, and ankles. His eyes snapped open. It was a muzzle. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. Fighting to take the muzzle off, fighting to inhale. He could faintly hear someone saying his name. Katsuki woke up chained to the podium. He could see Izuku still unconscious next to him. His eyes widened. Izuku was wearing a muzzle. He could understand himself. He was loud and brash every day and was prone to violence, but Izuku? He probably couldn't hurt a fly. Unless he was pushed to hurt the fly, but that would have to be some extreme circumstances. Izuku's eyes fluttered. He was waking up. This was bad. This was bad. He started yelling, struggling, trying to get out of his bonds. He needed to help his friend. He watched helplessly as Izuku struggled to breathe through the too tight muzzle as he tried to escape the chains. He could feel the podiums rise as Izuku gave up. As his eyes dimmed, he could hear the yelling and screaming of the people at the sports festival as Izuku went limp, the chains the only thing holding him up. He screamed and struggled as All Might came down from the rafters to hand out medals. As he got second place. As he watched, All Might ignored Izuku's dead eyes in favor of placing the medal over his neck. Tamura paled when the podiums came up, turning to his friends who were all horrified. Mei was calling her parents and dad, voice shaking and frantic. Denki looked confused as to why the boys were chained up. Yeah, sure they didn't beat the shit out of each other, but that didn't mean they needed to be chained up like animals. Tamura directed Kyoka to grab power loader while Koji was talking to some mice to try and chew through the leather straps of the muzzles. Mizo and Ijiro ran to the announcing booth, trying to get some help from Aizawa and Mike Sensei. Everyone in the group was terrified for both their friends, but Izuku more so. They knew what being restrained in any way, including a tight hug, did to him. They prayed the white-haired teen wasn't in a complete shutdown yet. Fumikage was trying to keep Dark Shadow from mauling All Might. Tamura jumped the railing, rolling with the momentum and pushing himself into a sprint, shoving any adult who tried stopping him. Shoving All Might off the platform, he started to decay the bonds the best he could, but that demon things were quirk-resistant. Just by looking at the dead glazed-over look in his little brother's eyes, he knew for a fact he was in complete shutdown mode. Getting Katsuki out of his restraints first took longer than Tamura had hoped. He shoved the blonde down the stairs of the platform. Go get Hound Dog. AL's in complete shutdown. The other boy was terrified but used his quirk to propel him to where Hound Dog was stationed with Recovery Girl. Who the f approved this? Tamura knows Nizu would never, so did All Might go behind his back and through the commission, which meant he couldn't be charged with anything or couldn't be fired without serious repercussions for everyone involved. Getting Izuku out took around 15 minutes, and Tamura was exhausted. Handing his brother off the Hound Dog, as much as he didn't want to, but he was going to drop soon. Katsuki and Mizo supported the light blue-haired teen to Hound Dog's office where the rest of the group waited outside. Tamura, Izuku, and Hound Dog are the only ones in the room. Tamura cocooned his brother in the softest blanket Hound Dog had, plates of snacks on the coffee table, and gave him a rabbit squishmallow and a silicone dagger to chew on once he resurfaced. Who the hell allowed that to happen? Nizu knows better, plus he would never do it in the first place. Tamura hissed, keeping his voice low, to not sink his brother further. Hound Dog sighed, rubbing his temples. It was likely the commission. They hated it when Nizu tried changing the entrance exam this year, or even allowing quirkless students to try out for any course, let alone come to UA. As much as Nizu despises the commission, they have control over how UA is run due to most of the school board either being family, investors, or business partners. Nizu made as many changes as he could over the years, most slow and stubble ones as to not get fired, and having the place of safety becomes a place to build child soldiers. Tamura curses, before straightening. Better not let them win then. They win, the entirety of Japan becomes a factory for soldiers. Tamura ruffled Izuku's hair before walking out and leaning on Katsuki. He'll be alright. He's got Hound Dog, and we need to decompress. I'm not in the mood to deal with my dad right now. The group went back to the 1A dorms, and all piled on Tamura's bed putting on a random comedy. None of them were in the mood to deal with their classmates or their opinions. We all rooming here tonight? Ijiro asked, his head on Jiro's stomach. Mizo nodded. Sounds like a good idea. Tamura, is Hound Dog going to say when Izuku gets out of shutdown? Tamura shook his head. Probably not. He'll want to make sure Izuku is present and calm before allowing anyone to see him. Izuku might have a panic attack once he resurfaces, I don't know. Shoyuta was concerned. His students were divided. Sure, what Midoriya and Bakugou did was unexpected, but that didn't mean they had to be chained and muzzled like animals. He could only imagine what Midoriya was dealing with. From what his brother said, a complete shutdown was like a factory resetting to a computer. He was currently doing his rounds in the dorms, checking to make sure all his students, some were his kids, were okay and if they needed to see Hound Dog. Knocking on Tamura's door, Dark Shadow opened the door. Hello, Sensei. Please be quiet, the rest of the flock is sleeping. How's Star? She must have meant Izuku, nodding. Shoyuta sighed. He's still in shutdown, it's been nearly 3 hours. Hound Dog's getting worried, we all are to be completely honest. None of you've had any problems with your classmates, yeah? Dark Shadow shook her head. No, we came straight to Tamura's nest and only left to use the bathroom or grab snacks, but made sure no one else was in the hallways. Shoyuta nodded. Alright, make sure to get some rest, look after them for me, okay? Of course, flock looks after the flock. Humming, Shoyuta lets Dark Shadow shut the door and continues his rounds. Hisashi is said, enough that he almost set Nizu's office on fire. All Might had chained up his son? How in the ever-loving did they allow that? Hisashi knows logically they didn't, but he doesn't have to be logical right now. The patriarch of the Midoriya family takes a deep breath, pulling in his aura and minimizing his presence in the room. Both Nizu and Aizawa relax once the heavy blanket that Hisashi's presence and aura created was gone. It'll only get worse if the commission finds out that he's been the thorn in their side ever since their founding. It'll end badly for his boys. Kurogiri stood beside him, in the body he used when not on missions or around the house. He looked like a young man, around his early 20s, with blood-red hair and black eyes that held no pupils. His skin was a light olive color, much like his original body's color was. His best friend and right hand was a calm and stoic presence. Kurogiri would die for his nephews, all three of them. Hisashi was sure of it. I'm sorry about what happened to your son and nephew. I never meant for it to end this way. Yudata High School is meant to be a safe space for all, not a factory churning out heroes. I was perfectly fine with how Bakugou and Midoriya handled their fight. They didn't want to fight, given that they were trying to work to rebuild a friendship after a difficult middle school experience. Even without Midoriya's trauma around being restrained, it would have never been approved by me in any way. As everyone in this room knows, I was a lab experiment. I don't condone the behavior that All Might showed. Hisashi nodded. But I'd hate to ruin a fellow ally in my endeavors. Now, I'm going out on a limb and assuming All Might is employed by the commission. How else could the man stay #1 for so long? They forced you to hire him, even with his limited time, and yes, I know about that. It isn't hard to figure out. Along with the buffoon having no teaching degree. Nizu hummed. Yes. You're not wrong, Hisashi. I'd like to reoffer the position of a personal student to your son. As extra protection, not to undermine you, I would like your boys to become wards of you, along with Bakugou if his parents accept. Simply as extra protection given what Izuku has had to go through for nearly 8 months due to All Might overstepping. Hisashi smiled. Nizu was pushing for this more than he thought the stoat would. But, to be fair, Izuku would graduate sooner if his lessons were more streamlined, yet his relationships might suffer. The final decision's up to Izuku, but he still needs to have relationships with his friends. I can't have him think Yui is Aldra again. Nizu nodded. Understandable. Now, due to Izuku winning the sports festival, he'll need to be transferred into the hero course, which is why Should is here. We decided that due to most of Izuku's friendships and his brother being in 1A, he might fare better there than in 1B. But he also might not, due to some beliefs of other students whose eyes we are trying to open and letting them decide whether to change their views or not. Nizu, I understand you want Yude to be as quirkist-free as possible, but due to Izuku's legal diagnosis of being quirkless, that will never change. And yes, I said legal. My ex-wife had the double joint test done, instead of blood work, and it came back as my son being double-jointed. He was labeled quirkless. And due to my wife not believing Izuku when he tried telling her about his quirks, which he's called void, among others which I'll get to. She never had the paperwork changed, and due to the late bloomer cutoff being 11, my son now can't do anything to change it. Even when he currently has 5 quirks, to my knowledge anyway. First is my quirk, All for One, and no All Might story is false. That's something we can discuss another time. Second is an evolved longevity quirk he's named Everlasting, and yes, it gives him immortality, but by the look on your face, Aizawa, you already knew about that one. The third is Void. The fourth is Inko's quirk, which he renamed Pull. He does to make sure there's no trail and to separate them easier in his notebooks. Finally is my on-record quirk, Fire Breathing, which Izuku renamed Dragon's Wrath. Now, AFO works like a permanent copying quirk, at least that is how Izuku's currently using it. It can also make someone quirkless and give quirk to others, which was something I did in my youth, and no, I don't have an immortality quirk, simply a few regeneration and longevity ones. Hound Dog waited. He had started to arrange the things Izuku would use, or find comfort in the closest to his still form, cocooning him in soft blankets, yet leaving enough space for him to easily get out of the cocoon if he wishes. A fat gum plush sat in his lap, as he seemed to like that the most, The Hawks ones were put away. Big Hero 6 was playing softly in the background. He had found out the young teen liked Disney movies along with horror ones when he was in the proper mood or mindset for them. He liked to pick apart the mistakes of the teen protagonists. A rabbit squishmallow was on his left, and the couch was pulled out into a bed, a comfortable one. Nizu knew better than to underfund any part of his school. Izuku seemed to come back to the present, so Hound Dog leaned back into the couch across from Izuku. "Do you have any food?" "I forgot to eat today." Hound Dog hummed, handing a plate with a sandwich and chips. Izuku finished the plate quicker than he should have, but that was something future Hound Dog could worry about. "How are you feeling, Izuku? Any discomfort?" "Nah, I feel fine. Made sure to check everything over once I was present." "Alright, I think Nizu, Aizawa, and your father are discussing what went on during the medal ceremony, along with the heroics course being added to your schedule and about moving into the 1A dorms. You'll be on the same floor as your friends, and your room is between Tamura's and Bakugou. If you'd like to change where your room is, you can. Nizu is also pushing for you to become his student, given that the coursework would be streamlined and would lessen how often you'd have to go across campus." "No, the placement's fine. Does Nizu need an answer now? I can give one." Hound Dog chuckled. "No, pup. The answer can wait until your move into the dorms later today. I think your father and Nizu are still discussing things." It took half of the next day for Izuku to move into the 1A dorms. Blueprints and pre-quirk posters hung on the pastel red walls. A desk, one of 3 in the room, with 3 monitors shoved into the left back corner of the room, a twin bed with a fat gum bedspread. Another desk was left of the door, a toolbox flush with the desk creating a 90-degree angle. The final desk was next to a set of 2 bookshelves on the right wall. The bookshelves held all of his course books and a few small pieces of merch. The walls were Quirk-level soundproofed, and the door was thicker to deal with any small explosions from whatever Izuku would tinker with when he couldn't sleep. He also had a mini fridge, along with a coffee machine setup. Tamura said it was a must, which was under the support desk, and finally a comfort corner with a sleeping mat, blankets, and enough squishmallows to bury him in. The placement of the comfy corner was so he couldn't be seen. 3 days later was Izuku's first heroics lesson. And to make matters worse, the day already started badly due to the coffee machine in his room breaking. Stumbling his way through a quick shower and getting dressed in anything that looked decently clean, Izuku made his way to the kitchen, earbuds blaring Great Grey Wolf Sif from Dark Souls 3. Looks like he'll need one of the heavier playlists today. Sharon under his arm and the jean jacket slung over his shoulder, his costume case in his left arm. "Oh, morning Drogo." Uraraka smiled at him. He gave a half-hearted wave. "Does the kitchen have a coffee machine? Mine broke." No, but I bet you could get some from Lunch Rush?" Uraraka said. "Motherfucking shitbag scum." Izuku cursed, kicking the counter. And electing a gasp from Ida, who came in from his early morning run. Cat next to him holding at least a 36 travel mug. "That better be coffee, Cat. If it ain't, you're losing your D and hands." The blonde laughed. "Yeah, it's a coffee doll. 2 sugars like normal. And watch your mouth, will you? We're in the company of saints. Aizawa's gonna kill us if we taint them." Izuku grumbled, snatching the coffee from his friend and chugging it. Shaking his head, Izuku smiled. "Feel like you can function now, doll?" Izuku shoved Katsuki. "F off, man. You get this from the teacher's lounge?" Kat nodded. "Yeah. I know you consider Lunch Rush's coffee water." Ida cut in. "I'm sorry, but the language you're using is highly inappropriate for heroes in training. Does it look like a give AF dash, Ida? 'Cause you might need your eyes checked if you think I do." Tamura shuffled into the common area, glaring at Izuku. "Stop making so much FNG noise. Some of us have sleep schedules, you know." Izuku scoffed. "Sure you do. I'm gonna swing by the teacher's lounge to fill up on coffee." Izuku swung his patch-filled jacket onto his shoulders, grabbing Sharon and his costume case before heading out of the dorms. Skating through campus, Izuku waved at his classmates from Gen Ed and Support, most of the support kids holding coffee much like Izuku. Kicking the board up and grabbing it, Izuku made his way into the main Herrick's course building, brushing past other students, slipping into the teacher's lounge, and filling his travel mug. What are you doing, little listener? Mike asked from his place behind his desk where he was grading papers. Just filling up my mug. Lunch rush's coffee isn't strong enough, and I know Aizawa-sensei likes his strong. Alright, get to class soon, yeah? Izuku hummed, screwing the lid of his mug back on before leaving and heading to homeroom. Nodding the Aizawa in his sleeping bag, Alastair took his seat in the middle of the classroom. Katsuki was on his left and Mizo took the seat on his right, Jiro, Denki, and Ijiro in front of him with Fumikage, Koji, Hitoshi, and Tamura filling the seats behind him. Alright, we have a new student today, Drogo Alastair. He's doing all 4 courses now and I expect you to respect him. Don't and I'll have you run the hell course. Most of the class stiffened at the threat. Izuku's group had gone through worse training for the sports festival, so the threat of the hell course wasn't much of a threat anymore. You can do whatever until All Might gets here. Drogo, you have your costume, yeah? Izuku nodded, holding up the case. Yeah, I've got a costume. Once the bell rang, the class moved to Gym Beta and into the restrooms to change. Most of the guys changed out in the open, but Izuku moved to a stall, Katsuki standing guard for him. Changing out of his clothes and into Proteus and adding Loki, the mask was like a deer skull with golden horns. Equipping Nyx wherever knives could fit, Nemesis over his left shoulder and Ares on his hip, with Anubis on his right forearm and right hip. Kratos sat on Izuku's lower back. Apollo and Artemis holstered, Apollo on the right shoulder and Artemis on his left thigh, with 8 in most of the pockets on the suit's pants. Swapping his gun's bullets to rubber ones and 8 to a slime substance and smoke bombs instead of the regular explosives. Izuku was the first out of the changing rooms, making it just him and Aldi in Gym Beta. Young Drogo. Your costume's more in line with a villain's than a hero's. Izuku shrugged. I have no plans of going spotlight, so my costume design shouldn't FANG matter. A costume is meant to protect the wearer, not project an image. Young Drogo, a hero is meant to protect civilians, you can't do that if they're terrified of you. Izuku sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Like IFNG said, old man. I'm not planning on dealing with civilians or the press, I'm just here to save people, not to climb the FNG ranks. Before All Might could continue to spit idiocy, the rest of the class came out of the changing rooms. All Might clapped his hands, Izuku flinching at the loud noise. Alright, we'll be doing a hide-and-seek game with 2 teams, the hiders and seekers. You can choose your teams. The seekers win by finding all the hiders and the hiders by having the 30-minute timer run out. Young Drogo, you'll need to sit out for the exercise due to your peers being able to use their quirks. Oh, guess he didn't have to wait much longer for you to end up like Aldera. Maybe Katsuki will become Bakugou again. Katsuki growled. What the F dash? Al was able to win the sports festival, and you're telling him he can't do a stupid training exercise. Jiro and Koji moved over to Izuku, seeing him starting to slip into Aldera mode. His green eyes dulled, and his already small form became smaller. Eyes fluttered to every possible exit, always landing back at All Might's feet. Koji grasped Izuku's hand, squeezing lightly. Jiro stood in front of the pair as a physical barrier. She was taller than Izuku, for now anyway. She saw how tall Tamura and Hisashi were. Denki had sparks flying off his hands. What the hell, All Might? Al's the best fighter out of all of us. And you're stunting his growth just cause he doesn't have a quirk? You're supposed to be the #1 hero. Your theme catchphrase is that anyone can be a hero. Mizo scoffed, crossing a pair of his arms over his chest. You're not FNG hero, All Might. You're not even a good teacher. You're a quirkist a-hole who gets off on having power. Holy shit, Mizo. If Koji swears next Izuku's in a different reality, no question. He cherishes his friends, they stuck up for him for something Izuku faces daily. Idrio was trying to stop Katsuki from killing All Might, but by the look of things wasn't trying very hard. Tamura was talking to Fumikage and helping keep Dark Shadow from going feral. All Might Sensei's right. A quirkless person is genetically behind their quirked peers. It's a reason none were accepted into hero schools until UA 3 years ago. Ida shouted. Hitoshi scowled. So? You're implying Izuku can be a hero due to a missing gene? Does that mean I can't be a hero due to a villain's quirk, Ida? No. You're able to defend yourself. Quirkless people have no way to defend themselves. Because of laws that allow them to become legal adults at the age of 10, among others that make the general populace think they're worthless. There's a reason most don't make it to high school. Tamura shouted, taking a step closer to Ida. All right, young Drogo, that's enough. Ida didn't mean anything by it. You're all allowed to have your own beliefs. Izuku curled further into himself. He wasn't meant to be seen or heard, he shouldn't even exist. Beliefs? Basic human decency and basic rights aren't beliefs, they're FANG rights. Jiro snarled, her ear jacks elongating enough to catch Ida's wrist to stop his wild arm movements. They weren't helping with Izuku regressing. Fumikage shuffled over to Izuku, dark shadow wrapping around his shoulders. Let's head back to my nest, Star. It's got low lighting and we can watch some pre-quirk movies, alright. Izuku hums, letting himself get guided by his raven-headed friend. Young Tokoyami, you cannot leave yet. The lesson isn't done. All Might, L's not feeling well. I was simply going to bring him back to the dorms to lay down and keep an eye on him. We'll do a revisal lesson with Aizawa-sensei tomorrow afternoon, once Al gets back from the support labs. Fumi's voice was cold, dark shadow trilling in Izuku's ear and gently pushing him to the door while her human handled the idiot blonde. The pair led Izuku to their room and lead him to the bed. The walls were painted a deep purple, fairy lights in a light blue color, casting a blue light. Pillows and blankets lined the bed, forming a nest of sorts. Seems that the bird traits are more than just cosmetic. Most of the posters on the walls were either horror movies and animes or slice of life based. There was a loft, most likely space for Fumi to help with bird instincts, if he had them, and being unable to fly. What movie do you want to watch, Star? Something soft. I'm too tired to deal with anything else. Fumikage hummed, starting up a movie and laying on the bed next to Izuku, close enough to provide comfort but not close enough to cause unease to his white-haired friend who was still trying to break Aldra mode. Hisashi was said, no more than that, enraged. The sports festival just ended and his son, the same who Nizu and his teachers knew that he had trauma and is traumatized and water his triggers, yet his son and nephew ended up in chains and muzzles. Kurogyri isn't with him right now, he wishes he was, his head would be clearer with his brother here. As he's trying to set up a legal case against the woman, it's simply a precaution in case Nizu favors his staff over a student's well-being. He knows it's unlikely, but good men can be bribed. Midnight, you knew Midoriya's triggers, and yet you still allowed him and another student to be chained up and muzzled. Neither should have been. You went around my authority and put 2 students in physical and mental danger. Now, why did you do it? Midnight looked close to tears. Hisashi knew the woman was a good actor, he'd seen her persona. He unwound his aura and presence just enough to make Midnight fear being in the room, but not know what caused it. Primal's a more useful quirk than the original owner thought it'd be. A weak quirk is just an unexplored one. I was following All Might's order. He said you told him to do this as he asked for my help given that my quirk was good for restraining aggressive civilians. He sounded so genuine. Why would he lie? Oh, looks like All Might has a brain after all. Someone's still pulling the strings. Just because he lied doesn't mean he's the mastermind. A figurehead can't be a mastermind. Nizu sighed. Well, that's an issue. Midnight, following orders you thought were mine or not. You could have asked if I told All Might to do such a thing. You didn't, assuming that I issued an order I in no sane mind would ever think about, let alone a student who is dealing with past and present traumas. I'm sorry, but we have to let you go. You can go collect your things, but by the end of the day, I'll need your badge and pass. I wish you a successful career beyond these doors. Hisashi was trying not to laugh right now. Oh, this is the 3rd best day of his life. First and second go to the births of his boys, villain or not, he's a father first. As soon as Midnight left, Nizu turned to Hisashi. I'll be temporarily taking her place as the general education teacher. I have a few favors I could call. Now, why don't you explain how All Might's story of all for one is false? Hisashi scoffed. Demon stoat, you know I'm not giving that out without a trade. Nizu smiled, sipping from the set of tea he placed out. Well, what do you want then? 1. Ide becomes wards for my sons and nephew. I already talked to his parents, and they agreed. 2nd, if I ever happen to die, get captured, the how doesn't matter. If I ever come back and my boys tell you that isn't me, kill me. My boys are prepared to take over the revolution once, and only once I'm either dead, or they have, at least Tamura given Izuku has everlasting, experienced life to the fullest, and don't worry, none of my knowledge or quirks are going to run free. Izuku knows once I drop dead, he's to loot my corpse for all it's worth. 3rd, well, this is more of a request than a favor. Hisashi took a breath. This could if up he's spent centuries working for. Nizu, will you join the revolution? Hisashi stood, not waiting for a response, and stepped into the portal Kurogiri opened for him. Nizu didn't know how long he sat there, just staring at the chair one of the greatest men he's ever met was sitting in moments prior. Well, no point in focusing on that now. He had favors to fulfill. Something was wrong, it felt like the USJ again. He can't die again, he was supposed to live life. He promised Dad. Alright, first things first, get a hold of your thoughts and do a mental check, he might just be overthinking. He hopes he is. Even if hope is futile. Finishing his check, Izuku looks around noting the soft lighting. He's still in Fuki's room then. He needs to use the bathroom then get some FING coffee. Stepping over the sleeping raven-headed boy, he pens a quick note telling Fumi where he's gone, no point in worrying without cause. Shuffling out of the bathroom, he stumbles back to his room, grabbing a bagel on the way. Grabbing his largest mug, he pours himself coffee and drinks it while working on a training schedule. From what Uncle Giri told him of the meeting, All Might was now required to have someone else there, most likely Aizawa-sensei, to supervise and was demoted to a teacher's assistant. Thankfully, he drank enough coffee before leaving his room with rolled-up blueprints under his arm and a small droid, based on R2-D2 from Star Wars. Placing the droid in the stairwell of the dorms, he handed the blueprints to it and patted it on the head. Bring those to Mei for me, yeah? Getting a few beeps in response, the droid went to its task with ease. Izuku went back inside as soon as he handed the blueprints over to R2, chilling out on the couch on his phone waiting for the rest of his friends to wake up and get ready. Ida was the first person to wake up. Rolling his eyes, Izuku looked over to Ida, who smiled at him. Good morning, Drogo. Did you sleep well? Izuku grumbled, before stretching like a cat. I'm at 10 hours this week, so I'd say decent enough. Ida looked like Izuku just called his mother aware to his face. 10 hours this week? A hero student, much less someone doing all 4 courses, can't sustain off of only 10 hours of sleep a week. Izuku shrugged. Been doing it for years, hasn't killed me yet, Ida. Ida sputtered, arms moving wildly. How do your parents, let alone your brother, let you get away with it? Well, for one, my mother's a heartless bitch who left due to me having an extra joint. And second of all, my dad knows about my insomnia and helps in any way he can, doesn't mean he can fix it. He knows Dad can, he just doesn't want to ask. The secret of him being quirkless, legally anyway, was out ever since All Might revealed it after forcing the first place medal around his neck. Izuku knows the number of internships will go down if he got any in the first place. Look like Nizu won't have to push the offer anymore. Tamura waltzed in, with a smirk on his face. Stop scaring Ida, you'll give him a heart attack and get arrested for killing a legacy hero's kid. I'm not paying for bail again. Izuku grumbled. I won't kill him, Kenji. Even if a 3-year-old could. Ida looked baffled. Can you please stop talking about murder so casually? We're meant to be heroes. Not all heroes are good people, Ida. You'll need to come to terms with the world not being just black and white. The brothers left the stunned vice president, both a coffee in hand. Izuku looked over at his older brother and met up with the rest of the group who left a few moments earlier. Yaoyorozu was with them. Kyoka smiled. Hey, Yaoyorozu wanted to hang out. Thought I'd bring her along. Hey, are we still going to the mall den? Hitoshi asked. The blonde nodded, a bright smile on his face. Yeah man, we've been needing to get L off campus for weeks now. Izuku sighed. I've gone off campus before, Denver. Not just to be a teenager, it's always been school or work related, Ijiro adds, going in for a quick hug. Izuku hugs the redhead back, ruffling his surprisingly soft hair. Hitoshi was leaning on the wall next to Fumikage. The trip to the mall was a quick train ride. The group stuck splitting into pairs or threes and agreed to meet up back at the food court for lunch. Alastair was in a group with Ijiro, Mizo, and Yaoyorozu. Where to first? I needed to grab some more clothes, mostly work ones due to me burning my last pair of work pants. Really should have made them flame resistant. He pouted, those were good jeans. The boys laughed at his pout. Used to these mishaps, Yaoyorozu was just confused. You burned your last pair of work pants? I'll turn to her. No, blew 'em up. They were getting small anyways, due to a med growth spurt, but still, haven't been able to work on any of the class's gear for a few days. Been giving all the blueprints to May. You're lucky, you've gotten taller, Al. I think I'm stuck at my current height of 5 feet 5 inches. Ijiro comments, lightly shoving Izuku, who was now 6 foot. He still wasn't as tall as Dad, but he was getting there. The older man even said he might end up taller if he keeps growing the way he does. Oh. Momo seemed surprised and Izuku couldn't blame her for it. Izuku bought as many pairs of pants and overalls as he could along with whatever else Mizo and Ijiro put in his arms. Those two were good at understanding Izuku's style. He also picked up a few bras for May after texting her to ask if she needed anything and getting a list down to the exact amount of things she needed. You're okay with buying bras? Yaoyorozu asked. Yeah, May needed some so I bought them. It's not that big of a deal, she's my sister in all but blood. The next store the group of 4 went to be a comic shop, where Denki went wild grabbing anything he wanted or might think Izuku would like. Izuku probably should have never brought comics up to the excitable blonde. Mizo grinned at Izuku. You regret bringing up the Spider-Man comics yet? Izuku sputtered. He asked for an easy way to learn English to help his grade. It's not my fault. Why would comics help Kirishima learn how to read English? Yaoyorozu commented. Well, how do toddlers read? With picture books, the same concept is just better. That's genius. Izuku gave the girl a puzzled look. Nah, it's just common sense. Most people lost it once quirks came around. The rest of the trip passed in a blur for Izuku. He just wanted to chill out in his room in a cuddle pile with his friends and binge movies. Momo had been added to the group swiftly once Izuku realized she treated him like a person, even after the whole quirkless announcement. Which he said as all hell about. He should decide who and when he tells people that, not all might. Ijiro had gotten a few video games, and Tamura had finally gotten every collectible he wanted, along with more plushies for Izuku. Fumikage bow nail polish, Koji had gotten any animal essentials he needed, Mizo a new set of weights. Kyoka had gotten a few records and some more strings for her guitars. All in all, a pretty productive mall trip. The next day, the class was going to spend the heroics PRD choosing internships and hero names. Everyone else had already gone and the name they chose seemed fine. Todoroki's could be changed, but oh well. Drogo, you're up. Aizawa-sensei snapped him out of the rambling. Looking down at his whiteboard, nodding, Izuku stands presenting something which will stick with him for centuries. I want to go by Eldritch. His classmates were confused. The only ones who got were Aizawa and Tamura. Aizawa nodded. All right. Now pick your internships, put, and don't get too loud, I'm taking a nap. Izuku's friends huddled around his desk. All excited, Momo showed her options first. I was thinking of going to intern under Umabami, she might help with the presentation part of being a hero. Izuku glared at the black-hair girl. No, she'll just use your body for commercials. She does more modeling and photo shoots than hero work. Fat Gum's a better choice for you. You need to eat more. I've seen that you don't eat much, which is going to get you killed. Even if you're not using your quirk, it uses the energy your body stores to fuel itself for any large objects you make. With the way you're eating now, you'll be dead in a few months. Momo was shocked. I've been on a diet ever since my quirk came in. My quirk counselor said that it would help my quirk. Izuku pushed his chair back, slamming his hands onto his desk. Give me that FNG diet plan, I'm talking to Nizu. Momo shakily handed him the piece of cursed paper. The teen looked over at his older brother and longest friend. Make sure they don't get stuck in shitty internships. I'm gonna take care of this. The pair nodded, understanding it was better to keep from any more near F-ups happening. Storming out of the classroom and sprinting like the devils on his heels. Izuku makes it to Nizu's office in record time. Kicking in the door, the immortal teen stares at the stoat. There's a plain-looking man in a brown overcoat sitting in front of Nizu, who smiles. He didn't realize that Detective Tsukachi was meeting with Nizu. He's gonna get roped into something. Yes, Izuku? He moved the paper into the man's paws. FNG, fix it. Nizu looks at him with an eyebrow raised. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Have you decided on an internship yet? Welcome then you. You've been pushing for me to be your student ever since I got here. Might as well do a demo. Take a seat then. I'd like to introduce you to Detective Tsukachi. You would have met him at the USJ, but he was on vacation that week. He also helped with the case of getting custody back to your father. The brown-haired man who looked to be in his late 30s glanced between mentor and student. Wait, this is the kid who handled the USJ? The case file's thicker than Stain's right now. Izuku giggled. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to put more work on you, detective. Just tried to keep my class alive and do the force's job. But Stain? The guy the media's calling the hero killer. Thanks. Oh shit, he just met the man and broke him. Oh, Dad's gonna kill him for breaking his police informant, even if he doesn't know it. Welp, not his problem. He hasn't taken over the revolution yet. Yes, I imagine you know more than most due to Hisashi? I don't think he'd keep you and your brother out of the loop. Nizu questioned. Yeah, he used to go under the name of Stendhal as a vigilante. Haven't figured out why he shifted yet. It's most likely due to a shift in ideals or morals. He's only killed heroes who've gotten into the business for selfish reasons or were committing crimes, such as Airjet for embezzlement. So the only reason that the commission labels him as a villain is due to the deaths he caused and for more selfish reasons of taking out heroes who were foot soldiers for them. So are we dealing with a villain or not? Tsukachi asked, looking utterly exhausted. That man needs a pay raise and FANG nap. Yes, but not as high of a rank most would think. At best he's a rank C, so nothing devastating but serious enough to be concerned about, and was last seen in Hosu. Did I miss anything, Nizu? The stoat smiles, with more teeth than the detective seems comfortable with. No, you didn't. You added more information than I had currently. I didn't see the pattern of Stain going for commission puppets as well. Kid? How do you know all this? No information got released to the public. Got bored and hacked into the precinct's computer using my back door. Given that the USJ happened, it's not likely to be a one-time event. The bell for lunch rang, and Izuku stood. I'll see you tomorrow after classes, Nizu? The stoat hummed, sipping his tea. Satisfied, the white-haired teen left to head to the roof and hang out with his friends. So I've got some bad news for any of you guys going to Hosu or near there. The group stops the idle chatter then was present. What do you mean now? Koji-san. Well, Stain, as known as the hero killer, was last seen there, so I want everyone in the area to be careful, which would be Momo, Ijiro, and Koji. I'd warn the rest of the class, but they'd probably think I'm lying or some stupid sheet. Ken, you and Toshi are training under Aizawa now, yeah? We'll keep an eye on each other, man. Don't worry so much, yeah? Ijiro said, a smile on his face. Momo nods. I'll warn the rest of the class to be careful. I know Ida's training under his brother's agency. I'll try not to, but keep your phones on at all times, yeah? I want to be able to get a location off of it if you're in trouble. Izuku replies to Ijiro. Yup, and I'm going to get my butt kicked. Who are you interning with? Hitoshi replies. Oh, Nizu, he's been pushing ever since I got here for me to be his student, so I caved. Tamura laughs, giving his brother a one-armed hug. You're our man in the chair, huh? Izuku glares at the light blue-haired teen. I can still kick your butt, man in the chair or not. The next 2 days were chaos, everyone packing along with him and May making sure their gear was top-notch. Izuku hated that he was staying on campus for his internship. Hopefully, Nizu'll let him wander during the nights. His mornings have been nicer than normal, given that Hound Dog is always ready with food and coffee when they wait for the sunrise. Nights were even better. Aizawa always let Izuku ramble about what constellations were out and what they meant. He looked over his 3 friends who were going close to the conflict zone. Be safe, yeah? You 3 don't need early graves. He needs to find a healing or revival quirk, sooner rather than later. Can't copy Recovery Girl's quirk because she thinks he's quirkless. Might need to see if Dad has any stored up, or if any people marked with search have a quirk like that. He could even contact Uncle Jiren if needed. Well, yeah, you're the danger magnet, Al. With you staying behind will be fine. Ajiro jokes. Izuku rolled his eyes. Good luck and have fun. He waved them off, before heading back inside and making his way to his mentor's office. Nizu was prepping tea when Izuku came in, jasmine by the smell. Sitting across from the mammal, with his bag by his feet, Izuku accepts the cup handed to him. So, what's first? Analysis or field work? Nizu smiled. Analysis, field work can be those nightly wandering you have. You can write anything you find interesting or of note down and present them to me the next morning, alright. Izuku shrugs. That's fine, easier than I was expecting to be honest, given you train Aizawa-sensei. Nizu laughs. What you find challenging and my past student find challenging is completely different if your test scores are anything to go by. But enough of that, I want you to analyze the security camera footage of the stain case and see if you can get anything out of it. The precinct's analyst couldn't, so Tsukachi sent it our way. Nizu spun his screen so Izuku could see the footage, and his brain lit on fire. Slamming his most recent, number 23, analyst notebook open, Izuku immediately wrote everything down. He could polish it up later. I wonder what would happen if he learned about All Might being a commission puppet, might break him, might just fuel his ideals. Nizu quirked a brow. The only way you'd be able to get near Hosu is if you keep me on comms at all times and pull Cernunos and Velis out into the real world if that's possible. Izuku scrunched his nose. I've never tried, but I think I could do it. Looking over to the Celtic god, who nodded. You can pull those from the void into the mortal plane to assist you, sapling. Just focus on our thread and pull. Izuku shifted so his feet were planted firmly on the ground and focused on the healthy golden thread, meaning adored and cherished, then had the thickness of a rope. Latching onto the thread with every ounce of will Izuku held, he pulled and Cernunos appeared in Nizu's office for the world to see. Hello, and who might you be? Cernunos bowed his head, the longer flora on his antlers touching the ground. His shadow was bigger than his already large form of 10 feet. It held things unimaginable to the human eyes, something that set off that primal fear all mortal beings had, that screamed at them to run and run far from a predator. I'm Cernunos, god of nature, flora and fauna, life, death, and FRTLTY. It's a pleasure to meet the man training my sapling. Cern. Izuku was giddy and rushed to hug the deer-headed man. He was scooped up with ease, flora, and fauna brushing his skin. The bones with smooth and surprisingly felt like velvet. The old god placed him back on the floor and sat next to his chair, legs crossed over one another. Izuku retook his seat, looking at Nizu with a smirk. Is that enough protection even with my gear and quirks? Nizu nodded. Yes, you can spend the next few weeks of the internship at Hosu. Do not engage with stain if you can help it. Now, what did you find? Thank you. And I found a pattern. Well, more evidence for the pattern anyways. But I also found that he's still helping those he deems good and true, more like an unround hero, given they always are towing the line between hero, vigilante, and villain. Izuku's phone pinged, which was odd given everyone who had the number was doing internships. Unlocking the phone with quick fingers, Izuku pulls up the message. Dad says he's got someone who needs a trade done. He wants me to take the original quirk, while he gives the new one. Nizu smiles. Well, at least you can put a direction to your wandering tonight. Yeah, is it alright if we end this a little early? I want to make sure my dad's not trying to pull something crazy, at least with Uncle Jiren or Uncle Giri being able to stop him. Of course, go make sure your father doesn't start a war. Getting the go-ahead, Izuku speeds out of the office and jumps through the nearest shadow to the bar. Hey, Uncle Giri. Dad texted me about a trade. The bartender babysitter pointed to the stairs. He's in his office, little spark. Jiren's with him. Nodding his thanks, Izuku hustled to the office and knocked before entering. Dad was behind the mahogany desk, and Uncle Jiren was leaning against a bookshelf. "What's up? You usually handle the trades by yourself." "Yeah, well, for one you need the experience, and two, there's a child involved. And this kid has a volatile quirk, which is why the parents want to trade?" "Yes, but it's her grandfather who's an old family friend. And given he used to lead the Yakuza and the man that's now in charge, Chisaki Kai wants to use his granddaughter Aries' quirk rewind to make bullets that erase the quirk factor in people." "Oh shit, that's more of a problem than I thought it was going to be. Does rewind act like a time-based quirk? Like, can speed up healing or de-age someone to the point of them not existing anymore?" "Exactly like that. Which is why I'm having you take the quirk and not me. I'll give Eri her new quirk, but I know that you've been wanting a few healing quirks ever since the USJ, and this will cover that weakness until I can search for more. Jiren's here to witness it and help if the deal goes sideways." "When are we heading out?" Izuku smirked at his father's glare. The trio left soon after and met at an old warehouse near the docks, on the edge of Yakuza territory. It was the most neutral meeting place. The trio got there before the others, Hisashi taking front with Izuku hiding in the rafters. "It's good to see you again, Hisashi." An older man with white hair and golden eyes. He was holding the hand of a small girl with pale blue hair, red eyes, and a small horn. She was dressed in a pale yellow dress with rain boots. She cowered behind what Izuku assumed was her grandfather. "Hello again, Inso. How have you been?" Inso laughed. "I've been all right. Taking care of Aries taken up most of my time. But we aren't here for a social call." Izuku jumped down from the rafters, circling the pair. "You need to clean up the Yakuza if you're not leaving it entirely." He crouched down to Aries' level, giving her a bright smile. "Hey there. You don't like your quirk?" "No. It made Mommy hate me. I killed my daddy with it." "Oh, this poor soul. All right then, mind if I take it?" Inso looked over to Hisashi at those words, an eyebrow raised. "I'll explain later," was his dad's response. Eri jumped up and down, smiling. "Yes, please. I want a new one." Izuku giggled at her enthusiasm. He reached for rewind gently, brushing up against the golden ball of light that was Aries' quirk. Taking the trade slow, to not hurt this precious child, Izuku felt the newest quirk in his array settle. Standing with a stretch, he turns to his dad. "Give her something nice, yeah?" Hisashi nodded, stepping forward. "That's not all we need from you, boy," Inso demanded. He noted that Jiren shifted, ready to draw his gun at Izuku's word. "HM? What else? You were right about me wanting to get out of the Yakuza. I need you to de-age me." Looking over at his dad, Izuku smirks. "We need to replace Rogers. You haven't been able to find anyone after I killed the oaf. He's Yakuza might make a decent general." Hisashi laughs. "All right, de-age the old man. Put him around his 30s, but in top shape, yeah." Izuku nods, focusing on rewind. He needs to rename it, maybe inversion, and de-aging Inso with some hiccups, but nothing that can't be fixed with a healing quirk. At least he still looks human. The 70-year-old man now looked to be in his early 30s, with white hair and golden eyes, no wrinkles or blemishes anywhere. He might need glasses, but Dad could always fix that. "Thank you. I feel better than I have in years, and it seems Aries finally enjoying life." Izuku looks to his left, spotting Eri playing with a stone jaguar. Looks like Dad gave her Gia. "If you don't mind me asking, what quirk do you have?" "I'm trying to figure out how inversion, which is what I've named rewind, could have been able to become a quirk in the first place. So if I know some genetic history, we can figure out how inversion came to be instead of just calling it a quirk mutation." I have a time-based quirk called Mobius. My late wife had a healing quirk. Nothing on the level of Recovery Girl. My daughter had a combat-based quirk like my brother where she could summon any weapon she could think of. Her husband had a simple quirk where he could tell what the time was, down to the exact second." Pulling out his quirk notebook, Izuku noted that down. Looks like her parents' quirks skipped her and yours and your wife took their place. Kinda like someone carrying the recessive gene for red hair, even if they aren't one themselves." "Oh, I've never thought about it like that." Izuku laughs. Yeah, most sciences got forgotten once quirks showed up. Alright. Inso, do you want to become a general or not? 'Cause if not, I'd wipe your memory of this as a way to keep everyone safe and kill the trail. Inso nodded. I'll take the position. I know you need someone you can trust to fill that spot. Hisashi nods, holding out his hand. Inso grasps it with ease. Izuku had moved over to where Jiren was waiting, with Eri in his arms. You've gone soft, Yunzi. Izuku snarked. The other male glared. Shut it. Alright then. Welcome to the Revolution Chronos. Dad's voice was even, smiling at his newest general. They were back at Jiren's business, Inso filling out paperwork to show that he was Eri's uncle given he couldn't be a grandfather in his 30s. Once that was finished, Izuku left the building and made his way to Hosu, thanks to shadow travel. Man, he loved Void. Stepping out of the shadow of an alleyway, Izuku climbed the fire escape that led to the roof of Fat Gum's agency. It was in central Hosu, and close enough to the war zone that Izuku felt confident enough that he could find the sword-wielding BSTRD Quirk enough to at least have a quick chat. He seems to hate the commission, at least based on the pattern. So maybe Izuku could get him to ally if not join the revolution. The commission's been nosier ever since the USJ a few months ago. Jumping from rooftop to rooftop may take longer, but it's better than just shadow traveling into Stain's territory at random and ending up dead, even if it's for a short amount of time. Izuku feels a tug of death. Well, looks like he found Stain, summoning Cernunos and Mun with ease as Nizu would kill him if he didn't have some form of backup. Mun, scout the area. Cern, think you could block off the alleyway? I'll handle Stain the best I can. Pulling Artemis out of its holster, Izuku activates FA gene, boosting his speed and landing on the roof next to the alleyway with silent feet, which was a lot harder to get control over than Izuku thought it'd be. Mun landed on his shoulder. She's a sidekick for Endeavor, hero name Burnin. She's got a fire-based quirk that changed her hair to flames. Stain's quirk is a blood-based paralysis quirk. It's why the swords are designed that way, bringing out enough blood for him to ingest and paralysis his prey. Izuku nodded, falling back to slip into Stain's shadow. Reaching a hand out and grabbing onto his ankle, Izuku pulls, landing on his hands and springing off them to get some distance. Where am I? I was busy cleaning up the hero. He couldn't move given the chains that restrained him. She's dead, don't worry about that. You did the job you set out to do. I just want to know why. Stain looked baffled. Why did this random kid want to know his motive? All Might's the only true hero that's in the spotlight, the rest of them are scum. Izuku scoffs. Really? 'Cause you and I remember All Might differently. 'Cause he was an a-hole to me, told me I couldn't be a hero, and then left me, a suicidal teen on a roof after a villain attack where protocol says he needed to bring me to the hospital to get checked over. Stain paused, sputtering. What? I thought. Izuku shrugged. There's a thing called a persona, you know. Most people in the spotlight have one. Stain glared. How are you better than All Might? Easy. I'm not a lying a-hole who leaves suicidal kids on rooftops. It's why I'm going into the underground. But enough of that, you were a decent vigilante, so why the shift? I wasn't expecting a child to connect the dots that the police couldn't. But I saw nothing I was doing made an impact, so I went for the more extreme. It got their attention after all. Sure, attention's great when your message is conveyed. Everyone who looks at this sees just some mindless violence. Your message hasn't reached anyone's Stain. You aren't a revolutionary, just some killer. Is that how you want to be remembered? Not like this. Why seek me out? Was it just so you could rub this in my face? Oh shit. He broke quicker than Izuku thought. Guess having the image of your favorite hero shatter does that. No, I wanted to offer a deal. You join the revolution and keep taking down commission puppets and shitty heroes like you've been doing, and it's important no one knows you've joined the revolution. That'd just F everyone over. The revolution, as in Morgan's revolution? That's the only large one I know of, so yeah. How was a child able to join? Morgan doesn't care about age, gender, or what your quirk is. Only that you want to change the world for the better. Which you want to do, based on your efforts so far. Give me some time to think about this. How will I find you? Izuku waved his worries off. You don't I do. But, keep a lookout for anyone who might need some help, doesn't matter if they join the revolution or not. Releasing the chains and opening a gateway for Stain to get back to the mortal plane, Izuku steps through a shadow, ending up back on a roof a few blocks away. Pulling out his phone, he calls Nizu. Hello. You find anything interesting out? Yeah, Stain's a pretty cool guy once you can sit down and talk with him. Find anything out on your end? Nizu hummed. Yes, his name is Akaguro Kaizome and he's 31, and his quirk is called Blood Curdle. Based on the name, it's a blood-based quirk, possibly paralysis. You're right on the quirk bit, but I got an offer extended. Speaking of that, you tell Dad if you accept it or not. No, but I've been meaning to. I was thinking of Tyr, the Armenian god of knowledge, schooling, and wisdom among other things. Huh, fits pretty well. I'm heading back now, should be in the dorms in 5 minutes or so. Ending the call before stepping through a shadow and out into his dorm room, Izuku changes out of his gear and into some basketball shorts and a graphic t-shirt before collapsing into bed. The next morning was a bit hectic, given that being woken by Oboro shoving him off the bed and landing on the floor with a thud. Standing with some effort, Izuku stumbled to his coffee machine and started it up before getting changed. He didn't have to be at Nizu's office until 11 and it was currently 4:30. Why the f did Oboro wake him up so early? Whatever, doesn't matter. He's up now, not like he can go back to sleep. Pulling the straps of his newest set of overalls over his shoulders, Izuku grabbed his mug and made his way to the kitchen, which was dead quiet for once. Guess having an internship at UTA has some perks. Making fried rice with some eggs and any leftovers that didn't have someone's name on them was like second nature. Most of the cooking Izuku did, he could probably do on autopilot. Not having to deal with Ida in the morning made them more enjoyable, well, as enjoyable as they could be to someone like Izuku. Finishing his meal and washing his dishes, Izuku grabs his bag and sends a quick text to Nizu that he's going to do some field work today. Getting an okay in response, he uses the shadows to get back to Hosu and starts to walk around. Getting a call from Detective Tsukachi was odd. Answering the phone, Izuku spoke. What's up? A new case? Tsukachi sighed. He sounded like he hasn't slept all week. No, nothing like that. I have a girl here who said Stain told her about you. How the hell did you talk to Stain? I just talked to him? But I'll come to check it out. She has a file? Not really. All we have on her is that she's a foster kid who attacked a kid due to a quirk mishap. She needed blood and her foster home wasn't giving it to her due to them being quirkist. She mentioned a few other kids that are going to come in. Said they'd be around your brother's age. Izuku hummed. Find out if they have a place, a proper place, not some warehouse to stay, and if they don't, call my dad, he'll adopt them quicker than you could blink. Hanging up the call without waiting for a response was a bit rude, sure, but Izuku needed to call Dad and figure some shit out. The phone rang twice before his dad picked up. Yeah, bub? What's up? Wanna adopt some kids? Hisashi sputtered. Sure, I wanna know how you found multiple kids, but sure, we've got enough space and I know you're asking because someone treated them like shit. Nice, they're at the station right now, Tsukachi called about them. Says they know Stain. Alright, should be at the station in 10 minutes or so. With that, Izuku hung up. Stepping into the alleyway next to the station, Izuku entered waving to and before making his way to Tsukachi's office and getting tackled by a blonde girl with golden eyes. Hi. Stain told me about you. I'm Himiko. Can I have some of your blood? She was wearing a beige sweater with black leggings and some basic shoes, and her hair was put into twin space buns. Hi, I'm Izuku, and no, sorry you can't have my blood. I can get you some though. Does all blood work, or only humans? Himiko moved off of him and helped him up. Giving a bright fanged smile, she shook her head. Only human. Izuku nodded. Might be able to get in contact with some hospitals and see if they could lend us some from their blood banks. Any favorite type? Nope. Any works? Well, that makes it easier. Tsukachi entered his office and handed Izuku some coffee, with 4 others trailing behind him. 3 were guys and 1 girl. I see you 2 have already met. Thes 3 are Dabi, Spinner, Twice, and Magna haven't figured out their preferred names other than aliases. Izuku nodded, waving to each of the teens. Dabi was covered in scars, possible burns, and had black hair with icy blue eyes. Spinner was covered head to toe in green scales, a mutation quirk then, or a side effect from parents' genetics, and had pink-purple hair. His eyes were red. Twice had blonde hair and was the tallest of the three guys, but still shorter than Izuku. He had gray-blue eyes and heavy eye bags. He smelled like cigarette smoke, and his clothing was ripped in some places. All of their clothing was, to be honest. Mange was dressed in a simple white t-shirt with a reddish-orange flannel over the top, with jeans and boots to finish the look. She had red hair cut into a rough bob, with sunglasses on. "Hi, it's nice to meet you all. I heard Stain pointed you my way?" Dabi scoffed. "Yeah, guess your dad or some she can take us in?" "Yeah, better than living in some warehouse. Plus you'd get schooling and be treated like people instead of villains. My brother has a decay quirk, and I'm a legal abnormality, but enough of that. Any names other than aliases? My dad can't adopt you without your on-record names." "Not real ones?" Mange asked, her tone conveying her confusion. Izuku's eyes widened. "Oh no. Sometimes the names your parents give you don't match well, so if you want to change your name you can." "I'm sold. My old man was a BSRD. Dabi grumbled. "We can get a legal case against him, even if he's a hero. Doesn't matter to Dad, you're a Midoriya now, all of you are." Hisashi entered the small office. Tsukachi must have left at some point, hopefully to take a FING nap. "Who are we destroying in court?" "Endeavor. Think you still want to go against him?" Dad laughed. "Been trying to get him arrested for years, at least more heavily once he married his wife. That had quirk marriage written all over it. I'd imagine you want to get the rest of your siblings out as well?" Dabi nodded. "Yeah, Shoto's a quirkiest little sheet, but I know that from the BSRD than him forming his own thoughts." "Alright, that's great and all. But Izuku said something about preferred names? For when you adopt us." Hisashi hummed. "So you all want to be adopted?" The group nodded. Twice smirked. "Can't be that bad if Izuku turned out fine." Himiko giggled from where she was hugging Izuku. "Well, looks like the Midoriya family grew from 3 to 8 now. The paperwork didn't get finished till the end of the week, but everyone got adopted and Magna even changed her legal name, so that was that. Getting their rooms set up didn't take long either. Getting agreements from a few hospitals as to not drain their blood banks if they only got it sourced from one. Hisashi enrolled them in Yui. Tuya and Shuichi wanted to do the hero course so they'd be tested over the weekend. Himiko was interested in the idea of forensic science along with possibly being a hematologist, so she was enrolled in online schooling with a heavy focus on any science she seemed interested in along with Gen Ed course as she wanted to stick with her siblings, and Magna wanted to be a social worker after graduating, so she went to Uda's Gen Ed course. Jean had plans of a game designer or becoming a writer, so he also went to Uda Gen Ed course. Which meant Izuku would see all of his siblings daily. He's more worried about Todoroki's reaction if he remembers Tuya at all. The others would also go under the surname Drogo, with Tuya changing his first name to Dabi on the school record anyways. Hisashi didn't mind adopting 4 more kids. They needed something stable and someone who cared, that wasn't a known killer, and that's what he could provide. He's already doing it for 2 kids, so what's 4 more? Hopefully, that number with grow to add the other Todoroki children if the legal case goes well. And with Nizu helping find a decent legal team, it should go well. If no one meddles, that is. He still said at all might for setting Izuku's progress back. His little spark had been healing and getting used to a healthy environment, then All Might tore that all away from him. He was doing rounds for the night, checking in to make sure nothing needed his immediate attention, which nothing did thankfully. Tuya and Jean shared a room, same as Magna and Himiko, and Shuichi chose to room by himself, but close enough to Tuya and Jin's room if he needed to warm up due to being cold-blooded thanks to his quirk. He stole any blankets that weren't already claimed and nested in the mountain of soft cotton and warmth. Izuku had stayed the night, instead of going back to the dorms, and hadn't gone to bed yet if the ache in the back of his skull was anything to go by. He swears that all of his kids are gremlins and little sheets. He prays for Aizawa's sanity, at least the small amount the man has left. He knows better than to pray for Nizu. The stoat thrives in the chaos his kids cause. Izuku and his family were currently at whipped cream and whiskers. Dad was ordering food and drinks. Tuya was covered in cats, probably due to the amount of body heat he emits thanks to his quirk. Shuichi was curled around Tuya, using his tail to entertain some of the nearby cats. Himiko was laying curled up in a pink bean bag using Magna's chest as a pillow and playing with a tabby cat using a laser pointer. Jean had shoved himself in a corner, a black cat staring through his soul. Tamura was shiny hunting for roulette and chugging a coffee with a sheet ton of cream and 4 espresso shots. Izuku was content, he wasn't alone anymore. Kaizome watched the kid, Morrigan's kid. And by the looks of things, one of 8. The kid was interesting, Morrigan's entire family was interesting, to be honest. They seemed so mismatched yet meshed together well. The offer was still floating in the air. Kaizome didn't know what to do. All Might wasn't a true hero anymore. He didn't know what to do, he was simply drifting, unable to hold to his ideals any longer. He needed to redeem himself, and the only way to do that was to help the revolution find a new path. Izuku had spent the weekend home, as they were planning a shopping trip today. Himiko and Magna were the most excited, for similar reasons. Himiko wanted to try on a few dresses, and get some more sweaters and some makeup for Tuya's scars. The fire quirk user might have some pain relief if he wore compression sleeves. Jean wanted a few face masks, and more jeans given all of his were full of holes. Going to the mall with 8 people, especially when 7 were chaotic little sheets, were a mess. But it got done. Himiko grabbed anything that felt soft on her skin, a few skirts, and some pants. She also wanted some Vlad King merch, as he was the only hero with a blood-based quirk she knew. Magna grabbed some dresses, shirts, and pants along with all the makeup she could carry. Tuya grabbed mostly pre-quirk band merch, a few compression sleeves, as Dad recommended trying them, and more snack than he could probably eat. Jean grabbed some video games to try out, mostly survival-based and horror. He also grabbed a few books and some knitting supplies. Shuichi grabbed all the blankets Dad would pay for and a few extra pillows and some plushies. The rest of the day was spent at home, binging movies and enjoying each other's company. Tenya sat beside his brother's hospital bed. His parents were both working, so he was the only visitor. Why did Tensei have to be the hero? He ran into an alleyway, even though he can't turn well when at top speed, yet he chased the known hero killer, without backup or a way out. He admired his brother's resolve and strength, but he also hated him. He just had to go out, in a terrain he knew he had difficulty navigating. He should have waited for backup. He might still be able to walk if he did. He needs to get his family's honor back. And he couldn't do it alone. Momo was surprised when Tenya entered Fat Gum's agency. He should be at Tensei's agency, which was downtown, so what was he doing in the northern part of the city? Tenya bowed deep when he walked up to her. I need your help, Momo. I need my family's honor back and you're one of the few people I trust. This is bad. Oh, why does Tenya have to be angry? Tenya, what are you talking about? If you're trying to go after Stain, we can't. We're not even done with our first year of U-Data yet. Tenya grabbed her hands. Please, Momo. I can't go back home without fixing this. Tenya was begging. He never begged for anything. Momo sighed. All right, I'll come with. Were you going to ask anyone else for help? Tenya's entire body seemed to go boneless with relief. Thank you, I was planning on asking Shoto. I'll text when I'm ready. With one finale bow, Tenya left the agency. Momo knew she needed to tell Fat Gum and Alaster. Sending a quick text to the group chat, Momo waited with bated breath. Momo, Ida's going after Stain. The group chat was flooded with texts. Pikachu, sheet. Really? He's going to end up dead. Krusty, that I'll tell my dad. You guys tell your mentors. Tosh, can you tell Aizawa? Gucci eyebags, yeah, I'll tell Aizawa. Mad science. Oh, make sure to wear your gear. Boombox, I'll tell Mike. You got a plan? Ghost fucker. Yeah, bring all the gear you can. I know I'm bringing most of what I brought to the USJ. Other than that, make sure Ida doesn't die, as I don't need a murder charge. I'd recommend just staying out of it. Momo, did he ask you to help? King Explosion. I'm coming with, and you can't tell me no. Ghost fucker. Alright, just don't kill Ida. Momo, yeah, I was wondering if you and Kenji would come with? I know Tenya's asking Shoto, which means Endeavor's showing up, and that'll just make everything worse. Ghost fucker. Noted, I'll shoot his knees out then. Can bring the crusty. You're letting me bring the big but hammer? Ghost fucker. I wouldn't have brought it up otherwise. Krusty. Yeah, beach. Momo smiled at the group chat, knowing she had backup. Izuku cursed up a storm. Ida had to go and make sheet complicated. The fight against Stain shouldn't be too hard for everyone, while Ida and Todoroki might have some struggles. Hopefully, Endeavor doesn't show his face, and if he does? Well, the man doesn't need both of his legs. Packing all his gear and Tomurus Warhammer, which he named Thor, Izuku and his 5 constant companions made their way to Fat Gum's agency. Been a while since I've seen Taishiro, doesn't he have a son? Oboro asked, dancing around Izuku, so he was in front of the teen and walking backward. Yeah, Kin's a support kid. I thought Fat Gum went to Shiketsu, so how do you know him, Obio? Bro smiled. Knew him back in middle school. He was a great guy, I'm glad to see he's doing well. Muna nodded. That's great and all, but we need to find Momo and make sure Ida doesn't die of his stupidity. There's time to reminisce later. Velis giggled. Well, you're sure a grouch today. But Mun's right. We have a job to do. Izuku sighed at their antics, straightened his spine, and entered the agency. Momo was quick to find him in the lobby and hug him. How are you doing, Al? How's been your internship? Izuku smiled. Been good, love how quiet the dorms are. Internships have been good. Been doing mostly field work. Nizu knows where I am, so he kinda lets me do whatever. I think he just cares that I'm learning stuff. Momo nodded, grabbing his wrist in the gentle grip. I wanted to introduce you to Fat Gum. This is the best training I've had with my quirk in a long time. I can even do small organic items now. Mostly dried herbs and plants, but it's something. Izuku smiled at his friend's enthusiasm. I'm proud of you, Momo. You've been doing great, everyone has really. Whether it's with their quirk or some skill. You've all been growing positively and it's great. Please, if anything, you're the one who's pushed all of us to grow and be better. I mean, most of us didn't do much at the USJ. Izuku sighed. Momo, that wasn't a training exercise. It was life or death. You're allowed to screw up, it was your first time off-campus training and it was a clusterfuck. I bet if I and Kenji didn't grow up the way we did, we would have gotten by on the skin of our teeth. No one died, that's all that should matter. The girl nodded. You're right. Momo knocked on the door before entering, smiling at Fat Gum while Izuku gave the hero a nod. Hello. I'm guessing you're Drogo Alaster? Momo's told me a lot about you. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, Fat Gum. Momo messed with her ponytail, nervous. Izuku grasps her hand and squeezes, hoping it'll help. I found out that Ida Tenya wants to go after Stain. He told me himself, said he was going to ask for help from Todoroki Shoto, and I knew Alaster would be a good person to bring along due to his actions at the USJ. I'm sorry? A child wants to go after the hero killer. Izuku scoffed. Yeah, and the only reason I'm tagging along is so no one, even Ida, ends up dead. We wanted to ask you and a few other pros our friends are interning under to help, possibly as backup and damage control. Given that Todoroki's going to be there, so will his father. And his track record doesn't paint a pretty picture. You kids aren't fighting the hero killer solo, walking arsenal or not. The last bit was directed to Izuku more than Momo, even if it could fit both of them. I was planning on asking Aizawa-sensei to tag along, given he's used to fighting in urban terrain and his capture weapons fit for this kind of fight. That's a solid plan, Drogo. No wonder you're doing all 4 courses. Izuku blushed, glaring at Momo, though she could tell he didn't mean it. Thank you. Nizu's in the know. The entire reason I'm even giving Ida's insane grief-hazed clusterfuck the time of day is that Nizu knows Ida would die if I didn't try something. I don't mean to be crass, but my mentor trusts me more than the commission to handle bullshit. Fat Gum looked horrified at what Izuku just spoke into existence, while Momo snorted. I would say I'm sorry about him, but he's not wrong. The pro-hero sighed. So, to be clear, who else is coming with you? Well, my brother and Bakugou Katsuki, so in total there would be 6 of my yearmates in this fight. Which would be the limit, given that we'd most likely be fighting in an alleyway or rooftop. But adult-wise? Aizawa-sensei and Endeavor. Fat Gum nodded and sent them on their way. Izuku looked over at Tamura, who was keeping pace with him. Aizawa was in front of them, with Katsuki and Momo behind. The commotion was heard, Aizawa speeding up his pace. Izuku looked behind himself, hearing a scream. A Nomu? Stain wasn't a part of the revolution. He had no way to access a Nomu. Izuku turned on his heel, using FA Gene to give himself a boost, reaching with pull to try and force the Nomu to let go of Momo. A purple ball was launched at him and stuck him to the roof. The guy was barely 4 feet with purple ball in place of hair. He was pale and grinning at Momo like a shark. He was wearing a plain shirt and pants, with purple shoes and a surgical mask. Who the F are you? Izuku was said. How did this short pervert get access to the Nomus? Mineta? What are you doing? Momo was panicking, trying to get out of the winged Nomu's grip, which only made them grip her tighter. You were supposed to marry me. Our parents arranged it. Then you go off and get into U.A? You were supposed to stay home and have kids. Not try and become a hero. Mineta whined more than any toddler Izuku had met. The sycophant was even crying. Struggling out of the ball, Izuku pushed himself off the wall at the creep, using pull to throw him into the wall. Catching Momo, he smiled at her and placed her back on the roof. Go home, you're not needed anymore. The Nomu nodded, before flying off. You have a quirk? Oh, that was a slight problem. I'll explain later. Kinda have to save Ida right now. Momo nodded, understanding an explanation could wait. They quickened their pace and caught up with the rest of the group. What the hell happened? You two vanished. Aizawa said over the comms. Some creep tried kidnapping Momo with a Nomu, he got away. It took longer than they would like to arrive on the scene. And the scene was a DMED clusterfuck. Izuku ran to the Nomu, standing guard with Ares ready to strike. Stand down and go home. Your mission is complete. The Nomu nodded and shuffled off. Izuku looked around the scene. Todoroki was nearly frozen. Momo went over to help regulate his temperature with the help of some paramedics. Aizawa checked over Ida and Endeavor and shook his head. Tamura snorted and leaned to whisper into Izuku's ear. Looks like Dad's case just got easier. Izuku elbowed his brother in the ribs. Funny but sheet timing. The small grouping of press already there, Endeavor's press team, had captured video and audio of what was going on. That's a problem. But not exactly a current one, yet a problem nonetheless. He rushed over to Stain, lightly tapping his cheek. You with me? Why do you care for him? He killed me. Ida screamed, oh great. He's got a ghost. Guess he had a reason to figure out banishment now. Ugh, yeah, I'm here. Izuku hummed, blocking the view of the cameras of him, and gently pushed Stain into Kurojire's waiting portal. Moving over to Momo, who was eating one of her power bars, Izuku sat next to her. The brain damage should have killed him, and if that didn't, the fall broke something. You won't be bothered by him, at least for a long time. Momo nodded, leaning against him. Thanks. Are you going to explain yourself? Izuku huffed. Yeah, but I'm only doing it once, so everyone's gotta be there. Katsuki sat at his other side, wrapping an arm around and pulling him onto his lap. How are you dealing with Ida? Izuku grumbled. I block him out, need to see if I can figure out banishment. I'm not subjecting the void's inhabitants to him. Momo hummed. I'm guessing this is a later topic? Right you are, madam. Izuku was dressed in comfy sweats and one of Tamura's graphic t-shirts. Thankfully he and Tamura wore baggy clothes. Everyone in the group was dressed in similar clothing. Denki was playing with a fidget cube as a way to keep himself from bouncing on Izuku's bed. Alright, I know most of you guys know that Drogo Alaster's a fake name, but I'm going to go over it all again. First of all, the entire reason me and my siblings go by fake names is so our past abusers can't find us as easily. My true name is Midoriya Izuku, and my brother is Midoriya Tamura. I'll introduce the rest of my siblings once they join UA. And that's not all I've kept from you guys. But let me be clear, what I'm going to tell you wasn't my choice nor my family's choice to keep secret. Our hands were tied due to incorrect testing and current laws. Izuku took a breath, playing with the drawstrings of his sweats. The group held a sad air. They hated that one of their closest friends had to go through something like this. But I'm not quirkless. Far from it. I have multiple quirks, thanks to genetics. Yet, I was misdiagnosed, like I had a disease due to my past abuser having outdated testing done to determine my quirk status. I have multiple quirks due to my father, whose quirk All for One allows the user to take and give quirks, along with copying them if they so wish. I found out about the multiple quirks due to my successful suicide attempt after All D left me on a roof after crushing my dreams. I have an immortality quirk and both my parents' quirks. Along with 3 more quirks, which I'll get to, but I need to explain All for One and its brother quirk, One for All first. My dad, Hisashi, had All for One, which I copied. One for All was my uncle Yoichi's quirk. My dad gave it to him to try and help with his sickness. Quirks back then weren't viewed the same as today, so Hisashi took quirks of those who asked. Yoichi kept getting sick, no healing quirk doing much, given the quirks healed the effect and not the cause. So my uncle passed, but before that he passed on his quirk, as his original quirk evolved when merged with One for All, and he had the same ability to give and take quirks as Hisashi. So he passed on his quirk, and as it was passed on it got stronger, to the point of harming the current holder. Wait, that sounds like a strength-enhancing quirk, Momo commented. Isn't that All Might's quirk? It's always been explained as a strength quirk. Then I heard some third years talking in the cafeteria about how one of the big 3 found out his quirk changed to have strength enhancement. And All Might leaving you on the roof wasn't manly. Ijiro added. Fumikage scoffed. Nothing about All Might is manly, AG. Mizo hummed, giving Izuku a loose hug. Yeah, All Might's a scumbag. Glad you told us everything though, we're not going to treat you any differently. Hitoshi laid on Izuku's legs, smiling lazily at him. Hell nah, we're friends, not assholes. Koji handed Izuku one of the many plushies he had, with a soft smile. So, All Mights and but, you have multiple quirks yet can't use them due to being unable to change your status thanks to the late bloomer cutoff, right? Kyoka summed up. Izuku shrugged. Pretty much yeah. The girl whistled. Glad you've got us then. You've already been dealt a shitty hand. Izuku couldn't agree more. Hisashi wasn't surprised when Stain visited the bar. It was a few days after Stain killed Endeavor, which he was forever grateful for. The kids were with him, as he hadn't wanted to leave them alone and have them think Hisashi was abandoning them. Himiko and Shuichi ran up to the man and hugged him. Tuya nodded while Jean and Magna waved. Izuku saluted the man. What do you need, Stain? The man-known killer shifted his feet. I need to redeem myself. I've been supporting a false hero all this time. I want to right my wrongs. Let me join the revolution. Himiko jumped up and hugged Hisashi tight. Can he? He's super nice. Hisashi ruffled his daughter's hair. He'll need a code name if he's a part of the revolution. Shuichi nods. How about Janus? It's the Greek god of beginnings and endings. The teen turns to Stain and smiles. Glad you're not abandoning your ideals. You'd be leaving behind a lot of people who looked up to you for change. Tilaf. Welcome to the family, Janus. We're all mad here. Magna swiped at her brother's head. Be nice to him, he's new. Himiko giggled before running off to grab something. She came back with a pair of jeans, boots, a short-sleeve graphic tee, and a hoodie with a deep purple face mask. She placed them in Janus' arms and pushed him into one of the bathrooms. What was that for, Iko? Magna asked from where she was laying on one of the booths. Uncle Kaizome can't look homeless. He's family now. Laughter filled the bar with the teen's explanation. She wasn't wrong, but she could have gone about it differently. Kaizome came out dressed in the new clothes, sword still on his back, but now he didn't look like the hero killer, just some guy. Thank you again, both for looking after the kids and killing off Endeavor. Makes it less of a hassle in the future. Hisashi thanked the man. Kaizome waved him off. The BSTRD needed to get off the streets and stop abusing his kids, and handicapping would only get him off the streets. He'd still be a monster at home. Izuku couldn't sleep. Ida was beaching about letting him die and how he helped Kaizome. Izuku growled and threw a knife at Ida, which phased through him. Shut the F up. The reason I patched up Kaizome is that he's a decent guy, and yeah. He killed heroes and all that, but the heroes he killed were corrupt bastards and scumbags. Your brother was in the wrong place at the wrong time. You on the other hand? Well, you got what was coming to you for being that stupid. Now, you can complain about this all you want, but it's not changing. You're dead, you have no say in the matter of life. Izuku moved out of bed and made his way to the nearest cemetery, Velis walking beside him humming a lullaby. Sir Nunnos towered behind them, a silent comfort. Munnin had flown off, probably to warn the residents that they were getting visitors. Oboro had an arm around Izuku's shoulders. Why are we heading to the cemetery? You've never done it before. Oboro glanced at the slightly taller teen. I gotta visit someone, need to make sure she's alright. Izuku stood in front of the gates, flashes of a young girl with hair that reminded him of spring, eyes bright like topaz. Hands covered in freckles, a thin scar on her chin from when she fell off her bike. She was barely older than Hina and Aichi, and to make it worse, she died on her birthday. All because he was too scared. He's a demon coward. Doesn't matter that he made up for it with Aichi, Nari wasn't Aichi and he wasn't her. Exhaling, he stepped over the border. There was no turning back now. Keeping his head down and giving a short wave to the residents he knew, they gave sad smiles back. They knew he wasn't here for a social call. He moved his way through the rows, stopping underneath a cherry tree, and stared. Nari's grave was gone. But then again, she never truly had one in the first place. The small shrine he made her was gone. Guess he needs to make a new one. Pushing himself off the ground, he walks out of the cemetery. He has a job to do. Izuku's shirt is covered in sweat when he finally takes a step back and looks over the work he's done cleaning up one of the old shrines near UA. In the east field sits a grave detailed with Nari's information. The grave was draped in yellow and white chrysanthemums and red spider lilies. Velis, do we have any spirits who could watch over the shrine? The kitsune nods. You can call upon a pair of lion spirits. They'd be the best fit. Izuku nodded, before stepping into the void. A pair of lionesses sit in front of him. He nodded to them both, before sitting cross-legged directly in front of them. I need you two to protect a shrine for me. I'll come around to add new graves and welcome the spirits that are going to rest there. Of course, you can name us if you like, Master. Izuku smiled, standing and placing his palm on the left lioness's head. You'll be named from the moment forward, Mahis. Lifting his hand off once he felt the string tether, Izuku moved over to Mahi's sister. From this moment forward, you shall be named Bast. Once the bonds had settled, Izuku hugged both lionesses. Thank you. Now do you know any spirits that could help round up spirits? Bast nodded, leading him farther into the depths of the void, stopping at the edge of a forest. Scotty, Nehelenia. Your assistance is required. Twin red wolves bounded out of the forest brush, landing directly at Bast's feet. What are we need for? The one on the right asked. Bast looked over to Izuku as if saying, You can ask yourself. Hello, I'm Izuku and I was wondering if you two could collect spirits for me? And once you find them, bring them to the shrine that Bast and Mahis are guarding, then come tell me about it so I could get a grave sorted for them. The pair bowed. We can do that, Master. I'm Scotty and this is my sister Nehelenia. Izuku smiled at the wolves. It's a pleasure to meet you too. The group of 4 steps out of the void. Velis and Mahis waiting for them, with a group of soot-sized sprits. The lionesses set off immediately to prowl around the edges of the shrine's grounds. Izuku scooped up a handful of the soot spirits, smiling at their bouncy little forms. The soot spirits will clean the shrine and all objects on these holy grounds. So you won't need to stop by daily to clean. But I think it's time we head back to the dorms. The sun's rising, little fox. Izuku looked over to the east at the rising sun and placed the soot spirits down. Scotty and Nehelenia had already set off on their job by the looks of things. Taking a deep breath, Izuku fell backward into his own shadow and stepped out of the shadow of the staircase that led up to the roof. Rushing up the stairs, Izuku smiled at Hound Dog. Hey, how's your morning going? Taking the coffee and bento box from the man as he sat. It's going alright, pup. Nisa told me that you left campus around 2 a.m.? Couldn't sleep? Izuku sighed, sipping his coffee. Yeah, Ida's been beaching up a storm since he died. Went and visited the cemetery where I made a grave for a girl I lost, found out it was destroyed and spent the rest of the night until about 5 minutes ago cleaning out a shrine and getting some spirits to help with managing the place and finding any wandering or recently dead spirits. You've had an interesting morning. How did your friend die? You don't have to answer, I'm just curious. Nah, it's alright. Her parents were addicts, they sold her off for drags. She was put in an illegal fighting ring and died from an infected stab wound. Didn't get a grave due to her being quirkless. The cemetery said they didn't want to have anyone destroyed. This is funny, given the grave I made for her got destroyed pretty often. So I went shrine hunting and found an abandoned one near here. Hopefully she gets some rest now. Well, how have you been taking Ida as a ghost? I'm guessing it's not the greatest being the only person who can hear and see him, given he was never kind to you. It's the worst, probably as bad as a hospital trip is. But I've got some good to balance this all out. You do? Izuku smiled. Hell yeah, I do. I've got 5 siblings a few weeks back. Dad adopted them, one of them being the missing Todoroki kid, so hopefully he can adopt the rest and get them out of the shithole they call a house. Hoping it'll be easier now that Endeavor's dead and his wife can't do much given he hid her in a mental hospital. Hound Dog nodded, before standing and leaving to the roof. He passed Katsuki on his way to the stairwell. Come on, nerd. The hobo asked me to walk you to the class, given that Round Cheeks, Tapes, and Pinky are yelling about how you killed Glasses, which is dumb as we didn't even get on scene until he was dead. I mean, you have 4 people watching you. How could you kill someone? Well, I could. Kat slapped his hand over Izuku's mouth. Don't. That'll just get the rumor mill going. Izuku sighed, removing Kat's hand. You're no fun. Katsuki grunted, slinging an arm over his shoulder and marching him to class. Insults and glares were thrown in Izuku's direction the entire time. Katsuki glared at anyone who dared make eye contact, even popping off a few small explosions once they got closer to the class. The class was in shambles. Izuku's group was huddled in the back and facing most of the anger of the class. He killed Ida. There's no way he didn't. He was talking to a Nomu. Ashido shouted in Kyoka's face. Izuku felt bad for all of them, mostly Kyoka, Koji, and Mizo given that they were the most sensitive to loud noises. Katsuki wrapped his arms lightly around his frame and leaned in to whisper in his ear. Just give the signal and I'll get you the F out of here, nerd. Thanks, Kat. But I should be good. The blonde hummed, pulling him into the closest desk to the door and sitting in front of him, Hitoshi on his right. Enough. You're all giving me a DMN headache with this screeching. Sit down, and before anyone says anything. No, Drogo did not kill Ida, he died by his own foolish choice. Aizawa was seething, Quirk activated to get his point across. But sensei, there's a video of Drogo talking to the Nomu. And the beast listened. Ryuma shouted. The Nomus aren't beasts. Sure, they might not be human, but they're intelligent creatures. Ugh, Izuku wanted to be done with this. Laying his head in his arms and trying not to groan about his classmates' stupidity. Al didn't do anything wrong. We got to the scene late due to a thug holding us up. There's no grand scheme or master plan. We were just late. Momo defended. Zero laughed. You can't be serious. There was nothing on the news, and none of us heard about it. So stop trying to cover for a murderer. You're all hopeless. If Al says he didn't do it, he didn't do it. Simple as that. Mizo argued. Alright, thing hell. My brother didn't do it. That's a fact. You can believe it or not, but shut the F up. Tamura shouted, slamming his hands onto his desk and nearly decaying it. Thank you, Drogo now. Your final exams are in a month, and they'll determine if you go on the Forest Lodge trip that's been planned. You need to pass the practical exam to be able to go on the trip. The exam will consist of 2 parts, a written portion and a practical, which will have you fighting your teachers. So prepare, Because none of us will go easy on you. The murmurs started again, but at least this time they weren't talking about how Izuku killed Ida. Maybe he'll get some semblance of peace. The group took over Momo's room, whiteboards on wheels filled with anything they knew was on the midterm or previous test. Ijiro was exhausted, if him nearly falling asleep was anything to go by. They've been studying most of the week, ever since Aizawa told them about the exam. They only had 2 weeks left. We've been studying for 5 hours, Mo. Can we take a break? Denki begged, puppy eyes full force. Yeah, I mean all of our grades have gone up once we figured out how we all learn the best. I mean even my math grade went up. And I was shit at math, Hitoshi adds. Momo snickers. Alright, get changed into some comfortable clothes and we'll watch a movie in Tamura's room if it's alright? Tamura shrugged. I could give less of a shit them. I just need a nice long break from studying. The group flooded out of Momo's room, who packed away the whiteboards and any other study material she created into one corner of her room. Everyone split off to change and grab whatever they needed for the night. Izuku changed quickly as he could, grabbing any blankets he could, along with a few plushies from the comfort corner along with a few notebooks, and rushed to Toma's room to get a good spot on the bed. Opening his group's notebook, he noted any changes that could be made to their costumes and possibly fighting styles. Given their teachers know the style they used inside and out, that was a guarantee for whoever went up against Aizawa. The group was deep in the D&D campaign that Fumikage found one day as he scrolled through YouTube. They were currently on the war arc as the cast called it, and episode 23. The party had just faced their first dragon, in adult green. Izuku didn't pay much attention. He still knew what was going on, but it wasn't the main focus, just some nice background noise. Still figuring out what needs to be changed? Mizo asked, wrapping a loose arm around Izuku's waist. The white-haired teen hummed, leaning back into Mizo's chest. He was surprisingly warm for not having a fire-based quirk. Mei was sleeping on the floor, Hitoshi half on top of her. Denki was curled into Toshi. Momo had passed out an hour into the episode. The only ones up were Izuku and Mizo. Wanna help me move them? Toma's got that large of a bed for a reason. Mizo laughed and picked up Izuku to move him. Sure, I'll get Momo and Ijiro, you get Mei and Toshi? Izuku nodded, picking up his designated people and placing them on the bed on the right side of Kat, before grabbing Koji and placing him on the left of Tamura. Mizo had already moved Momo, Ijiro, and Kyoka, who had fallen asleep on the beanbags. Fumikage and Dark Shadow were already on the bed. Mizo moved to lay next to Fumi and Izuku squeezed between Katsuki and Tamura. The group slept in a comfortable tangle of limbs. Izuku awoke at 2, as expected, but Ijiro got nudged awake. The redhead gently grabbed Izuku's wrist. Nope, you're not studying or working on anything. Back to bed, or I'll have Toma shoot you with the Nerf gun. Izuku groaned before tucking himself back into the bed. Guess he found a con of having friends. They care. The class went to the mall, splitting into their usual groups as soon as possible. The F All Might group, as Denki coined it, grabbed everything they might need and then wandered around for anything that might catch their eye. By the time noon rolled around, the group had gotten everything they wanted. So what are we doing for lunch? Denki asked, adjusting his grip on one of the bags he held. Koji hummed. We could go to the food court there. Should be enough choices for all of us to get something we like. His voice wavered slightly, most likely uncomfortable with the number of people and being unable to sigh as his hands were currently full. Mizo quickly took Koji's bags, giving a reassuring smile to the other team. I mean, I'm okay with anything, Ijiro said, lifting his arms above his head. The group moved to the food court, claimed a table, and split off to the different stalls. Izuku moved in line for one of the many ramen stalls, feeling someone a little too close behind him. Turning to ask the person to back up, Izuku felt a hand grip his throat. The dark brown-haired man led Izuku out of the food court and to a nearby fountain, sitting them down on the bench. Izuku also noted a black face mask on the guy's face. Well, I'm so glad to meet the brat that stole my weapon. You've also been a thorn in my side for what you did with disbanding the Yakuza. I was meant to take over after killing Inso. But you messed that all up. Izuku flexed his hands, all for one trying to pull at the quirk that was just under the surface. The grip on the back of his neck tightened. Don't even think of trying to fight back. How would you explain having a quirk, HM? Your records say you're quirkless, doesn't it? Panicked eyes scanned the area. Daigoro put his hands on Izuku's shoulders, and hovering behind him. Don't pull his quirk yet, let him think he has the upper hand. He's bound to slip up at some point. The other vestiges looked worried, Nana and Yoichi most of all. Velis had started to pace, knowing she couldn't do much to help. Munnin looked ready to pluck out this guy's eyes. I don't know your name, man. So this whole thorn in your side thing is weird. The grip tightened again. Was he going to die by asphyxiation? He had a decent track record of not dying for a few months. You don't know me yet foil my plans? The guy scoffed. Nope, I was just meeting my dad's old business partner and he brought his granddaughter, so yeah. I didn't mean to. Finji lie, but hey. Lying might keep him breathing for a bit longer. Gods know he can't just come back to life after dying in a crowded but mall. The man grumbled. Well, if you truly don't know of me, I suppose it's time for an introduction then. My name's Chisaki Kai, but most people call me Overhaul. It's been a pleasure, Drogo Alaster, but I must be going. The grip was finally gone, and as soon as Chisaki was out of sight, Izuku took a breath. Oh, this is real bad. Rushing back to the food court, he scrambled into the seat between Kyoka and Mizo, panting. Whoa, what's wrong, Zu? Kyoka gently placed a hand on his arm while Mizo handed him water. Toshi, Tomu texted Aizawa and Dad that I just ran into what was supposed to be the head of the Yakuza. But we sort of F'd over his plan by helping Inso and Eri. Tamura did as Izuku asked. Hitoshi just looked terrified. How in the hell can you almost die on a FNG mall trip, Zu? Denki nodded, tapping his chin. I mean, he's got a point. But it's also Aizu, Tosh. I don't know why you're surprised anymore. Katsuki scoffed, flicking the back of Izuku's head. You think you can track him down? A few well-placed explosives and he's not a problem anymore. Momo sighs. You can't kill him, we don't need you ending up like Ida. Mizo snorts, spitting out some of his drink. Ding, Mo didn't know you could be so cold. Fumikage sighs. I worry for our health if this will become a pattern, Star. Izuku took out his phone and sent a text to Nizu and Jiren. With all their bases covered as far as they knew. The group kept the conversations light, as no one wanted to deal with the possibility of Izuku being hunted by a past Yakuza member. Izuku meanwhile was multitasking the best he could to get everything he knew about Chisaki down in his most recent analysis notebook, number 23. Once the group was back at the dorms, they packed everything they bought away. Changing into some comfortable clothes and convened to Momo's room for a few hours of studying. They stopped around dinner time when someone knocked on the door. Katsuki moved to open it right when Azui was about to knock again. Dinner's done, thought I'd let you know. The girl left as soon as she was done speaking, almost like she didn't want to be near Izuku or anyone who hung out with him. Well, that's odd. Ijiro helped Momo and Koji clean up the study supplies and moved them to the corner of Momo's room. The group moved to the kitchen, where Sato and Shiro were cooking. Most of the conversation stopped when the group entered. Todoroki looked uncomfortable, everyone did. Azui told us about dinner? Denki was the first to speak. Sato nodded, jerkily. Something was off, and they weren't hiding it well. Sheet, did Izuku do something? He knows most of them don't like him, but he thought only Aoyama, Ashido, Uraraka, and Shiro blamed him for Ida's death, at least openly. Well, so did Ida, but he was blinder than a DMN bat when it came to complexity in people. Yeah. I and Hanta made katsudon and dumplings. Sato tried saving the mood, but it was down the drain by that point. Tamura was the first to move to get some food, and the rest of the group soon followed. Katsuki squeezed his shoulder. Want me to grab you a plate? We can just eat back in Mo's room. Izuku shook his head. Nah, gotta face the music sometime soon, Kat. Izuku moved forward, filing his plate with a piece of katsudon and some dumplings. He sat in between Kyoka and Koji, and across from Denki and Ijiro. Most of the class had quiet conversations, with those they considered friends. So who do you think you're going against in the practical exam? Koji signed with quick fingers, before eating a dumpling. To be honest, either Aizawa or Snipe, given that Nizu might want to challenge me. But I need to get through 4 written tests before the practical. What about you, Koji? Well, I'm hoping for Mike-sensei, then I could use his fear of bugs against him. Seems like a good plan. I'm hoping that I can pass the written portion. Denki commented. Kyoka swatted his arm gently. You'll be fine, Sparks. We've all been studying under 2 geniuses. Momo and Izuku probably fight for the top spot at the end of the semester. Hakigure scoffed. You think a null is smart enough to get the top spot in rankings? Please, I bet he bought his way in. Katsuki nearly lunged for the invisible girl, but Izuku grabbed his shirt. Don't. It doesn't matter. It does because she's right. How could a null get the top spot in the rankings? He barely passed middle school. Not that he could blame them. After all, if his supposed mother thought he wasn't worth anything, then why would his teachers? He picked up his barely touched plate and packed away his leftovers, before putting the dishes in the sink. He goes and grabs his patch-filled jean jacket and a pastel blue beanie for his hair. The scars around his neck feel like tight chains, his crooked fingers like snapped doll parts. He feels like a puppet with cut strings, unexpressive and statue-like. His skin feels like sandpaper, his clothes keep rubbing against it and he hates it. His bones feel like porcelain, something is so easily broken. Of course, he's like porcelain, he's quirkless after all. Shoving his afro-styled hair into the beanie, he shrugs on the jacket and leaves the dorm. No destination in mind, his head full of fog and static, like one of those pre-Quirk VHS tapes when you didn't rewind the tape. Izuku doesn't know how long he shuffled around like a zombie, just that he somehow ended up at Recovery Girl's office. He knows she keeps some of the gummies on hand to help with the recovery process. Wonder if they can help with this? Mind clouded with a thick fog, like after a long rainstorm. He picks the lock on the cabinet. With less accuracy than usual, guess a fogged-up brain isn't a good lock-picking one. As soon as the locks are in hand, Izuku grabs a fistful of the gummies. He doesn't want to admit how long the container took to open, and shoves them in his mouth. Katsuki was worried. He wasn't normally, sure most people saw him as the angry all the time and has a mouth worse than a sailor's sheet. Even though Izuku taught him how to swear. But the way Izuku left reminded him of their middle school days. He wishes the teachers put a stop to it as soon as it started, maybe he wouldn't have done what he did. Standing up and collecting his friends' plates, he glares. Get your jackets on. I got a bad feeling. Koji and Tamura give him an odd look but go with the rest to get their jackets. Koji sends out birds and mice to find him, before splitting off with Kyoka and taking the forest. Denki and Ijiro take the other dorms, and Momo and Katsuki take the main building. Tamura and Hitoshi go to the teachers' dorms to inform them. Katsuki pulls out his phone and starts calling Izuku, but they kept going to FING voicemail. The idiot always answers his phone, working on a project or not. I'll take the classrooms, you take Recovery Girl's office, the teacher lounge, and the Stoats office. Katsuki gives the tall girl a quick hug before splitting off. That idiot better not be dead. Momo went to the teacher lounge in Nizu's office first and found nothing. Not even Aizawa-sensei had stuck around to do an all-nighter on paperwork. Rushing to Recovery Girl's office, she kicks the door in. Spotting Izuku on the floor, his skin pale and ashy looking. He was also running a temp, given how much he was sweating. What the hell did he take? Creating a sheet ton of ice packs, she stuffs 2 underneath his armpits and wraps them on in cloth for his forehead, then lays the rest on him. Hopefully, it can get his internal temp down enough. Grabbing Izuku's hands, Momo finds one of Recovery Girl's bottles that she used for the gummies. The bottle was empty. Oh shit. Opening the group chat, she sent one text. Queen, get to RG's office. Izuku's dying. Pikachu, Fdash. We'll bring Nizu and Aizawa. Krusty, I'm calling my dad. Is RG there? She's not. Gucci eye bags. On my way. Boombox. Same here. I'm bringing Mike. Pan, I'll round up the rest of us. King explosion. I even knew something was wrong. The guy hate being right when it's like this. Momo doesn't know how long it took, but the first person there was Aizawa, followed closely by Nizu and Denki. Momo stepped. I'd imagine that Izuku finally told you? Nizu's voice was calm. How could he be calm? How can you be calm in a time like this, Nizu? A student is dying. Momo, stop trying to save him. Did you already forget about immortality? Hisashi Midoriya commented. Momo stared at the man, mouth agape. She forgot. She panicked and almost revealed the secret Izuku wished to protect. She could have ruined everything for him and his family. She was a terrible friend. You're not a bad friend, Imo. You have good instincts. But sit back and wait for a few, yeah? Izuku hates being crowded after a death. Makes him panic. Momo took a breath and moved over between Kyoka and Mizo. The group waited. Someone needed to stop FING screaming, or they're losing their vocal cords. Ida was panicking like a first-time father. How are you alive? How do you have a quirk? You can't manifest one after the age of 11. The undead teen groans. First of all, that's FING wrong. There's a thing called trauma-inducing a quirk. Second of all, someone please shut Ida the F up. He keeps screaming about me being alive and having a quirk. The first person to move, to no one's surprise, was Katsuki. You FING BSTRD. Why the ever-loving f? Did you think overdosing on Recovery Girls gummies was a good FNG idea? You're way too loud, Kat. And I wasn't thinking, the comments at dinner got me. Was in a fog, don't even know how I wound up here. Tamura sighs as he checks Izuku over. The only noticeable thing was the shivers and the sweating. Picking him up in a bridal carry, he moves out of the office. No point in crowding the office. Izuku probably just needs some rest and monitored for a few days. Dad looked exhausted. His eye bags were the worst Tamura's ever seen on him. Let alone that his hair was a frazzled mess and his shirt was on backward. The group was huddled in Izuku's room and was currently cuddling with Mizo and Kyoka. The shiverings had finally stopped after an hour. He had a cool washcloth on his forehead, trying to help with the sweating. Momo nearly had a panic attack, so Tamura asked her to run them through some flashcards. Mizo and Kyoka could keep an eye on the idiot. A knock at the door surprised the group, given it was nearly 10 at night on a weekday. Ijiro was the one to open the door, eyes bleary and an old pair of sweats hanging off his waist. Todoroki stood on the other side of the door, dressed in shorts and a simple shirt. What do you need, man? Todoroki didn't even react, his face like a person after looking into the eyes of Medusa. I need to speak with the Drogos. All right, let him in, Eiji. Better be important, Todoroki. Tamura yawned with a stretch. It is. Father died during the Hosu incident. And given my mother is unfit to raise me and my siblings, a court date had been made. By your father. Tamura nodded. Well, yeah, he adopted your brother, only fair he helps the rest of you. Natsuo still lives at home, Drogo. Tamura sighed. Forgot you thought he was dead. I meant Tuya, or as he is on record, Dabi. He never died that night, just made it look like he did. He wanted to take you with him, but he knew if Endeavor caught him he'd end up dead, so he ran and tried to get help. No one believed him until Dad. Todoroki paused, ice creeping up his arms. My brother's alive? But why would Annul's father let him live with him? Was he trying to use my brother? The teen was angry. Tamura got that, but that doesn't mean he got to call Izuku a slur. Okay, first thing. You don't get to call my brother a FING slur. Second of all, my father didn't do it for fame. He did it to save a kid's life. Our fathers may have similar quirks, but that doesn't mean their personality matches. Until you can treat my brother like a DM in person, get the F out. Maybe stop taking your BSTRD father's word as gospel and do some research of your own. You have the making of a pretty sheet hero, good quirk for it or not. Tamura had been stepping closer to the other teen until he was out of the room. Tamura slammed the door in his face, before slumping against it. He ran a hand across his face. He needs to learn sheet before the case ends. Or life won't be pretty for him. Izuku was feeling alright the next day. He wasn't allowed to work on any gear without Katsuki or someone watching him, to make sure he took breaks and ate something. They didn't need another scare. He'd been up most of last night, working on the gear, and was simply putting the finishing touches on. The costumes were the same in design, but the material got upgraded to vibranium, thanks to Momo once she knew the chemical compound of the metal. It made Izuku feel better. Their costumes were fine for the USJ, but they could be better. And needed to be if the villains and whatever thugs keep being that persistent. Can't have someone dying on him, at least he comes back from it. He can reverse death for himself and others thanks to inversion. But that doesn't mean he wants to. Better to use that quirk as a last resort than just to heal minor scrapes. Taking a quick break to stretch and drink some water, Izuku looks over at Idrio and Denki who were studying. Hey, I'm done upgrading the costumes. We can grab some lunch. Oh hell yeah. Fumi's just texted he's worried we were gonna skip lunch. Ijiro smiled at him, helping Denki pack up his stuff. Izuku chuckled, grabbing his bag and jacket, and slinging the jacket over his shoulder. The cafeteria wasn't super busy, but they grabbed their trays and made their way to the roof. The group was already there. Hitoshi gave a tired smile. Hey, I was gonna send a search party soon. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, sitting next to Koji. Ijiro and Denki boxed in Katsuki. Sorry, lost track of time. You had Gen Ed this morning, right? Is Nizu still teaching the class? Momohum. Izuku took a bite of his lunch. Nah, he was only a temporary fix. But we got Best Jeanist now, he's cool. Katsuki's eyes lit up. You got Best Jeanist as a teacher and didn't tell me? He sounded hurt. Izuku giggled. Sorry, didn't realize you still had a thing for fashion. The blonde scoffed. Of course, I have a thing for FA fashion. My parents are a designer and models, dumbass. Denki almost choked on his drink. Wait, your parents are in the fashion industry? No wonder I felt that I recognized your last name. My mom gets her costume from the Bakugou. Fumikage hummed, scratching dark shadow under her chin. Can you sew? Katsuki shrugged. Yeah, I can. But Doll's better at it than me. He hand-sewed all his patches and embroidery work on his jacket. I'm better with designing. The group spent the rest of lunch talking about fashion and wanting to see what Izuku has made so far. He showed off the jean jacket, which was his best piece so far. I can now see why you wanted to design the costumes, man. Denki gave him a light shove. It wasn't about looks, more about making sure they would protect you. Looks don't matter if you're dead. The bell rang, and the group moved to toss their lunches at the bottom of the stairwell that led to the roof. They weaved through the crowded halls to the 1A classroom. The group was quick to take their seats in the now quiet classroom, as Aizawa would be close behind, given it only took 5 or so minutes to get to the classroom for the teacher's lounge. Hey Drogo. How's it feel to be a murderer? Uraraka jeered, Hagakure and Ojiro snickering at his comment. Tapping out the rhythm for any swears he could think of in Morse code, Izuku resisted turning around in his seat and using FA Gene to break Gravity Girl's jaw. Koji gave him a small fidget toy, one of the ones that was silent and had a soft texture and feel. He gripped the toy with one hand, the other still tapping out insults in code. Aizawa finally entered the room, hands full of packets, a stack of loose-leaf paper, and a large travel mug. He placed the packets on his desk, staring down at the class. A stack of loose-leaf paper sat next to the packets. You have 2 hours for this practice written exam. Once done, bring it up here, and don't bother the rest of the class. Alastair, you can leave once done. I know you've been working on some gear. I'm taking a nap. Don't bother me unless you're dying or bleeding. An extra loose leaf is up here for the essay portion. Passing out the packets, he then crawls into his sleeping bag. Begin. That was all he said before he was out. Izuku opened the packet, noting it was mostly multiple choice. He knew for a fact that Nizu would most likely check his work over, being his mentor and all. Izuku picked up his pencil and began the 10-page test. Most of the questions were easy, but the essay was the most interesting part, was the question. How does society need to change, both civilian and hero? Izuku had to go up 5 times to get more paper, before turning in his packet. Collecting his things, Izuku made his way to Gym Gamma. Swapping into Proteus, he equips Cerberus, Anubis, 2 sets of Nyx, so 6 total, along with Kratos, Apollo, Artemis and Nemesis. Stepping through the gate into the artificial city, Izuku breathes deep and exhales. The timer buzzes and Izuku's off, using Icarus to get to the top of one of the skyscrapers. Swinging from building to building, using Nemesis to take out any bots along the way. He kept the rhythm going, getting to the halfway point with 5 minutes left on the timer. Pushing himself to go faster, he makes it across the line with 2 minutes to spare. Not the worst run he could do, especially given he was only going against bots, but he needs to do better. The exam won't hold back, and neither will he. Stepping into a shadow and out of one back at the start of the course, Izuku starts the timer again. He didn't stop till Kyoka and Fumikage came to collect him for a study session and movie night. Showering once he got back to the dorms, Izuku changed into casual clothes and made his way to Momo's room for more studying. Sitting next to Mizo, slightly leaning on the other, he smiles at the group. Did the practice tests get graded yet? Hitoshi shrugged. We don't know yet, Aizawa's dragging it out, probably wants us to think we failed. I mean, he did threaten to expel us if we got last place on the quirk assessment, Momo commented. Izuku chuckled. How am I not surprised? But what movie are we watching tonight? I was thinking horror, nothing graphic, something like a slasher type. Fumikage leaned against Denki, Hitoshi's head in his lap. Momo and Kyoko were cuddling with Eijiro, and Koji were on the other side of them next to Katsuki and Tamura. The room was low-lit, yet still had enough light to study. I don't mind horror if it's not super gory. Koji's voice was soft. He mostly spoke around the group but still signed when there were other people around. No one tried to push him to speak, at least none of the group did. I'm up for it, any good ones with some comedy? Eijiro yawned, showing off shark-like teeth. We could put on Tucker and Dale versus Evil. Tamura suggests, getting up to grab the movie from his room. The group looked confused, except for Kat. Izuku sighed and explains. Two redneck guys have a big misunderstanding with teens who think they're killing their friends. It's pretty fun and a little heavy on the gore, but not like Saw levels. Tamura came back, inserted the movie into the Xbox, and sat back down, tossing a blanket over his cluster of people. Izuku was the first to wake up from the pile, at 2 a.m. on the dot. Velis smiled at him and Oboro waved, handing him a hair tie. Putting his hair into a quick bun that showed off the undercut, he moves out of Momo's room and into his room, pouring himself a cup of coffee strong enough to kill a man. Adding some sugar, he grabs the pot and places it on the hot plate on his Gen Ed desk. Working on the assignments Best Jeanist assigned was easy, same with drafting up the reinforced boots for Shishida from 1B. Giving his body a quick stretch, he moves to refill his cup and checks the time, showing that only 30 minutes had passed. Sipping his coffee, he groans. Today's the exam. He knows that he and his friends will pass with no issue. They perfected their system for studying weeks ago for this exact reason. Rubbing his face with one hand, he finishes his coffee and grabs his gear. Penning a quick note and sticking it where he slept in Momo's room. He packs a breakfast of leftovers and the largest travel mug, 60 ounces, full of coffee. Stepping through a shadow, he ends up near the parkour course Aizawa had set up at the beginning of the year and slings his bag and jacket off. Breathing deep, he starts the 10-minute timer and begins. The course is a semi-difficult one. The ledges are made in such a way that you fall off just by landing wrong. Then comes the tightrope and rings. Swinging off the last ring, Izuku rolls to not snap his legs from the momentum. The last leg of the course is just a mile-long track that can easily be sprinted. Izuku finished with 2 minutes to spare. An 8-minute time isn't the worst time he's gotten. Could improve though. Might as well, he's got 3 hours till sunrise anyways. Stumbling up the stairs to the roof, his travel mug and bento empty. Pushing the door open, gently so it won't squeak. Izuku moves to sit next to Hound Dog. Morning, you're more tired than normal. Up late studying? He handed him another coffee and a pastry. Nope, spent the last 3 hours trying to lower my time on the parkour course. Got down to 3 minutes. So, I've got a new record to beat after exams. The counselor hummed. You feel confident about the exams? Yeah, I should pass. If I want to I could go for the top 5. Might in Gen Ed, business and support, can't in heroics due to the quirkest assholes. Is Nizu going to do anything about them? Most of my classmates think I killed Ida. Hound Dog grumbled. He's trying, but both the Commission and the Ida family are pushing for your expulsion and imprisonment. The Commission due to your status, and the Ida family because you killed off the family's spare. Izuku groaned. I still haven't figured out why Ingenium went after Stain. There was no reason. At least no obvious one. I mean, Ida was always going on about rules and honor, all that rich people legacy kid sheet. So maybe Ingenium did it because he knew an injury or death would get him out, as if we go with the family honor theory, he could never simply retire. It would tarnish reputation and honor. The Ida family is a legacy family, retiring ain't an option. Hound Dog hummed, sipping his coffee. That's a theory for sure, a logical one based on hero society, but still a theory. They both knew Izuku was right. Izuku sat between Cho and Goro in the Gen Ed classroom, the final exam sitting on his desk. Best Jeanist sat behind his desk, working on something, probably planning for next semester. He had about 2 hours left for the test. The packet was about 20 pages, with 5 questions total. Thankfully there were no essay questions, so the test was a breeze. Triple-checking his work, he goes back and once he's satisfied with his answers, closes the packet and hands it back to Best Jeanist. You can head to the business exam next, Drogo. Giving a nod, Izuku makes his way to the second floor and into Ectoplasm's room for the test, which has a short essay about the analytics of starting a hero agency from the ground up. A few of his classmates glare at him when he enters. He knows better than to engage with them. One of the first to bring the exam up was Erida Mari, who had deep brown hair and vibrant blue eyes. Her quirk, young, kept her looking like a model no matter how old she was. It reminded him of Auntie Mistuski's quirk. Izuku led a few others. Go ahead of him, checking over his answers. Once Tanji Ray goes, Izuku moves to add his exam to the growing pile. Once he gets a nod from Ectoplasm, Izuku moves on to the support labs a building over, grabbing Nemesis, Kratos, and Tamura's gloves beforehand. Mei gives him a tight hug when she sees him. I'm going to make a lightsaber. Izuku laughs. Thought Power Loader denied that request. He did, but he never said I couldn't make it for the exam. What are you going to make? Izuku shrugs. Probably going to fix up Nemesis and Kratos. Nothing serious, just some basic maintenance work. Then upgrading Kenji's gloves. Power Loader ushered them into the room, handing out the exam packet as he went. Once you're done with the packet, bring it up here and get started on your practical. You have 3 hours for the entire exam. You may begin. Izuku opened the packet and took his time. Mei on the other hand rushed through it like the devil was on her heels. To be completely fair, she'd probably still ace it. Mei was one of the first at her workstation, Izuku a close second. He starts off fixing up Nemesis, just taking it apart and giving the gun a thorough cleaning, then reassembling and putting it off the side after double-checking the safety was on. Swapping to Kratos, Izuku sharpened the blades and checked that the splitting of the axe into 2 was still smooth. Once he felt satisfied with his gear, he worked on Tamura's gloves, mostly making sure the retraction of the fingertips was still smooth and the time it took was still fast enough to be of any use. Izuku and the group were on the lunch break right before the hero practical. They had already done the written portion before lunch, so now it was just one more exam and the semester would be over. Then maybe the fates would be kind enough to give him a FING break. Unlikely, but hey, a man's allowed to dream. Finishing up his food, Izuku collects his dishes and hands them back to Lunch Rush. According to the scoreboard, Izuku was paired with Zero and going against All Might. Momo and Fumikage were going against Aizawa, Koji, and Ijiro versus. Best Jeanist, Kyoka, and Denki were going against Mike, with Tamura and Hitoshi going against Snipe. Izuku was nervous for the last pair, given that how All Might never like Izuku. He might try and target his friends if he can't get to Izuku. Given what he did at the sports festival, Izuku made sure everyone had his dad and Nizu on speed dial. Kyoka and Denki were first up. Izuku gave the pair a thumbs up. Kyoka looked over to Denki. So, we're a pretty good matchup for Mike. If you can fry his speakers, his attacks won't be as strong. Which might give me an opening so I can use his attack against him. Denki hummed. Not a bad idea. If we plan to be on the move, we should stay away from the skyscrapers. Mike-sensei could shatter the glass pretty easily. The pair moved away from the densely packed skyscrapers and into the downtown area of the city, where the buildings were more brick and concrete base. Kyoka kept an ear out for Mick's heartbeat, easily blocking out hers and Denki's. Mick's heartbeat was overall pretty steady, with only a few spikes here and there. He hadn't noticed them yet, given they had the high ground and he was in the alleyway below. Denki leaned, just enough to get a clear sight but not enough to cast a shadow. It helped that the sun wasn't shining. Electricity sparked between his fingers, releasing the ball of energy right for Mick's speakers. As soon as the first spark hit the speakers, the two were off and running for the gate, both passing through it with 5 minutes to spare. Koji and Ijiro were up next. Koji summoned some mice and birds to scout out the area. The gate was on the other side of the arena. They could cut through the forest to get closer. Ijiro turned to Koji. We could cut through the forest and wouldn't even need to fight Best Jeanist. Koji hummed. Heroics isn't just brute strength. Plus, we'd have more of an advantage. Ijiro nods and takes the lead, Koji following behind him relaying messages to the flock of birds nearby. Their exam was the quietest so far, and more stealth-based. The pair crossed the gate without ever encountering Best Jeanist. They can't be injured, they need to be there for Izuku after his match. Hitoshi grimaced when he saw who Izuku was going against. He didn't even have someone he knew would watch his back. Looking over to Tamura, they both know Nizu would raise hell about this. Taking a deep breath, Hitoshi grips his pistol, with rubber bullets instead of the actual thing. Tamura was holding Thor, the biggest battle axe Hitoshi's seen. They were going against Snipe and would most likely take the high vantage points. The plan was for Hitoshi to take to the rooftops while Tamura acted as bait. Hitoshi moved from shadow to shadow, staying out of any open spaces and climbing the walls like a spider, stopping on the roof nearest to the tallest skyscraper in the arena. Slinging his grappling hook, Hitoshi lands with a light thud alongside the outside of the skyscraper. Climbing with a steady pace, he checks every time a gunshot rings out and waits for the announcement to ring out that Tamura didn't pass. His partner has gotten lucky so far, deflecting the rubber bullets with his axe and armor. Hitoshi steadies his heartbeat before finishing his climb and shooting Snipe in the back with a rubber bullet. The third-year heroics teacher turns, a grin on his face. Guess that's why you're in 1A. I know for a fact none of Vlad's kids would be crazy enough to try that. Hitoshi chuckles, shrugging before rappelling back down to the ground and giving Tamura a one-arm hug. Come on, we got one more match before that clusterfuck. Momo already made everything we needed yesterday, so her exam won't be affected. The group waits, in room 1A had for the broadcasting of the exams. Tamura wasn't lying when he said everything was set up. A blanket fort was constructed in the back corner, with snacks and movies ready to go for after Izuku's match. He was currently curled up there with Mizo and Kyoka, watching Scream. It took Momo and Fumikage 15 minutes to win their match. Aizawa pushed them, which the pair prepared for as soon as they knew they were facing him. It was now Izuku's turn. Izuku's hands shook. He had to fight all but of all people without one of his own watching his back. He got Zero, someone who seemed to hate him with every fiber of his being. He grips Nemesis tight, Anubis blade resting on his left hip. The chain wrapped around his left forearm. Cerberus, the deep green, nearly black capture scarf sat against his shoulder and collarbone, covering the bottom half of his face along with his mask. Zero was dressed in his costume, a malice glint in his eyes. Izuku had a real bad feeling about this. Stepping into the arena, Zero split off immediately, tape shooting out of his elbows and letting him swing into the downtown area. Izuku heads north, knowing the quicker he gets to the gate, the quicker he can get back to the blanket fort, cuddles, and movie marathons. Started on a nice steady jog, suit shifting like a second set of skin. He gets to the more dense area of the fake city with no issue. He hears All Might yell that he will enjoy killing the heroes. Picking the pace up, Izuku runs from the taunt, knowing that All Might could easily catch up to him. This entire thing is like a sick, twisted game of cat and mouse. Izuku hates being the mouse. It's been 5 minutes since his near encounter with All, but he hears the heavy footsteps and grips Anubis, ready to use the scythe and Icarus to get the F out of the kill zone. Right? When Izuku's about to let go of Anubis' chain, tape wraps around his middle and sends him flying directly at All Might, who winds back a leg and sends Izuku flying into the concrete of a building. Nice job, young Zero. You can go through the gate now. I can deal with this traitorous threat. What? Izuku can barely see All Might, just the bright colors of his costume in a blur. What does he mean, traitorous threat? Does he think that? Izuku knew that All Might was an a-hole, but even someone who just met Izuku could tell he wasn't the traitor. It's basic common sense. His head's killing him. Guess flying into concrete as fast as a moving vehicle isn't the best thing. He can barely hear Daigoro screaming at All Might, or Nana trying to help him sit up. Yutaka was trying to help Nana, while Uncle Yoichi was trying to stop All Might, with the help of Oboro and Ko. All Might picked him up by his head with one hand, throwing him into the nearby construction site, which caused Izuku to get impaled in the stomach and chest. For the first time Izuku could remember, he didn't want to die. Fumikage hated every minute of this. All Might shouldn't even get within 5 feet of Star, let alone face him in their practical exam. Dark Shadow was pulling Fumikage towards the arena. Tamura and Katsuki had already run out, Denki standing in shock that All Might would go that far with witnesses around. Ijiro activated his quirk to ram the gate down, Tamura and Katsuki rushing ahead, Katsuki firing off explosions in All Might's direction. Momo created as many first aid supplies as she could, patching up Izuku the best she could without removing the rebar that was impaling him, as it would only cause him to bleed out faster. Fumikage stood in front of the small cluster of his flock, Dark Shadow wrapping around Izuku and supporting his head, while Mizo cradled Izuku. Ijiro kept switching with Katsuki to kick All Might's butt. Hitoshi had gone to grab Aizawa. He couldn't look at Star. The 2 pieces of rebar had pierced his chest and stomach and were drenched in his blood, the smell of copper sticking to everything. The rebar itself was sticking about a foot out of Izuku, the total pieces being around 2 feet long. Izuku looked worse than when he overdosed barely a week ago. Logically he knew Izuku would live, but that doesn't mean it hurts less. Aizawa wrapped All Might in his scarf as soon as he got close enough. Recovery Girl took her time getting over to Izuku and waited a moment, which caused Aizawa to chime in. Recovery Girl, heal him, or I will make sure Nizu replaces you for not honoring your oath. Recovery Girl went red around the ears, before moving to give Izuku a quick kiss on the forehead as she removed the rebar. She turned to Mizo and the rest of the group. Now you lot better keep him out of trouble. We don't need another accident like this. All Might's the one who used more force than necessary, just because he thinks Alaster's the traitor. Denki argued from where he stood near the now busted-down gate. Recovery Girl sighed, like she was sick of trying to explain something to someone a bit dense. Sweetie, Drogo is the most likely suspect given what happened in Hosu. The older woman walked off after that. Aizawa threw All Might past her, snarling. He should just need a few hours of rest, keep me posted. Ijiro wanted to crack All Might's skull open like an egg. He nearly killed Izuku. He wasn't even in the loop about Izuku's immortality either. If Izuku wasn't immortal, he'd be dead by now. His hand kept flexing, hardening when he clenched them. He felt this unbridled rage. He needed to break something, preferably All Might's skull. He knew who he could thank for finding out about Unbreakable, a part of his quirk which made him invisible for up to a minute. Izuku's the one who pushed him far enough to find it. He was a better teacher than All Might, that's for sure. A hand grabbed his shoulder. Don't. I know you want to kill all, but we all do. The only reason we ain't getting FNG expelled is cause we were protecting Izuku, and we both know the stoat loves that little sheet. Katsuki grumbled, his hands covered in soot. Ijiro hummed, the pair moving over to cluster around Mizo and Izuku, creating a united front. You're probably right. Zero better get expelled for the sheet he pulled though. It wasn't manly, let alone right. Momo huffed. BS study better, or I'm doing something about it. Fumikage chuckled. I thought you didn't like shoving your name around, Emo? Momo flicked the Ravenhead teen. This calls for it, so shush. Ijiro smiled, they were going to be just fine. Izuku woke up in a pile of limbs, Dark Shadow and Kat's the closest to him. He shifted and Katsuki gripped him tighter. Don't even think about it. His voice was deeper than normal and filled with sleep. I'm guessing Aizawa said I wasn't allowed to move, much less sleep for less than 8 hours? Yeah, now go back to bed before you wake the rest of the crew, doll. Izuku grumbled and shifted, burying his head into Mizo's chest, dark shadow wrapped like a soft blanket around him. 5 days later, Izuku finally went back to class. The group in tow as none of them wanted to leave him alone, after 2 deaths so close together. And no, the USJ doesn't count as one of them, but Tamura knew, and it was life or death. The exam was meant to be just an exam, not a FING fight. For his life. Aizawa entered a few minutes after everyone was present and sat down. Izuku noted that Shiro's desk next to Sato and Ishido was empty. They were down to 18 students. Who knows how many would stick around once the exam results came in. Alright, exam results are on the board. And you may notice that Shiro's desk is empty. That is due to his unheroic actions during the exam which resulted in his expulsion. He moved to the corner and curled up in his sleeping bag. Izuku moved to the board once most of the class went. The only people who failed were Sato and Ishido, which seemed to upset the girl, given the expression on her face. Hey, I passed. Thanks, man. Denki gave him a light hug, and Hagakure scoffed. How the hell did a null pass? He nearly died due to not being able to take a kick. Yoichi snarled. Null? This 2-bit beach dares to call my nephew a null? Nana side-eyes him. You forget he's my grandson. What? How the hell is he Nana's grandson? Nana smiled. I'm your mother's mama. Trust me, I never like what she did to you. Izuku hummed, still a little shell-shocked over the revelation that his grandmother mentored all F-. Aizawa glared. Nisa's office now. Hagakure. You know U.A doesn't tolerate discrimination. I also know for a fact the only person even having a chance at surviving a kick from All Might is Kirishima when his quirk is activated. The girl stormed out in a huff, based on how her clothes were moving. Aizawa looked down at his phone quick. Problem child, your troop is here. Nizu says they're at the 1A dorms. Troop. Koji sighed. Izuku smiled. My siblings. Come on, you guys got him. Izuku rushed out of the classroom and back to the dorms, kicking his door in and jumping on top of Magna and Jean. Mag, you guys are early. Himiko hugged him tightly, Magna patting him on the back. Yeah, Pops thought it'd be a good idea to see you before the trip started. So, this the crew. Izuku hummed, pulling Kyoka forward. This is Kyoka, Mizo, Koji, Katsuki, Hitoshi, Fumikage, and Dark Shadow along with Denki and Ijiro. He pointed to each person as he went. Fumikage smiled as he moved to lean against the windowsill. It's a pleasure to meet the rest of Star's flock. Sup. Ijiro gave a wave before plopping into one of the cushions on the floor. Denki gave a quick wave before collapsing onto one of the bean bags on the floor. Yo, nice to meet you. Kyoka shoved Denki over and sat next to him. Hello. Koji sighed, sitting in the small alcove of the comfort corner. Heya, I'ma take a nap zoo, too tired from dealing with bullshit. Hitoshi yawned, as he stumbled into the nearby futon. Momo snorted. I feel that, Tosh. But it's a pleasure to meet you all. She moves to lay next to him, his head in her lap. Katsuki flipped them off in way of a greeting, before moving over to cuddle with Koji. Tuya laughed at Katsuki's brash hello. Alright, we've gotta head out. The old man wants us home. He'll want to do dinner sometime. Tuya commented, from where he was sitting at one of Izuku's desks texting. Izuku nodded at the comment. Already? And we've been out long. Jean moved first, ruffling Izuku's hair. Magna gave Izuku and Tamura both a kiss on the head, Himiko gave quick hugs, Tuya gave fist bumps, and Shuichi put their foreheads together in way of a goodbye. Once the siblings left, Momo turned on Iron Man 2, as that's where they left on their rewatch of all the Marvel movies in order. The group all moved to the bed, tossing blankets over each other and curling up to continue the movie marathon. The rest of the day was spent watching movies, complaining about stupid choices the characters made, and eating any snack they could get their hands on. So, Shiro got expelled for helping all F nearly kill you? Hitoshi yawned, stretching like a cat, bopping Koji on the nose. Yeah, To be honest, I don't think much of the quirkest assholes are going to last longer, Izuku said, curled up with 3 blankets. Probably going to F up at some point. I bet the only reason they're even still around is that Nizu can't expel them without enough reason, at least enough reason for the commission. Mizo added, reaching for the chocolate-covered pretzels. Safe to say, Izuku loved his friends. It was Monday at noon when Izuku got a text from Dad asking about dinner. Scary soft man. Tuya mentioned dinner, right? Ghost fucker. Yup, why? You wanna do it tonight? I'll have to ask the crew. Scary soft man. Yeah, and please do. I still need to give them the shovel talk. They can spend the night, by the way. Ghost fucker. No. You are not giving them the shovel talk. They ain't even a part of the revolution yet. And no, you can't recruit them. I want them to decide on their own. Scary soft man. You ruin all my fun, little sheet. Ghost fucker. Inko always told me I ruined everything I touched. Scary soft man. Not funny. But I've got some good news. Detective Tsukachi tomorrow, around Ghost fucker. Might help, he's got a truth quirk. Scary soft man. But your friends can spend the night if they want, just need to pack an overnight bag. Ghost fucker, sweet. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. So, guess he had an actual plan for tonight. Guess it beats grinding himself into the ground. Shame, he was hoping to finish designing Hitoshi's bat, given the insomniac needed a close-range melee weapon still. Stretching his arms above his head, Izuku moves to grab his bag, filled with a handful of notebooks, blueprints, and whatever else he might need. Sending a quick text to the group chat. Ghost fucker, you guys want to do dinner at my place tonight? My dad's asking, he said you guys could also spend the night. Queen, I'm in. I just need to tell my parents, and I'll be good to go. Pikachu, same. Mad science, I've got plans, but have fun. King explosion. I'm in, the hag and old man are out of town anyways. Boombox, yeah, my dad's out of town Arn, older sibling said it was cool. Pan, I'm down. Your dad understands JSL, yeah? Cruzzy Gucci eye bags, mom said it was chill. Makemp, I'm all good to go. Right, hell yeah. Sleepover sounds great. Krusty, dinner's at 6:30, so we should get there by 6 if we take the train by 5:30. Ghost fucker, gotcha, meet in the common room in 5? A unanimous response of was received and Izuku moved to the common room, leaning against the kitchen island. Ashido and her group, Ojiro, Uraraka, Aoyama, and Hagakure, glared at him as he entered and waited for the rest of the group. You could be a bit more subtle, you know? Given you're meant to be. Heroes in training and all that shit. The group entered the house to Jin shoved into a corner, with Shuichi staring him down. Tuya was lounging on the couch, Himiko curled up next to him. Magna was laughing at Jin, who threw a knife in her direction. What the hell happened? Tuya laughed. Shuichi did something, Jin saw, and now he's stuck in a vow of silence. He dies if he breaks it. Izuku face-bombed. Not the worst thing that could have happened. Momo looked at him. I'm very concerned about that. Your brother just threatened his sibling with murder. Izuku stared her in the eye. Again. Not the worst thing that could have happened. Okay, you know what? We can deal with this later. Let's get you guys set up. Tamura moved past Izuku and went further into the house. The group ended up dumping their bags in Tamura's room, given that's where they most likely would end up by the end of the night. Dad's home. Himiko shouted up the stairs. The brothers look at each other before sprinting off, shoving each other. Come on. You helped cook last time you be a studi. Tamura argued, shoving Izuku who grabbed him by the back of his shirt and pulled him back. You can both help, you damn gremlins. Hisashi shouted, both boys calming down yet still glaring at each other. Dinner was made up of multiple dishes, consisting of dumplings, fried chicken, katsudon, soba, and a few soups. Izuku sat between Kyoka and Momo, with Denki on the left of Momo, and Koji on the right of Kyoka. Next to Koji was Ijiro, and next to him was Tuya. Next to Denki was Shuichi and Jin, then Hitoshi and Katsuki. The rest of the Midoriya family was spread out in the remaining seats. So, how are you all holding up? Hisashi asked, handing the pork and shrimp dumplings to Magna. Kyoka looked around and decided to speak for the group as a whole. As good as we can be, I think. Having our classmates think Izuku killed Ida and all that crazy shit is a pain, but it's not like we were close with any of them before Hosu, so it doesn't bother us too much. At least now. Hisashi hummed. Alright, enough of the hard sheet, old man. They came here to hang out, not think about that sheet. So, favorite video games? Denki Brighton. I love the new Smash Bros. Game. Same with Stardew Valley, the soft vibes are great for after getting out of shutdown. Shutdown? Himiko asked, head tilted as she took a sip of her blood-infused drink. Denki rubbed the back of his neck. I kinda shut down if I overuse my quirk or output too much electricity. But it's happened a lot less even since Mei and Izuku made me some support gear. Oh, speaking of that, I wasn't able to make anything organic until the Hosu incident, which Izuku was a big help. Same with getting me a good diet plan, as the one my old quirk counselor made would have killed me if I kept up with it. Teuskov? Yeah, the quirk counselors that are used in the higher-up circles are utter shit. Don't think out of the box, let alone help. They just do what the client, either your parents tell them so they can get paid. They don't care about helping you learn and master your quirk. Momo looked thoughtful before turning to Izuku. Is that why you were upset about it? Yeah, they should help you learn everything you can about your quirk, not just want a paycheck. The rest of the night was spent watching Tamura and Izuku both speed run. Izuku was running all advancements in Minecraft while Tamura was running Pokemon Black. Both brothers had to reset their runs multiple times due to bad luck, but it was a fun night. Tomorrow would be interesting for sure. Izuku sat across from Detective Tsukachi, shaking hands in his lap. Izuku eyed the one-way glass that a commission agent, who introduced himself as Still, which set Izuku on edge, given that his name meant silence in Dutch. The trio, Vestiges, and Oboro had picked up on Izuku's wariness and were trying to prepare for the worst. Izuku's left hand gripped his phone, an SOS message 1 click away. Gods, shit's gonna go sideways today, isn't it? He'd gotten comfortable. This is Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. On May 5th, would you please state your name and age for the record? Izuku Midoriya, I'm 16. Truth, was all Tsukachi said in response. The plain man notes what Izuku's response was before moving on. Alright, now could you please explain what happened at the USJ? Izuku nodded. Yeah, Nizu told me that something was off and he wanted me there as Eraserhead's backup, given that he's more suited for one-on-one combat, but still could handle that amount of villains. The majority except for a handful seemed to be for higher and low ranking at that. But given the portals were activated, I was split from the plaza to the flood zone with Kaminari Denki and Azuitsu. There were about 20 villains, so I killed them with the help of Denki, given his quirk allowed him to control the output of electricity. Then I checked in with my brother Tamura, and asked him what his count was, or in layman terms how many villains he had taken out. After that, I started making my way to the plaza by running along with the dome itself, as no one looks up. Stopped quickly to save Koda Koji from another villain, then continue my way to the plaza where I took out about 15 villains with my sniper rifle and then took care of the Nomu, who got shot by the leader Rogers. Walked over to him, broke his hand which in turn disarmed him, and kicked the gun over to Eraserhead, then got jumped by Rogers' right hand, whose jaw I ripped off and then shot in the head. Then I proceeded to rip off Rogers' head. That's about it. Tsukachi looked horrified and just stared at Izuku for a minute or two. Truth. His voice was shaky. Izuku wanted to scoff, that's a regular weekday for him, even if he was the only one in the room who knew it. Tsukachi took a breath. Can you tell me what happened at Hosu? There's a report that you were at the scene. Sure. So Yaoyorozu Momo found out that Ida Tenya wanted to go after Stain due to Ida trying to recruit her. She sent a text to the group chat we have with my other friends, although only a handful of us went to try and make sure Ida didn't die in his insane grief-hazed clusterfuck. It was Aizawa, me, Tamura, Bakugou Katsuki, and Momo that went to try and stop the clusterfuck, but I and Momo got caught up with a thug by the name of Mineta, who somehow had access to a Nomu. Once he was dealt with, we moved to the scene, where Todoroki Shoto was frostbitten, and his father died along with Ida. Before we even got on the scene, I looked over to the Nomu that had killed Endeavor based on the blood stain on their claws, and sent it home, as whatever mission it was sent out for was completed. Now, I didn't know why the Nomu was there, just that it was. I know for a fact that I cannot be blamed for Ida's death, given that by how fresh his body was, he died in the time frame when Momo and I had to deal with Mineta. Truth. Now, explain how you had access to a Nomu? You're a Hero Corps student. Not a part of the liberation. Tsukachi commented. Izuku's face screwed up to show his distaste. Hell no, those guys can't even plan how to deal with a handful of untrained teenagers, let alone a takeover. Is there anything else you might need, or are we done here? I was planning on working on some gear for friends after this. Tsukachi nodded. One more question and you're free to go Midoriya. The final exam for the first semester seemed a bit odd, at least yours did. Given that the #1 hero tried to kill you. The words Tsukachi spoke were white noise to Izuku. He knew. He knew about it and hadn't done anything. He feels like a puppet with cut strings, unexpressive and statute-like. His bones feel like fine china. Something is so easily broken. Of course, he's like fine china, he's quirkless after all. His head's full of fog and static, like one of those pre-Quirk VHS tapes when you didn't rewind the tape. He could take one of the nicks he had and drive it into his heart, just be done with this. Problem was that the commission wasn't done with him. Naomasa woke up in a white well-lit room that was covered from wall to wall in gouges that looked to be made from people's nails. There was an uncomfortable amount of blood still dried on the walls from previous prisoners that they either didn't care to remove or weren't able to. The sight was horrifying. And the only solid thing left in the room was the steel door that was what kept them locked in. It looked like it could still hold even if All Might punched it back when he was at his prime. The walls were more of an off-white, with splatters of brown stains which he knew were dried blood now that he looked closer. Midoriya was heavily chained. He had a straight jacket on, a mask that strapped around the back, and a set of grates in front where the mouth would. Both of his ankles were chained, the chains much shorter than Naomasa's. The jacket itself had chains and padlocks over it, almost like the commission was afraid that he could break out of the jacket. Why was the commission even there in the first place? Naomasa knew they assumed Midoriya was a terrorist or was helping one, but with what Midoriya said, which had registered as truth, there was no reason for the commission to suspect him as a terrorist or traitor of any sort. Moving over to the teen, Naomasa adjusted the way he was sitting so he could at least be semi-comfortable with all the restraints. Midoriya hadn't even answered the question as to why Toshinori, someone Naomasa used to call a friend, would try and kill a child. It was nerve-wracking to see the footage of the exam. Midoriya's teammate helped Toshinori nearly kill a child. Silence, the same man that watched the interview, only confirmed Naomasa's theory. They were being held by the commission. He moved towards Midoriya. Naomasa stumbled towards the kid, trying to grab him but getting hit upside the head with a baton. The man dragged Midoriya out of the room by his chains, the steel door slamming behind him. For the first time since he left the orphanage, he prayed. Izuku woke up with a hard slap to the face. He was strapped in a metal chair, restraints tight around his arms and legs. Luckily he had no quirk suppressant, whether it be drags in his system or a collar. Guess he found a perk of being assumed quirkless. He was in a room, tarps lining the walls and floor, probably so they didn't need to clean the room every time someone bleed. He was dressed in a button-down shirt and some loose pants, completely different from what he went to the interview in. His feet were bare. A set of surgical tools and handyman tools sat about 5 to 6 feet away, completely out of his reach. The commission was smarter than they looked. The door creaked and a blonde-haired man with fair skin, dressed in slacks and a plain shirt with a butcher's apron tied around his waist, walked in. Welp, guess it's time to beat how many times he's dying today. The blonde, who Izuku notes were the same guy at the interview, making him silence. He grabs the set of pliers first, the tool stained brown from old blood. Count back from 100 by 6 for me. Focusing on the pain won't do you much good. The president wants you broken, but not shattered. Shame, I was hoping to smash your psyche into small little pieces. He pries open Izuku's jaw, hand keeping a tight grip. Izuku squirms. You don't want to squirm, it'll hurt more. Now start counting. Silence's tone sounded like he was scolding a child, not trying to torture one. Izuku breathed deep, exhaling only when the pliers clamped around his tooth, and started his count. Ida looked like he would have thrown up if he was still able. 94. He barely held back a scream, a mix between a shout and whimper escaping his mouth. Silence brushed Izuku's dreadlocks out of his face, smiling down at him. Good. He moved on, going from one tooth to the next until Izuku had counted back to 4. That meant he had his entire top jaw pulled by the time Silence finally moved on. He should have passed out from blood loss by that point, but Silence figured out that Izuku healed his injuries. He even felt new teeth growing in. The giddiness of Silence showed when he found that Izuku's healing wasn't good. Luckily, he thought it was just manifested due to the recent trauma he went under. Even though it hurt less than being impaled. Izuku breathed deep. The smell of copper and the taste of blood were the only things he could feel. Silence patted him on the head. Come on, it's not like I removed a limb. It was only a few teeth. Only a few teeth? That's still harming him. Ida screams into Silence's ear like it'll matter if he's heard by anyone but Izuku. Figured. Don't pay attention to him yet? Focus on us. Yutaka placed a hand on his knee. Silence forced his head straight. No nodding off now. I'll need you to count again, okay? But go by 3s. Gods, Izuku wishes the BSTRD would just kill him, but he knows that's not what's going to satisfy this guy. Silence moves, clamping the plier on his left pointer fingernail, and yanks. The pain barely registers, yet Izuku still grimaces to keep up a facade. They already know he can regenerate, they don't need anything else. 97. Silence removed all of his fingers and toenails, the count stopping at 40. At least his teeth grew back fully. He doesn't need to feel 3 sets of new things growing in. Ida simply started at Izuku as the process went on, eyes wide and horrified. You were right. I wouldn't have made a good hero. With a pat on the head and a twisted smile, Izuku's finally left alone to heal. Daigoro, Yoichi, and Nana rush to his side. Nana cups his cheeks as Yoichi smooths down his hair. Daigoro sat in front of him, telling his stories from his time as a hero. An ash blonde-haired lady, with turquoise eyes, entered the room. Her heels clicked on the floor as she walked toward him. She looked to be in her late 30s to her early 40s. She smiled kindly, but it didn't remind him of Koji or Momo smiling at him. It reminded him of Inko, with her sickly sweet smiles that promised pain. Hello Rikoto, welcome to the commission. Denki lounged on the couch, head in Koji's lap. The group was watching Criminal Minds while they waited for Izuku to finish his interview. It was nearly dinner and there hadn't been any text in the group chat saying Izuku went to grab something or would be a little later than they thought. Shouldn't Midoriya be back by now? An interview should only take an hour. Todoroki spoke up from his place in the kitchen. Sheet. Momo curses, jumping off the couch and sending Jiro to the floor. The rest of the group follows suit, Momo calling Mei as Tamura called Hisashi. Izuku's missing. Meet at the police station. The group stormed the police station, scaring a guy with a ginger tabby cat head who looked ready to leave the station while the rest of the force seemed to sit around. Who are you? Katsuki let off a few explosions near his face. A boy around our age came in here around 3, had an interview with Detective Tsukachi. So where the F is he? I don't know. Both he and Midoriya are missing. Have been for a while now. We've been trying to figure out how. Katsuki almost killed the officer, but Denki grabbed him and put him in a headlock. Let Imo do the talking, cat. You're too heated to think straight right now. We'll get Aiza back. Momo stepped forward, just as Hisashi stepped through the doors. Nizu's trying to follow Izuku's footprints, Shuta's already on the move. I'm going to call a meeting once we're finished here. Itoshi nodded. All right, we're coming with. Hisashi smiled. I know better than to try and stop you. The cat guy cleared his throat. I'm Officer Tamikawa Sansa, but you can call me Sansa. Let's take this conversation somewhere else. They moved to a cafe down the street, sitting in the booth facing the door. Most of the forces aren't even trying to find your friend or Naomasa due to Midoriya's quirk status. They think it's a waste of time, and it doesn't help that I'm pretty sure it was the commission who took them. My boss, Tsuragami Kenji, should be able to lend a hand. But sadly, most of the legwork would need to come from your side. Which I'm guessing you already expected. Isashi nods. We did. But thank you for your help, Sansa. Here's my number. Keep us posted. Guess it was time to start a manhunt. Izuku wanted to beg and scream. His body was on fire, a new quirk forcefully shoved into his body. Yoichi cupped his face. Hey, you're going to be just fine. Yeah. You can handle this. I know it burns, but we all wish we could take the pain from you. You're stronger than they think they could ever make you. And you know what? This might change you, but it won't completely erase you. Echem, I thought it would have burned up your insides by now. I guess that trauma quirk you got does work. Garaki Kyudai chuckled at his joke. He introduced himself before this, with a smile on his face. 10 minutes later, Izuku felt the quirk finally settle. Looks like the Todoroki quirks are compatible. That's great news. He has Tuya's quirk now? He never wanted it. Naomasa finally saw Midoriya after nearly 6 hours without hearing a word about the kid. His hair was bloody and greasy. His finger and toenails looked black like they had to repetitively regrow. He looked terrible, to say the least. Naomasa moved a few inches over, yet still left enough space for Midoriya to feel comfortable. Hey, how are you doing? They dropped food off a while ago. It's probably cold, but you should still eat something. He pushed the tray in front of the teen, sitting in front of him. Is it all right if I feed you? You can't do it yourself with the restraints on. The boy nodded, his neck lifting enough to show off old thin scars and some fresh ones that seemed to be vertical like they tried to remove something. Naomasa winced at the fresh scars and lifted the metal chopsticks, a piece of the katsudon between them. Naomasa was surprised by how good the food seemed to be. There had to be a reason. The older man helped the young teen eat the majority of the tray before Midoriya pushed it away with his foot. Naomasa helped him take a drink, the boy opening his mouth after. Call me Izuku. His voice was wrecked and it looked like it pained him to speak. Then call me Naomasa. It's nice to meet you, Izuku. Can I hug you? Izuku nodded, blood-stained afro falling into his face. Naomasa brushed them away before lightly hugging the boy, who finally seemed to break and cried. It's been a week. Who knows what's happened to his kit and Naomasa? Shoyuda entered his office with little sound. Nizu. There's not much to go off of, but I have a theory. Given how they seem to have made Hawks into a successful hero, they may try to do the same with Izuku. But given he's legally quirkless, they may try and force him to take a quirk. Or multiple, if they want him to be better than All Might and Hisashi in their primes. That's no good. Hopefully, we can find the two soon, and hope Izuku isn't harmed farther. It was a few days after gaining Temptress, which seemed to be an evolved version of present Mike and Midnight's quirks. His voice box had mostly healed, yet it was still a pain to speak, let alone use Temptress. Silence and the president left him alone today. It meant he got to let Everlasting heal his injuries fully and take a FANG breath. He wants to go home, curl up with his friends and finish that D&D campaign they were watching. That's if he's missed. Shoto sat on the couch, listening to Momo talk about how Midoriya, someone he knew was quirkless and not all that impressive, was missing? And it was the commission that took him? Why would the commission take him? Did he know too much? Or was it the wrong place, wrong time? Was Father wrong about quirkless people being unevolved? If he was wrong about one of the things he preached to the point of it being seared into Shoto's brain, what else was he wrong about? Looks like he has some research to do. Koji had sent flocks of birds out as soon as he knew Izuku was missing. It's been 2 weeks, nearly a month. Sansa hasn't found much given he's had to start over multiple times and be discreet about it. But he was making some progress. He knew for a fact that the commission took the detective and Izuku, the reason as to why wasn't known yet. But they had something. It was a start. That meant things might finally start to look up for Izuku. Things weren't looking good for Izuku. He was a month in, nearly 2. Naomasa's been helping him with basic tasks he should be able to do on his own, But thanks to restraints, it was a clusterfuck. Added to his routine of torture was rigorous training that should have killed him if he was quirkless. Gods, he hates this. Activating sulfur and temptress to knock out silence and the blasted them with sulfur. Thankfully Izuku doesn't have the drawback of his body being made for ice like Tuya. Izuku didn't stop until the buzzer sounded, and Heaven, another commission project, walked over to take him back to his cell. Cuddling up to Naomasa once he heard the footsteps finally fade. The detective smiled down at him. Someone's gotta be looking for us. I know my family and friends are, not sure about the police though. Naomasa hummed, wrapping an arm around Izuku. You've got someone out there who wants you home. That'll keep you going. Izuku knows he could simply use the shadows to get out, but he doesn't know how Naomasa would react, let alone if another person could go. But then again, he could just bounce to U.A and be back quick. Gods, he's effing a mess. Why didn't he do it sooner? It's not like he's got quirk suppressants on. Making sure that Naomasa was asleep, Izuku slips into his shadow and out behind the gates of UA. He'd used pull to get the FING restraints off, but putting them on would be a FING pain and it would be clear that he somehow left. Rushing to Nisa's office, he pushes the door open to see his dad, Aizawa, Hound Dog, Uncle Kiri and Jiren, Inso and some guy with a cat head stare at him. Hi. I gotta be super quick so yeah. The commission kidnapped me and Naomasa. We're below the main building, but they'll probably move us once I get back. So yeah, that's that. And tell my friends I love them and I can handle some torture. Bye. Words flying a mile a minute, Izuku dips back into the shadows and into his cell in record time. Thankfully there are no cameras in here. Arrogance is their hubris. Izuku was back in the chair. Garaki was excited, he wanted to try another Todoroki's quirk today. This time it was Endeavor's magnum opus as he called it. Or as Izuku knew him, Todoroki Shoto. No wonder he thought he was better than everyone. He was told that his entire life, so why believe anything else? The other two Todorokis, Fuyumi and Natsuo, were deemed unfit, given one had a weak ice quirk and the other had no quirk to speak of. The second-ranking hero was out of the picture as an option for a quirk, given that Tuya's was much stronger. Why give the same quirk, but weaker? It would just be a waste of resources. This was the third quirk they've given him, and it was always at the start of the month. That meant he and Naomasa had spent 3 months under the commission's thumb. He didn't know how much longer he could take. Ida stood by his side, a now constant presence and someone who helped him keep sane when he wasn't with Naomasa. Guess the BSTRD grew on him. Oyama Hisoka was once a star member of the revolution, then Hisashi wanted to let his weapons of mass destruction be ethically sourced and have free will. That was no way to lead a rebellion. No one would listen to a man who didn't lead with an iron fist. Hisashi wanted to take down the commission and build a new system, a new way of life. But he had no thought of ruling. Simply reforming the world and going back into the shadows. That was no way to live. He and Hisashi were better than those feeble insects. They needed to be liberated and then ruled with an iron fist. Not a new system that let them live freely. They had no thoughts. They were simply machinery used by the commission, and that's how they should stay. He needed to prove to Hisashi that the way he was going with the plan was only going to fail. He supposes it was time he liberated a few of his weapons. Hisashi sat at the head of the table, Kurogiri 2 seats to his left, leaving the seat to his immediate left empty as it was for Izuku. On his right was Tamura. Standing at the end of the table that was large enough to fit 30 or so people was Ida Tensei. His hair was a mess, and his body language showed he was still grieving and nervous. Hisashi rests his elbows on the table, leaning forward. So, let me guess, you went after Stain due to you wanting out of the hero business, but due to you being a legacy hero, you simply couldn't retire as it wouldn't reflect well on your family. And before you open your mouth saying that I'm out of my mind, you had no reason to be anywhere near where Stain was that night. Your agency doesn't even patrol the area. So, given that you most likely wanted out of the business but knew there was no way you could simply retire, you went the route where it would have either killed you or injured you so badly that you'd be forced to retire. Am I wrong? Ida's posture straightened and his head dropped. No, you're not. It's why I came here in the first place. I want heroes to be able to retire whenever they wish, and for legacy families to stop putting so much pressure on their children. It's what got my brother killed, not your son or the Nomu. What killed him was the pressure to live up to my name and fulfill his duty as a spare. Ida's looked directly into Hisashi's eyes, his blue eyes filled with fierce determination. It's why I wish to join the revolution. Hisashi smirked and stood. Moving over to the Ida heir, he offered a hand. Welcome to the revolution, Hermes. May your speed carry you to freedom. Well, this sure was an interesting meeting. Tenya wanted to scream. Someone he thought was unevolved, crass, and inhuman was stronger than anyone he knew. He took the words of his parents as fact instead of seeing Drogo for who he was. Sure, he was rough around the edges, but he seemed to get along just fine with Momo and the others. Drogo, are you alright? Has the pain at least stopped? I'm not in pain, Ida, and call me Izuku. You're dead, so it's not like you're going to tell anyone my actual name. Drogo Alaster was a fake name? And please call my Tenya. Izuku chuckles, which turns into a harsh cough. No sheet. My dad just got me and my abuser was in the wind. So, I went under a fake name. Doesn't help I told Aizawa it either. But how are you not in pain? I got impaled during my exam. I think that's the worst pain I've been in. Tenya looked worried. Did Nizu do anything about it? Izuku shrugs. It's more of an awkward hunch than a shrug. I don't know. Last I knew your parents were trying to get me expelled and imprisoned for your supposed murder. Tenya shuffled his feet. Oh, I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused. UFING should be, damn it. It landed me in this chair. Daigoro laughed. Diamond kid. You didn't need to kill him again. He didn't kill them the first time, Yutaka commented. Izuku prays to any gods who may listen, asking how he hasn't gone insane yet. They never answer. Izuku sat in his and Naomesa's cell. The older man was curled up in the corner, facing the door asleep. Hikage crouched in front of Izuku, giving him a smile that warped his scar. He ruffled Izuku's hair. So, given the shit you've gone through these past 3 months, I want to give you danger sense. It'll be like a heightened survival sense, and it'll ping in the back of your head anytime there's some type of danger. The more pings there are, the larger the threat. I was hoping to give it during a PRD of downtime. But I can't sit around and not help any longer. Hikage reaches his hands out, placing them on Izuku's shoulders. Izuku touches Hikage's forehead and slowly draws out the quirk, feeling the white ball of a quirk fluctuate in his hands. The quirk settling was the best feeling in the world. It was the first time in 3 months that Izuku gained a quirk without pain. Thankfully there wasn't any pinging yet, so he could hopefully get some sleep. Shifting to be semi-comfortable, Izuku settles in for the night. Somehow Lady Nagant found a deck of cards and gave it to them, so they had something to do other than sit and go insane in their cell. Naomesa wanted to try and take Izuku's mind off that it was now the first week of month 4, which meant a new quirk. Hopefully, it wouldn't be as painful as Temptress, Sulfur, and Balance. Izuku couldn't hold the cards, so it was more of him telling Naomesa what he wanted to do than Izuku playing cards, but it kept his mind off the chair, so it worked out in the end. They gave me a quirk that made me move at speeds the human eye can't see. I can also make body parts out of cells now. They called it overclock, but I like the name Hyper better. Izuku's voice was rough and hoarse. It was the second week of month 4, the training session went too far, and now he was on vocal rest. Can you use more than one quirk at once? Izuku nodded, shifting enough to lean against the far right wall. Naomesa nodded, shuffling the cards. Mind explaining where you went last month? Had to dip out real quick. Tell someone where the F we are so we can get out of here before you end up dead and me the next big commission project. I wasn't on quirk suppressants at the time, so I used it to get the word out to people I trust. And yes, that means I've had a quirk before the commission decided to make me a pet project. I'll explain more once we get out. Naomesa hums, running a hand through his hair. This why Nizu trusted you with the stain case? Partly, but he also knew I would have been near Hosu anyways due to having friends in the area. He just asked to be in the loop and for me not to royally F anything up. Sansa was a royal mess, Kyoka noted. His ginger fur was a matted mess, eyes bloodshot. The coffee table he had was full of case files, empty coffee mugs, and takeout containers. The smell of catnip was pretty strong, but not overpowering. His clothes looked like he hadn't changed in a few days, let alone a shower. The once guest room was even worse. The walls were covered by papers and red string, which seemed to connect things. A few of the papers seemed like photocopies, all the way back to when the first quirk came, and subsequently when the commission was created. It seemed like in the beginning, the commission meant to do some good. A look on Hisashi's face confirmed this. It was easy to forget the man was around when quirks came about, which was nearly 300 years ago, given he looked to be in his mid-30s to his early 40s. Well, this sure paints a picture. Before the Watanabe family came to power, the commission was doing what it set out to, help regulate the extreme power children gained on their 4th birthday, and in turn, how heroes were handled as actual life-saving people and not the celebrities types they are today. It's why the revolution was even started in the first place. The commission wasn't holding to their values or even laws, and anyone who tried a semi-legal route ended up retired, or in layman's terms, dead. Denki's head snapped in Hisashi's direction from where he and Mizo were investigating a pile of old cold cases. In the commission even had a minor role. Wait, maybe that's the reason the commission targeted Izuku. Tamura shocked his head. No way. The commission doesn't know who we are past the code names we use. It's also why Dad changes his code name every so often. The trail needs to go cold at some point. They just assumed the past leader died and a new one took their place. But I'm betting the reason the commission kidnapped Izuku and the detective is due to the commission finally seeing Izuku as a threat. I mean, a quirkless kid winning the sports fest? No way. Plus with the way All Might is a puppet for them, they've got a sheet ton of info on how ruthless Izuku can be when needed. To the point of him being labeled an early-stage villain, or some shit. We'll get him back soon. It's Izuku, there's nothing that can kill him, maybe harm but never kill. Momo stated, eyes full of determination. Kyoka smiled. They had a leader to get home. Kiana wanted to scream, or blow the commission boards. Brains out, either would work. It was month 5 of Midoriya and the detective's stay. The kid's screams still rang in her ears, even though it was 4 hours later and she wasn't even in the room when Garaki gave the kid merge. It was the only time she, or Momo, codename Heaven, ever heard the kid scream. Not when his teeth got pulled, nor his fingernails, or when still even shattered every leg bone the kid had in both of his legs, during month 5 after he got overclock. Kiana had to carry the kid back. The look on his face reminded her of her pro-hero days. The missions where no one was saved, or she was the one doing to killing. This kid needed out. She and Momo could help, but the only one who could help them succeed was Masahiro. Luckily, her closest non-commission friend knew she meant business when she called off commission time. Meeting in their usual spot, a cat cafe in Mizudafu called Whipped Cream and Whiskers. Giving the bright blue-haired man a quick one-arm hug, they sit in the back, Kiana facing the door. So, it time? His deep green and golden eyes stared at her over his coffee mug. Yeah, I need to get 2 more out with me. Masahiro nodded, taking a bite of his red bean mochi. The newest pet project and the detective, yeah? Jiren sent a few probs for the kid and says he's helped with a few jobs before. Plus, he somehow talked down that nomus in Hosu, according to the media. So yeah, the kid's interesting and well, the detective's quirk helps more than I'd like to admit when things get a bit hairy on jobs. I'd help even without you asking. He smiles at her, and Kiana sighs in relief. The kid's out, her girlfriend's out. She can finally rest. It doesn't mean she'll be resting easy though. She knows better. Shoyuta glares at Hakigure and Ishido, trying to not snap their necks for what they pulled. He places his hands on his desk and leans into their personal space. Both girls shy away and cringe, or at least Ishido does. Let me get this straight. You two thought it was a good idea to release to the media why Drogo was taken by the commission during his interview with Detective Tsukachi. Now, before you open your mouths in a feeble attempt to explain why endangering your classmate further was a good idea, you're both expelled from UA for tampering with an investigation. Hakigure scoffed. It was Mina's idea. She's the one who hated that null the most. She said it's a good thing to do. That I was fitted for that kind of work. Mina blushed, stomping her foot. I did not. You're the one who said that good heroes got rid of villains. And given what happened in Hosu, Drogo's a villain. The two continued to bicker, listing more absurd reasons as to why they did what they did. The reason didn't matter to Shoyuda. What mattered was if Izuku would survive and if the commission would figure out the problem child couldn't die. Exhaling a deep breath, Shoyuda slammed his hands on his desk at the same time he activated his quirk. Go to Nizu's office so an ectoplasm clone can help you gather your things and get out. Well, looks like his class was down to 16 now. Nizu smiled in glee. He could finally start to streamline a lesson plan for 1A, and given the written exams for Izuku and his friends were a few of the ones he made instead of the commission-mandated ones, it meant he knew those 10 could handle the large increase in workload and difficulty. With that, Ishido and Hakagura's expulsion was handled. Along with moving Aoyama, Uraraka, Sato, Azui, and Ojiro to the 1B classroom and dorms at their request, of course. Nizu could finally go back to looking for his kid instead. Today was a good day. Month 6 was the worst month by far. The new quirk, which he changed from Huntress to Wilderness, settled fine. It was what the president called him when she first met him a few months back. Rakoto meant Terminator, and that scared Izuku more than any forced quirk could. He saw the expression on Lady Nagin's face when she carried him back to his cell. She was regretting something, most likely what she did under commission order. Izuku didn't want to kill without reason as the commission did. Izuku's head pinged 5 times, meaning a high-level, yet neutral threat was nearby. The only person who was that high and still considered neutral was the president. She entered the room with ease, standing tall and posed. Rakoto, I'm pleased to hear you've been progressing well. It's time you meet a few important people. Come along. A guard undid his restraints and Izuku stood on somewhat wobbly legs. The president gave him a smile that made danger sense ping like mad. This wasn't going to be a social call, that was for FANG sure. The president took the lead, the set of 6 guards boxing him in the center. Guns at rest. It's not like they expected Izuku to do anything, right? I mean, most people relax once the threat's quirk has been suppressed. Like he said months ago, arrogance is their hubris. It took around 5 to 6 minutes to get to the boardroom if Izuku counted the steps right. The president opened the door, going first, then Izuku and the guards. The boardroom reminded him of a courtroom. The high rises were where the board sat. A chair similar to the one he's very well acquainted with sat in the center of the room, restraints ready to strap the accused down. A trio of guards to post by 2 doors, one taking a side door and the other 2 taking the main. Izuku was shoved into the board chair with little care and strapped down tighter than silence ever dared. Guess there was a pro to having a blonde BSTRD as his main torturer. He still got treated like a dog, but at least his blood circulation wasn't cut off at the start. The president stood around 5 feet in front of Izuku and to his left, like she was presenting a prized pig. This is Rakoto. You've heard about his time as Midoriya Izuku outside as a civilian. Now, I present it as Rakoto, the best jack of all trades we've ever built. His quirks included an unknown healing quirk, cremation, overclock, and temptress, which is a blend of pro heroes present Mike and Midnight's quirks, along with half hot, half cold, and as of today, Huntress. And an older man that looked similar to Mineta sneered. Are you saying using a null as a base gave us the best results? Takara, you cannot be serious. Even Hawks was deemed a near failure, and you're saying this pet project of yours that wasn't even approved is the best we've built. The president breathed deep, clearly frustrated with the man. I am the president of the commission. If I decide we can build a new type of worker for us, I will do so. I don't need to be questioned by men who are barely holding on to their jobs. I came to show you Rakoto today as given the time invested and the progress made, it cannot be deemed a failure. I made sure Rakoto would be the best worker we've ever built, even beyond my years as president here. Well, DMN. She's got some sass, SCKS that he's being talked about like he's not there and property, but that's nothing new. The older man gulped, quickly backtracking his statement. I meant no disrespect, President. I'm just worried about the cost of making a new jack of all trades worker, It's the first of its kind, given it has more than 2 quirks. Even Hawks, one of the best heroes we've built, only has 1 quirk. And that may cause some of our investors to back out. An elderly-looking man with stark white hair and coal-colored eyes stares down at Izuku. It seems that Rikodo was a success, given the video evidence you've shown. Speaking of those videos, it seems that it had a high pain tolerance. Why's that? The president nodded. Thanks to All Might's place at you today, we've been able to observe the newest generation of heroes, and the class of 1A had recently taken their exams before we acquired Rikodo. In its exam, it fought against All Might and lived. And yes, while All Might is far from his prime years, he's still our symbol of peace and the #1 hero. The footage of the exam is what made me decide on Rikodo. I know for a fact, it will be better than All Might in his prime. This was worse than the torture. At least it was him that got picked and not someone else. That beach did not just compare my grandson to All Might. Ko, you hear her? 'Cause I swear she just compared a person 100 times All Might was in his prime, to the wash-up he is now. Nana was said, maybe that's where he got his mouth from? Oh well, he can handle this pain, he handled it for 16 years after all. Tenya stared at the board as they discussed Izuku like he wasn't even there. And Izuku wasn't doing anything about it. Yoichi laughed at his face. Tenya, the reason Izuku's not doing anything is cause he knows it's better to act as they accept. It means he has the upper hand in the end. Us Midoriyas play the long game, kiddo. Tenya was puzzled. Why would Izuku do that? Why play the long game? It makes no sense. The long game doesn't change anything. Yoichi grinned. That's the entire point. You make them think nothing's changed when in reality, everything has and they never noticed. That's the fun of it, seeing the shocked expression when people realize they've been living a perfect little lie. The entire reason I became a hero was to help Hisashi change things, and I did. All of us past users did in some way. The only one who hasn't done shit is All Might. Then again, none of us like him anymore. Well, Nana was the only one who liked him. The rest of us just waited for him to screw up. Tenya stares at Yoichi, horrified yet relieved. Because it meant someone was changing something, even if it wasn't honorable. Tenya understood a lot now. He supposes that ignorance was truly bliss. Izuku was back in his cell and Tenya looked off. He sighs. What did one of them say? Was it Yutaka or Ko? It was Yoichi. He just cleared something up is all. No worries. Izuku was skeptical, that's for FANG sure. But he'll go with it anyway. He might break Tenya further if he doesn't. Alright, Ima, take a FANG nap. Wake me if anything interesting happens. Mizo was getting worried. It was 7 months since Izuku was taken by the commission. The trip to the summer camp was pushed back until Izuku was found, which meant it wouldn't exactly be a camp trip anymore, simply wilderness training, among whatever else Aizawa thought they needed to know. Mizo, any ideas? Denki asked. HM? Sorry, got lost in thought. What's up? Ijiro snorted, trying to hide it in a cough. We're trying to figure out how to get Izuku back, man. The best plan we've got is to go ourselves, with Aizawa, Hound Dog, Mike, Snipe, and Nizu to help. At least on the U.A front. Hisashi would also show up, Isus's kid. There's no way he wouldn't show. Momo hummed, tapping her pencil on her chin. Not a bad idea. I'll tell Nizu, Katsuki, can you and Hitoshi handle Snipe? Hell yeah, we can. It's about time Izuku gets home. A few light explosions popped off in Katsuki's hands. Hitoshi yawned from where he was leaning against Denki. I'm down. There's no way I'm not helping get our leader back. Me, Mizo, and Koji can tell HD. I've been meaning to grab a record from him anyways. Hound Dog has records? Koji asked, cuddling in a mountain of blankets. Yeah, he ordered a few for me when I mentioned them last week. I've got to pick them up soon. I can handle Aizawa, AG, then you two mind telling Sansa what's up? I'll text him in a minute. Naomasa knew it was month 7 when Izuku was collected by Lady Nagant, who gave him a sad smile. Naomasa nodded to the woman. She was trapped as they were. Her chains just weren't literal. He picked up the decks of cards. Shuffling them had become second nature, the same with dealing. If his job as a detective didn't work out, he could probably work in a casino. Setting the cards up for a game of solitaire, Naomasa played the waiting game. And it was a long one. It was an hour after month 7 Quirk had settled, which the commission called sixth sense. It was meant to heighten his senses permanently. He took an hour to get used to the quirk and hearing his heartbeat, and letting it simply settle into steady background noise. Everyone else's heartbeats, breaths, and conversations were left alone. The conversations alone made him more prepared for when he got out. It helped that during training even Silence's quirk, which cancelled any sound in a 5-foot radius, didn't seem to affect heightened senses. He finally had a reason to kick the guys but without looking suspicious. Waiting until Silence was right under him, Izuku dropped, kicking the a-hole in the jaw, and using Silence's knife to stab him in the leg. Activating Hyper and Balance, Izuku creates claws made of ice and fire, before sinking them into Silence's shoulders and throwing him. If the BSRD thought that was bad, he should just wait until Izuku gets out. Then he'll be dead in 5 minutes. Tensei was scouting out the commission with Janice, given that they finally figured she'd out. Well, more like Tensei explained what he was doing in Hosu and why he fought Janice back when he was staying. I've got a few entrances marked. Anyone who can help from the inside. Janice was perched on a rooftop while Tensei hung in the back of the nearest alleyway. There's an info broker by the name of Miru nearby that said he could use a few connections to get us help from Lady Nagant and a commission project named Heaven. Said Tyr could even use Miru's backdoor to gain access to cameras and any files we might need. Janice hummed. Good move, Hermes. Come on, it's about time we can back home. Been hanging around long enough. Masahiro was excited. He got in contact with the biggest rebel group in Japan. Said they needed a way to expose the commission. Making sure to cover Kiana and Momo's backs so they didn't get harmed in the fallout, Masahiro gave them everything they needed at no cost. Taking down the commission would be payment enough. Guess it was time to watch the show. Month 8 was the worst. The president decided that Naomasa, the man keeping him sane, was finally useful when she realized his quirk. Lie detector could be given to Izuku, as Naomasa himself would never be bought like the majority of his force. Once the quirk settled, which didn't take long at all, Izuku started to worry. About how he'd leave, he had to do it soon, before they wiped him clean of what made him Izuku and forced him into the box they call Rikodo. With Naomasa's quirk in his arsenal now, it meant the older man wasn't useful, and if you're not useful to the commission in some way, well, you get retired. And not the living on the beach kind either. They need it out now. Who knows how much time Naomasa has left? Luckily, Izuku was still in the chair, yet he wasn't strapped to the chair anymore as it was time to move him to testing grounds. Activating Hyper, Izuku moves faster than the human eye, quirked or not, can see. Once he gets close enough to Silence, he pulls Silence's quirk just as sulfur activates and burns him into ash. As much as he'd like to take something as a souvenir, Dad probably wouldn't let him mount a head to his wall. Shame really, it would have tied his room together. Shaking his head like a dog, Izuku moves on from the room he was most acquainted with, other than his cell. Izuku moved from the room to the hallways, stalking his prey and brutally killing anyone that he knew wasn't a friend. By the time Lady Nagant found him, he was covered head to toe in blood and guts, and a large intestine was hanging off his left shoulder. Whoa, should I start running? Izuku laughed, showing off bloody teeth and sharp canines. Just round up anyone you think should live and get out. The older women nodded. Will do. Don't get killed now, yeah? Izuku snorts, before setting off on his hunt once again. The next person Izuku found was one of Garaki's assistants. They had some type of calming quirk. It didn't matter to Izuku. All he knew is that they caused pain. So he broke every bone in their body, snapping any joints like they were chicken wings. He doesn't know how long he spent killing anyone in sight who caused him harm, or the few who did nothing to stop it because they liked the power they had. He made sure to rip out those snakes' tongues. He knew better than to let himself be charmed. It seems Izuku didn't need help, given he killed anyone in some of the most brutal ways Shura's ever seen. Hisashi, your kid's going to end up on an FBI list at some point. He spoke, kicking away what he assumed was once a person. The body was too mangled to tell. Isashi snorted. You act like he's not already on one. Does he need that erased? 'Cause that's very simple to do. Nizu commented from Snipe's shoulder. I think he doesn't mind it, I never thought to ask. Given he put himself on this list and all that on purpose. Noted. Now let's find him, shall we? Izuku sat in the boardroom, the president staring him down, horrified. What have you done, Rikoto? Izuku looked up from the eyeless head of the Mineta board member, smiling which showed off bloodied sharp teeth. I took care of a problem. I thought that was what workers were meant to do. He crept towards the president, getting shot in the shoulder, which did little to stop him. The president wasn't using her quirk? Oh, that's an interesting development. Izuku noted her shoes were wider than most of the Japanese population wore. Oh, this just got fun. Are you quirkless president? Because I know for a fact only quirkless wear a wider shoe. My, what an interesting development. The president of the commission, the same institution that put the laws in place that let the quirkless population rot, is quirkless. The president got angry by the enraged look on her face. I'm not some dirty null mongrel. I have a quirk. You do not get to judge me, Rikoto. I made you better than you could ever be. And I order you to stop. Izuku stops, letting her think she won before sitting once more. Well, if you're not quirkless, then why don't you show me your quirk? It's not like I'm going to steal it. You didn't build me that way after all. The president shifted. Her hair was a ratted mess, which was opposite from what Izuku normally saw. Looks like he wasn't the only one falling apart. The president took a breath before Izuku crushed her windpipe. She didn't need it anymore anyway. Walking out of the boardroom, Izuku tracked down his family with sixth sense, finding their heartbeats with ease. Following the trail on shaky legs, Izuku ends up across from them in an intersection of the hallways. Giving a light wave, he doesn't smile knowing his teeth are covered in blood and bits of flesh. Tamura rushed forward when he noticed Izuku started to sway, lifting him so he rested on Tamura's hip. Time to bring Izuku home. It was 3 days after the Rouge rescue mission and Naomasa was now employed at UA as a security detail and a private investigator. An interesting development was Todoroki. He seemed more open-minded or regretful. Izuku couldn't tell. It was most likely nerves due to the trial being next Monday. Denki popped his head in, smilingly bright. Hey, you got your bags still packed for the outdoor exercise? Izuku hummed, finishing the plating on a laser pistol. Up. Packed as soon as we got what we all needed from the mall. You guys didn't go yet? Denki laughed. Hell nah. Nizu changed it from a summer camp trip to just an outdoor exercise. Come on, we gotta get to the bus. Izuku nodded, grabbing his hiking bag and the one duffel he had. Most of the group had hiking bags and a duffel. Denki sat with Koji, Kyoka and Fumikage sat together behind them, then Mizo and Ijiro sat together across from them. Tamura and Izuku sat behind Aizawa with Hitoshi and Katsuki behind them. It was just the 11 of them, Hakigure, Ashido, Uraraka, Aoyama, Wajiro, Sato and Azui nowhere to be found. Hey, what happened to most of the class? It's just the 11 of us? I know all of us passed the test. Aizawa turned around in his seat, scarf resting on his shoulders. Ashido and Hakigure were expelled after releasing to the media that you were kidnapped, although they spun it as to you running away. Uraraka and her group moved to 1B after the expulsion, which I see as a good thing because it means the class syllabus can finally be changed to properly challenge all of you. And while a few of you had some rocky starts, the rat said you've all grown or continue to grow into the smartest students he's seen. This means the classwork and homework you're getting are going to be accelerated given all 10 of you passed the final exams with tests written by Nizu to challenge you kids. You could even see what the other courses are like material-wise if you want. Nizu wants to make the remainder of 1A into the most well-rounded heroes even seen, let alone to come out of UA. And no, Nizu would never stoop as low to do something like this for public favor. He could care less what the public, let alone the BSTRD commission think about him. Wait, so what about 1B? The class would be at 24 students then. Kyoka asked. They started out with 20 like 1A did. After the shit show that was Izuku's exam 7 students dropped out. which means 1B is now at 18 students after the transfers. That's the smallest one, is even been, same with 1A. Hold up. Did you just say our written final exam wasn't even the same test as our ex-classmates? Have we got a Nizu test? Momo and Izuku got 100%. Tamura and Katsuki were both in the low 90s. None of us got below 70% on that. The lowest of our test scores was 85. And you're saying it was a Nizu test? Hitoshi was panicking, they all were, to be honest. Aizawa looked at them like they just woke him up to kill a spider. So? That proves Nizu's theory about needing to challenge you kids. Aizawa, the only ones who knew they were possible geniuses were me and Momo. I mean, the way Denki was taught by his past teachers was absolute shit. Same with Ijiro. So cut them some slack, yeah? Wait, if all of us did well on a Nizu test, does that mean we're genius? I thought it was like, one type. Ijiro was so confused. Momo giggled. No, silly. Think of it more as a scale or spectrum. I mean, Izuku's sheet at social interaction, while I'm great at it, same with you and Denki. So yeah, even genius has pitfalls. It means we're not perfect at everything and have room to grow. Oh cool. Does that mean I can get better at psychics? 'Cause the support course seems interesting, or at least the understanding quirk aspect. If you want to know more about analyzing quirks, just ask Aizu. Dumbass has got around 100 notebooks on the topic. Katsuki flicked the back of Izuku's head. Oh, you want to learn how to analyze quirk, Eiji? I can help with that during the trip. Izuku was excited to be back with his people, he felt like himself again. It took about an hour until the bus stopped in the middle of nowhere. Aizawa stood up with a stretch. Here's your stop. We're meeting at the campsite. Leave your bags. I know you all wear a version of your hero costumes these days. Of course, he planned this. Fumikage was the first one off the bus, the rest of the group following. They all knew Aizawa would never intentionally put them in a dangerous situation. Izuku was once again a walking arsenal with all of his usual gear on his person. He was wearing Proteus, Cerberus around his neck and resting on his shoulders, much like Aizawa's own scarf. Atrus was also at the ready, given the environment they would be traversing. Katsuki had cuffs that helped with the wrist pain from his quirk, and a civilian version of his costume. Everyone had a version of their costume that could blend in easily with a crowd, yet still meet the requirements set out by Izuku and Mei. Hitoshi had his persona cords and his dark purple capture scarf with a pair of handguns, which everyone had at least one, on his hips. Momo had Athena modified to fit into the contacts that she wore, along with her usual bow staff. Kyoka had her steel toe boots and a smaller set of present mix speakers that blended into her costume. Denki had headphones that acted the same as his hero costume's headgear, along with his now usual rubber gloves and rubber-padded clothes and boots. Mizo was wearing a compression shirt that stretched with his quirk, cargo pants, and boots. Koji had a hoodie on, a pair of sturdy pants that could withstand pretty much everything, boots, and a mask that projected his voice farther. Tamura was in a less flashy version of his old vigilante gear, which consisted of a jean jacket, ripped jeans, and studded steel toe boots. Fumikage had an overcoat that dark shadow curled up in, a graphic t-shirt, ripped jeans, and thigh-high boots. Koji led the charge into the woods. This was the environment he excelled in. He had requested help from a small flock of ravens, a trio of foxes, and a pair of wolves. Izuku wanted to summon Nehelenia and Scotty to help, but he also didn't want to leave the shrine completely unprotected, so he left Bast and Mahaz alone. Plus, they wouldn't fit into the environment, and he's meant to be quirkless. So he was unable to help further than keeping everyone alive and safe. It took nearly an hour and 45 minutes by how far the sun moved when they finally got to the campsite. No one else was there yet, except Aizawa. Aizawa smiled at them, and it wasn't the creepy smile he used on reporters either. It was a genuine one. Good, at least some of you know what to expect. We're still waiting on 1B. This is the last time your meal's being cooked for you. You'll be living off the land for the most part. Ijiro lightly slapped Izuku on the back. I think we can handle that. We got 3 great cooks. Fumikage chuckled. Of course, we can, but this will be a good learning experience otherwise. I simply want to see how 1B handles themselves. Hopefully, we get some entertainment from it. We should. I mean, it's 1B. There are only a few decent people in that class. Doesn't help our ex-Quirkus classmates are in it now. Izawa snorted. Vlad tries hard, ain't his fault his kids are fuck-ups. But given that the class is so small and close-knit, most of the time you end up sleeping all in a pile. Nisa considered that and you're all roomed together. Hopefully, the wild PP cats listen. Kyoka and Mizo seemed the most worried after Katsuki and Tamura moved closer to Izuku. Why would they not like us all rooming together? It's not like we're gonna do anything to the girls. They'd kick out Buttes if we tried, Koji signed. I know that, Koda. Pixie Bob was the one pushing for it the most, given that was the original plan until the class size shrunk. Plus, I'm trying to negate you all moving into one room after lights out and sending everyone into a panic. The entire group is more energetic than I think most of you could handle, so I'm warning you now. As soon as the warning was spoken, a human shield was formed around Izuku to try and protect him from any of the overenthusiastic heroes. Kyoka also gave him noise-canceling headphones, as they all knew the cell the commission kept him and Naomasa in was as silent as they could make it, while still keeping their new project sane. The wild PP cats gave a loud hello, based on how Kyoka and Mizo cringed slightly. Izuku was glad Kyoka gave him the headphones, gave him time to dial back his senses a bit. A young boy around the age of Eri, if not a little older, peeked out from behind Malade's leg, his black-haired bangs getting in his eyes. He couldn't be any of the PP cat's kids, given the face shape was different, possibly a relative? Izuku let the headphones rest on Cerebur's after toning down how high his senses were and moved to the front of the group, feeling like he could handle it now. Ragdoll caught the action and moved toward him, grabbing his shoulders and getting in his face before anyone could stop her. Hey, Izawa. You didn't say you had the commission kid in your class. I thought he would have dropped out. Izuku wanted to scream, trying to fight the surprisingly tight grip of the pro-hero. Izawa immediately reacted as soon as Ragdoll grabbed him, wrapping her in his scarf and holding her in the air, activating Erasure to cancel her quirk. That is not how you handle a trauma victim, Ragdoll. I understand you do rescue for the mountain area, but this is not how you handle someone who was kidnapped. Izawa looked at Izuku, quirk deactivated. You alright? I can call Naomasa to pick you up. His mouth wouldn't open, so he was forced to sign. He hates going nonverbal out of nowhere. I'm good, just keep them away from me if it's not required. I want to talk to the kid though, he has the same eyes. Izawa nodded, understanding he wasn't talking about eye color. Yeah, do that after you settle, Kay? Take a breather first. The Vestiges, Oboro, and Trio, minus Munin as she had no hands, were playing rock-paper-scissors on who got to haunt Ragdoll. Izuku nods, moving past his teacher and the other PP cats to get to his class's room. He pushed the beds together with the help of Mizo and Ijiro, dropping his bags, and most of his weapons within reach off to the side. Pixie Bob popped her head in, looking angry. You can't all room together. That's the policy. Tamura scoffed. Izawa said it was all right. We follow his word over anyone but my dad's and Nizu's. And you're not my dad, nor a stoat. So nice try, but no thanks. The woman sighed heavily, pinching her nose. Look, I get the kid's traumatized or whatever, but you need to follow policy. The speech. Momo looked sad with this blonde beach. I'm sorry, did you just say, traumatized or whatever, to his face? I don't know how you became a pro-hero, let alone a rescue-based one with that attitude, but how in the ever-loving F have you not had your license revoked? Get the F out of my sight before I kick your butt. Pixie Bob looked offended, which was funny, given what she just said, but thankfully left. Fumikage locked the door and shoved a chair under it as soon as she did, then pulled Izuku on the bed. The rest laid around their unofficial leader and cuddled under some blankets and put on some random comedy. Shoyuta was said. This was twice two of the PP Cat members had bothered his kids when it wasn't needed. First, Ragdoll thought it'd be a good idea to get in the face of a traumatized and recently rescued student. The entire reason the trip was pushed back until now was so it could help Izuku feel normal and try to get back into the routine he had. The poor kid missed nearly 9 months of sunrises and sunsets. Who the hell knows how that affected him? It doesn't help it was unable to wander around at night. It's the entire reason he had a staff pass at UA instead of a student one. It was a miracle the kid didn't go insane before they got to him. They all got lucky, that's for sure. Now the question was, when is that luck running out? Nizu wasn't impressed with the wild PP cats right now. He wanted to call off the entire trip, but also knew that Izuku desperately needed time away from anything commission-related, which includes All Might. It's a wonder the man hadn't been killed by any of Nizu and Aizawa's students yet. He was sure Kirishima or Bakugou would have done so after the reveal of Izuku not being quirkless and what happened on that rooftop 10 months before UA. Nizu looked over at Snipe and Hound Dog, smiling at them. Please help show Yuta reign in the wild PP cats. It'd be a shame if they went missing. Snipe laughed. Got it. You coming, Rio? Izuku meet with the kid, who he learned was named Izumi Koda before dinner. The rest of his friend group went on to eat something, promising to bring back a plate. So, I'm guessing by that look on your face you don't like heroes? A bit odd for a kid in this day and age, but hey, I'm not judging. Izumi kicked a rock and watched as it bounced down the cliffside of the cave Izuku was brought to sit on. My parents were heroes and they died. Everyone's been saying they did a great thing by dying to stop a villain. How can that be a good thing when they left me all alone the day they decided they wanted a kid and still be pro-heroes? They just died and everyone's acting like they were saints. All they did was end up dead because of wanting to climb the stupid ranking, and everyone I meet says they did a good thing by dying. They stopped a villain after all, so why does it matter if they lived or not? Izuku stared at this kid who he saw in so many people. Himself for one and two. All three of them had a critical view of heroes, and who could blame them? They were all wrong by some in a way. Yet he and Tuya found a few of the good ones, and yeah, they still had critical views of heroes, but they also knew that a-hole heroes may be the most common, but it wasn't the end-all be-all. Izumi hadn't realized that yet, and by the looks of things, no adult he knew had helped him to that yet. They all walked on eggshells around the poor kid, and to top it off they never listened to how Izumi was feeling. If this continues and no one showed him, while yes, the world is fing shitty, but you can also find some good bits and carve a space for yourself. This kid was on the fast track of being labeled a villain and thrown into Tartarus. Izuku placed his heavily scarred hands, to be honest, his entire body had been heavily scared even before the commission, on Izumi's shoulders. It's alright to feel what you're feeling, Squirt. Your parents died, doesn't matter that they were heroes. You lost the biggest people in your life, you're allowed to be fing said. Hell, if I lost my dad, let alone any of my friends, I'd probably go on a rampage. Which isn't the best thing, but hey, grief's effing you weird. Izumi looked up to him, black eyes shining with unshed tears. Izuku gave a smile and hugged him tight, letting him know it was okay to cry. And the kid did cry. He sobbed until he fell asleep in Izuku's lap, completely spent. And sure, Izuku's shirt was soaking wet, but that didn't matter because he just told the kid without speaking a word that it was okay to feel any of the emotions he was feeling. It didn't matter if they were unconventional, emotions are emotions and they need to be felt. Izuku scooped the now sleeping Izumi into his arms and made his way down the cliff and moved to the dining hall. 1B had shown up just before dinner if their rumpled clothes and leaves in their hair said anything. Izuku stood in the entryway, at least 30 pairs of eyes staring at him. The first to move was Koji, who guided him to their table with Aizawa, who pet an eyebrow when Izuku sat down with a small child. Someone had to tell him his emotions were fing valid. The kid fell asleep after a good cry. Might want to call Nizu about finding a way he can become a ward of Yuda or a Midoriya. I don't like how PP cats seem to treat him if our chat was anything to go by. Aizawa nodded, before placing a full plate in front of Izuku. Eat something, want me to hold him? Izuku spooned some of Katsuki's spicy curry if the spice level was anything to go by and swallowed before speaking. Nah, I know better than moving someone when they're comfortable. It'll take too long for him to fall asleep again if he gets moved. I don't mind, I'm used to being used as a pillow by these crazies. Momo lightly smacked his arm. We're not crazy. If anything, you and Mei are the craziest people I've met. No, Izuku beats Mei any day. Remember the mall trip? He somehow faced a villain on a mall trip. Hitoshi argued. I mean, he's not wrong, Emma. Mizo chimed in. Izuku blushed. Can we please stop talking about me being a villain magnet right now? I just want to eat dinner and go to bed. Izawa sighed. I swear if there's a villain attack you get free reign to do whatever you kids want. It's a life or death situation, so killing allowed. Fumikage laughed. You act like we'd do anything other than killing an active threat, sensei. We learn to always double tap if you go for the kill. Denki lightly shoved Izuku, noting he'd get his butt kicked if he woke Izumi. You can thank Al for that. I want you all to at least make it to your debut. After that, you're on your own. Izuku handed Izumi off to Aizawa once bedtime rolled around. They had about an hour to hang out, then it was lights out. The group had been the first to use the hot springs. Separated given none of them were dating, they may be comfortable with most things but the girls weren't comfortable with the guys seeing them fully naked. Given Kyoka slept in an oversized shirt and some underwear and Momo slept in silk pajamas most nights. Koji had put on a movie and then rejoined the massive cuddle pile that they slept in most nights. Sometimes they'd end up clustered, or in Tamura's case, once off the bed. Izuku was the first one to wake up and penned a quick note to explain where he went. He moves and gets dressed in an Ingenium shirt, which Tenya seemed conflicted about, grabbing all of his easily hidden gear. Izuku started the journey to the kitchen, bumping into Monoma on the way. Hello, I'm guessing you're the only one who can cook halfway decent in your class? Izuku laughed. Nah, we have to other people who can cook decently. They're just not people who rise by 4:30 in the morning. But I heard that you got a few of my old classmates. They still DS? Or have they miraculously changed overnight? Monoma laughed with a snort. No, I wish I left with Kendo and the others. They're insufferable. It doesn't help that Vlad agrees with their views more or less. Even though given his quirk, he'd most likely got picked on as a kid. But whatever. I've been meaning to apologize about that declaration of war and all that. I've got a bit of a competitive streak. Izuku snorts, grabbing all the pots and pans he might need and then his ingredients. I noticed. So why the change? Funnily enough, it was Kendo that talked me through everything I said and how much of a D I was being. I wanted to apologize after the sports fest, but you ended up in that whole mess of a medal ceremony and Hosa happened. Izuku couldn't hold back a flinch at the mention of the medal ceremony. He honestly preferred a hospital visit to go through that again. Monoma grimaced at his reaction. Sorry, but what are you making? Oh, I've got coffee and tea brewing, a pot of sweet and spicy pork curry going along with miso soup, rice, and trout. You're only feeding 10 people? Izuku laughed at Monoma's confusion. We've got Momo in our group. Her quirk requires her to eat a lot of food, so the majority of this will be a portion or two for her. Plus, Fumikage and Dark Shadow like having fish with kimchi and rice, and given it'll take at least a day for the kimchi to ferment, I'm making it today. Monoma looked startled. Oh, I was going to make omelet rice. Izuku waved his hands. Nervous, he scared off his peer right when he started to warm up. That's fine. I've just taken my people's quirks and preferences into account. Omelet rice is a great breakfast meal. Pair it with a soup and some slightly sweet tea and you're good to go. Monoma blushed and started to prep the listed dishes. Izuku checked his own and noted they were going fine so he could help the blonde. How are you so good at cooking? I can't make much. HM? That mostly causes my dad loves to cook, so he taught me and my brother every recipe he can find, whether they're old family recipes or ones he found off the internet. In reality, the family recipes were all the ones Dad learned over his lifespan since his mother thought he was old enough to help in the kitchen. Oh, my parents aren't around much, being CEOs and all that. My dad runs a company and always makes time for us. You could come over sometime if you want? He doesn't mind, just likes a warning of how much he might need to cook that night. No thanks. Monoma sounded confused with his answer, so Izuku dropped the conversation and moved back to the area of the kitchen he claimed. Like normal, Tamura, Hitoshi, Katsuki, and Momo were the first to enter the dining hall. Shortly followed by the rest of the group, Ijiro looked to be wearing one of Denki's shirts, given the redhead was wearing a gang orca shirt. Izuku leaned down by Momo's ear after handing her a plate topped with a mountain of food. The look one of the 1B girls gave the plate made Izuku flip her off in response. She doesn't get to comment about how much Momo eats, they don't even know each other. You think Eiji's realized he's wearing one of Den's shirts yet? Hitoshi snorted into his coffee. I mean, you wore one of mine once. It was the first thing I grabbed, but… Yeah, you both like the same heroes, so it's not like it matters, Tamura commented, dishing Izuku a plate and pulling him down into the open spot next to him. The last one of 1A to enter the dining hall was Aizawa, who Izuku gave the largest cup of coffee with 3 creamer and 5 sugars in it. Thanks, you have training. You're already wearing your civilian disguised gear? Up. Made sure they packed both, but yeah. Eiji's just got a shirt over his right now. Aizawa looked over at Eijiro and snorted. That's Denki's shirt. Eijiro blushed like mad. It was the first thing I grabbed. I wasn't fully awake yet. Thankfully, somehow Izuku got lucky. 1A was going to be trained by Tiger for their first day. Hopefully he was a better teacher than All Might. Given most adults he's met are terrible teachers. Most because Aizawa can never be a sheet teacher, it has to be an imposter wearing his skin for that to happen. Alright, Aizawa's informed me of what you already know. Given that you don't need immediate help with something, I'm going to have you run through the forest, collecting these blue flags. The catch is that you can't use quirks outside of defending yourself from any of the animals if they attack. There are 20 flags in the forest, and you have 2.5 hours. Understood? The small class nodded, grabbing the pouches and tying them around their waists. Time for a flag hunt. Momo didn't need to create comms this time, given the group always had the comms on, even when in civilian clothing. Izuku's senses were now dialed up the 11 again, given they weren't around any people who didn't know how to keep their mouths shut. Koji, you go with Denki. Kyoka, Mizo. Momo, Fumikage and Dark Shadow. Katsuki, Tamura. Hitoshi with me. Check in every 5 minutes. Meet back here in an hour. Signal if you're in trouble. The group nodded before splitting off into their pairs and setting off. Hitoshi and Izuku took north. It took them around 5 minutes to find their first flag, tying around a dying log. Momo and Fumikage found 2 so far. Mizo and Kyoka hadn't found any yet, same with Tamura and Katsuki. Denki and Koji found 3, which made their total 4 out of 20. The pair continued on, Hitoshi nearly falling into a ditch if Izuku didn't catch him. He had phased out the group's heartbeats a while ago, still noting if it spiked in any way. It was a steady rhythm in the back of his head. He wants to test it with erasure, he wants to test all his new quirks. But just because he accepted them doesn't mean he's comfortable with them. The only quirk he chose that entire PRD was peace. Hey, you alright? Hitoshi nudged him, gaining his attention. HM? Yeah, I just need to spend most of the trip with Aizawa. I'm not comfortable with what the commission gave me. I don't want to just give them to my dad, 'cause that feel like a cop-out. I want to use them, they gave me versatile quirks, I just wish I got to choose. I haven't written a single entry, let alone a word in my analysis notebooks since I got back. I barely use the quirks I copied of my own free will. I know that healing of any sort takes time and isn't linear. I learned that a long time ago. Hitoshi nods, sitting next to Izuku on the forest floor. I get that before today I rarely used my quirk outside of the house. Had to do vocal training with how much I was told I would have used my quirk during the first year. Aizawa didn't want vocal cords to get damaged. Sure, it took time, but hey, I got there. Izuku laughed. God, that's so cheesy. You're right, but it's cheesy as hell. Come on, we've got an exercise to finish. Helping Hitoshi up, the two set off again. It took them just under 45 minutes to find all 20 flags. Tiger seemed impressed. Well, you lot did great. I sent 1B in about 5 minutes before you and they're still not back yet. Congrats on your good time. You can all hang out and take a break. Aizawa snorted from where he leaned against a tree. All Might doesn't teach teamwork. Just how to brute strength everything, even though that only works for him and Endeavor. Tiger looked conflicted. That's not how you train young heroes. You can't always use strength. Ajiro shrugged. That's why we mostly train together or with Aizawa. We won't end up in the same pitfalls as All Might. Aizawa clapped his hands, gaining his kids' attention. All right, gremlins. Go do whatever, spar but don't kill each other, yeah? Koji snorted, signing. We'd never. Aizawa smirked. Stop acting like all of you wouldn't make terrifying villains. Izuku rolled his eyes and set off to find Izumi. The kid might have opened up, but he still needed to know ways on how to process his emotions, given the wild PP cats ain't helping. He found the kid in his little cave, smiling at him before sitting down. Hey, so I've got a few ideas of how you can process your emotions. Wanna try them? Izumi looked up from his book and nodded. Yeah, Aunt Shino hasn't really helped much. She just keeps saying they saved a bunch of people. Izuku grimaced, feeling bad for the kid that an adult and hero trained in rescue are shit at dealing with the victims. He still said at how Ragdoll and Pixie Bob treated him. Come on, I want to teach you how to bake. Grabbing the kid's hand, he leads him to the dining hall. How can baking help? Well, for one, you get to punch the dough if you want to make bread. Plus, it's a calming activity. And simple, you just follow directions and you end up with a yummy reward. Izuku grabbed the ingredients to make cookies and bread. Okay, we're gonna start with the bread cause once the dough is done it'll need about an hour or so to sit on the counter and rise. While that's rising we can make some cookies. Any favorite kind? Izumi shuffled. I like oatmeal raisin. Izuku beamed at the kid, before grabbing a stool for him to stand on. Those are good cookies. My brother loves oatmeal raisin, and it's my favorite to bake. The pair spent the next 30 minutes making the dough for the bread and setting it aside so it could rise. Within the hour, they had a large enough batch of cookies to feed a Nomu, and the bread was ready to bake after it rested. Izumi pulled on Izuku's sleeve, gaining the white-haired teen's attention. I feel better, like I'm calmer. Does that mean it worked? Izuku hummed. Yeah, but there are other ways than just baking. A few of my go-tos are meditation, exercise, and writing down how I feel, then crumpling it up and burning it. Think you could do those instead of just sulking? 'Cause when I sulk, my thoughts spiral and that's not good for anyone. Izumi nodded, a fierce determination in his eyes. Yeah, I can do that. Izuku ruffled his hair. Find me or any of my classmates if you need anything, okay? The young kid nodded before running off with a fistful of cookies. It was about time Izuku had a chat with the wild PP cats about how they were treating Izumi. Izuku made his way to where everyone was training to grab Aizawa, but Ojiro and Azui caught him first. The teachers were out of hearing range. What are you still here? I thought the commission would have killed off a null. Izuku couldn't hear whatever else the two were saying. He knew they were saying something because their mouths moved, but the high-pitched white noise was all he heard and it made him want to scream bloody murder. The white noise started mixing with the presentation of Rikoto to the board members. One member, are you saying using a null as a base gave us the best results? Takara, you cannot be serious. Even Hawks was deemed a near failure, and you're saying this pet project of yours that wasn't even approved is the best we've built. He was taken, dissected, and stitched back together without care. The commission doesn't care if they get their results after all. The two members of 1BS mouths are still moving, but Izuku isn't focused on that. He's focused on Ojiro's tail moving. Lunging at the teen, Izuku pins him by his throat, using pull to pull the tail away from himself. Izuku felt someone trying to pull him off and sent them flying with Temptress, which knocked them out before they even hit the wall. The now familiar heat that sat under his skin was gone. He was so cold. Aizawa crouched down in front of him, hands out with his capture scarf relaxed. Hey, I'm sorry about erasing them. But that's not important. What's the date? February 17th, 2056. Good, you okay with me moving you? I won't touch you, I'll use my scarf. His grip tightens around Ojiro's throat. Aizawa's scarf moved to separate the grip Izuku had. Ojiro gasped for air. No, the board isn't happy with me. Aizawa nods in understanding. The board's not happy with most of us. Wanna tell me why they're angry with you? I'm a null. The president didn't tell them the new project space was a null. Yeah, that would get egotistical FS panties in a twist. Izuku snorts, though it sounds more like a deep snarl. He rolls off of Ojiro and burrows into Aizawa's scarf. The older man scoops him up without an issue and sets off to his kid's room, the rest of his students following. I know you'll all keep an eye on him. I'm going to have a chat with Vlad about his students. Good luck. Kyoka pushed him out of the room and closed the door. Shoyuta smiled as he pulled back his hair. These kids are going to be the death of him. Tiger had joined him once he left the main building, and looked enraged. I understand you may not like me, due to my comrades' actions. But I know for a fact that's not how heroes in training or pro-heroes should act. Shoyuta snorted. You shouldn't be apologizing to me. It's Alastair you comrades hurt. I'd recommend waiting until he's calmed down. I'll find you when he thinks he's ready. Not you. Shoyuta glared at the man. No one but him decides when he's ready to deal with something. We can make suggestions all we want, but I will never take his ability to make a choice away. Tiger nodded, seeming to remember they weren't just dealing with a normal student. The two entered the office of Vlad, who looked completely calm. Ojiro and Azui were with Recovery Girl in the medic's wing. Why the hell didn't you tell me that Drogo manifested a quirk? Let alone multiple? Shoyuta pushed down the urge to throttle his coworker. He's thankful he tied his hair up. He didn't manifest those quirks. I don't know how he got them. My best guess is the commission. Vlad snorted. For the love of God, can you stop blaming everything that happened to this kid when he went missing on the commission? He probably just ran away. He finally figured out he wasn't cut out for the hero course. Shoyuta lunged for Vlad, his capture scarf tightening around his chest and throat, quirk activated and his ponytail now floating. Say that again, I dare you. Aizawa, you can't threaten a coworker. Tiger started. Aizawa glared at him snarling. Call Nizu before you end up in a body bag, Tiger. The pro-hero paled and rushed to call Nizu. He threw Vlad into the wall, knocking the BSRD out but made sure not to kill him. That was Nizu's job. He moved through the halls, quirk still activated. He could deal with the bad dry eye if it meant his kids were safe. Entering his room and grabbing everything he might need to post out of his kid's room. He didn't know what his ex-students might try once Ojiro and Azui get out of the medic's wing. Throwing his sleeping bag onto the ground next to the door, he climbs in and applies his eye drops and begins his wait. A few minutes later, Snipe took post on the left side of the door. He nodded to the other man. He knew Snipe and Hound Dog would protect these kids with their lives. Nizu was alarmed when Tiger called, quickly picking up the phone. Yes, is something wrong? Aizawa tried to kill Vlad. Nizu shrugged, even though Tiger couldn't see it. Well, then Vlad did something stupid then. Well, he did say that Drogo simply ran away, instead of being kidnapped. Nizu smiled, showing too many teeth. I'll be there as soon as I can. He's glad he sent Snipe and Hound Dog before this. Hopefully, they were handling things all right. Izuku woke up in a cuddle pile, with Guardians of the Galaxy playing on the TV. Dark Shadow noticed he was awake and went to nudge her companion. Fumi woke with little fuss, before shifting over to move Izuku into his lap and burying his head into Izuku's afro. He leaned against Katsuki and fell back asleep. Dark Shadow had curled around his chest and neck, pressing deep in a similar way one might perform deep pressure therapy. A knock at the door had Izuku whipping his head towards the sound and grabbing Artemis, and aiming the pistol at the door. Dark Shadow lightly trilled in his ear. Hush, Star, I'll open the door enough for you to see who it is, all right? Then you can decide if they're welcome in the nest. The portion of Dark Shadow that was wrapped around Izuku continued with the deep pressure therapy after noticing Izuku's breath started to pick up. She opened the door with her beak, showing Aizawa and Snipe on the other side. He lowered Artemis enough to not seem like a threat but still kept it up enough if he needed to quickly fire. Oh, Aizawa can come in, Dark Shadow. Snipe nodded, tipping his hat. I'll stay out and keep watch. No one's gonna lay a hand on you, kid. Aizawa was quick to move into the low-lit room and shut the door as quietly as he could. Dark Shadow rubbed against his cheek before moving back to Izuku and wrapping both him and Fumi back into the cocoon of shadow. Aizawa sat against the door, adding another layer of protection. Hey, Izuku. How are you feeling? A bit better? He hummed, fiddling with his fingers, and tried to resist the urge to bite his skin. Yeah, I mean it could be better. But hey, I'm not in a state of trying to murder anyone, so I'd count that as a plus. Is everyone okay? I didn't harm anyone too bad. Izawa snorted. Personally, I think they deserved it for what they said and have been saying. But no, Ojiro nor Azui are seriously harmed. Azui got lucky you didn't burn her. Izuku laughed awkwardly. Yeah, sulfur can do a number on someone. I mean, it's Tuya's quirk. What? How did they get his quirk? You didn't copy it? No, I meant to after the interview so I could figure out if he could stop burning himself every time he used it. But no, the commission gave me it through the strands of DNA Endeavor gave of himself, his wife, Todoroki Shoto, and Tuya. He didn't give Todoroki Fuyumi's given it was a weak ice quirk, according to her file, and Natsuo had no quirk factor so he had nothing to file. Aizawa stared at Izuku in abject horror. Kid, I knew they took choice away from you and Naomesa, but I didn't think it was this bad. How many quirks did they give you? Oh, that easy. One for each month. It's how I kept track of time actually. Izuku almost sounded cheerful about it, in a twisted sense. Holy F Izuku. You'll need training at some point, whenever you're ready. And no, before you even open your mouth, I'm not going to train you as the commission did. You're a person, not a weapon or robot. I know, just need a reminder sometimes. Aizawa moved to ruffle Izuku's hair. And I'll keep reminding you till the day I die, alright? Izuku giggled, smiling at Aizawa. Thanks, old man. Aizawa grumbled. Yeah, I'm heading out. Don't need Snipe shooting someone this early into his stay. Izuku laughed, trying to stifle the noise with his hand. Aizawa gave one last smile before leaving the room, and Izuku settled back into the pile. Hitoshi was one of the first to wake. The spot for first always went to Izuku. Based on the time on the clock on the wall, Izuku and Hound Dog would be watching the sunrise now. Shaking Katsuki awake, the ash blonde swatted away his hand, before Hitoshi gripped it tight enough to wake him. What do you want so bad that you gotta wake me up? Need help cooking breakfast. I'm not great at it and I know Tamura woke up at some point for watching, we're all antsy, even with Aizawa and Snipe outside of the room for the night. Yeah. Doll went with Hound for the sunrise, right? He's missed nearly 9 months of those. Plus the view here's way better than back at UA. The grouch moved off the bed, and shift Mizo so he was now curled next to Kyoka before throwing a pair of pants Hitoshi's way. If you're so desperate to help with breakfast, put some FING pants on. Hitoshi stuck his tongue out at Katsuki, struggling to put pants on this early in the morning without having any coffee yet. Katz just laughed at his struggles. The pair met up with Monoma on the way. The usually cocky teen seemed to actually be decent under the mask he wore. Plus, he seemed the best in the mornings. I'm so sorry about Ojiro and Azui, they should have never done that. Katsuki waved him off. First off, you ain't their FANG mama so you got nothing to apologize for. Second, they've been beauts ever since I met them on the first day of class. They ain't gonna get better with time, they're not wine. Hitoshi snorted while Monoma just looked confused. You'll get used to it at some point. Took me a month to get used to half the sheet, he says. Katsuki whacked him on the back of the head, pushing the kitchen doors open. You still ain't used to them, eyebags? Monoma laughed at the two's antics, following them into the kitchen. Snipe was still at his post when Izuku came back from his sunrise chat with Ryo. He smiled at the kid. Bakugou and Shinso already went to start breakfast. The rest are still inside. I've been meaning to ask you about your friends. You think they'd want to learn how to shoot? Izuku sat on the right side of the door where Shoyuta took post during the night, legs drawn up to his chest. I mean, most of us can, but it's always good to learn more than just handguns. It's good to have other options than just your quirk. Plus it would give them some range for when we get into the Villian fight. Less risk than melee fighting, that's for sure. I'll ask if they want to learn more than handguns, but thanks for staying out here all night. I know Aizawa was going to at some point, but I'd thought he'd be the only one, so thanks. The kid gave the brightest smile Snipe had seen him give before heading back inside his room. Looks like he's not just looking after the third years no more. It was around an hour after breakfast when Izuku poked Momo on the arm to get her attention. What do you need, Al? The girl looked concerned, Izuku waving his hands, frantic that he made her worry. Nothing bad. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to learn the schematics of a few weapons? Mostly from movies and video games. Also armor, but out of vibranium. And nanobots. They'd really help with making things work smoother. Momo giggled at Izuku's excitement. Sounds like a good idea. I'll look them over once we have some downtime. I'm guessing you already sent the files to Athena? May will be really excited when we get back and show her the nanobots. She's been trying to figure out how to get them to work with most of our gear. But we haven't been able to test cause any time they kept exploding. So, it's why I'm asking you for help. You might see something we missed in a sleep-deprived haze. Aizawa moved over to the bench the two were sitting on. Momo, go spar with Kyoka and Mizo. Gremlin with me. Momo gave Izuku a quick pat on the head before moving over to where Kyoka was kicking Mizo's butt. Aizawa and Izuku moved to one of the heavily reinforced and padded training rooms. Thankfully, the padding wasn't really noticeable. It's probably why Aizawa chose this room. Alright, I want you to achieve each quirk one at a time, then I'm going to erase them and I want you to try and hold it for as long as possible. We'll do this with each quirk until they act as an extension of your body, like Void does. Izuku nods, activating sulfur, and watches as the blue, nearly violet flames wrapped around his arms without a single burn. Guess even if he didn't gain his dad's on-record quirk, fire breathing, or as he named it Dragon's Wrath, his body was still built for it. He felt erasure wash over him when his body went colder than normal. Even before sulfur, Dragon's Wrath kept him running warm. It felt odd to still feel warm, like when you'd curl up with a cup of hot cocoa, but not the warmth from a roaring fire. He was still warm, yet he also felt colder. Good job. You held it for 10 minutes. Think you could hold it and keep it under control for longer? Aizawa chimed in, kicking Izuku's drifting thoughts away. Yeah, I had to hold it and keep increasing the temperature of the flames back at the commission. The only one I might have trouble with is merge, given becoming someone else is harder than it looks, especially when I don't have a catalyst like Himiko does. Alright. We'll work on that when we get there. Giving the best teacher he's had a bright smile, Izuku reactivates sulfur starting off with a small orange flame and building on it. It took him around 20 minutes of steady work to make the flame go from 5 inches in orange to a foot long and a bright white which covered his left forearm. Once Aizawa saw that he activated erasure and killed the flame. Thought you could only go to violet, kid? Nah, I can go to white, I just don't often. Kinda harder to control the hotter it gets. I was surprised I had that much control over it, to be honest. Thought I was going to lose control. Alright, take a quick break. Aizawa passed a water bottle, which Izuku quickly chugged. They continued to work on 2 of the 9 quirks Izuku was given during his time with the commission. Izuku chose sulfur and merge to work on. It took until near dinner time. You feeling better with them? They feel like they're yours and not someone else's now. Yeah. I don't have that fear of using those 2 anymore. Can we work on Temptress and Hyper in a few days? Those 2 weren't focused on as much, given they're weaker than sulfur and merge, at least in the commission's eyes. I've got balance down pat, it was the easier one, to be honest. I'm confused on why Todoroki struggles with it, probably due to his father. I'll bring it up to Nizu when he gets here. That made Izuku do a double take. Why is Nizu also known as one of the most, if not the most unhinged person in U.A history coming here? Aizawa shrugged. Oh yeah. I called him after Vlad was dumb enough not to de-espionage his kids and say directly to my face that you just ran away. He's going to get fired. Hoping that Mike takes 1B homeroom duty, he'd kick their buttes into shape real quick. Aizawa laughed. More like scream at them, but you not wrong. Lo and behold, Izuku was right. Vlad was fired and told to go back to U.A and pack his things, and Snipe would take care of the 1B students for the rest of the trip. Monoma and a few others, most notable a kid that looked to be made of darkness, and a silver-haired girl that looked like a zombie. Thankfully, Orjiro and Azui stayed away from Izuku, although Uraraka and Kamakiri seemed to ignore their classmates' warning. He already knew Uraraka's quirk inside and out. Simply break her hands and rip off her fingers and she's useless. Kamakiri was similar to Katsuki in temperament, and if his arms were broken he would be unable to attack, given the team never created blades for the offensive in any other spot than his forearms. Snipe saw what two of his students, hopefully temporary, were about to do and fire a shot off into the tree nearest to them. You keep doing what you're doing and you'll end up going straight back to you today so we can call your parents to help you pack your things. I ain't afraid of expelling to little sheets. He's been messing everything up since he joined the hero course. Uraraka exclaimed. Yet you're the one who pushed to know my quirk to the point of giving me a panic attack and blaming me for Ida's death, even though I wasn't even at the scene when he died, among other things. Wait a minute. Drogo, you got blamed for murder when it was damn obvious you couldn't have done it, given the time of death and when you got to the scene don't match up? This is the first time Tetsu did anything, but Uraraka's repeatedly done sheet. Alright, you two get over here and leave him alone. Uraraka huffed, and used her quirk on Izuku who started to float. He went high enough to see over the trees in the forest. He shouldn't even be here. He had to beg the commission to give him quirks. And he nearly ended Mashireo's hero career. Izuku sees her hands connect, and knows he won't survive the fall. It's a 30-foot drop. He'd die or break his legs if he lands. Aizawa already had her tied up in his scarf, so he couldn't save him. Thankfully, he's a paranoid bastard that brings his gear with him everywhere, so thinking quick he swings Cerberus to latch onto a tree branch and swings himself over. He sits there for who knows how long, Uncle Yoichi cupping his cheeks and Nana gives him kisses on the top of his head. It was the close he came to death since the exams, and it terrified him. He knew Uraraka was a beach, but he didn't think she'd try to kill him. Sure, you're okay, sweetheart. You're still breathing. Nana consoled him. Daigoro seemed to be cursing up a storm in Uraraka's face. Hey, little man. Do you think you can get down? Or do you want Aizawa to grab you? Yoichi's voice was gentle, as he brushed some of Izuku's hair out of his face. I can do it, just gotta tie Cerberus to the tree. Yoichi sighed, hugging his nephew tight. All right, Han. Izuku shifted enough to tie part of his capture scarf to the tree and started the rappel down. It took a minute or two, but once he was on the ground and Cerberus was sitting around his neck again, the group rushed to bury him in hugs. Achiko was driven back to UA with quirk-suppressant cuffs on her wrist. She wasn't a villain. She was a hero. The commission promised her everything she could ever want if she just got rid of the null so they could use it. They even gave her one for all. She was meant to be the next symbol of peace alongside Mirio, who was meant to be the symbol of justice. The null was meant to become the commission's newest weapon, not Go Rouge. She had to keep her promise to the commission. Her parents were doing so much better. Yeah, they didn't know why the commission was giving them money, other than Achiko being a next-generation hero, but it didn't matter. This was the happiest she's seen them. The car finally stopped in ectoplasm and Snipe flanked her and marched her to Nizu's office. Her parents sat on either side of an empty chair in the middle of the office. Mom was crying, devastated that all her daughter's hard work was down the drain. Dad wouldn't even look at her, too ashamed about what she did. That means Nizu already filled them in. A plain-looking man in a brown overcoat was leaning in the corner. Hello, Uraraka-chan. I had your parents already collect your things. Although I did keep some of the more devious things you had. I would like your explanation on how you got access to the highest-ranking badge the commission has, along with the deposits in a bank account under your name from them as well. You had no right to go through my things. Those were my property. Uraraka, you signed an agreement that allows staff to go through your room if we suspect something concerning is going on when you joined UA and got access to the dorms. Now, please explain to me why you have commission access. Honey, please answer. We just want to get to the bottom of this. Her mom was begging. Her mom never begged her before. I was given a deal once I got my acceptance letter that I was meant to take care of the supposed null that was around. The president didn't want a null in the halls of the most prestigious hero school in UA. So she asked me to deal with it, saying my parents wouldn't have any more money struggles if I did what she asked. She came to me about 10 months ago asking if I could help Silence with the collection. She wanted the null for the Commission's newest project. It was meant to serve alongside me and Mirio as an enforcer and jack-of-all-trades type worker. It would do any dirty work the Commission didn't their better heroes doing themselves. Well, I was simply going to expel you for what you did against Drogo. But those charges are being added as well. Without what you just admitted to on tape, mind you, given your parents gave permission before you got here, you'd be able to continue at another hero school, but no, you'll be blacklisted from every hero school in the country. I wish you a fulfilling life beyond these doors, Uraraka. It was later that night when Achiko met up with the new president of the commission, Mara Yakumaru. He nodded to her when she entered his office, looking more tired than when Achiko last saw him. So, I heard from Adrio about how you ended up expelled and blacklisted. Well, I'm sorry to say this, but the commission cannot have liability as one of the world's next symbol of peace. I'll need a blood sample, Achiko. That'll get rid of one for all from my system. You can't give it to Mashireo. Mara sighed, seeming to age decades at that moment. Achiko, you've been expelled and blacklisted. If you debuted as the next symbol of peace, it will reflect badly on the commission and no one would trust you if they simply dug enough. Achiko started to freak out. You could just bury it. You buried All Might being quirkless. Mara slammed his hands on the table as he stood. It's not that simple, Achiko. All Might was a nobody once he graduated. You, on the other hand, were once a part of the class known for being attacked by villains. It simply won't work. Now, give me a blood sample. You don't want your parents to end up losing their business, do you? Achiko knew when she was backed into a corner, so she gave up a blood sample, knowing her dream of becoming a hero and helping her parents were crushed. Well, she did have the non-legal options left. Izuku was hanging out in his room 2 days after Uraraka was expelled. The rest of the group scattered on any surface they could sit on. Fumi somehow ended on top of the bookshelf. I've been meaning to tell you guys something about what happened in Hosu. Momo started. Tamura looked up from his switch. I'm guessing it's the Mineta guy you and Izuku dealt with? Yeah. He's from a pretty influential family. And his parents wanted me to agree to a marriage contract, but my mom didn't like how he treated me, so they said they would do a trial of dates before the contract to make sure I didn't end up in an unhappy marriage. So we went on like 5 dates, and he was creepy the entire time, so I broke it off and applied to UA. His parents, mostly his dad as his mom was basically a trophy wife, didn't like that I wasn't agreeing to the contract and trying to be independent. So, a few months passed and Mineta tried to apply to U.A but was rejected even before the entrance exam. I had a restraining order put out against him, so when we went to rescue Tenya was the first time I saw him in months. Wonder how to creep got a Nomo. The revolutions are all ethically collected, mostly from John and Jane does, or people who don't get claimed by their families in time. Even then, we've had revolution members who nearly died or were on death's door that said once they died they wanted to become Nomu. Because they knew that if my father ever went mad with power, or was overthrown, the Nomu would be able to disregard orders. It's why the ones from the UA confused the hell out of me. They should have been able to choose what they wanted to do, not be mindless killing machines. Izuku added, could be liberation ones. I mean, the doctor went rouge finally. He was building up loyalists from within and he was known to tamper with the Nomus. Tamura commented, liberation? Wouldn't that be the same as the revolution? And what do you mean by finally? Kyoka questioned, pulling on an ear jack. No. The liberation doesn't care about making the world a better place. They just want power. The doctor was known to tamper with the Nomo from time to time and said he was trying to make them better. Dad hated it, so the doctor dropped the issue and played his part until he felt he had enough of a force to split off. This was right before the UFA. I know Rogers, Dad's ex-right hand went rouge during the event and he had a Dr. Nomo. So Mineta was most likely working with the liberation? Mizo chimed in. That's my ongoing theory, yeah. Alright. Enough of this. I want to finish Criminal Minds, damn it. Denki shouted, throwing blankets onto the bed. Mizo sighed and went to grab snacks. Izumi knocked on the door around 1 a.m. Izuku waved him in. Hey bub. What's up? Izumi rubbed his eye, trying and failing to hold back a yawn. Can I sleep in here? I had a nightmare. Izuku shifted and patted the now open spot between him and Katsuki. Come on up. Cat's not gonna bite. Izumi smiled and climbed into the bed, curling up into a ball and going back to sleep. It took a while for Izuku to feel like himself again, but he finally got there. At least he hopes. Izuku spotted Izumi hanging around his cave the next morning. Tamura was handling breakfast, so Izuku had free rein. Moving over to the cave, he sits next to the young kid. Hey, you left pretty early this morning. How'd you sleep? I didn't want to overstay, but I slept well. Izuku picked up his hat and ruffled his hair. Great. What's the plan for the day? Well, I wanted to hang around you guys, is that okay? Izuku shrugged. Fine with me. The others probably won't mind much, they like you more than you think. The pair moved into the main area where the group was sparring with each other and Aizawa. Nizu sat on a bench near the side and waved them over. Well, hello. What you been getting up to, Alastair? Mostly writing notes down, trying not to die when floated 30 feet in the air. The usual. How have you been, Nizu? Have any world domination plans been activated yet? Or are we waiting until the country settles a bit? They both knew Izuku was mostly joking. So, why are you sparing, Drogo? Izumi asked. Izuku shrugged. I don't want to work with my quirk right now. I'll spar with them once they move to hand-to-hand combat. And call me Alastair, will ya? Better call me Koda then. Sure, bub. Izuku expected Koda to become a part of the group. Nito? Not so much, but the copy quirk user was a welcome addition. The group was hanging near the edge of the forest, trying to cool off in the shade. So you do realize you're all in a relationship, right? Nito chimed in, breaking the silence. Tamura spit his drink out. What? I and Alastair are brothers, dumbass. Nito sighed. I meant you as a group. And of course you and Al are platonic. I'm not a effing creep. Momo hummed, tapping her chin. I mean, he's not wrong. We do act like a couple. Do we? I mean, there's 10 of us. Kyoka chimed in. Do we want to be? I mean, I'm fine with it. Hitoshi asks the question most of them seem to be avoiding. Toshi's got a point. I'm down for it. Mizo said. Katsuki let off a few small explosions, face red like a tomato. You're all the closest I've ever gotten with people, so yeah. Denki smiled, wrapping his arms around Katsuki. Didn't know you loves us, Kat. Kat tried shoving Denki off. Get off. Fumi. Help me. Dark Shadow moved from the tree branch she was resting on to grab Denki by the collar of his shirt. Fumi hummed, seeming to think about the question. It's obvious to me we all deeply care for each other. So why not? If we find we don't work as a polycule, we can simply go back to being friends. It's not like we'll be getting romantic immediately. We still need to figure out boundaries of everyone and what we're okay with and not. You know a lot about polyamorous relationships, Fumi. Koji signs. Well, my parents are a polycule, yet they're only 3 people instead of 10. And yes, Kenji. You and Elle can be platonic but romantic with everyone else. Sounds fine to me. That was all I was really worried about. Tamura said, wrapping an arm around Izuku. So you're all okay with it? Nito asked, hesitant. Everyone nodded, knowing the first thing they would do once they got back to their room was talk about their boundaries. It was too important to push off. It was later that night after dinner when the now polycule sat down and discussed things. First, thanks for explaining that I could be in a relationship with everyone, but still be platonic with Izuku. Would be super weird if I was dating my brother. But I'm fine with mostly anything. Like ask before you do something, obviously, but other than that I'm good. Tamura started, and Izuku decided to get his own portion off his chest. Okay, I like all of you guys a lot, every single person in this room is great. But, for boundaries I guess the usual stuff, please ask before doing anything. I don't mind being affectionate out in public. That's it I think, I'll say anything else if it comes to mind. Koji went next. I'm okay with everything but could you keep the kisses to cheeks and forehead? Please Ko. You're acting like we're gonna flip a lid, 'cause we can't kiss you on the lips. If you're not comfortable with it, We won't do it. Simple as that. Katsuki chimed in. I'll go next, I'm in the same boat as Koji with kisses. Don't get super loud early in the morning, I guess? I inherited my mom's heightened hearing, so yeah. Hitoshi added. Momo whispered something in Hitoshi's ear, to which he nodded and got a forehead kiss in return. Don't sexualize me, please? I get that enough from people I don't like, I don't want it from my partners. I know it sounds dumb to ask, but I just want to be clear about it. She added, duking her head. Hitoshi squeezed her hand. Mo, if we ever do that, you better kick our butts. We would have to be an imposter to do that. You're amazing and more than your body, damn it. Kyoka giggled at Momo's blushing face. But I'm with Mo on the body bit. Do that and you lose your DS and hearing, got it? But yeah, I'm probably going to be the most affectionate and I'm fine with anything, just ask first. Denki laughed. I'm alright with anything. I'm a go-with-the-flow type of guy. Ijiro shoved him into Mizo's lap. Same. I love all of you guys. Mizo scooped up both of them, giving the two Sunshine Boys quick kisses on the lips. I'm also with Denki and Eiji. Just don't force me to take my mask off. Most people don't like my face. Fumikage smiled at Mizo. Well, those people are assholes then. But, I'm fine with anything, just don't block me into a corner. My flight or fight activates and my bird's instincts I got from my dad go haywire. Katsuki leaned against Hitoshi. Yeah, I'm fine with most shit. Just don't like being super lovey-dovey in public. And don't grab and pull on my wrists, they already got enough damage from when I was a dumbass kid. Alright, we went over everything, yeah? Izuku wrung his hands, quickly getting pulled into a quick hug and kiss from Mizo. Stop worrying. We went over everything we could think of. So relax, and let's finish Criminal Minds, yeah? Gods, Izuku loves his partners. It took longer than Izuku thought it would, but the wild PP cat, minus Tiger as he was decent, finally caught on to Koda spending a bit too much time in their opinion with Izuku and his partners. He can't get over that. He has partners. Mandalay was the first to open her mouth. Luckily Aizawa kept an eye on the situation. Why have you been spending so much time with Koda? You're not helping him. Izuku pushed his tray into the center of the table and got off the bench. They really had to do this in the dining hall? I'm sorry. I'm not helping him? Last I checked, you just told him it was a good thing his parents died, simply because they stopped a villain. That is not how you talk to a child who just lost his parents. You say that yes, while his parents stopped a villain, they did not become saints by dying. Everyone who knew about Waterhose's death told a 6-year-old that it was a FNG good thing that they died because no one else could stop the villain. That's utter bullshit. There's a FNG reason why we have multiple pro-heroes per FNG city. It's so one hero doesn't have to die and leave someone behind. It's so a child doesn't have to be told that it was a good thing their parents died. No one told Koda it was okay to cry. None of you handle the situation correctly. You just let him fester in his emotions without showing him any effing healthy outlets. I had to do that. I'm here to learn how to become a better hero in training. Not FNG therapist. If anything, I need one after the sheet I went through for 9 months before this. Mandalay looked like she wanted to defend herself, but Aizawa stopped her. We both know he's right. Now, if you don't mind. The bus is here to take us back to you. He brushed past the group of pros, Class 1A quickly following. Aizawa ruffled Izuku's hair with a smile. Nice job, Gremlin. I could tell you wanted to kick their butts. You ain't telling my dad, he doesn't need to know I nearly killed 3 pro-heroes today. It was a week since they had gotten back from the camp trip, and it was about time his partners were brought in. You guys sure? We can wait. Babe, you were kidnapped for 9 months, we're not waiting. Ijiro was determined they all were. Izuku shrugged. Alright, Dad's got names picked anyways. He asked me what I thought you might like. Wait, really? Denki chimed in, eyes bright. Up. Dad's excited to welcome you guys into the fold. Tamura chimed in. Izuku opened the door to the meeting room. Welcome to the meeting room. The group quickly took seats that weren't taken by Janice, Hermes, and Atlas. The rest of Izuku's siblings weren't at the meeting. They already knew the names of the newest members. Dad started with Momo, as she was the closest unnamed member to him. You shall be known as Lilith from this day forward. Welcome to the revolution, Lilith. With a shake of hands, Lilith was born. Dad then moved on to Cats. Katsuki, from this day forth, you will be known as Mars. I welcome you to the ranks of the revolution. Dad continued down the line, naming each of Izuku and Tamura's partners. Jupiter. Welcome to the revolution's ranks. Denki, who gave a thumbs up. Apesh, I welcome you to the revolution's ranks. Ijiro, who gave a nod. Ganesha, I welcome you to the ranks of revolution. Mizo, who gave a firm handshake. Ashvins, I welcome you. Koji, who gave a smile. Cleo, thank you for joining our ranks. Kyoka, who gave a determined nod. Hypnos, may your rest be peaceful and your waking hours vengeful. Hitoshi, who gave a yawn and tired smile. Loki, I welcome both of you to our ranks. May your mischief be grand. Fumikage and Dark Shadow, who thrilled. And once again, the tides of war turned. Shoyuta wanted to hunt down whoever posted the bounty on one of his kids. Izuku already had enough shit to deal with, and now a FING bounty? The commission want him dead sure, but the price they gave for him alive was 136,000 yen. Whoever tries to hunt Izuku down is in for a rude awakening, that's for sure. Ripping the poster off the brick wall, Shoyuta moves to warn Hisashi and Nizu about the issue. It took him 10 minutes to get to the Midoriya household. Hisashi knew something was wrong by the look on Shuta's face. Everyone here? This is important. Yeah. Giri, can you call the kids down? The man nodded, making a quick gait and sticking his head in. The kids were down within 5 minutes. So, what's got Aizawa looking like someone spit in his coffee? Denki was the first to speak up and got a flick on the back of the head for his comment. Shoyuta placed the poster on the table, looking directly at Izuku. I'd copy Kurogiri's quirk sooner. Then later, Gremlin. You've got a good number of enemies and the commission knows that if they place that high of a bounty for you being brought to them alive. That's not what I was hoping to have to deal with. The poster says dead or alive, which means, this is now a game of cat and mouse with me currently as the mouse, which isn't good odds. Dad, I know you probably want to keep me home, that ain't gonna work cause that means they win. So, if I copy Uncle Giri's quirk now, plus maybe pull Oboro or Munin and Velis from the void and pass Munin off as one of Koji's companions, we can keep an eye out while still enjoying life. And I'd only pull Oboro out if Aizawa's okay with it. I mean, it's not like I've been wandering that far from you during my nightly wanderings. The farthest I've gone was to the shrine, which is a block away. Hisashi nodded. All right, copy your uncle's quirk and make sure you tell Nizu or one of us where the hell you're going. And please, for the love of the gods, don't make the news or end up on another FBI list. Well, I mean, what happens if I do? Lockdown full scale. Izuku sputtered, horrified. Noted. It was a few days after the bounty news that Kyoka started to hum, "Gotta catch 'em all," in English. Izuku had number 23 of his language's notebooks out and was trying not to snort. Momo, who was sitting right of Kyoka, quickly caught on and joined in. Izuku genuinely expected Denki or Hitoshi to start that, given the irony of Izuku and his many quirks, but then again Kyoka was his third guess. Izuku knew by the smirk on his friends' faces it wasn't just a one-time thing. They're going to be the death of him. Luch was interesting, given that Adrio and Azui had started sitting with Mirio, although Azui was more on the fringes of the conversation while Ojiro seemed front and center. Okay, anyone else thinks that's really FING weird? Mizo gestured to the table of the big three, given the third years ate on the other side of the cafeteria from where most first years ate. Katsuki shrugged it off. Those two are just some DMN attention SCK-ups. I mean, look at what they tried to do at the camp trip. And they almost were killed for it. Then again, Round Cheeks and Mantis Boy tried the same sheet not even a few days later and got yelled at by Snipe. Don't even know why Nizu's keeping them around anymore. I mean, he and Aizawa shrunk one down to the 11 of us. Momo shrugged. Who knows? Todoroki sat next to Ijiro with little prompting. I'm sorry I never did anything about our ex-classmates. I'm sorry I underestimated you, Drogo. Is it alright if I ask how you have my brother's quirk? Everyone held their breath, unsure how Izuku would respond to the subject. The white-haired teen shrugged. It's alright. You'll be a Midoriya soon enough. Call me Izuku, and yes, Drogo Alaster was a fake name, protection from past abusers, and all that fun stuff. But I got Tuya's quirk thanks to the commission. I had planned on helping him with controlling it better so it stopped burning him anyways, so it worked out. Plus, that sheet you did and said was Endeavor talking, not Shoto Midoriya. Todoroki looked shocked that someone was treating him like a person. See, call me Shoto Izuku. Is my brother alright? Izuku smiled. The dumbass is doing great, still needs to learn how to make some decent food, but we're getting there. Kyoko was worried for Izuku. He kept training with the commission quirks until he broke his index and middle finger. He was said, likely with himself. She knocks on his door, peeking her head in once given the okay. Hey, how are you doing? Fingers feeling any better? Her partner shrugged. Alright I guess. Wish the commission was competent enough to train me how to use these DMN quirks. Would make all the analyzing I've got to do a sheet ton easier. Like, I understand how the quirks work and how to use them, not to their full potential yet. But that can be worked on. Just wish we had some DMN downtime so it doesn't feel like I need to rush. She hums, sitting against the windowsill. We all wish there wasn't a bounty zoo. He made a grumbling noise, falling back onto his bed. I'm just sick of not being able to take a DMN breath. Like, why can't we just be teenagers? Kyoka didn't know what to say to that. She didn't even know she was wishing for it. Mashareo wants to scream. He never had an issue with Tail before and now it was like he just got his quirk. The entire reason he was picked to wield one for all was that Uraraka was now scorned. All Might even said he was one of the original candidates alongside Tsu and Mirio. All Might was still trying to convince the commission about giving Tsu OFA though. Mirio dropped the slab of concrete he was lifting, before moving over to the bench to adjust his bracers. Recovery Girl kept warning the blonde that he won't be able to use his arms if he kept it up, given that the bones were more fragile and brittle after every use of OFA at a higher percentage than, and All Might kept preaching that. The symbols of peace cannot only use 5% of their quirks. They must be able to hold their own against the worst villains. Both Masareo and Mirio knew their mentor meant All for One and Drogo. The running theory the Commission and Night Eye had was that Drogo was meant to be All for One's successor much like they were All Might's. Mashareo barely caught the rock that Mirio threw at his head. Come on, you gotta stop being in your head so much. We still need to work on our original quirks. It feels like I'm 4 again with how I can barely use permeation. You any better? The second, third, he's third, successor grumbles. A little trouble, I've mostly got the leg pain. Need to visit Recovery Girl once we're done. His senpai smiles. Alright, let's do one more set then we can go see Recovery Girl. The Midoriya house was packed, even without any visitors. Hisashi was now a father of 10 and that scared him more than he'd like to admit. Mostly because Kana would kill him if he f'd up any of his kids more than they already were. Kana, Mome, and Mashiro bought the apartment nearby the house. Given that the commission wouldn't house them anymore. The three had joined the revolution a few weeks after moving in and settling into a life without being under commission's thumb. Hisashi was worried more than ever. His youngest had a DMED bounty on his head and can't catch a demon break. None of his kids can. He doesn't know what's going to happen next. He doesn't know what the commission or overhaul might be planning. He hates being in the dark and unprepared. On the plus side, there were 4 new members of the revolution. Kano was named Fujin after the Japanese god of wind. Momo was named Arianrod after the Welsh goddess of stars and the moon. Third, Mashiro was named Thoth after the Egyptian god of reckoning. Finally, Shoyuta took up the name of Yama, the Hindu god of justice and death. Kai was unsure of his emotions. He knew for a fact he could get his weapon back if he brought the Midoriya boy back to the commission alive, but he also wasn't the only one hunting the teen. Seems that he made more enemies than he thought. The entire underground was foaming at the mouth to get this kid. Yet, there hasn't been a single lead. It seems as if he just vanished. Kai could care less what happens to the rest of the world as long as he gets his weapon back. Luckily, he had some help from a few of the brat's old classmates. It was 11 at night when the younger members of the revolution went on their first mission. Yama and Janice were there to watch over and make sure things went smoothly. While the kids were trusted, this would also be their first time out, not including Tamura and Izuku. The mission was to bust a few drag dealers. Jupiter, think you can scramble the lock? Janice's voice spoke over the comms. Jupiter nodded, jumping off the roof into the alleyway below without a sound. With a few sparks, the electrical lock was fried. Hephaestus, I need cameras fried, no one can know we were here. Irenes communicated with May over comms. Got it. Yama was the first to move in, before giving everyone else to go ahead. Hypnos, I need you to make these fuckers forget what they're doing here and get the F out. Fighting will cause too much noise. Ashvins, can you send some mice to scout? Loki, guard the door. Irenes ordered his teammates, quickly rushing to the safe. Ganesha, mind breaking the lock? Mars, Janice, guard the loading dock. Ganesha nodded, easily snapping the lock with his 6 arms. Mars moved over to the loading dock with Janice. Lilith was looking through the files in the office when she scrambled out of the office and leapt over the railing. We've got a problem. This isn't a bust anymore. It's a drag and trafficking ring. Hypnos had a problem with 2 of the dealers, he moved them to the office. Irenes moved with grace to the office, waving Yama to follow. In 2 chairs sat pro heroes Miriko and Hawks. Miriko shrugged against the restraints. Let us out, damn it. We're undercover, damn it. Looking over to Hypnos, Irenes nods. Mind telling us the truth of why you're here? Miriko's eyes glazed over. I told you we're undercover. Yama sighed. We'll have to bring this up to Morgan. With the information Lilith found, this is worse than we thought. Already informed the big man. Hephaestus' voice chimed in over comms. Thanks, we're wrapping up here. Hawks stared at Irenes, seeming to know who he was even in his revolution gear, which was a version of their hero costumes but heavily modified to be unrecognizable. Thanks for killing her. Saved my butt. I'm in your debut, kid. Well, shit, that's a problem. Hopefully, Miriko's good at keeping her mouth shut. Izuku could tell the case of the drag and trafficking ring they sent in was killing Naomasa. He looked like he did 10 months ago when the commission kidnapped them. Nudging Momo from his spot on the couch, his girlfriend turns to him. Yeah. What if we got detective licenses? I mean, we could pass the test pretty easily. And it would be helping now. Katsuki chuckled from where he was laying on the floor. You've gone soft, doll? Izuku kicked him in the ribs. Shut. You don't get to talk about going soft, mister. I have multiple partners I cherish. Kat sputtered, trying to grab Izuku's ankle to pull him to the floor, but Izuku flipped over the back of the couch. Boys. No fighting in the living room. Go to the gym, damn it. Naomasa shouted from the kitchen. Himiko giggles. Uncle Nao's spoken. Izuku knew the man spit out his coffee once he heard the, now I need a new shirt. The group was back at the doors a few days after Momo and Izuku tried the exam for a detective license. Everyone was hanging out in Izuku's room watching a D&D campaign. Tiger retired, guys. I just got the notification. Bujiro said, really? Did he share the reason? Kodyas, says he didn't want to work with quirkist heroes. There was also mention of Ragdoll's quirk being stolen. Izuku's probably going to end up with a copy by the end of the week if Hisashi yoinked it. Izuku laughs. Dad did what? Guess he was sad enough to mess with her, surprised she's not dead. Fumikage hums. She was a popular hero, if she died it would have been noticed. This was the next best thing. Yeah, not wrong there. Kyoka made a nose in her throat. Is no one fazed with how we just casually talked about murder? I mean, I know it's us but still. Anyone overhearing this would think we were villains. Bujiro hums. No wonder Aizawa said we would make good villains. Momo and Izuku's phone pinged. We passed the exam. Momo hugged Izuku tight. Izuku lifted her off her feet and spun her around. Sweet. Surprised we got the results so fast, but hey. We passed. Tamura checked Izuku's phone. The raid's also in a few days. Uncle Now's saying we should come under revolution names, but not to use quirks so no arrest can be made. Can he do that? Wouldn't he get fired? Hitoshi chimes in after pausing the show. Nah, they ain't gonna fire the lie detector, their number of solved cases would go down, and with that the funding. Katsuki chimes in. Everyone who was participating in the raid as revolution members was split into groups of 3. Irenes, Loki, and Mars were Group 1. Jupiter, Cleo, and Apesh were in Group 2. Group 3 was Lilith, Ashvins, and Hypnos. Group 4 was Eris, Mixcoatl, and Hermes. Atlas and Janus were used for a quick getaway and distraction. The rest of the revolution was on standby, with Neo Mesa leading the police charge. Group 3 move in. Everyone else waits for the signal. Can't kill the boss or his right hand yet? Hypnos chimed in. No, leave that to the detective. The police would take the credit anyway. Janus added. Noted. Ashvins, lights please. Ashvin sent mice and rats in response, Lilith quickly slashing all the tires on any vehicle she saw. They've got no way out. Ready, Irenes? Lilith seemed proud if her tone was anything to go by. Ready. Lighting the flare. The 4 groups quickly swarmed the building as one and split off. Cleo and Lilith pair up to tackle the basement, where the people who were going to be trafficked were kept. Mars and Hermes took care of the shipment vans. Mixcoatl made sure to keep a tight leash on his flames to not burn anything of importance. Hypnos took to the rafters, getting a bird's eye view of the fight. Eris ran off deep into the factory, seemingly to hunt specific people. Mixcoatl cheered her on, as he fought back-to-back with Loki. Jupiter and Apesh were tossing one guy to Loki to knock out before moving after Eris. Irenes quickly joined Hypnos up on the rafters, waving him off to go corral any loose dealers and help Lilith and Silo in the basement if they had any trouble. A spray of acid nearly burned his face out. Luckily Ishido's aim was off. Locking eye with the pink-haired girl, he raises Nemesis and lets go of the trigger. Moving to the next rafter over, he looks for any shift of movement that would indicate anyone else had teamed up with Ishido. Seeing nothing, yet still hesitant, he drops Atesh down on the floor and ends up covering a larger area than he thought. Sitting down on the rafter, he lets Nemesis rest on his lap. How's it going, Lilith? Everyone all right? His eyes scanned the ground below as he checked in. Yeah, we nearly lost a little boy, but I've got him stable. What way should we bring them out? Take the back door. I'm still watching the main entryway of the warehouse. The detective should have called emergency services by now. Good job on the quick thinking with the first aid there. Atlas, I need you to find Eris before the police do. She was hunting a few of our dealers. Knowing her, they're all dead. Get her out of here before she ends up arrested or dead on false charges. Of course, Irenes. Would you like me to send Janus in for a sweep? He caught that Hagakure girl trying to escape. I'm assuming she was helping that Ishido girl? Yeah, have him tie her up. I'm going to send both of them a fast pass to Cthulhu. Jumping down and making sure to collect the Atesh before the police siege the place and mark it an active crime scene. He quickly sent Ishido to Cthulhu with a kick to her injured side and stomach. Irenes rushes to where Janus found Hagakure and quickly gives her the same treatment. Alright, go home, everyone. We've done our jobs. Janus, keep an eye on the police. Of course, I'll see you at home, Irenes. Well, the first major raid was a success then. Izuku collapsed onto the couch, head laying on Shoto's legs. Are you alright? Did the mission go well? Fuyumi asked, hovering in the kitchen. Yeah, it went fine. I nearly died, but Ishido missed with her acid. So, I'm fine, Yumi. Natsuo clocks him over the head gently. Dumbass, you're going to give your sister a heart attack. Pops wanted me to remind you that you are officially Hound Dog's client. We all are. Sweet. I love Hound's office. What have you been up to while I'm taking down a drag ring? I've been studying for finals weeks, Sho's been trying to beat Jin's high score on Call of Duty, and Yumi's being a worried older sister. She saved you, Tuya, and he me some leftovers, by the way. Izuku scrambled off the couch to grab some leftovers, Himiko seemingly hearing the conversation and rushing down the stairs with Tuya, who actually jumped the railing. Izuku grabbed his portion of the leftover Korean short ribs and sat next to Shoto as he put on one of the true crime documentaries everyone minus Dad was obsessed with. Natsuo chuckled, heading up to his room most likely to finally get some sleep after multiple hours of cramming for finals. Fuyumi giggled at their antics and cleaned up the dishes from the impromptu dinner they were having. Ashido and Hagakure were at the raid? Were they a part of the ring, or hunting you for the bounty? Shoto asked, sipping away at some green tea. Bounty most likely, they're too high and mighty, at least they think they are to join a drag and trafficking ring. But they got dealt with, so it's fine. Uncle now doesn't even need to cover our buttes thanks to the boss of the entire ring getting rid of all the cameras. Saves him from the stress of lying to his boss. Himiko hums, gnawing away at one of the beef bones to sharpen her canines. Is Uncle now doing okay? He seemed worse for wear at the raid. Izuku shrugged. From what I and Mo know, he's doing alright. He even gave both of us a few cases and has been sleeping more according to Sansa. Plus, Dad mentioned them being shadow members of the revolution, so they can feed us info about the going-ons of cases and heroes. Supposedly he wants to even add Miriko and Hawks into the loop, given we found them undercover and Hawks isn't a commission project no more. Could we join? Shoto asked, getting a smile out of Fuyumi. Not a bad idea, Sho. I'll ask Natsuo in the morning if he wants to join. I'd prefer to stick behind the scenes like Mei, but Nat might join the front lines, up to him. I bet the old man wouldn't mind. Just need names, and you're in once he gives to go ahead. Well, looks like the newest members of the Midoriya family were fitting in just fine. Izuku sat on the sidelines watching as his classmates practiced new aspects of their quirks, trying to think of super moves and combos. He was trained heavily with his new quirks, so he felt confident with them, didn't mean he wasn't going to put some work in today. Aizawa was relaxing the rafters, ready to tie up anyone whose quirks seemed to be getting out of hand. It was like they were four again with new aspects. Ijiro found out about what he called unbreakable, a seemingly stronger version of hardening. He could only keep it active for a minute before it went back to the basic version. Koji found out he could project his voice with ease and even not need to speak to give out orders to his animal companions. That would be useful as all hell on recon missions and long range, given that it had about a 3-foot range currently. Kyoka was paired up with Denki, trying to deflect his bolts of condensed electricity with sound. She had a 50% success rate, the one she couldn't block she dodged. Tamura was decaying things in less than a minute. He even decayed an entire slab of concrete in under 3 minutes. Katsuki was trying to figure out ways to boost himself into the air and keep the momentum going enough to get a somewhat janky flight. He's not half bad, better than I was when my quirk manifested, definitely has more. Direction, Nana commented, sitting next to Izuku on the bench. Hey Nana. But yeah, Katz has always been good with using his quirk. Could have helped if he had some anger management and DS-spin, but hey. Better late than never, right? No. It's not. Yeah, the kid's better, but as he said, that doesn't excuse what he did. What they all did. Yutaka adds, from where he was leaning against the wall. Nana ruffles Izuku's hair. I bet you could fly like him, you know? If I gave you float, and if AFO boosts it as it does with other quirks, you might be able to actually properly fly. Nana was like a kid on Christmas morning with how bright her eyes and smile were. Koas, go for it, kid. I want to see if you're as good in that air as you are with parkour. Dagoro sighs. Kid, if Sheik gets any worse. I'm giving you Black Whip next. It'll be more useful than just sitting around collecting dust. He shrugs. Hey, Aizawa. I'm getting Nana's quirk. I might float a bit. Aizawa shifts, to be more alert and at the ready with his capture scarf. Thanks, Dad. Hope it doesn't get that bad, he adds. Izuku reaches for float gently, not wanting to hurt his grandmother. The quirk is a wild thing, always on the move and colored a deep purple. He feels lighter when it joins the ever-growing cluster. He immediately starts to lightly float, much how one would under the effects of Uraraka's quirk. He's quickly tied up in Aizawa's capture scarf, it only tight enough to keep a grip on him. Katsuki gives himself a boost to meet Izuku. At least you gave the poor hobo a DM warning. Why'd Nana give it to you? Izuku giggled, doing a somersault. She wanted to see if I could fly with an AFO-boosted float. Looks like I can. Nana was shaking Uncle Yoichi with how excited she was, jumping up and down. She copper her mouth. Nice job. You're doing great, sweetie. Aizawa pulled lightly, bringing Izuku face to face with him. Geez, kid, might float a bit, is a effing understatement, you know? Izuku's cheeks grew hot. Sorry, didn't think I was going to be Peter Pan that quick. He shifts his legs and crouches before pushing off the rafter to give himself a boost, using the wall as a gentle guide before moving out to the center of the room and doing a few flips. He was still tethered to Aizawa in case anything went wrong, but he felt great. 10 fast-paced pings along with 3 slow pings go off in his head, indicating a high-level threat that's hostile and an ally. He knows no one broke in or the alarm would go off. Quickly grabbing onto the nearest rafter, he unties the capture scarf from his waist and waits hand itching to pull out Artemis. In walks Alma with Snipe just behind. At least it's someone other than Aizawa to watch the oaf, not that Aizawa wouldn't call all but out. He snarls at the oaf, feeling a hand clamp the scruff of his neck. Calm down, you maul him and all of 1A would end up in Tartarus. Izuku scoffs. They're not that loyal. Bullshit. You didn't see how distressed they were those 8 months. They're loyal to a fault. If you even went villain, they'd follow. We all would, gremlin. Izuku giggles. You all FNG mad then. I'm fine with that, but demon. I'd thought you would be a little logical about it. Aizawa cuffs him on the back of the head. I am. Snipe's here to help train you for your permits. Get down there. Wait, he can give out permits? Yeah, now go. Jumping down with ease, he lands in a crouch next to Koji. A gun would be useful. But we don't have to use them, right, Zu? Nah, but better to have them than need them, Koji. Trust me, I hated using it at first, then it saved my life. Alright, I just feel more comfortable with my pistol than anything like Nemesis. Once again, totally fine. This is just training anyways, in case it's ever needed. Nonsense, my boy. Such violent weapons will never be needed. Did All Might lose his eyes? Like, is he that blind? Guess if it's not a televised fight he doesn't care. Some number one he is. Snipe clapped his hands, directing the attention, and glares that quickly softened, back to him. Alright folks. Today's the day you can try for your permits. You even got the chance to try some other firearms. But only if you're alright with it. Alastair, mind starting us off? All seemed to want to step in, but a quick glare for both Snipe and Aizawa stopped him. Any firearm I've got, yeah? Or just my pistols? Pistols first, squirt. Equipping Artemis first, he fires off a clip before smoothly changing the magazine with one hand and emptying the clip. The target pulls forward thanks to the system that keep anyone from going within the range itself to collect their targets. It was all bullseyes. Tenya paled? At least that explains why Niza gave you permission to carry on campus. No chic kid. Snipe whistled. Think you can do that dual wielding and under 5 minutes? How much are we betting? 13,000 yen sound good? Izuku shrugged. Not a bad starting amount. Ashit, AL's betting. This ain't ending well for Snipe. Denki commented. He reset the target and equipped Apollo, waiting for Snipe's go-ahead. As soon as his teacher gave the thumbs up he emptied both clips, reloaded, and emptied them again. Snipe stopped the timer and showed it off to the class. It took him 3 minutes. The cowboy-themed hero size, forking over the yen. I'm not even testing it with your rifle. Kenji, you next. By the end of the hour, everyone in 1A was carrying 2 pistols, Nemesis even resting on Izuku's left shoulder. Momo seemed the most excited about the new weapons. Makes defending yourself a lot easier, given most pre-quirk laws have been forgotten about by the authorities and general public, much less updated. No wonder you haven't been arrested for it yet. I mean, it counted as support gear for all of us and still does. I just wanted this down when we're in the civilian costumes so we don't have to break cover or bring attention to ourselves. You can't tell we're even hero students when we're out in public. We don't have the vibe of them, to be honest. Kyoka scoffed. What arrogant BS it is? Everyone broke into laughter when Izuku got a text from Nizu. Doomsday Mentor, your quirk status has been changed by the Hero Commission. It's now called Thief. The only reason it was able to be changed was that it's the Commission. The quirk office nearby said we couldn't change the records as they were locked. Hisashi and the staff have already been informed. Doomsday Heir, I'm not going to bet the treatment will change. It's anything. I'm betting it'll get worse. Hopefully I don't get my butt beat. Doomsday Mentor, I'm watching the camera for the rest of the day. They will ping my phone if anything goes wrong or if I need to step away. You can always slip into the hidden passageways or vents if you need a breather. Doomsday Heir, I know, I'm probably gonna stick with the group though, safety in numbers and all that. Doomsday Mentor, alright. Please call me or show Yuta if anything goes wrong, and text if it seems off. Be safe, Oboro read over his shoulder, chuckling at the texts. You've got the scariest person in the country, possibly the world wrapped around your finger. Izuku huffed. No I don't, and he's most likely the scariest in the world after my dad. Grumbled. Still can't believe 8th tried spinning a tale of him being an S-rank villain. Dumbest shit I've heard. Yutaka, didn't you and Co work with him during the early days as Shadow members? Vaka smirked. Hell yeah we did. That's back when Yoichi was still kicking, DMN Gremlin. You take after your dad and uncle more than anyone kid, don't let them tell you otherwise. Any plans on taking over the world soon? Ko chuckles. He can't, Hisashi said he had to graduate first. Which should be pretty soon anyways. Katsuki flicked his shoulder. You good? Or are the vestiges being chatty little sheets? Chatty little sheets. The provisional exams in 2 days, yeah? Denki slings an arm around Katsuki, pulling him close enough to give a quick peek on the cheek. Up. We'll kick butt. Momo giggles at Katsuki's flushed face. That doesn't mean it won't be difficult. We are going against other schools. Shoto sighs. Yes, but they never had as much field experience as us, if you can call multiple near-death experiences field work. Kyoka groans. I'm not even going to try and be hopeful, that'll just jinx us. Fumikage laughs and Dark Shadow moves to hug Kyoka. Yes, better to be prepped for the worst of it than be caught off guard. True. Although, we haven't really been caught off guard since the USJ, after that we started to expect things to go wrong. Koji adds, Hey, if it ain't the quirk thief. Someone shouted, it gaining both Izuku's and oddly enough Minoma's attention. Copy could be considered that given most would only hear the name and assume the worst, but AFO on the other hand, would definitely be considered a thief's quirk. It was one of the original 1B kids, a ways? Izuku wasn't sure. The rest of the small crowd was the usual suspects of quirkest F. At Yojiro snarled at him, tail lashing. You really thought pretending to be quirkless would be better? Please. They may be at the bottom of the hierarchy, but those with quirks like yours? You're worse than even the dirt beneath our feet. Oh, well that sure changes things. 8th is trying to make multiple 9s. Given that his second choice failed after the stunt on the outdoor trip? No wonder he took it back. I fear for the future if new holders can be created so easily, might be time to speed up the plans. Uncle Yoichi was annoyed. The commission does make you register your quirk, they even have an option to give blood to help the studies of how quirks came to be, but we all know what they really do with it. Nana hugged him tightly, kissing his forehead in apology for bringing up his time there. Izuku scoffs. Off will you? I was allowed to keep my quirk a secret. Not everyone wants to broadcast it, you all just assumed I was quirkless after All Might opened his mouth at the medal ceremony. Just because someone doesn't want to share their quirk doesn't mean they don't have one. Pushing past the crowd, and gently grabbing Minoma by the arm, he leads the blonde back to their dorms. Why am I here? Minoma looked near tears. 'Cause man, the sheet they said wasn't cool. Ijiro chimed in as he set up something for them all to watch. Momo was leaning against Katsuki, and Tamura went to grab food. Minoma, you can copy quirks for a limited time? Or is it more like Izuku's where it's permanent? It's permanent, I can use up to 3 at once, but I can hold unlimited as far as I know. Kyoka patted him on the shoulder. Welp, you're running the Inferno course soon. L, you still have those plans, right? Izuku laughs at Minoma's pale face. Relax, I know it's probably worse than what Vlad does, but in the end, it'll save your butt, Minoma. But that's tomorrow, we can just chill out. Call me Nito, is there any way I could join 1A? 1B's been utter shit since Kendo left. I mean, put a request in. Might need to pass a Nizu test, but probably not given you'd flourish and have a better mindset not thinking everyone in the room's an enemy. Okay, I've got snacks. Eiji hit it. Tamura sat next to Koji, and Denki passed out snacks as Ijiro finally started to show. It was the day of the provisional exam, and Nito was an honorary member of 1A until the paperwork was sorted. Their exam site was the Takoba National Stadium. While they were nervous, given the low pass rate, they still felt like they could do it. They faced villains and nearly died multiple times, but they could pass an exam. You'll all do fine. Just keep a cool head and use common sense, and you'll be good. Aizawa gave them a smile before the group huddled together for quick hugs and kisses for those who were comfortable with showing public affection. Excuse me, are you the class of 1A? A student from another school, most likely Shiketsu High based on the uniform he wore. Everyone was on edge, they had a reputation, even if they never wanted one. Yeah, what of it? Denki took the lead, moving to the front of the group. I'm surprised you're taking the exam. I thought you'd be too scared to leave your precious campus. A few light pops came for Kat's hands as he pushed his way in front of Denki. Aizawa was waiting in case it got physical. What the F did you just say? You think we're pussies after a few villain encounters? Izuku slips a nix into his hand and moves to stand shoulder to head. Now that Izuku was 6 foot, we just want to take the exam like everyone else, asshat. So F off ya? A girl came up and pulled on his arm. Sorry about him, he's a bit much. The two and their classmates left. Aizawa moved to stand beside the two, only being a few inches shorter than Izuku. Hey, Shoyuda. Didn't think you'd show up. A woman with turquoise-colored hair, wearing an orange bandana over it, smiled at him. Hello, joke. I assume Ketsubutsu will try to crush Yuda this year. The woman smiled. Up. It's tradition after all. A few of the students moved over to mingle with 1A, one giving them a bright smile. Hey, I'm impressed with your perseverance with all those villain attacks you deal with. I'm Shindo-yo. We're the 3rd year of Ketsubutsu Academy. The teen stuck his tanned hand out for Tamura to shake. Tamura grabbed Shindo's hand and gave the 3rd year a firm handshake before quickly pulling his hand back. All right, go get changed into your hero costumes, guys. Joke corralled her class and moved on with one last wave to Aizawa. I'd suggest changing into your proper hero costumes. I know you're already wearing the civilian version, which isn't much different, but the difference matters. Alastair, I'm giving you a heads up, the commission president will be here. The group nodded, before splitting off to the proper changing rooms and quickly equipping their full hero costumes. The costumes were practicality over anything flashy, so they weren't anything eye-catching or traditional hero, in the sense of the costume basically being a flashing neon sign of who was a hero. They entered the stadium proper to see the new commission president. Izuku snarls at seeing the tired-looking man, wanting to burn him to a crisp with sulfur. Shoto grabs his wrist in a light grip and lets a thin layer of ice spread. Breath, he's not going to pull a stunt. He doesn't even look like he wants to be here. Keep a clear head. Izuku nods, knowing going into either Aldera, Inko, or let alone Berserk mode wouldn't help any, let alone be able to pass the exam. He takes in only the necessary information. Only 100 of them will pass, and it all depends on the first exam, which was a test of speed. A test of speed would be easy enough with FA Gene. It'd be no issue if he used both Hyper and FA Gene. The only issue was the 3 targets. It was a heightened game of capture the flag. Each of 1A taped the targets to themselves and collect a few ball. Grumbling, he waits as the walls of the stadium shift to reveal the multitude of terrain available to them. Looking over at Momo and Fumikichi, he grins. Fumi, Shoto, Hitoshi. Take the urban setting. Koji and Ijiro take the forest. Kyoka, stick with me. Katsuki, Tamura, Muten Range. Denki, Mizo go to underground. Comms on at all times and watch each other's back. We need to treat this like a villain attack, but we can only maim at worst. All right. Got it. Hitoshi's voice sounded like Himiko's thanks to the persona chords. He adjusted his own capture scarf. Everyone was doing last-minute checks and equipping any main weapons they had. The buzzer sounded and they were off. Let the game begin. Izuku dodged a few balls thrown his way, using sulfur to burn them. The groups were just about to split when Izuku had an idea. Dark Shadow. Boost me. The sentient quirks whip around and let Izuku use her as a springboard to get into the air with ease. Using glide to keep himself airborne, he watches as everyone splits off and Sixth Sense tells him of the underground movement. Kyo. Use heartbeat distortion. They sent them underground. The girl nods, quickly unleashing her super move and scaling some of the broken terrains to leap right when Izuku uses Cerberus to grab onto Kyoka. The shouts of the Ketsubutsu kids were hilarious. It's like they didn't expect us to be competent or something. Arrogant BSTRDS. Izuku commented, using Cerberus to keep his momentum. Mizo says he and Den took down a handful of students. Tamura and Katz have the most at 30. We can easily top that. He lands silently, noting the number of students. Ready? Yup. Kyoka grinned. Izuku felt the grasp of pull link to each of the ball the students have, pulling them quickly and tossing them with pinpoint accuracy. He takes out the 30 students that thought they were easy pickings. Was the giant storm you? Ijiro's voice filtered over comms. In the disaster zone, yeah. Okay. Should we meet up and take anyone out on the way? I'm down. Mizo's voice joined the conversation. So, everyone, meet at the center of the stadium. Take anyone out on the way. Izuku shifted his gear and set off with Kyoka. He's not going to be the mouse anymore. Everyone was moving towards the middle when Izuku knew something was off. Danger sense pinged 6 times, faster than it should for any student. Sixth sense also told him there was another person nearby, someone danger sense perceived as a threat. Everything slows, like the world's in slow motion when Izuku spots an orange ball being thrown his way. Quickly burning the ball with sulfur, Izuku stares down the female Shiketsu high student with fawn-colored hair and deep brown eyes. I really thought you have spaced out mid-battle. Guess the news was right about you being the monster of 1A. Something was off with her. Kyoka changed her stance, ready for a fight. Go on, meet up with the rest of them. His girlfriend nods, giving a quick squeeze of his hand, wishing she could give a quick peck on the cheek, but they weren't safe enough to be vulnerable yet. The girl grinned, like a shark. Hello Rakoto, did you enjoy your little vacation? He wished Kyoka stayed. Mizo was worried. Aiza hadn't answered his comms in 5 minutes and the comms were always on. Denki had sparks going off between his fingers. He was on edge. Den, did you try Kyoka? She might know something. She's not responding either. Mizo heard the shuffling of grass, and barely had time to catch Kyoka before she fell over. She was crying, something she rarely did. The first time he saw her cry was back when Izuku was kidnapped by the commission. Kyo? What's wrong? Denki wanted to get closer but knew they were still doing an exam and someone had to keep watch. Izuku ran into a Shiketsu High student, which was fine, but then she called him the monster of 1A. And when I was only a few feet away I heard her call him Rakoto. She's working with the commission. I thought the new president was too lazy to do sheet. OF dash. This is bad. Denki, contact Aizawa now. The blonde nodded, quickly tapping into Aizawa's comms. Kyoka, you gotta breathe okay? We can stress to F out later. We're not safe right now. His girlfriend nods, quickly wiping her tears and steeling herself. Zawa sent notice to Naomasa and Nizu. He said to finish the exam as normal. We can't raise suspicion with the president around. The trio set off to find their leader and partner. He wasn't getting taken again. Izuku was playing defensive. Didn't know what she wanted with him. Sure, he could make a guess and be pretty accurate given what she called him. The problem was, the only person who called him that was dead. He made sure of that. He caught the glint of a camera lens. This was being broadcasted across the stadium then. How in the F, do you know that name? The girl smirked, lunging for Izuku. Rikoto, you've had your fun. It's time to head back. She swiped at him with a knife. She kept using her quirk to create illusions of his time at the commission. How did she know about it? Who the F are you? Why do you have that name? She gave him a sad smile like she was patronizing a child. Oh, did President Watanabe not tell you? The illusions shifted to become President Watanabe, who spoke at the same time as this girl did. Izuku was getting frustrated. This speech kept running circles around him. He had to keep a clear head. Activating Temptress? What the hell do you want with me? The black gas filtered out of his mouth, hitting her head. She swayed a bit. Oh, Mother sent me to collect you. Mother? She was Watanabe's daughter. Aizawa stared at the screen broadcasting the fight between who he now knew was Watanabe and Izuku. They were careful. There was no way in hell the commission knew. Rushing out of the booth, he details Nedzu. Yes. Get here now. Izuku's fighting Watanabe's daughter. Izuku's holding his own just fine, but I'm afraid of what'll happen if this girl keeps pushing. Oh dear. I'm on my way. I'll send notice to Hisashi. Alright, I'm going to find the rest of our kids. He rushes down the stairs, signaling Snipe and Naomasa. Snipe, I need you to get a vantage point on the girl. Now, come with me. The two nodded, splitting off. So, we both know this is bad, right? Like berserk mode bad. Yeah. It's why I'm trying to keep a cool head. The pair met up with the rest of the kids when they got to the edge of the forest Izuku was fighting in. Hey Uzawa. Koji, I need you to send out some birds, alright? See if they can distract this girl. Tamura was quick on the uptake. Mizo, I want you to grapple with this girl as your life depends on it. Momo, Fumi, you two need to help Izuku. He might have some wounds by now. Katsuki, Ijiro, and Denki. Kigard. No one we don't trust gets in or out, you hear? Koji sent out a few birds of prey while Fumikage sent Dark Shadow ahead. Katsuki used his quirk to propel himself faster. They were on a clock and it was running out. Izuku needed to keep a cool head. This wasn't time to go berserk. He could feel his family making their way to him with sixth sense. He only had to fight a little longer. Ah, are you getting tired, Rikoto? Izuku lunged for the girl, icing up the bottom half of her body, and the few surrounding trees to keep her in place. Sapling, breathe. Don't let the rage consume you. Cernuno's voice was steady. Yeah, you got this, squirt. Oboro chimed in, giving Izuku a bright smile. He took a breath and let his hand be engulfed by the violet flames of sulfur and placed his other hand on her forehead. He could steal her quirk or copy it. No matter what she said, he knew what choice he was making. Ijiro was the first to get to the clearing where Izuku was. The girl was encased in ice. Zuku was bleeding from his arms and a few slash marks on his legs. Zu? You alright? His boyfriend turned and gave him a smile, leaning against him. Yeah, just glad I'm still present. Ijiro gave him a quick kiss on the head. Yeah, we all are. Mo and Fumi should be here soon with some first aid. Zawa and Nao will take care of her. The redhead scooped up Izuku and made his way back toward the group. He was okay, nothing went wrong. Mizo waited with bated breath. They've been through too much to hit a roadblock now. Izuku was getting better. It was slow going, sure, but it was still something. Kyoka, Momo, and Koji were all curled up in a blanket fort with Izuku. Denki and Ijiro were guarding the door, and Katsuki and Shoto were sitting on the couch next to Mizo. Fumikage and Dark Shadow were guarding the blanket fort. Tamura and Hitoshi were trying to get Izuku to eat something. Aizawa entered on quiet feet. You all passed. Get some rest, you've got an hour to breathe. I'm proud of you kids. Hell yeah. Katsuki was the first to break the silence, and the rest of the group followed with their own cheers. Looks like they'd be just fine. They spent the break watching movies, eating, and taking naps in intervals to make sure everyone got some sleep. Izuku was excited. This was a rescue portion, meaning he didn't need to fight his peers. Just some random hero and their sidekicks, he can do that. Denki squealed when he figured out who they were going against. Holy shit. We're going against Gang Orca. Katsuki flicked the back of his head. You can fanboy later, Sparks. We've still needed to finish the exam. Denki smiled, still excited. I know that. It's just so cool. Momo hummed. It is. But this is a rescue test, right? Yeah, which means we need to figure out how to handle it. Katsuki, Momo, Shoto, and me will go on the attack. Tamura, I want you to lead a group of rescue with Ijiro, Mizo, and Kyoka. Fumi, you take Koji, Denki, and Toshi. We can switch off if needed, but that's the basic idea. That was when Gang Orca attacked. Rushing to meet him, Izuku activated sulfur given the hero needed water to survive or his skin would dry out. Katsuki, Momo, and Shoto were dealing with goons. Cats, need some help here. The blonde rushed the hero's side, blasts burning the skin. Izuku created a warp gate at Akra's feet and one above him, trapping the hero in a vortex. Checking on the others, they were working with the other students to rescue any civilians and were doing a good job of it. Powering up sulfur so the flames were a white near violet color, Izuku created a cone of flame to blast Akra with. Cats, keep an eye on him. Momo, do you mind making a flamethrower? The tanned girl nodded, quickly creating the equipment and swapping with Izuku, who activated Hyper and FA Gene to get over to a crumbling building that one of the goons blew up. Ijiro was rushing to the same building, quickly activating Unbreakable, just as Izuku created an ice pillar that was large enough to support the building for long enough to help any trapped civilians. Go! It'll hold long enough. Guess Kami was right about your quirk, you thief. Yarashi shouted, and Shino went to tackle Ijiro. Izuku quickly used pull to throw the teen. UFNG dumbass. Holding the F and building up. Quickly activating balance alongside pull, he uses it to make a safe path for the victims. Yarashi had rushed off to try and fight Gang Orca when Katsuki, Momo, and Fumikage had it handled. I swear no common sense has got to be an evolutionary trait in hero hopefuls. He felt the earth tremble, groaning at Shino's stupidity. Was the third year really going to pick a fight? No wonder he kept failing the test. God damn it, I'm going to kill this son of a beach. Eiji, you good? Yeah. I got all the victims out. Go deal with the dumbass. Ijiro was helping an older woman to the first aid station. Using FA Gene, Izuku quickly gets to where Shino's being a dumbass and kicks him into the concrete. Can you FING not? We're trying to pass the exam, stop getting so bent out of shape. You're the one that has a DMN bounty on his head. What did you do to stay at U.A? I thought they were the top hero school, yet they let a mass murder stick around. Motherfucker. Let me at him. I kick his effing butt. Daigoro was said enough that Black Whip activated. Yutaka had to lift him over his shoulder with Tuntin, the original strength quirk all but claims OFA is. You're dead, and can't affect the living unless our kid pulls you out. And he ain't doing that with you, said like someone killed your dog. Okay, you know what? You can't be reasoned with, so there's no point in wasting time. Turning on his heel, he sets off to fix whatever mess Yarashi had created. Oi, Windboy. What the f are you thinking? We had Orca handled. Yarashi whipped around, blasting Izuku with a light wind. You kinda brats are always taking the DMN spotlight. Villain attack after villain attack, making you think you're all some FING big shots. Izuku pinched his nose. News flash fucker. We didn't get out of those unscathed. I have 4 bullet wounds now after the USJ alone. We may have won, in some sick sense, but winning to us is just surviving another day. So no, we're not some FING big shots like the media likes to spin. We are FING children fighting a DMN war that we shouldn't be fighting but chose to because most of the adults ain't doing shit. An announcement rang out. All of the civilians have been saved. This concludes the second phase of the exam. Please return to the stadium after being checked over by the medical team. Izuku glared at the wind quirk user, as Fumikage and Kyoka helped him to the medical tent. Luckily no one was seriously injured, so they were quickly patched up and moved on to the stadium where a large screen was sitting, show the results of the exam. Well, that's a pleasant turn of events. We've all passed. Fumi was the first to speak up, and Katsuki quickly lifted Izuku onto his and Hitoshi's shoulders. Woo! We've got our licenses. Let's go! We did it! Hell yeah! We've got to celebrate when we get back to the dorms. Looks like they were going to be heroes soon after all. Kai stood in front of the crowd. The number 8 pro hero washes head by his foot, kicking the head away like a piece of trash. He watches as a few of his men split off to distribute trigger to the liberation and some dealers, just to keep the pros busy. Moving with the grace of a cat, he touches each member of the small crowd's head and forces their molecules to separate, leaving unrecognizable piles of human flesh in their wake, wailing with their now distorted vocal cords in unbridled agony. Making his way into the nearest alleyway, Kai traverses the back street for about a block before slipping into the black getaway car. The group was cuddling in a pile, all wearing comfortable clothing. The TV was on for some mindless background noise when the news switched on. The group known as Team Reservoir Dogs have recently robbed a bank in Hosu, stealing a few million yen. The police warn anyone who sees these villains call them immediately so a hero can be sent to the scene. The group is known for most small-scale robberies. This is their first major stunt and it shows a possible escalation in their level of crime. Those who live near the area of the robbery are warned to keep a lookout for any sign of this group and report it to the police. Holy shit! That's insane! How did no one catch them? Kyoka stared at the T.V screen. I do find it odd that no hero was nearby. Doesn't Manual patrol Hosu? Shoto commented from his spot near the radiator. Denki was scrolling through his phone, making a noise in the back of his throat when he found what he wanted. Yeah, he does. But he was busy with a meet and greet and signing. Do you have any idea if the slow crawl plan needs to be moved forward? To my knowledge, no. Dad wants to meet with Overhaul first, see what he's about, learn more about his rant at the mall trip. But with recent news? He might move forward without Overhaul's downfall first. Which would cause more problems, but we can adapt. Tamura grunts? Still, Dad hates being in the dark. Might be smart to see if Nizu can move that chat with the other hero school principals up a few weeks. We need a united front or the bare minimum of all the heads of the hero schools being on the same FING page. Point, maybe it's time for Hawks to make his revolution debut? Fumikage chimed in, sitting up and shifting. Hitoshi grumbled, losing his pillow. Fumi patted his head and adjusted the way he sat so Hitoshi could go back to sleep. Dark Shadow was cuddling with the sleepy mental quirk user, trilling softly. We've got a meeting after the Overhaul meeting. We can bring it up then. I'm stealing that fucker's quirk. Diamond things effing useful. Prick can disassemble anything he touches and reassemble it at will, no limitations on shape. Think decay but on steroids. Izuku grumbled. No wonder you freaked the hell out. Mizo comments from where he sat with Idrio and Koji in his lap. The Immortal teen scoffs. No sheet. We're training tonight. This sheet's changing too fast to keep up on just heroics class, Katsuki adds. It's not like we're protesting the idea, Suki. We know the tides of this war's changed. Momo adds. Someday, Izuku wishes they can live at least a somewhat normal life, yet he knows better. It was after dinner when the group moved to the fake city, in their full hero costumes. Mei was testing comms, giving everyone the thumbs up and getting a thumbs down in turn, saying good luck was a death sentence, before equipping her gear that was similar to Izuku, just without the sniper rifle. Zoo, I think me and Fumi should train with Snipe to get some sniper lessons, at least more than the brief overview from when we got our licenses. We all should really, you can't be the only one using one. Truheime, think you can fix up the other nemesis we have in stock? The inventor turned, a manic smile on her face. Yeah, I can. Just color code them to the costume? Along with a larger magazine and built-in silencer. Yup. The girl gave one final thumbs up before starting the simulation. The group set off, taking out any one-pointers in the area. Fumikage quickly scaled the closest building and used the advantage point to snipe down any of the bots. Momo had created a Kuzurigama to cut down the bots while Denki and Kyoka used their super moves in combination attacking the joints of the bots with knives. Ijiro and Kastuki were tag-teaming the bots, and Koji and Hitoshi did the same. Izuku fished a few 8 out of one of his many pockets and threw it at the largest one-pointer, activating Dragon's Wrath just as the small explosive landed at the bot's feet. The explosion created was one of the loudest Izuku's ever heard. The buzzer had sounded and everyone rushed back to the viewing tower to patch themselves up. Most of their injuries were superficial and would be healed by the end of the week. Hey Izuku, we've still gotta do that one-on-one match. Katsuki grinned at him from where Denki was patching up a small cut on his arm. Izuku chuckles. I'm down. Been waiting to kick your butt, Blasty. The blonde laughed, before setting off to just outside the viewing tower but before getting into the city proper. Ready? Izuku nods, quickly charging Katsuki. The blonde starts as he does in every fight, at least in spars, a right hook so that's easily dodged. What Izuku didn't expect was the leg sweep and toss. Slamming into the concrete, he activates Hyper and Mist, using his newest quirk to throw up a simple illusion while using Hyper to move quicker than even Hawks could see to send Katsuki flying with a kick to the ribs. The blonde tumbles, standing up on shaky legs, a manic grin painting his face. Charging again, this time swinging a piece of rebar, Izuku uses the rebar to propel himself into the air, quickly activating Glide and pulling Katsuki with him, tossing him around like a beanbag before slamming him into the concrete hard enough to dent it. Dropping on light feet, he peeks over the edge of the hole staring down at his boyfriend. Yield? Or you want to keep going? He coughs, thankfully no blood coming out. Yield, you kicked my effing butt? A throat was cleared, gently pulling Katsuki out of the hole. Izuku turns to see Aizawa looking him dead in the eye, a proud glint in them. He helps support Katsuki up to the tower and patches them up without a word. You better tell me if anything starts to hurt. I'll take you to my doctors. They're better than Recovery Girl in my opinion. Nodding, the group heads back to the dorms to finally sleep. The second semester finally began, and a test packet was on their desks when they walked into the classroom. You have an hour, begin. Aizawa looked worse for wear, quickly climbing into his sleeping bag. Everyone was quick to open the test packet and begin the work. Izuku was the first to finish within 30 minutes, with Momo and Tamura close behind. Shoto and Denki finished after them, with everyone else finishing before the 45-minute mark. Aizawa looked at them, a smile on his face. Alright, I'm going to be blunt. You've been the best class I've ever been assigned. You take up the top 12 spots on the rankings, which is impressive in its own right. But for the top 5 to come from the same homeroom? Unheard of. What I'm trying to get at is that, yeah, while the world's changing for the worst, I know all of you will fight to the death to make it better for those who come after you. I'm proud. We all are. Holy shit, that was unexpected. Welcome? Yeah, but unexpected. Izuku's phone pinged. Soft, scary man. Koda's adoption went through, thanks for telling me about the kid. Ghost fucker, sweet. Introduce him to Eri first, she'll be the best person to help him with the rest of these chaos fuckers. Scary soft man. I'm not FNG first time father, you prick. Snickering, Izuku pocketed his phone, heading to lunch. It was heroics class when things changed for the worst. The big three were leaning against the blackboard. Well, Mirio and Hato were Amajiki was hunched into himself, hands clasped in front of him as a way to not fidget with them. Izuku was reminded of himself back at Aldra. From what he remembers, Amajiki was a decent guy given he took the costume changes without a fuss. Both Mirio and Hato glared at him, probably said by his mere existence. Fumi and Koji sat next to him on either side, the rest of the group sitting around them in a strategic pattern in case shit went sideways. Or All Might pulled some dumb shit again. They were kind of the same thing at this point. It was a few days after kicking Mirio's, but when the work studies were implemented. They all were working with Aizawa during the night, given all wanted to go underground. Limelight was too much drama. Fumi and Izuku were going with Hawks for flight training. Momo and Ijiro were working under Fatgum, Shoto and Hitoshi working under Aizawa full-time, Denki and Kyoka wanted to work under Present Mike, and Koji was working under Tiger. Even with the man retired, he knew the quiet boy would be a good fit. Finally, Katsuki and Mizo were working under Gang Orca. The work studies officially started the next day, but everyone had moved into the living space of the hero they'd be working under during the daytime, so they didn't waste time commuting to the agencies every day. Izuku placed his duffel on his and Fumi's bed. Thankfully Hawks asked if they wanted to share or not. Would be easier than explaining why the beds were pushed together. Dark Shadow was curled around Fumi's shoulders, purring like a cat. Izuku gave her a few chin scratches, moving into the two-bedroom apartment's living room. Hawks, well, Kigo when he wasn't on duty now gave a wave, pausing whatever he was watching on the TV. Hey, you said you got a quirk that lets you fly, right? A few of the man's feathers flew up to his face, seemingly to inspect him. Yeah, it was my grandmother's. But it was originally just a quirk that allowed her to float. It evolved somehow so now I can fly. Fumi's been wanting to learn for a while now. Katsuki would have joined, but it's easier for Aizawa to train him with the flight aspect of his quirk. 'Cause it needs such fine control, given he's flying with literal explosions. Hawks stuttered. I'm sorry, did you just say you know someone who can fly with explosions? Fumi nodded. Yes, one of our boyfriends, Katsuki, can fly with the use of his quirk, explosions. Boyfriends? You kids polyamorous? Up. All of 1A are dating, minus Tamura, Shoto, and 'cause we're brothers and 'cause Shoto's arrow ace. Hawks hums, unpausing the TV. We don't have any patrols planned till tomorrow, so you guys can hang out. I'd suggest resting up for Aizawa's patrol. Janice stepped through Atlas portal first, scouting the area before giving the go-ahead for the others to come through. They were meeting with Overhaul. The DMNBSTRD was arrogant enough to reach out to Morgan. Set and Atlas were the last to come through the portal, it quickly closing once everyone was on the other side. Set looked up at the warehouse. Cliché much? He scoffed, adjusting his mask. Let's just get this over with, shall we? Janice and Set were the first to enter the warehouse, Morgan in the middle with Atlas behind him. The members of Shai Hasaikai stared at the newcomers like they were fresh prey when in reality, they were the prey. Overhaul stood in the center of the room, no one by his side. Well, you took your time getting here. Morgan smiled, his eyes shining with murderous intent. Hopefully he wouldn't have to act on it tonight. Well, you can't blame me for wanting to make sure I wasn't walking into a trap. The man nodded. True, I would have done the same. But I invited you here to show off a little quirk booster by the name of Trigger. Oh, I'm surprised Yuzaka would invest in making a quirk booster. How would we be able to get some? Well, I'm not just going to sell it to anyone. I only sell to those I trust, meaning, I'd like the revolution to merge with the Yuzaka. He can't be serious. Janice clenches his jaw shut to keep the laughter from spilling out. There's no way in hell Morgan would give up leadership of the revolution to someone other than his sons. Overhaul was delusional, maybe this meeting was a bad idea. He saw Atlas tense at the man's word, ready to open a portal for a quick getaway once things went sideways. Morgan went quiet, Janice couldn't even hear him breathing, he just went still. And that frightened him. After a few minutes of uncomfortable silence, he started to laugh like a madman on laughing gas. I'm sorry, you want me to give up leadership of a group I've built from the ground up? You're mad. Some simple quirk-boosting drag isn't worth disbanding the revolution. Atlas, we're heading out. Atlas nodded, and without a word opened a portal. Set was about to step through when Overhaul attacked Morgan. Janice lunged for the nearest lackey, quickly drawing his swords and cutting his head off. He wasn't playing like he was back in Hosu. He saw Atlas open multiple portals under the lackey's feet and onto the ceiling, quickly moving the portals on the floor under someone else's feet. He killed around 30 people in 2 minutes. Well, that's a good reminder not to PSS him off. Morgan had activated one of his many quirks, this one coming from his fingers in small tendrils that pierced the body and drained them of their blood. It was also able to attack multiple people at once, so the lackeys were quickly cleaned up. While they were dealing with the lackeys, Overhaul had run off, not before Set had decayed the supply of trigger he was showing off. Well, that was a surprisingly successful mission. Idrio was excited, but also nervous. He knew what patrolling meant. Hell, he's probably gotten most experience than most heroes. Momo was ahead of him by half a foot, still in reach. No one moved out of reach anymore, being out of reach never ended well. Amajiki was ahead of Momo, alongside Fatgum. Momo waited for him to catch up, eyes scanning the area. Bad feeling? Should we send out a fallen code? Izuku was smart to implement the code before they started their work studies. It was similar to the Revolution code but different enough to where no one should think the two were linked. Fallen was a smaller-scaled red alert, requesting backup from anyone around the area. While an ending meant everyone was needed on the scene. Not yet, but keep an eye on the crowd. I don't like the guy in the black windbreaker. The left side of the jacket has too much bulk to it, and it can't be just items in his pockets given the one on the left is lying flat. Not many people shove everything into one pocket. Ijiro hummed a soft note. Treat as a possible weapon then. Go tell Fat Gum, warning him to not engage. Who knows what the guy will do if we react? Probably thinks no one knows. With his body language he probably doesn't have a license or grew up around guns. He'd be more relaxed. He's way too tense. Plus, the bulk doesn't fit with the sizing a small knife would. Momo nods, making note of who in the crowd was near the suspect. Most likely stole it or brought it in the market. Momo moved up to Fat Gum as Ijiro dropped to tie his boot, still keeping an eye on the guy. His hand shifted, and a bang rang out as something pierced Amajiki. Scrambling to the second-year's side, another shot rang out. Quickly activating hardening, he stops the bullet before it can kill Amajiki. Pulling out his first aid gear, he waves Momo on. Get the shooter. I'll follow once I patch Amajiki up. His girlfriend nods, rushing into the now panicking crowd. Quickly yet efficiently patching up the older hero student, he smiles at him. You'll be fine, police and paramedics should be here in 10 minutes. Giving a quick squeeze of the older boy's hand, he rushes to the alleyway the shooter slipped into. Izuku, Fumi. You guys are about 5 minutes away, right? He quickly connects to the flight frequency and dodges a dumpster in the alleyway. Yup, we got the Fallen. We'll be there in 5. Izuku replied, tone serious. Thanks. Spotting Momo, he sees her patching up a stab wound, just as Izuku and Fumikage step through his shadow. Dark Shadow moves to cuddle with Momo, but she brushes her off. I'll be fine, just get the guy alright? He has a blade quirk. The blades protrude from his back and are detachable. He injected himself with something before running off. It was probably trigger, so stay safe. Izuku nods. Thanks for the warning. The three set off after the shooter, determined to catch the BSTRD. Izuku took the lead, Ijiro watching their backs with Fumi up high to dive bomb. The guy if needed. Ijiro was on comms with Fat Gum and Amajiki. Fat Gum caught the shooter's partners trying to get on the subway. They had a bomb strapped to them under their jackets. The shooter was a DMN decoy. We'll be alright, AG. No one got hurt by the partners or the shooter yet. We just need to catch this guy. He's desperate for something, and takes make him a wild card. And those types are more dangerous than the ones that plan everything. Having the two types mix, well, I'd assume the worst. But we don't have to, at least not with that type. The worst this guy can do is shoot off a spray of bullets into a dense crowd. Ijiro nods. I know, just can't believe this feels more normal than hanging out and being teenagers. Izuku grins, winking at his boyfriend. We drew a shitty hand when it comes to our teen years, but hey. Those can prep you for life, in a way that's seeks but better than going in with rose-tinted glasses. Izuku leaps over the dumpster in front of him, rolling once the landing and getting back to a full sprint in a smooth motion. He heard a commotion up ahead, so the guy most likely hit a dead end. Fumi, go on up ahead and scout. Dive bomb him if it's safe. Fumi hums, send Dark Shadow ahead, and quickly follows the sentient quirk. A noise of some kind comes from around the corner, and Izuku pulls Artemis out and uses the scope to view around the corner, noting that Fumikage had the shooter tied up. He waves Ijiro on. A noise from one of the connecting alleys drew the trio's attention, each whipping out a weapon to aim at the opening. Fumi had a set of throwing knives and Ijiro had hardened his hands slightly. Izuku slapped a quick note on the shooter for Uncle now. He'd give the info to Kurogiri if one of them didn't first. Fat Gum appeared and Ijiro lowered his fists. Both Izuku and Fumikage kept their weapons up to guard. Not everyone here needed to be unarmed. Nice job, boys. Where's Kriati? Ijiro smiles. She had gotten stabbed by the shooter's quirk, so she patched herself up and headed back to where Amajiki was being looked over by the paramedics. She's good with field first aid, but it doesn't hurt to have it checked over. Fat Gum nods. Once again, nice job. And thank you for saving Sun Eater today, Riot. The pro moves to grab the shooter, waving the boys on. Go meet up with Creati, I'll handle this guy. Izuku and Ijiro quickly join Fumikage and Dark Shadow on the roof before heading back to check on Momo. Ijiro was chatting with everyone over comms, explaining that they were alright. Zu, you want to test out flight? Fumi glinted in his eyes. You'd have to grab AG, but I'm down. I'm down. I wanna fly, man. Well, that settled it. An excited Ijiro usually got what he wanted with sheer determination alone. Dark Shadow wrapped around Ijiro's waist and Fumi was off. Izuku activated glide with ease and kept pace with his boyfriend pretty easily. Fumi wasn't exactly flying yet, just jumping pretty high, as he still hadn't figured out how to work that out with his two small wings. Maybe they could grow some more? He did say his dad had a full-blown bird mutation. But the growth probably had a requirement of sorts. Quirks evolve all the time, mostly when passed on to children, or boosted in some way, but the idea holds some merits. He could figure out the science of it later with the help of Nizu. Hey, Hawks just called. Said we should head back from patrol with Aizawa an hour earlier. We've got a meeting tomorrow. He said something about a raid? Izuku landed next to the Ravenhead teen, Ijiro taking a deep breath after his quick flight. Raid? I thought Dad and the team he brought got rid of Overhaul. At least they got rid of most of the trigger supply and his minions? I mean, I guess a professional and on-record raid might do some good, at least with the public and sheet. But like, why include us? We'll probably get viewed as something in the way. Fumi shrugs, his small wings fluttering with the movement. I don't know either. We can bring it up with Aizawa once patrol is over. There's gotta be a good reason for it. Maybe cause we have insider information? But Aizawa's the only one of the raid leaders who know. Izuku hums, Ijiro texting the group chat with the news. Who's at the meeting? I mean, all but is a given being the number one and all. Uncle Now's a given as someone needs to lead the police. Hawks as he's the new number two. Ijiro whistles, catching his boyfriend's attention. Fat Gum's gonna be there. Katz said Genist is helping out. He found out thanks to Gang Orca talking about it. Izuku grumbles, running a hand through his hair. We've only need to deal with All Might and maybe Night Eye being assholes. Night Eye's a given thank to Mirio being his student and his quirk. I know Aizawa will pull something to get all of us there. He knows we can handle it and not F something up. I need to have a quick chat with Dad when we get back. I think it's about time the revolution becomes less of a myth. Inso could make an appearance with Stain and a few others. It didn't take them long to get back to Hawk's agency. Ijiro split off about halfway there, as he was meeting up with Momo to get back to Fat Gum's agency. Dark Shadow sat around Izuku's shoulder, purring. The pair had quickly grabbed a thermos full of coffee, or tea in Fumi's case, and Izuku tossed his partner a protein bar. Stay safe you two. Hawks yelled from where he was roosting in the rafters, each boy giving a thumbs up in response. They met up with Momo and Ijiro first, then swung by Gang Orca's agency. Well, the four hung out on the roof and scared a few of Gang Orca's sidekicks while waiting for Katsuki and Mizo. Denki, Kyoka, Shoto, Koji, and Hitoshi were already with Aizawa at the meeting spot, given present Mix agency was so close, and Koji and Tiger went to a zoo to train. Katsuki grinned at Izuku. Did you really have to scare Tama? Yeah, it was funny, but it's effing dark out, man. She doesn't have night vision. Momo giggled at that. I mean, you two took too long. Mizo huffed. Blame him, he wanted to make sure he had enough gear. A few light pops came from Katsuki's hands as he moved to the next roof. Whatever. Come on, you want Aizawa to skin us for being late? Ijiro laughed, quickly following the ash blonde. Yeah man, I don't want to have to do the Inferno course after we get back to you today. The patrol with Aizawa was mainly uneventful, except for a few muggings and other small crimes. The more concerning thing was all the whispers. The underbelly of Japan was a well of information, for anything from where quirkless clinics are located to who you can buy illegal items from. The most concerning info was the rumor of the Yakuza slowly reforming itself. Which shouldn't be possible. Dad, Janice, Set and Atlas killed off every minion present and got rid of the trigger supply. Yeah, Overhaul got away, but he was still at a loss compared to what he had before that meeting. So how by everything that's divine was he able to rebuild so quick? That was a month as most. Did he have other followers not present? Problem child, what's bugging you? Aizawa was quick to keep him from spiraling. Izuku grunted, wanting to hunt down Overhaul and make sure he was dead this time. I'm just confused about how he rebuilt so fast. And yeah, it's a rumor, but we all know that rumors usually have a grain of truth to them. Momohums. Seth said he destroyed the trigger supply, yes? So we at least know he isn't able to use that. He simply might have gone back to recruiting anyone he could. Morrigan said there were only low-level minions there. If he was smart he wouldn't have risked his inner circle. You aren't missing anything, Eldritch. If none of his inner circle was harmed, he wouldn't have had a hard time replacing low-level minions. That's pretty easy. I mean, look at what happened with the USJ, that was 70 low-level criminals and villains. Denki's head whipped over to a noise, crouching in wait. Aizawa gripped his capture scarf while Fumi equipped one of his pistols. Momo was quick to grab a few knives, Katsuki doing the same. Koji had a few rats scurry about to relay information before anyone went in. There's a van a few blocks away, think it's a trafficking ring. Good move, Anim. Any activity. Aizawa was quick to sign with Hero Sign, as an extra precaution. None yet. Want a few of us to move in? Or just have a rat tag them? Have a rat and bird tag them, we'll keep an eye on them. Anima was quick to get to work, and Aizawa moved to the next roof with Hitoshi and Momo. Denki and Katsuki moved across the street, while Kyoka and Mizo moved a few roofs down the block, to check if there were any other vans in the area. Izuku stays stationary on his roof with Ijiro, the sniper at the ready to kill the driver of the van. Ijiro was ready to leap down at a moment's notice and stop the van if needed. Kyoka's voice crackled over comms. We just took out another driver. Let that one go, we still need to figure out the drop-off. Aizawa hummed. Good work you two, everyone head back to home base. Anima's got the tag covered. Izuku hated all of this. Night Eye keeps going on about how dangerous Overhaul was. Like he already knew that. He knew that the BSRD could kill him with a touch, he knows what that man can do. Like just because Night Eye has foresight, he thinks he can run the FING show. Night Eye hasn't faced combat since he shifted from being All Might's sidekick 10 years ago. He sent his sidekick to deal with it mostly. So why in the F did he get to run the DMN show? He and his classmates were more qualified. Denki grumbled from where he was leaning against the wall. None of the interns had a seat at the table, both literally and figuratively. Izuku could tell Aizawa was going to kill Night Eye if he just kept going on, not waiting for anyone's input. God, his voice is FNG grating. We could have come up with a plan and dealt with Overall quicker than this. Izuku huffed. Aizawa might just let us loose if this keeps up. All Might must have heard given he cleared his throat. I'm sorry to question your judgment, Aizawa, but why is young Drogo here? Given what he went through under the commission, he would be better off away from the hard work and harmful atmosphere of being a hero, yes? He would be safer under the permanent care of a psych ward, yes. Motherfucker did not just go there. Izuku breathed deeply, pushing himself off the wall. Might as well have fun FANG with this man. Ward? Who's Ward? 'Cause I got an approved list. If anything should happen to my dad, which will never happen, so don't even think about that. Aizawa and Nizu are the top two choices. There are some others on here, and most of this is just legal ramifications in case any third parties interfere. Most of the heroes stared at Izuku, Aizawa, and surprisingly Gran Torino was holding back laughter. Hawks was openly laughing in All Might's face, seemingly having no care in the world. All Might was flabbergasted, as were Night Eye and Mirio. The vestiges weren't holding back either. Yoichi's laughter was so loud that Izuku thought his ears were ringing. Holy shit, kid. You went straight for the throat. Aizawa stood, pushing his chair in. He moved towards the door, the rest of 1A following. He didn't say a word until they were outside. Problem child, are you calling dibs? Or is Overhaul fair game? Izuku scoffs. I am calling dibs, speech. Aizawa smiled. Just checking. You lot eat yet? Nope. Was going to wait until we were done here. Momo smiled. Their teacher hummed. Good. I'm paying, you kids need to eat more. The door opened with a creak, someone needed to oil the hinges. Everyone dropped into a battle stance, facing Gran Tornio, who simply huffed before making his way to Izuku. You'd make a good ninth kid. But that aside, you'll all make excellent heroes. It's about time Japan moved away from a singular pillar of a man. Aizawa had taken them to a conveyor belt sushi place, and everyone was having a nice time eating some food and chatting without worry when the news came on. Interrupting with breaking news. A villain by the name of Overhaul made his debut today. The villain used his quirk to amass a horde of civilians into monstrous forms of their bodies. The police suspect that the villain has a matter manipulation quirk and is now a rank A villain. It is advised for civilians to call heroes and police when they spot this man. The information the Pollock have of this villain is small, but we do know that he has ties with the Yuzaka and other groups of criminals. Well, guess all that planning was useless and night-eye? Izuku stared at the TV screen, the reporter's words rolling in his head. Overhaul made his move. Sure, it wasn't what Izuku was expecting, but he wasn't expecting a move of this scale. Sure, most of the trigger supply was gone, but most wasn't all. And if he even still had just 1 ounce of trigger, he could recreate it with some too little difficulty. So why keep Eri around? Sure, she may have been the catalyst to the recipe, but once it was made once it could easily be recreated, so why did he keep her? If he didn't need her, then why? Why the F would he keep a child in those conditions without reason? And sure, Overhaul may be a villain, but the man had reasoning, even if it wasn't sound. Oh, she was simply a trophy to him. He got what he wanted from her, and now he could just show her off like some prized pig. Just like the president did with him. Guess no matter how much the commission lorded over the populace of Japan, they weren't much better than an A-rank villain. He knew that, but it was still nice to reassure himself every once in a while. Aizawa had already paid by the time Momo was guiding him out of the restaurant, Shoto on his left as a pillar of support. Are you all right, Izuku? Shoto was worried. He didn't show it as much as Momo did, but at least he was stone cold like he used to be. He was healing, they all were. I'm going to feed him his effing guts. His hands kept clenching. He didn't want to wait the 2 days for the raid, but going on his own would F him and everyone else over. You're going to have to wait 2 hours. Naomasa got the warrant and all the other paperwork requested during the meeting, and it just went through. The force and raid team will be there in 2 hours. I don't want to wait for it either, Izuku, but it's better than ending up in Tartarus or the commission again. Aizawa grumbled and looked like he was about to break his phone. Katsuki scoffed. We've got to play the FING waiting game? Overhaul just killed 25 people. One of them was the king number 8. Pops were coming from his hands, and Shoto kept lighting small flames at his fingertips and quickly icing them as a way to express his anger. Dark Shadow looked ready to maul something. All right, gremlins. There isn't anything we can do but prep. Izuku, Hisashi has a squad ready, right? Izuku nodded, pulling up his hair. Yeah, Tamura, Dabi, Himiko, Shuichi, Jin, and Magna are helping. They'll most likely get labeled as villains or vigilantes, but we've all prepared for the revolution's debut to not be in the best light. Does teacher hums? Yeah, the public let alone the commission won't like that non-licensed heroes are helping. Come on, we can wait at the house until the shit show starts. Denki laughs. You think it's going to go that badly? Most of the heroes there would be on commission payroll, and those who aren't won't take kindly to kids stealing the spotlight or some sheet. It's not for the FING popularity polls. We're taking down the FING Yuzaka. Izuku hummed, snapping his fingers. Oh, I forgot. I was going to pull Obio out of the void. He's been screaming up a storm about you and Mike being married. I think it's about time you got some closure. Plus, he's giving me a effing headache. The teen shot a glare at the older teen. Oboro put his hands up in surrender. Sorry. I just find it dumb that they took so long. Like, they've been pining since they meet back in high school, Aizu. It's annoying. And elbowed Oboro in the ribs. So are you right now, Cloud Boy? Izuku giggled, rolling his eyes as he created a portal in an alleyway to get them home. Guess it was time to face the music. Kenji hell, he hates this. He knew Tamura and the rest of the revolution members were waiting for the signal a roof away. But that didn't stop the growing dread in his gut. It didn't help that danger sense was going wild, detecting overhaul as a high level and hostile. He knew that 10 pings were for him, but the rest had to be for whoever was in his inner circle. Danger sense wouldn't ping like that for a minion. Hikage smiled at him. The fourth user was leaning against the building. Remember, you've got people behind you, Izuku. You're not fighting this monster alone. Velis and Cernunos nodded, and Munnin moved to Izuku's shoulder. Just pull us out once you get inside, sapling. We'll help where needed. Izuku nodded, throwing quick glances at his friends and partners. He knew they could deal with this. They dealt with the USJ and the mall trip. Hell, even Hosu. Even though no one fought, it still counts. They could do this. It's not going to be easy, but it can be done, and that's all that matters. Time to go. That was all Aizawa, now Eraserhead, had to say, and they were off like rockets. Izuku gave Tamura and the rest of the squad the signal. Eris and Sobuk fell in step with him, the rest of them right behind. Eris had split off to head deeper in while Dionysus and Mixcoatl fought alongside Mirko and Ryukyu. Pulling Cernunos and Velis out of the void was easy. He threw a knife into the eye of one of the thugs trying to shoot Aizawa. Aizawa looked over to Izuku. Go with Fatgum, he, Earphone Jack and Riot are heading in deeper. I can handle these guys. Aizawa grumbled, before running off after Fatgum. Izuku grins at the thugs facing him, Velis and Cernunos behind him. Mirko and Ryukyu were tag-teaming another group. Time to get this over with. Tamaki panted. He's been fighting 3 of the 8 bullets with Fatgum for a few minutes now. He had currently manifested both a crab claw and the blubber of a whale. He really did need to thank Drogo for drilling the food system into his head. It was definitely an upgrade from what he used to do. The HUD in his mask was sleek and unobtrusive, which still gave him a full view of everything. Each color had an amount listed underneath. Red's offensive, blue's defensive, green's meant to buff, purple was mid-range, and yellow was his long-range while white was close-range. He had 100 out of everything but green and white, as the blubber was classed as a buff, and the claw as close-range. It made some sense to him, definitely more than when it was first implemented into his costume. It was pretty simple in practice though, given it was obviously based on game mechanics. Fatgum, go on ahead. I can handle these 3. His mentor looked at him in the corner of his eye, quickly knocking out one of the 8 bullets. All right, Sun Eater. Stay safe. Ijiro was following Eraserhead and Fatgum down the corridor when the walls shifted and Eraserhead was thrown back by a lanky plague doctor. An older man who had more muscle than probably even All Might was walking towards him, quickly activating his quirk. As the man's arm reeled back, he planted his feet, hoping to be enough of an immovable force for Kyoka to let off an attack. The punch hurt more than he was expecting. He could feel his hardened skin start to crack. Grabbing onto the man's arm, he throws him into the wall before quickly backing off to swap with Fatgum. Kyoka grinned at him. I'll help Razor, go help your mentor. Nodding, Ijiro quickly rushes back into the fight, easily fighting alongside his short-term mentor and taking down one of the 8 bullets. Kyoka had left off a sound wave to disorientate the other 8 bullet, and Aizawa quickly wrapped him up in capture tape. Fatgum smiled at both of them, giving each a pat on the back. Nice job, you two. Eraser, you want me to call in this one? The brown-haired man coughed, his mask covered in dust. Don't. I was once in a fight ring. My opponents couldn't handle my strength, so I craved higher-staked fights. In thanks, I wish to help. I was only here for the battle, and once I realized how crazy Overhaul was, I would have been killed if I tried to leave. Hikiji is more loyal to me than he is to Overhaul. The blonde scoffs. Someone has to watch over your crazy butt. I can't even count how many fights I've had to pull you out of. But yes, Kendo is right. We aren't loyal to Overhaul, we were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Aizawa scrutinized the pair, before grumbling. I do not get paid enough for this. He swaps comms with practiced ease. Hey Atlas. I've got a quick pickup for you. Mind opening a portal? The purple and gold accented warp gate opens without a sound. Fatgum looked amazed at the simple display of Kurogiri's quirk. The man pokes his head through, thankfully in mist form instead of his regular one. He looks over the scene without a word, simply humming once he noticed that none of them were seriously injured. Stepping fully through, he looks over the former 2 of the 8 bullets. I suppose Morgan could make use of these 2, if they wish to join another organization. The brown-haired man clears his throat. I'd like to lead them around if that's all right. They'll need a guide to get through this maze with some efficiency. He turns to Hekiji. You'll be all right with wherever he takes you? Kurogiri quietly clears his throat. Don't worry, he'll simply be brought to a safe house. Your friend can decide what he wishes to do after the fact. I'm simply transportation. Hekiji nods, his HNDCFFS still on, quickly steeping through the warp gate. Kurogiri turns to then, giving a quick bow, eyebrow raised. I will not be happy if you end up needing Kuno's skills. Neither will Morrigan. Izawa sighs. I'll try my best. Can't promise much. The Revolution's right hand nods. That is all I ask. And as quickly as he appeared, he was gone. Ijiro cast a quick look to Fat Gum, and oh, he's going to have to explain this, isn't he? Izuku ran alongside Velis and Cernunos, as the hallway warped into a labyrinth. Velis rolled her eyes, tail swishing. Well, they want to play a game? We'll play. Summoning a pair of fans, she uses the walls to get on top of the twisting walls, Izuku following. The teen looked back at the 10-foot-tall ancient Celtic god he called a friend. Go help now. He's only got a gun, which is better than anything, but he'll run out of ammo at some point. Cernunos nodded, letting Izuku envelop him in his shadow to be transported to wherever Uncle now was. Thanks to Sixth Sense, Izuku was easily able to pinpoint where his uncle was. Hopefully, Cernunos wasn't shot at by his team. Bullets wouldn't hurt him, it would just be more of a nuisance. Velis had already started the hunt for whoever was dumb enough to try and trap them. Izuku jumped across 2 of the gaps, nearly losing his footing as the wall shifted. Guess their game master caught on then. Equipping Nemesis with ease, Izuku scans the maze. The quirk's most likely a manipulation one of some kind, probably stones or inorganic matter. That's when an odd glint caught his eyes. There weren't any windows for light to filter in and reflect off the metal supports. Looking through the scope, he catches the shift of something. He knows none of the raid teams are nearby, there'd be noise with their footstep, and he hadn't heard anything. It was deathly silent. Breathing in, he rests his finger on the trigger and only pulls as he exhales. The maze shifts before being dropped entirely. It was more of an illusion or mimicry quirk. At least when used on a person, he could test it more once the job was done. Velis gives him a bright smile. Nice job, kid. That quirk's one of the more fascinating ones I've seen. Are you taking it? Izuku chuckles, bringing Nemesis down to simply rest, yet still easily usable. Course I am. I'm not letting something like that slip through my fingers. It's valuable, just think of the recon you could do with it. Jogging over to the game master, who was oddly wearing a black sewn bodysuit with a plague mask as a face. He can feel all for one trying to pull at the quirk. He lets the quirk do the work for him and stretches when the new quirk settles alongside the rest of the arsenal. Time to find overhaul. He's not surprised no one reported that he was arrested or killed yet. The man's quirk was a dangerous one. Probably one of the most dangerous ones on the quirk registry. Izuku wasn't surprised by the sounds of a fight. That was expected. What wasn't was seeing Togata Mirio getting his FING but beat. Guess he wasn't the strongest student like everyone thought. He looked to be fighting 2 members of the 8, now 6 really, bullets. What was also surprising was how poor his quirk control was. The blonde was a FING 3rd year and even Eri had better quirk control than him. Izuku adjusted his stance so he was laying on the cold concrete and looking through the scope of Nemesis, tracking the movements. He couldn't get that clear of a shot thanks to Togata. At least on the villains, he had a perfect shot to kill Togata with. The dumbass left himself more open than 3 years of training at a hero school would allow, let alone UA. This entire fight brought many questions to light, especially about just how was All Might training his successor. Poorly for sure, given he seemed to only train the strength aspect, which is bullshit. That might have worked for All Might, And yeah, while their build was similar, the number one couldn't just copy-paste his own training program and hope something stuck. The way Togata's original quirk worked was so different from One for All that it was a FNG wonder the kid didn't die at some point. There were 8 holders before him. Sure, Togata didn't have their quirks, but that didn't mean the stockpile just went away. Considerably weaker, sure, but it was still 8 FING people. And on top of it, the main enchantment of the quirk was Yutaka's original quirk, which was a FING strength one. And the stockpiling nature of the quirk Dad gave Uncle Yoichi only added to it. Sheet, the kid's getting slower. Yutaka curses, glancing over at Izuku. He's trying to push your quirk further than he can handle, Nana mumbled. He's FNG idiot. Both he and Yagi are. God, he should have just had Tornio train him with Aizawa in the FNG no, as he can erase FING quirks. Then growled. Welp, looks like Izuku was going to save his FANG, but Izuku breathed, ready to take the shot when one of the bullets formed a crystal sword, stabbing the third year in the gut. That's when Overhaul of all people stepped up to Togata. The mastermind of the operation stripped one of his gloves off, sighing. You know, I think it's time you were cleansed. All it took was that hand placed on the blonde's face, and he was atomized. All for One was pulling at his seams. Gods, that quirk would be useful. The rescue options alone, not to mention the healing abilities. Overhaul shook his hand before applying something, most likely hand sanitizer, with how obsessed he was with cleansing and all that jazz. The gloves were back on when he shooed the 2 bullets, fighting Togata away. Izuku steps out from his vantage point, applauding the crazy BSTRD. Gotta admit, I feel like I've got to thank ya. BSTRD has been a FNG thorn in my side for way too long. But you've also been a thorn in my side. I mean, nice job on the trigger, but man. You're asking for my sister back, so you can keep a FING trophy. So, how do you want your story to end?